Chapter 601. Strange Patient. Late at night, amidst another round of cheers for a magic trick, Lumion downed the candied wine in his hand and exited the bar with a smirk. He could already picture Aurora, if she were around, scoffing, "You're so lame. You're actually using the governor of the sea's authority and power to pull off a magic trick, deceiving those drunkards with the real thing. Is this your prank? You're sure having a blast." Lumion responded silently. Being able to utilize superpowers and the governor of the sea's authority for such matters, rather than in battle, should be what you desire, right? Isn't this the joy and future you yearned for? In the corridor, illuminated by kerosene wall lamps, Lumion stepped on the creaking floor, making his way back to the first-class suite in the silent, empty surroundings. Snores and moans occasionally penetrated the walls on both sides. Near the stairs, a room stood open, reflecting the dim yellow light of the fire. As Lumion passed by, he turned his head and observed the sacred emblem of life, representing Earth Mother, engraved on the wall deep in the room. It portrayed a simple infant amidst wheat ears, flowers, spring water, and other symbols. In front of the sacred emblem of life stood a man in a brown clergyman's robe. He was less than 30 years old, with clean eyebrows and a light brown beard. Holding a thick book, he preached to the men and women seated in different parts of the room. Lumion knew this was a prayer room, akin to a small, mobile cathedral with a dedicated clergyman in charge. Common in countries that believed in only one deity, be it on long-distance ships or steam locomotives, they considered the need for believers to quietly pray and listen to teachings. Lumion, who could already understand Highlander, memorized the words, "Life's precious embrace, the harvest's grace." Retracting his gaze, he entered the corridor, ascending the stairs step by step. Simultaneously, Lugano, having just finished attending to Ludwig's supper, heard a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Lugano was surprised and intrigued. This couldn't be his employer. He possessed the key and would simply open the door. Moreover, it was nearly 11 p.m. Who would visit at such an hour? Could it be that a woman overheard my boasting on the deck, believed me, and came to share a pleasant night? As Lugano started to indulge in fantasies, he heard a feeble male voice. "I'm here to see Dr. Lugano." Seeking a doctor, Lugano couldn't help but frown, but he still opened the door. Outside stood a man wrapped in a thick tweed coat, a stark contrast to Lugano's linen shirt and thin pants. Lugano scrutinized the visitor. "I'm Lugano. What's the matter?" The man's face was pale, his eyes dark, revealing little vitality. Though young, in his early 20s, he exuded a lifeless aura. The man took a deep breath and weakly said, "You can call me Enio. I heard that you helped several people on the deck discover the true cause of their illness and quickly improved their condition. I want you to treat me. I have the money to pay for the consultation." Observing the fellow's sickly appearance, Lugano sighed and replied, "Come in. Keep your voice down. As you know, I'm the private doctor of a prominent figure. He doesn't appreciate strangers disturbing him." Once Enio settled on the sofa, Lugano, out of habit, inquired about his condition to conceal his subsequent mystical diagnosis. "What's wrong with your body?" Enio paused for a moment before saying, "Since half a month ago, I've become sensitive to the cold and weak. No appetite, runny nose, repeated coughing, and my condition is worsening." Lugano nodded, raising his right hand and tapping his forehead, as if contemplating the significance of the patient's narrative. In reality, he seized the opportunity to activate his spirit vision, preparing to discern the other party's illness from the color, brightness, and thickness of his ether body. With a swift glance, Lugano nearly jumped out of his skin. Is the patient sitting in front of me still alive? In Lugano's eyes, the once white glow shrouding Enio's ether body, signifying overall balance, had turned a somber grayish black. It was a dire indication of his severe illness, teetering on the edge of death. Yet, it wasn't this revelation that left Lugano shocked and bewildered. What truly sent shivers down his spine was the orange glow, symbolizing the health of excretion, detoxification, and other vital organs, had dimmed into complete darkness. No vestige of brightness remained, signaling the complete cessation of their functions. Likewise, the yellow hue representing the digestive system, the green indicating the heart and regulatory system, and the blue denoting the throat and part of the nervous system had all dulled and lost their radiance. Eneo's remaining hues were red on his limbs and purple on the surface of his head. What does this diagnosis imply? This meant that Ainz was a person with a silent heart, a dormant stomach, and internal organs that had relinquished their functions. Yet he could still think, move, and speak, son of a bitch. Where did this monstrosity come from? Lugano, facing such an unprecedented patient, inwardly cursed, his frame trembling slightly. He dreaded the moment when the other might unexpectedly utter, "Doctor, I'm cold. Let me borrow your skin. Doctor, I'm hungry. Let me borrow your stomach and intestines." Noticing Lugano's silence, Ainz anxiously inquired, "Doctor, what illness am I suffering from?" "Illness?" Lugano muttered to himself urgently, "Snap out of it. Your heart has ceased beating. The absence of flowing blood naturally brings about a chilling sensation. Those with non-agitating stomachs certainly won't have much of an appetite." As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lugano pondered for a moment and declared, "Your condition is grave. I require further analysis and observation to draw conclusions. Can you visit me tomorrow morning? Before that, I need to draw some of your blood for research." "No problem." Despite Ainz's lack of confidence in Lugano, he extended his right hand with the mindset that attempting something was better than nothing. Armed with the necessary tools, Lugano extracted some blood from Ainz's body using a needle, rubber hose, and a glass blood collection bottle. Despite their darkened hue, he noted a basic vitality still present. Subsequently, he listened to Ainz's heartbeat and detected faint, but existing, beats. Curious, Lugano seized the opportunity of the consultation and prescription to subtly cast a faint light upon his palm, providing Ainz with a simple treatment. Ainz's spirits lifted and a semblance of strength returned. "Thank you, doctor. Your massage and medicine are effective. I appreciate it." Ainz left the suite with a cheerful expression. None of the previous doctors he had consulted had made the slightest improvement in his condition. This time, he intended to set sail to the south, take a steam locomotive to the Church of Earth Mother's headquarters for treatment. Baffled, Lugano observed as Ainz left. Soon after, his employer returned. He quickly recounted the encounter to Lumion, concluding with, "I've secured his blood. Can you find someone to divine the truth?" "Divination." Lumion chuckled as he received the blood-filled bottle and knocked on Ludwig's child's room. "Take a sip and see what knowledge you can glean." Lumion handed the bottle to Ludwig, ensuring no avenue of exploitation slipped by. Ludwig's expression remained stoic, as if sipping bedtime milk. He drank down the liquid in the bottle without flinching. Lugano was bewildered, his eyes reflecting surprise and confusion. After tasting the blood, Ludwig spoke at an adequate pace. "Absent stomach, absent small and large intestine, absent lungs, absent liver and pancreas." It's akin to a deceased person relying on mystic forces to persist. He won't last a week. Lugano was taken aback that Ludwig not only imbibed human blood but also made somber judgments with a straight face. He was also shocked to learn that Ainz truly lacked those organs. Initially, he believed it was just a loss of corresponding function. According to Ludwig, wasn't Ainz essentially a dead man? What had he stumbled upon? "What should we do?" Lugano turned to Lumion. Lumion couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What can we do?" "Locate the captain, the ship's security supervisor, or the priest in the prayer room and report this matter. They'll handle it." Lugano nodded and tentatively asked, "But won't this expose me as a Beyonder?" "Tell them you're Louis Barry's servant," Lumion advised calmly. "All right." Lugano was fine with being a servant. After a moment's thought, he asked in puzzlement, "Did you hear any strange sounds at night? I occasionally hear a baby crying." "Baby?" Lumion asked, shaking his head. "I didn't hear it." Lugano pondered aloud, "Is there a baby crying on this floor?" Then he looked at Lumion. "Shall I go find the captain now?" Lumion's eyes flickered as he smiled and said, "Tomorrow morning." "All right." Lugano agreed without hesitation. He preferred waiting for dawn and sunlight before addressing such a peculiar issue. Reporting it at night made him sense an impending, unexpected event. The sun provided a reassuring sense of security. Lumion didn't question or provide further advice. He entered his room, freshened up, and went to bed. However, sleep eluded him. Instead, he half-closed his eyes, anticipating something. After an indeterminate period, Lumion heard a faint creak. The door to one of the rooms opened softly. Lumion swiftly sat up, silently approaching the door, cracking it open. He saw a figure leisurely walk out of Lugano's servant's room. It was Lugano, clad in a linen shirt. His eyes were open but oddly vacant and unfocused, his face devoid of expression. As if sleepwalking, Lugano made his way to the suite's door. Chapter 602. Surgery. Lugano's eyes remained open as he swung open the door to the suite, his gaze vacant. He stepped into the deserted corridor, where only the sound of crashing waves reverberated. In this moment, everyone, save for the sailor on night duty, succumbed to slumber. Lugano moved forward, the kerosene wall lamps around him casting an ethereal glow that mingled with the encroaching darkness. He reached the end of the floor and halted in front of a vivid vermilion wooden door. Creak. The door groaned open, and the darkness within seemed to swallow every trace of light. Lugano traversed the obscurity with a blank expression, entering the room. Behind him, the vermilion door was pulled shut by an imperceptible force. It was a suite. The living and dining areas lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any candlelit glow. The faint crimson moonlight filtered through the curtains, offering minimal visibility. At the dining table stood two shadowy figures. One of them appeared aged, with mostly gray hair and dark, deep blue eyes that seemed to absorb the night. Despite the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, the elder's skin remained well-maintained, adorned in a loose, dark black robe. Beside him stood Enio, the brown-haired, brown-eyed patient who had intruded upon Lugano that night, his pale face devoid of life. His vacant gaze fixated on the unadorned table. Lugano, as if sleepwalking, stood next to Enio, unusually quiet. The elder in the loose black robe turned his head, fixing his gaze on Enio. The patient ambled towards the dining table, climbed on it, and lay completely motionless. The blonde elder brandished a sharp scalpel, unfastening Enio's tweed coat, cashmere sweater, and cotton shirt. He pressed the razor-sharp blade against Enio's chest, producing a ripping sound as he sliced through layers of flesh, creating a long wound. As Enio's chest and abdominal cavity lay exposed to the crimson moonlight, a void greeted the eye. No stomach, no lungs, no small or large intestines, liver, or kidneys. Only a weakly beating bright red heart, accompanied by a few blood vessels extending from it. With a swift motion, the old man in the dark black robe manipulated the scalpel, his other hand flickering with a faint light as he pressed down. In a sequence too rapid for the eye to follow, he withdrew the still-beating heart in his left hand. Enio's chest and abdomen, now empty, displayed only a few non-bleeding blood vessels. The old man closed the incision with a tight squeeze, sealing it with a flickering light. Enio's stomach returned to its original state, devoid of any scars. Throughout this extraordinary procedure, the special patient's eyes remained open, as if untouched by the surgical ordeal. In that moment, he rolled off the dining table, ambled to the door, and exited the room. The old man opened his suitcase, revealing glass jars containing pale amber liquid, each cradling various organs. Spleen, lungs, liver, kidneys, stomach, and intestines. Placing these items on the dining table in a peculiar order, surrounding the still gently beating scarlet heart. The old man in the loose black robe took a step back. He recited an ancient, malevolent, yet strangely intimate language. As the unknown murmur resonated, the internal organs ascended slowly, upheld by an invisible force. Their final positions varied, resembling the internal organs of a standing human. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys emitted a faint glow simultaneously, outlining a form on the dining table. It lacked a head, limbs, or bones, merely a corporeal essence that grew more defined. A baby's cry echoed, faint yet tangible. However, the body distorted, squirmed, and disintegrated in the end. The old man in the loose black robe sighed with regret. Strangely, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were noticeably reduced, and much of his white hair had reverted to light gold. In an instant, he appeared 7 or 8 years younger. Sensing his good condition, the elder turned his attention to Lugano. Lugano, seemingly summoned, approached the dining table and lay down, awaiting with open eyes. The elder unbuttoned Lugano's linen shirt, took up the scalpel, and gestured as if deciding where to make the incision. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated. The vermilion door swung open, crashing into the wall. Crimson flames surged, illuminating the room, climbing the walls and ceiling, transforming the place into a fiery inferno. Lumion, adorned in black hair, green eyes, a golden straw hat, a cotton shirt, a black vest and dark pants, materialized at the door and entered the suite. He calmly addressed the old man in the loose black robe. "Don't you know he's my servant?" The elder's eyes narrowed as he readied the scalpel to descend towards Lugano's neck. However, his right hand refused to budge, seemingly restrained by an invisible force pushing it upward. In the midst of the rising crimson flames, Lumion paused, displaying no urgency to act. He spoke with intrigue. That surgery was quite fascinating, extracting internal organs while leaving the person alive, albeit gradually dying. And you used those organs for a ritual, rejuvenating yourself. Meanwhile, you nearly brought forth a peculiar life form. Surprise flickered in the elder's dark blue eyes. "How do you know? Haven't you just arrived in pursuit of your servant, and no one entered before you?" Lumion emitted a soft chuckle. "You don't need to know. I still have a few hours of governor of the sea authority. Isn't it easy to see something in these waters?" Sensing Lumion's confidence, certainty, ease, and absence of hostility, the elder fell silent briefly before expressing, "Life is the most precious, so life becomes the finest sacrifice and ingredient." He refrained from divulging details about the surgery or ritual, choosing instead to expound on his philosophy and the truth he sought, praising and blaspheming life simultaneously. Lumion arched his eyebrows, finding it vaguely reminiscent of Lady Moon, Madam Night, and the bestowed of the Great Mother. Carefully assessing the black-robed elder behind the dining table, Lumion, upon confirming his gender, temporarily set aside his sudden anxiety. Gazing down at the motionless Lugano on the dining table, Lumion casually inquired, "How did you control my servant?" The elder fixed Lumion with a penetrating gaze, as if probing the depths of his intentions. He pondered, weighing the decision to preach the truth or engage in a confrontation to eradicate the issue. After a brief silence, he spoke in a resonant voice. "He's a blessed of the Great Mother." He heard the cries of the Son of God. "Great Mother?" Lumion's scalp tingled at the term. Had it not been for the sea governor's authority, Lumion would have launched a full-scale attack without allowing the elder a moment to react or explain. Regardless, even if he eliminated the elder, spirit channeling remained a viable option. Moreover, the elder could be fed to Ludwig. Though taken aback by the elder's possible reference to Lugano as a blessed of Earth Mother, Lumion swiftly dismissed the apparent meaning. He was certain that Lugano was human and harbored no unusual bloodlines. Following Lugano's injury at Salo Motel, Jenna collected his splattered blood and conducted magic mirror divination according to Lumion's subsequent instructions. In an instant, Lumion deciphered the elder's true meaning. The Beyonders of the planter pathway are all blessed of the Great Mother. Where does Earth Mother stand? Planter is the main pathway of the Church of Earth Mother. Could it be? The Great Mother reigns over multiple pathways, akin to the Celestial Worthy and Mr. Fool, Planter and Sower. The names bear a striking connection. As Lumion's thoughts raced, his focus intensified on the existence of the Son of God. Cordu's empty infant cradle and the honorific title of Lady Moon nurturing a deity flooded his mind. Damn it, why is it that the Great Mother seems entwined with children, sons of God, and babies? Does that entity have a penchant for offspring? Lumion smirked superficially. It seems your son of God hasn't truly been born. The old man in the loose black robe suddenly became fervent. He's already born in the spirit world, but he's yet to step into the real world. Don't you see? Just revealing his form made me a few years younger. If he were truly born, I'd instantly regain my youth. Who knows what malevolent creation you've unleashed, Lumion criticized and said. You plan to shape the Son of God's body with just this fragment of life. The elder was taken aback. This is a ritual bestowed by the Great Mother's revelation. It's undeniably effective, Lumion smiled. That Ineo is unmistakably an ordinary person. The ritual's effects won't bode well. If it were a Beyonder with a robust life force, the outcome might be entirely different. The elder instinctively concurred. Indeed. That's why I intended to examine your servant's internal organs. At this juncture, the elder halted, casting a wary glance at Lumion. With a beaming smile, Lumion proposed, Have you ever thought of sacrificing your own internal organs? If you don't offer yourself as a sacrifice, how can you showcase your devotion to the Great Mother and your reverence for the Son of God? Don't fret. The Son of God will revive you and bestow youth upon you. As he concluded his words, a dark green light condensed in Lumion's right hand. Chapter 603, Organs Again. The dark green light morphed into a beam, slamming into the old man's chest and sinking into the loose black robe, akin to sunlight, unstoppable. Already appearing 7 to 8 years younger, the old man's expression twisted, and every inch of exposed skin displayed signs of melting. His aura rapidly waned. Simultaneously, a burst of vigorous life force erupted from his body. Under the melting skin, flesh and blood writhed, resisting the mutation. The black-robed old man's eyes darkened, and he abruptly faded away. In an instant, a hazy face emerged from the armchair at the dining table, blending with the brown wood, about to gain clarity. At that moment, a cascade of flames descended from the crimson flame-covered ceiling, soaking the armchair and swiftly setting it ablaze. Before the brown face could fully materialize, it succumbed to the raging flames, forced to retreat. Lumion lost sight and sense of the black-robed elder subsequently. While surveying the surroundings, Lugano, lying on the dining table, suddenly sat up and jumped down. He stared at Lumion with vacant eyes, like a wandering zombie. Lumion chuckled, raising his right hand and pointing at Lugano. With this gesture, specks of brilliance shimmered in his eyes, as if the cosmos had descended. Lugano found himself in an empty night sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. He stood rooted to the ground in a daze. Without any subsequent actions, he resembled a machine that had lost its energy and controller. Having settled his servant, Lumion surveyed his surroundings once more. Yet his eyes brimmed with flowing and burning crimson flames, and the black-robed elder's figure remained elusive. Lumion's expression remained stoic as he splayed the 5 fingers on his right hand, clenching them into a fist. His body suddenly grew heavy, and the flames surrounding him surged towards him like a river converging into the sea, drawn by an invisible force. Bottles, organs from various body parts, and lightweight items in the room soared towards Lumion. On the wooden coat rack near the door, the transparent figure of the black-robed elder protruded, pulled away by an unseen force. He fought with all his might, but he couldn't resist the pull towards Lumion. It was akin to a piece of wood caught in a flood or a thin leaf fluttering in a fierce wind. Lumion's left hand was already raised, and the crimson, nearly white flame in his palm rapidly turned white under the intense suction force, forming a minuscule ball. Layers of compressed white-hot fireballs were unleashed, and the weighty and fearsome suction force dissipated. Pa! The black-robed elder finally landed on the floor, his vision completely engulfed by the blazing white fireball. Rumble! The blazing white fireball collided with the Beyonder conducting the sinister surgery and strange ritual. The explosion's sound echoed into the distance, but was muffled by the darkness shrouding the room, preventing it from permeating. In the midst of such a violent explosion, no one on the ship heard or sensed anything awry. Rumble. The black-robed elder's body was shredded by the devastating explosion. Countless corpse fragments were instantly charred or consumed by bright flames, scattering across every corner of the living room and dining room. With spirit channeling at his disposal and Ludwig providing support, Lumion reveled in the authority of the governor of the sea and the nearly demigod-level power it bestowed. He cared not for what the enemy might transform into. Incredible. Is this what it's like to be a demigod? Even if it's just an illusion, sadly, it won't last beyond 6 in the morning, Lumion sighed, directing his gaze at the burning corpse fragments. A quick inspection revealed that the black-robed elder's flesh had rapidly charred or turned to ashes. It was as if frost had met magma from a volcanic eruption. In a matter of seconds, only the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, intestines, and stomach remained in the room, along with a grayish-white half-charred brain. Even with his feet, Lumion could tell that something was awry. Except for the brain, the remnants of the enemy were all internal organs. The malevolent surgery he had just completed involved extracting someone's internal organs to let them live as if nothing happened. At the same time, the peculiar ritual he performed utilized the complete set of internal organs to attempt to reconstruct the so-called child of God's body. All internal organs. It was hard for Lumion not to draw a connection. Could it be that this fellow's internal organs were extracted before, and he survived by piecing together others' internal organs, becoming a Beyonder? What's this called? Human alchemy? If it's true, who took his internal organs? Lumion pondered silently. The stars in his eyes swiftly dissipated, and Lugano returned to the real world. From a distance of 4 to 5 meters, Lumion raised his right hand and smoothly swung it. Smack! Lugano felt the impact of an invisible force against his face. With a sudden jolt, his eyes gradually cleared of their blank stare. The first sight that greeted Lugano was the crimson flames falling around him, extinguishing before causing any havoc. Then he noticed charred body parts, scattered internal organs, glass jars filled with light amber liquid, and organs soaked in them. Am I still dreaming? Is this a nightmare? Just as this thought crossed Lugano's mind, the image of his employer, Louis Barry with black hair and green eyes, appeared before him. Son of a bitch, this dream took an unexpected turn. Lugano shuddered and involuntarily inquired, "What happened?" Lumion pondered for a moment and asked, "What dream did you just experience?" "What dream?" Lugano confirmed his wakefulness and recollected, "I dreamed of my childhood. My mother stood at the door, urging me to come home for dinner. She even sang a nursery rhyme from my hometown. She's been gone for almost 10 years. I miss her dearly. I kept walking towards the door, but I couldn't reach her." At that moment, Lugano realized that this wasn't their suite. He exclaimed in shock, "What happened?" With a smile, Lumion responded, "You slept until midnight and suddenly sleepwalked all the way here. An old man had plans to operate on you, remove your kidneys, and slowly turn you into a patient like a Neo." The more Lugano listened, the more fear gripped him. Earlier, he had wondered how someone like a Neo, who had lost most of his internal organs, could still be alive, albeit turning weak, only to realize that he was so close to turning into a similar figure. "Hiss!" Lugano gasped and asked with trepidation, "Where's that old man?" "That's all that remains." Lumion gestured at the internal organs and the grayish-white, half-charred brain on the ground. Without giving Lugano a chance to sigh, Lumion instructed, "Bring Ludwig here." It was also almost time for his midnight snack. Lugano hastily left the suite, grateful for choosing to follow Lumion to the southern continent. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of such situations elsewhere. Lugano believed this matter had nothing to do with Lumion. He had brought it upon himself. If it were Trier, he might have encountered a similar patient who had lost internal organs. Lumion watched him leave, raised his right hand, and stroked his chin. Simply hearing the infant's cries from the failed ritual can influence Beyonders of the plantar pathway to sleep and act in a sleepwalking state, receiving corresponding orders. Isn't this too exaggerated? It's an absolute suppression on the plantar pathway. I could understand a similar phenomenon if that ritual had succeeded and the child of God was truly born. Yet, It's already this powerful despite being a failed product. Even with the limitation of its range, it's still terrifying. Is there a key reason? I don't know. Moreover, can only beyonders of the planter or sower pathways hear the child of God's cries? Can the apothecary pathway, which can interchange with the planter pathway, also hear it? Amidst Lumien's thoughts, Lugano led Ludwig into the suite. Faced with this gruesome scene, Ludwig pressed his hand to his mouth and yawned. "Where's the food?" Lumien didn't make any immediate requests. Instead, he turned to Lugano. "Guard the door." With the prior experience of the blood-drinking incident, Lugano could vaguely guess what was about to happen. He didn't dare face it directly. Upon hearing Lumien's instructions, he heaved a sigh of relief and jogged to the corridor, closing the vermilion door behind him. Only then did Lumien gesture towards the scattered internal organs on the ground. "Do you need me to roast it for you?" Ludwig shot a quick glance at Lumien. "Don't you find it irksome? These are all human organs." Lumien emitted a soft chuckle. "In my eyes, this is already on par with a monster's insides." He then wore a self-deprecating expression. "Moreover, isn't directly consuming Beyonder characteristics to advance a Beyonder equivalent to eating someone?" Ludwig remained silent, taking a few steps to the side. He squatted down, picked up the old man's heart, stuffed it into his mouth, and began to chew. Crimson blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth. Lumien pulled up a chair and sat down, patiently waiting for Ludwig to finish his meal and digest. After 7 to 8 minutes, Ludwig retrieved a white handkerchief from his coat pocket and wiped his mouth. These internal organs belong to different people. Some are Beyonders, some are ordinary folks, some old, some teenagers. There are traces of human refinement. The aura of life is rather mixed and impure. They will be controlled and influenced by the refiner. Having been refined, the person doesn't know that he's been through this. He has complete memories of the past. This is something that can't be achieved by refining an ordinary body. He followed Enio on board, hoping to extract the remaining organs and complete the ritual before Enio reached his destination. Ludwig recounted the knowledge and memories he had absorbed in a straightforward tone. Chapter 604, School of God's Descent. Under the glow of the crimson moon, Ludwig, clad in a two-piece pajama set and a small coat, recounted the memories and knowledge he had absorbed from the black-robed elder's half-charred brain and internal organs. He did so methodically, like an emotionless time-reporting machine. Only the brain belongs to him. His name is Prinpino. Due to his advanced age and weakened body, he delved into mysticism. Unwittingly, he drew the attention of the Great Mother and acquired a wealth of secret knowledge, evolving into a Beyonder. Upon hearing this, Lumien muttered with a mix of mockery and fear, despite gaining the Great Mother's attention. "Did he not turn pregnant? Are you truly a follower of the Great Mother?" Ludwig continued. "I'm uncertain when Prinpino started losing his internal organs. I failed to absorb the pertinent knowledge and memories. Similarly, the time he became a human refinement product remains unknown. His philosophy is, humanity, once the favored and proudest children of the Great Mother, fell into folly, aging, and weakness due to their detachment from her. Only by allowing the divine Son of the Great Mother to descend into the world can humanity be saved. They can enter Paramita and regain their original form. When the time arrives, the Great Mother will return to the real world she governs, using the gender-oriented pronoun she, to refer to the Great Mother instead of she. This implies that, in the eyes of individuals like Prinpino, pregnancy and childbirth are still feminine matters. A mother must be a she. This differs from the Night Stalkers. Lumien glanced at Ludwig and nodded approvingly. Ludwig calmly detailed Prinpino's attempts and some of his abilities. The birth of the child of God requires a specific body composed of various people's internal organs. This isn't the entire descent ritual. It lacks a crucial component. Prinpino possesses potent self-healing abilities. As a product of human refinement, he's immune to the influence of many Beyonder powers. He can indirectly control humans corrupted by the child of God or specific pathway Beyonders who have had direct contact with special patients. The range is 100 meters, and they must be unconscious. Upon hearing this, Lumion suddenly recalled a Sequence 7 vampire of the apothecary pathway. Such Beyonders wielded formidable self-healing abilities and could craft blood slaves resembling their own marionettes. Lumion refrained from interrupting Ludwig, patiently awaiting further details. He's adept in surgery and can directly heal others. He knows a ritual enabling a human to survive for a period even without internal organs. He can merge with trees and wooden articles for concealment, acquire a sturdy shell, and evade detection. He can stimulate the growth and reproduction of creatures, including but not limited to rats, fleas, bedbugs, fungi, and various plants. However, it drains his vitality. His vitality can be replenished through an unsuccessful Child of God descent ritual. Every 9 rituals necessitate a batch of internal organs to be replaced. He can also inflict curses upon others, summon malevolent creatures, consume his life for the casting of a few nefarious arts. As Ludwig concluded, Lumion realized Prenpino's Beyonder powers were diverse. He possessed partial vampire abilities and embodied certain traits of the Earth Pathway's planter, doctor, and other sequences. Simultaneously, he wielded a limited grasp of dark arts, expending vitality for their execution. It's akin to the amalgamation of the apothecary, planter, and heretic spellmaster pathways, yet it's not exhaustive. Such a boon exists. The Great Mother truly reigns at the apex of these 3 pathways. Lumion reflected momentarily before taking Ludwig's hand and departing the suite. He instructed Lugano, stationed at the door, "Summon the priest from the prayer room and inform him of all pertinent details you are aware of." After issuing his directive, Lumion deliberated before appending, "Locate the captain first, then seek out the priest." "All right." Lugano assented reflexively before inquiring, "And yourself?" "Of course I'm going back to bed. Should they seek an audience with me, they may wait until tomorrow morning." Lumion gestured dismissively, guiding Ludwig along the dimly illuminated corridor to his suite. "Am I solely accountable?" Lugano mused to himself. He suddenly noticed he stood alone at the suite's threshold, surrounded by scattered internal organs. A shiver traversed his spine, prompting him to hasten toward the captain's quarters. 10 minutes later, inside the black-robed old man's suite. The priest named Montserrat and the captain, Pedro, scrutinized the situation while listening to Lugano's detailed account. Nervously, Lugano disclosed to them that he was a Beyonder, a doctor of the planter pathway. Ennio sought him out due to his exceptional skills in treating patients. Later, during the late night, he experienced a sleepwalking episode. When he reached the suite, he found his internal organs almost removed. Fortunately, he was rescued by his employer. Throughout the entire narrative, Lugano only omitted Ludwig's consumption of blood, sharing everything else he knew. Pedro, the captain with the handsome brown beard, quipped half seriously, "Could it be that your employer killed a passenger in this suite and deliberately scattered his internal organs everywhere, concocting such a sinister warlock tale to deceive us?" Lugano found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, this possibility couldn't be entirely dismissed. Father Montserrat, garbed in a brown clergyman's attire, shook his head. "After confirming Ennio's physical condition, we'll determine the veracity of this story." "I concur." Captain Pedro stroked his beard and gazed at Lugano. "What's your employer's name?" "Louis Barry," Lugano truthfully replied. "Louis Barry." Pedro's eyes narrowed. "The adventurer who hunted down the demon warlock, Louis Barry." Montserrat's eyes widened slightly. "The one collaborating with the church in Port Santa to covertly thwart malevolent forces disrupting the sea prayer ritual, adventurer Louis Barry." "WH, my boss' reputation is so renowned. Did the Church of Earth Mother inform all the clergy that Louis Barry is a friend and collaborator?" "Yes, this ship departed from Port Santa." The priest on board must have been the first to be informed. Lugano had considered it, but he hadn't expected his employer's name to be so impactful. Without hesitation, he affirmed, "It's him, adventurer Louis Barry." Just as Lugano concluded his account, The entire ship was abruptly sent airborne, landing atop a wave dozens of meters tall. No dark clouds or torrential rain accompanied the phenomenon, and there were no violent winds or lightning. After vaulting between the pitch-black waves several times, the steamship gently descended onto the sea's surface, restoring calm to its surroundings. Captain Pedro surveyed the wrecked suite and the sliding windows, then turned to Lugano with a deep inquiry. "Is this the power of your employer?" "I heard stories of someone practicing sea wave magic at the bar tonight. Was that a genuine wave?" "Yes." Although Lugano was uncertain about the events unfolding, he attributed the display of nature's power to his employer. He added, "He's extending his greeting." Captain Pedro and Father Montserrat fell into contemplative silence. After more than 10 seconds, Pedro addressed Father Montserrat, who seemed to be in his 30s. "Does the church possess knowledge of such surgeries and rituals?" Montserrat glanced at Lugano, indicating that the conversation need not be private. The priest reflected for a moment before responding in a solemn tone. "There exists a faction of misguided mother believers who contend that the decline of the modern world and the debasement of humanity result from their estrangement from the mother. They are determined to employ any means to usher in the so-called child of God into the real world and invoke the mother's descent through the return of the child of God. We refer to them as the School of God's Descent." Unconvinced, Lugano inquired, "You can summon a child of God simply by using the internal organs of ordinary people." While he lacked knowledge about the specific surgery and ritual, he could deduce that internal organs were a crucial component. Montserrat contemplated the remaining human organs in the suite and responded gravely, "The child of God is the mother's child, and humans are also Mother Goddess's children." "Does this imply that, fundamentally, no one is superior or inferior, and they can serve as ingredients with quantity compensating for any shortcomings?" Lugano grasped the essence of the priest's statement, realizing how many rituals involving blood sacrifices could be explained by this theory. Father Montserrat offered no further explanation and turned to Lugano. "Convey to your employer that we will take charge from here. Assure him not to worry." "Very well." Lugano sighed with relief. The next morning, Lumion woke up promptly and realized he no longer possessed the power of the sea, preventing him from tapping into the governor of the sea's authority. He took a regretful sip of his light beer and commenced writing to Madam Magician, detailing the issues with the School of God's Descent and the purported birth of the child of God in the spirit world. Swiftly, the messenger returned, carrying Madam Magician's response. "Encountering the School of God's Descent, I can't ascertain whether the issue lies with you or Lugano. The so-called child of God has already been born in the spirit world. It's merely propaganda, you understand. Similar to the Church of the Fool's Holy Bible, just listen but don't take it seriously. Nevertheless, comparable incidents are unfolding and they are brewing and evolving. This actually ties back to you. It originated from Cordu's empty cradle, the child Madame Puali's lost. Additionally, based on various sources, Madame Knight didn't perish in Fourth Epoch Trier. She encountered or acquired something that advanced the matter of the child of God. Besides her, the sinner's Voisin Sanson managed to escape Fourth Epoch Trier for unknown reasons. What he encountered remains unknown. Voisin Sanson is still alive." Lumion was initially taken aback by the revelation in the middle of the letter, but a smile soon crept across his face. At that moment, a knock echoed on his bedroom door. "Who is it?" Lumion, aware that it was Lugano outside, asked casually. Lugano replied fearfully through the wooden door. I heard a baby crying again." Chapter 605. Lingering effects, hearing the cries of a baby again. Is he pestered by the so-called child of God? Lumion held Madame Magician's reply unfinished and adjusted his sitting posture with amusement. He gazed at the door and said, "Come in." Lugano turned the handle and cautiously pushed open the door, uncomfortably stopping in front of Lumion. His actions and demeanor, combined with his thick eyebrows, large eyes, and square face, made him appear rather comical. "Isn't that evil warlock, The old man named Prinpino already dead. Why can I still hear the cries of a baby? Lugano inquired with concern, his tone reflecting it. Having consulted the just-awakened Ludwig, he had received an answer that he hadn't heard the baby's cries. Lumion playfully shook the letter in his hand and chuckled. There are two possibilities. One is that Prinpino's accomplices on the ship also possess the ritual to summon the child of God. The other possibility is, Lugano pressed impatiently. What is it? Lumion glanced at the doctor and grinned. Perhaps the unborn child of God has taken a liking to you and wants to choose you as his surrogate mother. Thus, even though Prinpino is already dead, he's unwilling to leave you and continues to linger by your side. Normally, he can't be seen or sensed. Lugano's scalp tingled as he listened. Ignoring the question of why he was a mother and not a father, he stammered, What should I do? No rush. Lumion smiled. There's no need to hurry in such circumstances. Lugano felt like his internal organs might be devoured by the so-called child of God at any moment, leaving only an empty cavity. Of course, Lumion said in a relaxed state. Aren't you still alive? Since you're not dead, it means the situation isn't very serious. You can take it slow. There's no hurry. That seems to be the case. Lugano, caught up in the conversation, nodded and asked in confusion, Must I die before the problem becomes serious enough for it to become urgent? Lumion chuckled and said, No, it means there's zero need to rush. If you're already dead, what's the hurry? Can I revive you? In short, there's no need to rush. Lugano was taken aback, though he harbored doubts. His employer's ability to crack jokes and play pranks reassured him. Evidently, his employer didn't view the baby's cries as a grave concern. Only then did Lumion unveil his true speculation. There's a third possibility. The corruption you suffered upon contact with a Neo won't dissipate so quickly, and it's highly likely that it won't vanish naturally. Consequently, you'll still form a connection with the unborn child of God. Then, how do I eliminate the corruption? Lugano accepted this explanation and believed that a solution existed. Lumion didn't immediately respond to his question. He let Lugano stand in front of him as he perused the rest of Madame Magician's reply. Considering your link to the child of God and the evil God's angel sealed within you, encountering a member of the school of God's descent isn't a mere coincidence. However, your interpreter and guide are of the planter pathway. That raises other issues. It's only natural for you to encounter matters connected to the Great Mother. As for the problem, ponder it and inquire within yourself. I won't spoon-feed you the answer. Conspirers need to employ their brains more. Observing this, Lumion looked up at Lugano without uttering a word. The doctor's body tensed, and a thin layer of sweat trickled down his back. Is there any other problem? Lugano stammered. Lumion reclined in his chair and said contemplatively, Clearing corruption is an entirely separate course in mysticism. I need to grasp the specifics before providing an answer. Having underscored the significance, he inquired, Have you encountered similar situations before? Like peculiar infant cries, mystical occurrences linked to births, sorcery entwined with mothers, and so forth. Lugano dared not be careless, fearing that if the corruption wasn't rectified promptly, he might end up as an organless being. He meticulously sifted through his experiences over the years. After a moment, he tentatively said, There's something I'm not sure if it's relevant. It was clear that he was reluctant to discuss the matter. How am I supposed to know if it's relevant if you don't tell me? Lumion didn't care about privacy. After a brief pause, Lugano cleared his throat and said, Didn't I mention that I became a Beyonder by obtaining a friend's relic? Yes, did you murder that friend? Lumion inquired deliberately. Lugano hastily shook his head. No, he committed suicide. Suicide? Lumion raised his eyebrows, finding this matter intriguing. Lugano finally gathered the courage and spilled it out in one go. When I worked as a bounty hunter, I utilized the hidden mountain ranges in the Darij mountain range for smuggling operations. I moved things back and forth, making a decent sum. I even aided some wanted criminals in escaping overseas. Tanko was one of them, but his escape wasn't from Intis to Fainapotter. Instead, he fled from Fainapotter to Intis. Eventually, he discovered a secluded valley deep within the mountain range and built a field of his own. He cultivated crops, tended to livestock, and kept to himself. I regularly visited, supplying him with essentials like salt, sugar, fabric, and other goods. In return, Tanko imparted mystic knowledge. I never imagined leading an ordinary life, with me out there adventuring and becoming a bounty hunter. Mysticism held a strong allure for me, and the teachings imparted by Tanko seemed invaluable at times. Tanko could be an enigma. Sometimes he'd fall into brooding silence, his temper as hard and unyielding as stone, as if wrestling with inner demons. Other times he'd be buoyant and loquacious, curious about everything around him. Every so often he'd confess to straying from the mother's teachings, descending into the depths of darkness. He'd lament how he drifted further from his true self, suffering the consequences. Occasionally, he'd voice suspicions about the church, believing it to be deceptive, claiming the true mother had departed long ago. In that moment, Lugano couldn't help but draw parallels between Tanko's cryptic musings and the philosophy of the school of God's descent, as recounted by Father Montserrat. Was this encounter a foreshadowing planted in the past? Lugano drew in a deep breath, sensing an ominous shiver down his spine. He rushed out his words. Last autumn, I revisited Tanko. We sipped his brew and discussed various things beyond the mountain. Out of the blue, he spilled that he couldn't endure his decadent, sinful self any longer. The demon lurking deep within him was gaining control. Tanko wanted to end his life before it consumed him entirely. His dying wish. I deliver his stuff to Torres, the capital of Gaia province, and hand it over to a church of Earth Mother clergymen, preferably a blessed. I pretended to agree, talked him out of it, and thought he had abandoned the idea. But the next morning, I found him dead in the field where he'd harvested grain. Golden wheat ears sprouted from his body. And, get this, he had several female reproductive organs. I was freaked out. Felt like I was dealing with a monster. Now, for us bounty hunters, a dead monster is a good monster. It's material for a paycheck. Summoning courage, I went through Tanko's things. Found a golden blob like a grain seed but half the size of a fist next to him. Based on Tanko's mystic know-how, I suspected this blob was the root of his Beyonder powers. After much internal wrestling, I debated whether to stick to our agreement and send this relic back to the church. But in the end, greed got the better of me, and I devoured the blob. I'm a guilty man. Broke my promise, hoping the sun forgives me. Lumian listened in silence, a chuckle escaping his lips. You just ate it like that? Lugano grinned sheepishly and explained. Yep, that's right. I only learned potion formulas after becoming a Beyonder and diving into mysticism. I didn't want a repeat of that experience, so I got obsessed with buying formulas. You're lucky. A few years earlier, and surviving that would have been tough. We might have crossed paths in the Darij mountain range, you as a monster and me as a monster hunter. Lumian recalled President Gandalf's research and mocked Lugano. Internally, Lumian muttered, Emperor Roselle was right. The ignorant are fearless. Something's obviously off with Tanko. He probably got tangled with the evil god's faith, corrupting the Beyonder characteristic he left behind. Eating it directly. No wonder you encountered the school of God's descent and heard baby cries. Easy to be corrupted and influenced encountering patients like Enio. Uneasy, Lugano asked. Was the planter ingredient I consumed the root of the problem? He had ingested it a year prior, and even advanced. Was there no resolution to the problem? Lumian, seemingly avoiding Lugano's beseeching gaze, feigned deep consideration as he perused the concluding segment of Madame Magician's response. I've pondered your earlier caution and have some theories, but presently I cannot divulge them to you. I can only hint that Ammon and the person behind him must have orchestrated something beforehand to divert the celestial worthy's attention from the pertinent issue. In essence, this situation seems advantageous for you and the rest of us. For now, it's best to feign ignorance and refrain from delving into it. If troubled by infantile cries, seek aid from a clergyman of the Church of Earth Mother. W.H., did Madame Magician anticipate Lugano's lingering effects in advance? It seems so. She could discern the root cause of Lugano's plight. Lumion looked up, offering Lugano a reassuring smile. The remedy to purge the corruption lies in seeking aid from Father Montserrat. That's it. After all my exposition, if there's truly no alternative, I would have taken my chances with the priest. Lugano's lips twitched as he mustered a strained smile. Very well, thank you, sir. Chapter 606, Faith Conversion, at 8 a.m. In the prayer room on the third floor of the cabin, Lugano stepped in. Father Montserrat, draped in a brown priest's robe, was already preaching. 5 or 6 individuals were scattered in the rows of chairs before the sacred emblem of life. Without disturbing the sanctified ambience, Lugano chose a spot at the front, near a supplicant. As Father Montserrat concluded his sermon and closed the Holy Bible, the supplicants rose, spread their feet, and raised their palms high, chanting in unison, "Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things." Lugano instinctively turned his head, noticing a tightly wrapped-up supplicant with brown eyes and a pale complexion in the same row, Enio, the special patient who had lost his internal organs. He's not dead. Wait, isn't the evil warlock Prinpino supposed to be dead? Why is Enio, the special patient, still alive? Lugano was stunned, almost convinced he'd encountered a ghost. Being a Sequence 8 of the planter pathway, he was ill-equipped to handle ghosts. But then, Lugano observed that Enio's face wasn't as deathly pale as before. The brilliance in his eyes had returned, and vitality coursed through him. Lugano raised his hand, tapping his glabella to activate his spirit vision. He observed Enio's ether body, no longer as ashen as before. Whether it be the yellow hue symbolizing the digestive system, the orange hue denoting detoxification and organ excretion, or other shades, they had reverted to a semblance of normalcy, albeit faint and thin. Is that even possible? Hadn't he lost his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, intestines, stomach, and kidneys? Lugano stared at Enio as though he were an aberration until Enio pivoted and pleasantly recognized him. "Doctor, your treatment works wonders. I feel like I'm recovering," Enio exclaimed joyously. And this was just the initial treatment, sans pinpointing the specific cause. Lugano's lips twitched stiffly. "That's reassuring indeed. Are you also a follower of Earth Mother?" Enio beamed, pleasantly surprised. "I'm not." "Spare me the talk of Mother God or Mother. As an Intijan, how can I subscribe to the Earth Mother faith?" Lugano gestured toward Montserrat, evading a direct response. "I need to discuss matters with the priest." Enio nodded. "When can I seek further treatment in the morning?" "You don't require treatment anymore. It's time for recuperation and repose," Lugano grumbled, forcing a smile. "In about an hour." "Thank you, Doctor." Enio waved, exiting the prayer room. When only Lugano and Father Montserrat remained, Lugano hushed his voice, gesturing toward the door. How was he healed?" Father Montserrat, still relatively youthful with sincere eyes, smiled and responded. "Thanks to Earth Mother, his fortune was favorable." As a doctor yourself, you must be aware that internal organs can be transplanted as long as they maintain a certain level of vitality. For the ritual to succeed, Prinpino utilized his Beyonder powers to sustain the vitality of those internal organs. Moreover, the set he employed was extracted from Enio, eliminating the need to consider transplant rejection effects. Furthermore, Enio remained alive, relying on mystical power to uphold a certain level of vitality. This was a crucial factor. "Did you perform surgery on him last night and transplant all his internal organs back?" Lugano was enlightened. Father Montserrat nodded. "For regular surgeons, this is an operation with nearly 0 chances of success. Even if successful, keeping the patient alive long enough to navigate the most perilous stage is challenging. However, for us, it falls within our capabilities. Indeed, compared to ordinary surgeons, Beyonder doctors like us wield mystical powers akin to miracle workers." Lugano sighed, dismissing further concern about Enio. Turning to Montserrat, he inquired with worry, "Father, I heard a baby crying again. Has that so-called child of God set his sights on me?" Father Montserrat reassured him. "Fear not. It's an inevitable repercussion of the corresponding corruption. It will gradually dissipate over time. If you're concerned about any unforeseen events or accidents on your path, I can help you eliminate them now. Is that so? You're merely a Sequence 8 doctor. Do you possess the capability to rid me of the remaining corruption, set up an altar, and seek Earth Mother's aid? Lugano remained skeptical. Thank you, Father. Montserrat gestured toward Lugano's previous spot. Follow the believer's example. Close your eyes, listen to my preaching, and simultaneously pray to Earth Mother. Remember, it's specifically to Earth Mother, no other deity. Understood. Lugano resumed his seat, crossed his arms, and shut his eyes. As Father Montserrat delivered his sermon, Lugano silently echoed the verses of the Holy Bible. Gradually, his thoughts blurred, and amidst the discourse, Lugano discerned a mother's gentle murmur and felt the comforting warmth of her embrace. His tense heart eased, reminiscent of seeking solace in his mother's arms after childhood bullying. It was a blend of dependency, reliance, and a sanctuary for the mind. Unbeknownst to him, tears trickled down Lugano's cheeks as if purifying his body and soul. Slowly, his emotions settled, dispelling the fear and unease. Done. Father Montserrat's voice seemed to waft from the distance, reaching Lugano's ears. Opening his eyes, Lugano raised his right hand, wiping away the tears. Standing up, he lifted his hands. Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things. It was an almost reflexive response. In that moment, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a faint golden glow upon the prayer room, as if heralding forthcoming abundance. Father Montserrat nodded in satisfaction. Earth Mother has purged the corruption from your body. Tonight, pay attention and see if you still hear the baby's cries. All right, Father, Lugano replied, his body and mind now at ease. The next morning, he awoke with a sense of happiness. Throughout the night, he experienced no dreams of a beckoning mother, nor did he hear the cries of the so-called child of God. Filled with joy, Lugano, after serving Ludwig breakfast, hurried to the prayer room to share the uplifting news with Father Montserrat. Father Montserrat gazed at him for a moment and asked with a smile, "Are you interested in embracing Mother Earth?" "Me," Lugano hesitated before inquiring, "Are you willing to accept the conversion of a heretic?" Father Montserrat smiled and replied, "In the Mother's eyes, there are no heretics. There are only children who are or are not willing to return home." Lugano's heart wavered, reflecting on his past actions of merely going through the motions in cathedrals, praying, listening to preaching, and attending Mass. He hadn't truly believed in any deity, and the Church hadn't provided substantial assistance. Moreover, if I truly become a believer in Earth Mother, I might gain access to subsequent potion formulas and Beyonder ingredients from the Church or the Three Orders. Even if not, I'll surely receive corresponding mysticism guidance. Lugano hesitated, finding various excuses to convince himself. Father Montserrat patiently waited, not pressuring him. He simply smiled, anticipating Lugano's decision. Eventually, Lugano raised his hands. "Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things," he responded to Father Montserrat's proselytization in this manner. Father Montserrat's smile broadened as he extended his arms. "Welcome home." Those words oddly warmed Lugano's heart. It felt as though, after years of wandering and adventuring, he had finally returned home. Fatigue lifted, and a sense of grounding enveloped him. Praise Mother Earth. Lugano crossed his arms over his chest. Father Montserrat nodded and commenced his true preaching. "You believe in the source of life, the mother of all things, the propagation of the fertile land, the symbol of the crimson moon and reproduction, as well as the destination and the starting point of everything." Lugano listened attentively, committing the information to memory. Though not devout yet, this might become his future sanctuary. He recognized the importance of presenting his good side at all times. Upon returning to the first-class suite, Lugano glanced nervously at Lumion, who was engrossed in studying the southern continent's Deutonese, and stammered, "I've changed my faith to Earth Mother. As a fellow Intisan, would he despise and scorn me?" Lumion looked up and chuckled. "Then make sure to radiate maternal brilliance. Ludwig is counting on you for some fresh fish." He doesn't mind at all, Lugano mumbled, not willing to let Ludwig go hungry. He embarked on a busy day. Late at night, after tending to Ludwig until bedtime, Lugano pondered briefly and decided to visit the prayer room. If the door was still ajar, he intended to offer a prayer before retiring for the night. He had to make a good impression right from the beginning. Lugano treaded the dimly lit stairs, approaching the prayer room with cautious steps on the creaking floor. His footfalls grew hushed, wary of disturbing those engaged in prayer and potentially interrupting Father Montserrat's embodiment of Mother Earth's teachings through reproductive activities with a female believer. Reaching the door quietly, Lugano extended his right hand, gently pushing it open. The wooden door eased ajar, revealing a small gap without a sound. It's not shut tight. Is he truly in the midst of reproduction? Lugano cautiously peered into the opening. He observed the crimson moonlight enveloping the prayer room and Father Montserrat, draped in a brown priest's robe, standing before the sacred emblem of life. Folding his arms, Father Montserrat swayed gently, as if cradling a newborn child. However, there was nothing within his embrace. Chapter 607. Smell of Food. Lugano's scalp tingled as he found himself in a surreal encounter with Father Montserrat, bathed in the glow of the crimson moonlight. The sight of the priest, cradling an invisible child in his arms, sent shivers down Lugano's spine. Is he carrying a child? An invisible child? The so-called child of God, frightened by the association, Lugano tried to quickly shut the door before the owner noticed, as if he had wandered into the wrong room. He slipped away without making a sound. Suddenly, Father Montserrat's voice echoed in the air. "Are you here for prayer?" Lugano's eyes tightened, and like a startled wild cat, he swiftly turned and sprinted towards the staircase. All he could think about at that moment was his formidable employer. However, what met his eyes was utter darkness. No staircase with a wooden floor in sight. In the shadows, clusters of pitch-black weeds with plump wheat swayed in eerie silence. Lugano's body tensed, uncertain about the unknown that awaited him in this abyss of darkness. "Why did you run?" The weeds parted, revealing Father Montserrat holding an invisible baby. Behind him, an illusionary, unusually massive oak tree stood tall. Next to the weeds, the oak tree was covered in abnormal growths, forming a chillingly simple and ominous sacred emblem of life. As Father Montserrat, clad in a brown priest's uniform, appeared less than 3 meters away, Lugano swallowed hard, offering a feeble excuse. "It's late. I didn't want to disturb you." Father Montserrat remained cradling his arms, wearing a faint smile. "What did you see?" Every hair on Lugano's neck stood on end, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Struggling, Lugano pointed at Father Montserrat's empty embrace, asking with difficulty, "Why are you doing this?" Father Montserrat responded with a significant tone, "We're all mother's children." Lugano didn't dare to delve further and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes, we're all mother's children." Father Montserrat didn't allow him to navigate through with platitudes. He deliberately added, "The child of the Great Mother." Great Mother. Although Lugano had anticipated this answer, his heart almost skipped a beat, and his mind went blank upon hearing it. Seeing that Father Montserrat had made it explicit, Lugano had no choice but to inquire, Aren't you a follower of Earth Mother?" Father Montserrat felt no remorse about betraying the Church of Earth Mother. He maintained a warm smile and explained, "Earth Mother is a facet of the Great Mother, a projection. In this role, she watches over the lands of betrayal and the children who have strayed from the mother's embrace." Gulp, Lugano instinctively swallowed, uncertain about how to counter Father Montserrat. Having joined the Church of Earth Mother just a day ago and attended only 2 sermons, he lacked the profound theological knowledge to challenge such heretics. He could, of course, outright deny it. After all, Montserrat's explanation sounded ominous. If the priest's words were true, with the Earth Mother Church's resources and factions, the so-called child of God should have already been born in the real world, and the Great Mother would have returned. Yet that hadn't happened. The current scene and the invisible pressure silenced Lugano, refraining from outright denial. What if he enraged Father Montserrat completely? Father Montserrat continued, All creatures in this world are the children of the Great Mother. Some were conceived by her, some are descendants of these deities, and some, like you and me, were directly transformed from the flesh and blood of the Great Mother. We share the strongest connection with her. Internally, Lugano couldn't help but retort, I was born by my mother, not transformed from the flesh and blood of the Great Mother. However, his smile remained, more grimacing than joyous. Don't you find the Great Mother's believers sinister and terrifying? Father Montserrat smiled and reassured, there's no need to fear the return of the Great Mother. How can a mother hate her child? You might not know, but there are many worlds beyond ours. The creatures in those places flourish under the watch of the Great Mother, constantly reproducing and growing. I've never heard of any species being eradicated. Instead, their numbers are increasing. Moreover, it's the Great Mother who granted us life. It's her prerogative to reclaim the life she bestowed upon us. We should cooperate willingly. Cooperate, my rear end, you son of a so. Lugano wasn't bewitched. Suddenly, he drew his concealed revolver and fired 2 shots at Father Montserrat. Without confirming the effectiveness of the shots, he swiftly turned and sprinted toward the dark expanse filled with black weeds. Though the destination within the dark depths was unknown, perhaps harboring great peril, staying here seemed even more hazardous. Wah! Abruptly, Lugano heard an almost ethereal cry of an infant. It was exactly the same as the sounds he had heard several times before. Lugano's expression froze, and his pace slowed as he ran. His eyes gradually filled with emptiness, and he turned around. Step by step, he approached Father Montserrat, who was cradling an invisible baby and the illusory, colossal oak tree. That's our mother, the mother who gave us life. She's willing to accept anyone who repents, every child who returns home. If she wants to take back the life she bestowed upon us, then let her. She has the prerogative to reclaim what she gave. Listening to Father Montserrat's abnormally ethereal yet seemingly close voice, Lugano gradually developed a strong and heartfelt acceptance. Yes, that's my mother. Why would she harm me? She can take back what she had given? Lugano walked faster and faster until he stood beside Father Montserrat. Instantly, he felt warmth and relief. It was the scent of a mother's embrace. Gradually, he experienced an indescribable moist sensation, as if a kitten were being licked by a female cat. How comforting! Lugano half-closed his eyes. At that moment, he heard his mother's favorite nursery rhyme from behind him. Why is Mom behind me? Shouldn't she be in front? Lugano wondered vaguely. Then he heard his mother shouting behind him. Don't go over. Don't move forward. Danger. Don't go over. Don't move forward. Danger. Lugano shuddered, his vacant eyes regaining a certain vigor. He saw where he was. The illusory colossal oak tree and moist, warm, squirming flesh petals sprouting from it. Half of his body was already enveloped in the flesh petals, slowly pulling inward. This was the motherly embrace he had just experienced. Lugano's pupils dilated, and a chill ran down his spine, causing his hair to stand on end. He exerted strength against the viscous, liquid-covered flesh with both hands, swiftly pulling away. Father Montserrat, cradling an invisible baby, appeared beside Lugano, wearing a warm smile. Return. Return to the mother's embrace and revert to our original form. Despair gripped Lugano. He wanted to confront the priest, but sadly, having consumed 2 potions, planter and doctor, he realized that, apart from enhanced strength and proficiency with farming tools and a scalpel, he lacked Beyonder powers directly applicable in combat. These powers included predicting the weather, identifying and nurturing seeds, treating ailments, healing wounds, stitching up souls, bestowing life, or possessing outstanding surgical abilities. In the past, Lugano had relied on the combat techniques and marksmanship learned as a bounty hunter to match a planter's strength and firearms. Nevertheless, not resisting at a moment like this meant certain death. Lugano, an adventurer with a history of killing, faced immense fear as he fired at Father Montserrat and drew a sharp scalpel. In Lumien's first-class cabin suite, Lumien, still engrossed in the Dutanese textbook under the kerosene wall lamp, heard a knock on the door. Perplexed, he stood up, opened the door, and found Ludwig. Ludwig, clad in grayish-white checkered pajamas, top and pants, spoke gravely. "Lugano has encountered an accident. Hurry up and save him." "An accident?" Lumian arched his eyebrows. Knowing that Lugano could still hear the baby's cries, Lumian had discreetly heightened his surveillance and attention on the servant, including just now. But how could an accident occur when Lugano had entered the Earth Mother Church's prayer room? Ludwig continued. "I couldn't sense his scent after he entered the prayer room." "What scent?" Lumian inquired casually, already forming a vague suspicion. Ludwig responded nonchalantly, "The smell of food." Lumian stretched his neck and wrists, regarding Ludwig thoughtfully. "You deliberately sniffed his scent." Ludwig's chubby cheeks displayed an expression that said, "What's so odd about that? If he perishes and you're busy elsewhere, who will assist me in gathering food?" "That's a valid point." Lumian grinned. In the darkness, enveloped by black weeds, Lugano's scalpel sliced through the air as he attempted to strike Father Montserrat. "Wah!" The baby's cries echoed once more, leaving Lugano in a momentary daze, teetering on the edge of losing control. With the invisible baby cradled in his arms, Montserrat manifested on the colossal illusory oak tree and smiled down at Lugano. "Don't resist. We originated from the mother, and we shall return to her." Just as the priest, with clear eyes and a warm smile, finished speaking, a knock on the door reverberated in the seemingly endless darkness, echoing among the weeds with abundant wheat. Upon hearing the polite knock on the door, Lugano had an inexplicable thought. How polite, to knock at the door in such a situation. Chapter 608, The Way to Find Prey. The rhythmic thumping echoed only 3 times before escalating into a resounding bang. As the sturdy wooden door flung open, the corridor bathed in the glow of kerosene wall lamps revealed a darkness entwined with overgrown weeds. Crimson flames surged forth, casting an eerie illumination. In Lugano's gaze, the illusion of the oak tree abruptly dissipated, along with Father Montserrat, cradling an unseen infant in his arms. Amidst the fiery chaos, the weeds withered and the shadows dispersed. Lugano found himself returned to the humble prayer room, now aglow with the crimson moonlight. Lumian, sporting a golden straw hat, emerged at the entrance. His eyes scanned every nook, yet Father Montserrat remained elusive. Powers akin to the Paramita world merged with other traits, albeit incapable of creating a sufficiently independent world separate from reality. It resembles demon warlock Berman gaining unique abilities through a forceful transition of pathways. Where is he hiding now? Drawing from Ludwig's knowledge from his food, Beyonders of the school of God's descent can conceal themselves in woodwork. Although I can't confirm Father Montserrat's corrupted affiliation with the school, the influence of the Great Mother is evident. Lumian swiftly assessed the unfolding scenario. The lack of resistance from Father Montserrat, who refrained from fleeing or hiding, didn't surprise Lumian. Performing the wave magic in the ship's bar had been a casual display, not wanting to waste the temporary governor of the Sea Authority. However, the subsequent use of the colossal wave to greet Captain Pedro and Father Montserrat wasn't mere showmanship. Unaware if the School of God's Descent incident had concluded, or if hidden Great Mother devotees lingered on the ship, Lumian deliberately showcased the might of a demigod governor of the sea to instill fear. If there were no other Great Mother adherents or lurking threats, his greeting actions could be seen as showmanship. But if danger lurked, it would make the elusive elements cautious, forcing them to retreat deeper into hiding. Lumian planned to let the ship reach the next port, leaving the Church of Earth Mother authorities to deal with them. Father Montserrat, seemingly unwilling to face the adventurer Louis Barry head-on and his demigod prowess, opted for concealment, biding his time until the ship docked. Had Lugano not luckily or unluckily stumbled upon the priest cradling the unseen infant, Father Montserrat might have continued portraying himself as a competent clergyman of the Church of Earth Mother, avoiding any confrontation with Louis Barry. If Father Montserrat is a believer in the Great Mother, he was cradling an invisible baby. Lugano hastily reported to Louis Barry. now realizing the gravity of the situation. Cradling an invisible baby, he could be hiding within the ship's woodwork. Lumion scanned the surroundings, inspecting chairs, the floor, and the sacred emblem of life adorning the wooden wall. In an abrupt realization, he felt a stir in his heart as he approached the sacred emblem embodying Earth Mother. Adorned with symbols of wheat, flowers, and spring water at the periphery, at its core lay a simple depiction of a baby. A baby. Advancing further, crimson flames radiated, setting the wooden floorboards and chairs ablaze. Coming to a halt before the sacred emblem of life, Lumion extended his right hand, gently caressing the baby's face. The wood instantly deteriorated, exuding a yellowish pus. It seemed that the depiction of a baby surrounded by wheat and flowers had long decayed, shedding tears of blood. There's a huge problem with the Church of Earth Mother. Lumion narrowed his eyes. While unable to pinpoint the elusive Father Montserrat, he unearthed decay and darkness lurking beneath the veneer of the Church of Earth Mother. Observing the charred remains of the woodwork and finding no trace of Father Montserrat with more wooden hiding spots on the steel steamship, Lumion turned and addressed Lugano. "Take me to the captain's cabin." "All right." Lugano visibly relaxed. Exiting the prayer room, the crimson flames within swiftly extinguished, ceasing their advance. Inside the captain's cabin, Pedro, spotting a handsome brown beard, grimaced as adventurer Louis Barry approached. Experienced as he was, he knew that there might be trouble on the ship. During the School of God's Descent incident, adventurer Louis Barry had only dispatched a servant to explain matters. Now, here he was personally visiting. What did this signify? It pointed to a more severe complication. Without awaiting the captain's inquiry, Lumion calmly asserted, "Father Montserrat has succumbed, aligning himself with an evil deity. He likely colluded with the School of God's Descent's evil warlock." Captain Pedro's mind jolted as if struck by a rod, momentarily buzzing and going blank. After a brief pause, he cautiously inquired, "Have you already killed him?" "Not yet," Lumion truthfully responded. "He escaped the prayer room and is now in hiding. Dispatch a telegram promptly, reporting this to the Church of Earth Mother and the Fainapotter government. My servant will provide the details." In the face of Louis Barry's authoritative directive, Captain Pedro yielded without resistance. He shifted his attention to Lugano, absorbing the account of his conversion and Father Montserrat's description, cradling an invisible infant. Upon hearing the revelation, Pedro wore a bitter expression and admitted, "I did sense something amiss with Father Montserrat, but I never anticipated it to be this grave." "What's the issue?" Lumion inquired. Pedro sighed, explaining, "He's a favored, a beyonder of the Earth pathway, the most orthodox clergyman. Typically, he needs a blessed's help to conduct Mass, preach to believers, and guide others into the church. However, he's the only favored on this ship without a blessed. I initially thought the shortage of staff in Port Santa was due to the sea prayer ritual, so I didn't pay much heed. But now, with Father Montserrat's fall, only with the assistance of a blessed can one conduct Mass and preach to believers. There's no blessed following him. Lumion had previously learned that favored of the Church of Earth Mother needs at least one second-in-command, blessed for their decisions to be considered valid. Otherwise, it risks being perceived as an influence of an evil god or a demon, an evil god, that Great Mother. W.H. Combined with recent events and his prior knowledge, Lumion suddenly grasped why the Church of Earth Mother maintained two distinct systems, blessed and favored, rather than merging them. Madam Magician of the Apprentice Pathway had mentioned occasional influence from the celestial worthy, unsure if it was a revelation from Mr. Fool. Similar to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings overseeing the apprentice, seer, and marauder pathways, the Great Mother likely stood atop the planter, apothecary, and villain pathways. As a result, favored beyonders of the planter and apothecary pathways would also be under the influence of the Great Mother. The origin of the revelation, whether from Earth Mother or the Great Mother, remained unclear. Confirmation required the input of blessed from pathways outside these two. Simultaneously, Blessed monitored the status of the favored. That explains it. Indeed, there's a profound and serious reason behind this seemingly absurd, wasteful, and unreasonable system design, Lumian concluded. Without further words, he instructed Captain Pedro, "Send the telegram." After the captain relayed Father Montserrat's situation to the Phaenopotter government and the Church of Earth Mother, Lumian contemplated how to locate Father Montserrat. Considering the vast sea surrounding them, unless Father Montserrat possessed teleportation or exceptional underwater travel abilities, he could only be hiding somewhere on the ship. Lumian dismissed the idea of involving his Major Arcana card holder for such a trivial issue and resolved to devise a solution himself. Could I use the ship's megaphone to insult the Great Mother, provoking Father Montserrat to reveal himself? The challenge lies in the inability to lock onto a target, potentially yielding less than optimal results, burning all the ship's woodwork. Seems like a last resort due to the presence of valuable goods in wooden crates, borrowing a bottle of prophetic concoction from Franca. It requires a fresh corpse. Additionally, if Franca is involved, I could get her to directly employ magic mirror divination, playing the symphony of hatred bone flute and informing passengers to cover their ears prior to that. But it only reduces damage without averting the effects. Right. Ask Ludwig if he recalls Father Montserrat's small. Also, yes, I can give it a try. Lumian quickly came up with several solutions and decided to systematically test each one, reserving seeking help as a final option. He bid farewell to the captain and, under the cover of night, led Lugano back to the first-class cabin suite. "Do you recall Father Montserrat's scent?" Lumian inquired of Ludwig. Ludwig shook his head. No direct contact. "Fair enough." Lumian turned around, offering a reassuring smile to Lugano. "I have an experiment in mind. Work with me." "What kind of experiment?" Lugano asked, a tremor of fear evident. Lumian gestured towards the window. "Go to the deck. It's more open there." Uneasily, Lugano descended to the deck, bathed in the crimson moonlight. His employer pulled out a full-body silver armor from his traveler's bag, revealing an inscrutable smile. Lumian recalled the Pride armor's particular disdain for items from the Earth and Evernight pathways. What if it wasn't an item but a Beyonder? How would it react? Could this hatred be harnessed to pinpoint Father Montserrat's location, given he was at least a doctor at a certain distance? Lumian wasn't entirely sure, but he intended to experiment with Lugano, a fellow Beyonder of the Earth pathway, to explore the possibilities. Chapter 609. Useful Armor. Lumian shot a quick smile at Lugano and fixed his gaze on the Pride armor, carefully observing its reaction. "What experiment? To test the effects of this armor?" Lugano questioned, a mix of apprehension and confusion in his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the air on the dark deck, bathed in the crimson moonlight, suddenly solidified. In the next instant, the empty armor produced a radiant broadsword, and an unseen force locked onto Lugano. WH. Before Lugano could react, the silver-white full-body armor surged forward, the gleaming broadsword poised to strike. In a split second, Lumian positioned himself in front of Lugano. His body expanded abruptly, almost tearing his linen shirt and black pants. Bang! Lumian's massive fist collided with the Sword of Dawn, creating a metallic clang that resonated through the air. Only then did Lugano shake off his bewilderment. Though unsure why the empty armor attacked him, he instinctively turned and sprinted away. After covering some ground, the Pride armor halted and stood silently. The Sword of Dawn, fashioned from light, dissipated, turning into beams of light that dispersed the crimson moonlight, casting a dawn-like ambience upon the dark deck. This sensation vanished in the blink of an eye. Lumian, not daring to turn his back on the Pride armor, repositioned himself and gauged the distance between the armor and Lugano. About 20 meters. Factoring in Lugano's running speed, the sensing range is approximately 15 meters, Lumian swiftly concluded. His body reverted to its original form, and a confident smile returned to his face. It was enough. A 15-meter range sufficed on the ship, he stowed away the pride armor and addressed Lugano, who was still making his way to the bow. "The experiment is over." "Huh." Lugano came to a sudden halt, realizing that Lumion had already stashed the peculiar silver-white full-body armor back into the mystical item cleverly disguised as a coin bag. Relieved, he jogged back, curiosity etched on his face as he inquired, "Did the experiment succeed?" "Very successful," Lumion replied, sporting a radiant smile. Though Lugano didn't grasp the experiment's significance, he had a hunch that Lumion might be exploring a way to locate Father Montserrat. Upon reaching the first-class suite, Lumion promptly instructed Lugano. "Go to the captain and ask him to gather all the Beyonders of the Earth pathway on the ship. Oh, and the Beyonders of the Apothecary pathway. I'll be back after capturing Father Montserrat. It doesn't matter if they don't show up. They'll bear the risk themselves." Unsure if Captain Pedro was aware of every unstable element on the ship and every Beyonder, Lumion planned to monitor the Pride armor later to prevent it from targeting hidden wild Beyonders. Allowing Pedro to handle this process first would lighten his load. As Lugano left the suite, Lumion turned to Ludwig, who had resumed his meal. "Keep an eye out later and see if there's any food secretly lurking here." Ludwig, mouth full of cake, signaled his agreement. Waiting for the captain's arrival, Lumion patrolled the cabin's top floor with the Pride armor in his arms, but Father Montserrat remained elusive. Before long, Pedro entered the suite with the suspected security supervisor and a passenger in a low hat. Lumion didn't delve into details and gestured toward the sofa. "Wait for me here." Without waiting for a response, he pressed down on his golden straw hat and exited the room. Upon reaching the staircase, Lumion pulled out his silver-white full-body armor. Gripping the sealed artifact's armpits firmly with both hands, he methodically patrolled each level of the cabin. Whenever he approached a distance less than 15 meters from his suite, Lumion exercised extra caution, yet the Pride armor refrained from attacking anyone. Could it be that, beyond 5 meters and with several layers of obstruction, the armor wouldn't exhibit any additional reactions? Lumion speculated as he descended floor by floor. After nearly half an hour, he descended to the cargo cabin at the bottom. Before maneuvering past stacks of wooden crates, the Pride armor in Lumion's grasp suddenly quivered, breaking free from his control. The silver-white full-body armor morphed a radiant broadsword. Advancing in 2 strides, it swung at a wooden box tucked in the corner. With a resounding clang, the wooden box splintered, and a handful of steel ingots spilled out. At the same moment, Montserrat's clean, youthful visage emerged from the broken box, materializing his entire body. Confronted by the gleaming broadsword of light once more, the priest's initially sturdy frame bulked up, as if transforming into a formidable brown bear. Bang! With a powerful palm strike, he sent the sword of dawn hurtling, landing atop a wooden crate of goods behind him. This strength rivaled that of a true giant bear. As Father Montserrat skillfully parried the Pride armor's onslaught, Lumion, donned in a linen shirt, black vest, and a golden straw hat, materialized swiftly beside a stack of wooden crates behind him. A chimp. 2 beams of white light shot from Lumion's nostrils, hitting Father Montserrat before he could even react. Instantly, the priest's gaze lost focus, and he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. With this turn of events, vitality surged through his body like a steam engine operating at full throttle. The robust vitality manifested as an incredibly potent self-healing ability, swiftly restoring Father Montserrat's spirit. The spell of Harumph bore a resemblance to psychic piercing, both targeting the spirit body and proving challenging to defend against. However, while the latter induced uncontrollable pain, trapping the target, the former added a sleep-inducing or unconscious state to the spirit body. A different form of harm. Since it was an injury, it could be healed. Empowered by the vigorous vitality's transformation, Father Montserrat's closed eyelids twitched as his eyeballs moved beneath them. He nearly woke up before hitting the ground. Yet, for Lumion, a mere second of restraint from the spell of Harumph was sufficient. Considering that Father Montserrat might also be a product of human refinement, some abilities might not be effective. Lumion lunged at him, extending his right hand. In his open palm, crimson flames coiled and compressed, forming a solid-looking sphere. Simultaneously, the Pride armor raised the Sword of Dawn once more. Just as Father Montserrat opened his eyes and instinctively regained balance, he caught sight of Louis Barry's jade-green eyes, the dangerous crimson fireball almost white, and the broadsword of light slashing toward his head from the corner of his vision. With only a moment to react, he twisted to the side to evade the Sword of Dawn, but Lumion pressed the crimson, nearly white fireball against him. Boom! In a resounding explosion, Father Montserrat was sent hurtling through the air. Flesh and blood erupted from his right shoulder to his abdomen, bones fractured, and squirming internal organs were laid bare. His right arm dangled, on the verge of detachment. Yet, the robust vitality within Father Montserrat persisted. Flesh and blood wriggled within the gaping wound, miraculously healing. Thud! Father Montserrat crashed to the ground, accompanied by the heavy footsteps of the Pride armor and the luminous slash of the broadsword. Lifting his finger, the blood and flesh expelled from his body during the explosion swiftly coalesced, transforming into a blurry, thin, blood-colored figure. This figure lunged at the silver-white full-body armor, enveloping it and infiltrating its form. Abruptly, the cargo hold was bathed in sunrise gleam. The blood-colored figure dissolved, gradually fading away. The sunrise gleam was gentle, sparing Father Montserrat the instinctive need to shut his eyes. Consequently, his gaze reflected crimson, nearly white flaming ravens. A dozen or so fire ravens circled Lumion, who casually kept one hand in his pocket. Their eyes fixed on Montserrat, tracing distinct trajectories as they soared. Their aim was clear: to shred the target's body and set each piece of flesh ablaze, preventing recovery even with his potent self-healing abilities. When each fragment was spaced 20 to 30 centimeters apart, their self-healing powers struggled to reunite them. This wasn't flesh and blood magic. Father Montserrat's pupils dilated, and his mouth instinctively opened, emitting a sinister yet intimate voice. With the accompanying voice, a dense darkness descended, and wheat-filled weeds sprouted, devouring the sunrise gleam that bathed the warehouse. In the darkness, some of the crimson, nearly white fire ravens lost their way, unable to traverse the distant space. Gradually, they dissipated, only a fraction successfully reaching Father Montserrat. Amidst thunderous explosions, Father Montserrat's form turned translucent, giving rise to a colossal illusory oak tree in its place. The oak tree stood unscathed amid the explosion and flames, and amidst the aftermath, the mangled form of Father Montserrat materialized on a branch adorned with mistletoe. He cradled his arms, as if holding an invisible infant. Gazing at Lumion, he wore a genuine smile. "So you're not a demigod." Wah! For the first time, Lumion heard the ethereal, hollow cry of the baby. Wah, wah, wah! Amidst the relentless cries, Lumion felt his vitality draining away. Gradually weakening, even his consciousness began to waver. The depleted vitality seemed to flow towards the invisible baby in Father Montserrat's embrace, transforming into its nourishment. Chapter 610. New Life. In the face of the infant's cries, which gradually weakened him, Lumion teleported immediately to Father Montserrat's side, launching a powerful attack to disrupt the impending impact. Yet, in that very moment, he observed the Pride armor freezing in place upon hearing the infant's cry. Suddenly, it crouched down and plunged the Sword of Dawn into the ground covered in dark weeds. Damn it! Directly employing Hurricane of Light, Lumion's scalp tingled. Without bothering to confirm, he shifted the teleportation destination, vanishing into the darkness of the illusory oak tree, and reappeared on the ship's deck. He had long recognized that Father Montserrat's weed wilderness was inferior to the Madam's paramita. It failed to sever the deep connection between the inside and outside, nor could it prevent teleportation. Its sole capability was restraining various sounds and the aftermath of battle, akin to the bottle of fiction, if not less. Nonetheless, this wilderness had unique abilities. As Lumion's figure faded into the dark wilderness, The sword of dawn embedded in the ground by the pride armor shattered, transforming into countless light fragments, creating a formidable storm that engulfed the area. The plump wheat-filled weeds were sliced into pieces, leaving the ground barren. Father Montserrat, perched on the oak branch, couldn't dodge in time. He only managed to manifest his body into something resembling wood before being consumed by the hurricane of light. The illusory, hollow cry of a baby abruptly ceased. When the hurricane of light subsided, Father Montserrat stood frozen in place. In the next moment, his wood-like body, covered in brown bark, split open, revealing deep crevices. Pa, pa, pa. Father Montserrat's body fell to the bottom of the oak tree, piece by piece. The incisions were smooth and blood seeped out. Flesh and blood were instantly absorbed by the illusory oak tree's roots, leaving nothing behind. In the middle section of the oak tree, the bark split open. Squirming, moist flesh grew out, expanding into a hole. A human head appeared, squeezed and ejected. In the blink of an eye, the naked human was born by the illusory oak tree. It was Father Montserrat. He retained his adult form, his body wet and partially covered in a dirty, translucent white membrane. New life. With the aid of the weed-covered darkness, the illusionary oak tree, and the invisible baby, Father Montserrat found a new lease of life. His brow smoothed, and his eyes regained a youthful gleam. Enormous bat-like wings, shrouded in dark skin, erupted from his back, propelling him from the heart of the colossal oak to his silver-white full-body armor. The pride armor rose, summoning light into its hand, forging a sharp spear. Launching the elongated lance with relentless force, it sliced through the air, embedding into Father Montserrat's chest. Father Montserrat's bat-like wings enveloped him, and his form shattered into palm-sized black bats. In a mesmerizing dance, the bats circled behind the pride armor, reforming into Father Montserrat, adorned with a grimy membrane. Father Montserrat's body expanded, morphing into a colossal bear. From his palms sprouted sharp claws etched with enigmatic patterns. With a forceful swipe, he etched 5 deep gouges onto the pride armor's back, unveiling its hollow interior. The pride armor froze, and the air itself seemed to still. Before Father Montserrat could launch another assault, he noticed the silver-white full-body armor pivoting without warning. Condensing hammers, axes, and flails made of light, it slashed at Father Montserrat frenziedly. Father Montserrat lowered himself, shrinking to the cleared ground, inching towards the illusionary oak tree. The ground beneath him caved, forming a rift. In that moment, Lumion, sensing the end of the hurricane of light, teleported back into the darkness. To his surprise, Father Montserrat stood unscathed, devoid of the brown priest's attire. Undeterred, Lumion retrieved the symphony of hatred bone flute from his traveler's bag. Seizing the moment while the pride armor entangled Father Montserrat, preventing the transmission of sound to the outside world, Lumion aimed to play a melody learned from Port Santa's various celebrations, composed by a church of Earth Mother Saint for a bountiful harvest. Typically, Lumion would don the flog boxing gloves, teleport closer, stimulate some desire or emotion in Father Montserrat through a punch, and then play the symphony of hatred to trigger Flog's aftereffects. However, Lumion abandoned this well-practiced routine. The peculiar illusionary oak tree on the battlefield gave him pause. Father Montserrat had carried an invisible baby, possibly a child of God. Wearing the flog boxing gloves could attract attention and danger. If the Great Mother perceived it, and allowed the child of God to breach the illusory reality barrier to confront him, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, Lumion suspected that heretics like Montserrat harbored evident psychological issues, making their mental states unpredictable. Playing the symphony of hatred directly could exploit this vulnerability, much like how he and Mr. K detested hearing others play the symphony of hatred. Uncertain about which weakness might be triggered or the ensuing changes, Lumion planned to roll with the uncertainties. Just as Lumion raised the symphony of hatred to his lips, an eerie chill crawled down his spine. "Wah!" The spectral baby's cries reverberated, mere inches from him. "He. The baby's cries morphed into laughter, as if engaged in an intriguing game with Lumion. An inexplicable stiffness gripped Lumion, freezing him momentarily. A cold aura infiltrated his body, spreading gradually to his abdomen. As his life began to ebb away, merging with the cold aura, the baby in his ear oscillated between mournful wails and gleeful laughter. Without hesitation, Lumion plunged his consciousness into his right hand, activating Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor's residual brand. A violent and frenzied aura erupted from Lumion, enlarging him without relying on his compression strength. Tangible bloodlust filled the air. The invisible baby's cries and laughter abruptly ceased, and the coldness invading Lumion's body dissipated under the searing sensation. The dark wilderness swayed, casting a faint glow. Lumion, in control, terminated the activation and blew into the black bone flute with blood-colored holes. A noticeably jubilant melody echoed, stunning Father Montserrat locked in battle with the pride armor, his face twisted in indescribable agony. Witnessing the silver armor wielding a staff of condensed light, Father Montserrat instinctively reached out, pointing at the adversary's feet. Countless vines, weeds, and tree branches sprouted rapidly, entwining the pride armor and impeding its movements. Amidst the cacophony of crashing branches and tearing vines, the pride armor advanced laboriously, slowed by the entanglement. Father Montserrat locked eyes with Lumion and in a pained plea shouted, "Run! The child of God can't be killed. Run!" Lumion realized Father Montserrat seemed more grounded than before, the warmth in his gaze, the familiarity of home replaced by agony and conflict. "Run! Repent to Mother Earth on my behalf," Father Montserrat screamed in hysteria. His naked form underwent an abnormal transformation. Organs, symbolic of creation and incubation, sprouted under the translucent, filthy white membrane, intertwining in a horrific display. Repent to Mother Earth. Lumion vaguely understood Father Montserrat's current state. His corruption appeared incomplete, retaining a side that clung to faith in Earth Mother, resulting in a split personality. Typically, the normal persona remained suppressed by the corrupted one. Is this the problem that the symphony of hatred triggered, allowing Father Montserrat's normal personality to temporarily gain an advantage and regain control of his body? Lumion sighed, but this didn't prevent him from condensing crimson fireballs that were nearly white, launching them towards the mutated Father Montserrat. Montserrat's countenance shifted between frigidity and anguish. His body alternated between evasion and restraint. With all his might, he exclaimed, "The child of God cannot be killed, only banished." As Father Montserrat spoke, the crimson fireballs, nearly white, exploded upon him. The silver-white pride armor breached the obstruction of vines and branches, charging forward with a light-conjured staff. Rumble. Upon the fireball's detonation, the fallen Father Montserrat wrested control of his body, attempting to retreat underground. In that instant, Lumion materialized behind him, brandishing the black bone flute. Lumion teleported into the explosion's epicenter, unconcerned about the potentially severe injuries from the formidable shockwave. The fireball was a decoy. The true lethal strike he primed was the Symphony of Hatred, PFFT. Lumion thrust the black bone flute with blood-colored holes into Father Montserrat's diminishing neck. Rumble! The expanding flames engulfed them both. Chapter 611. True Name. Rumble. As Lumion's body was ripped apart by the explosion, he drew upon an ascetic's tolerance for pain and a pyromaniac's resistance to burning, activating the black mark on his right shoulder once again. Alongside Father Montserrat, whose neck had been pierced by the Symphony of Hatred, he vanished into the swirling flames, reappearing at the edge of the dark wilderness. His linen shirt, black vest, and dark pants lay in tatters. The exposed parts were mangled and charred, revealing white bones in some places. Father Montserrat, close to death, had the filthy, translucent white membrane on his body torn and burned away by the explosion. The mutated naked body with various organs below was dented and charred, with flesh and blood constantly peeling off. Snap. As the first piece of flesh landed on the edge of the weed-covered darkness, it suddenly seeped in, as if absorbed by the soil. Witnessing this, Lumien's heart stirred. He grabbed Father Montserrat's body and activated teleportation once again. They left the dark wilderness and materialized on the deck bathed in crimson moonlight. Simultaneously, the illusory oak tree in the depths of the cargo hold shed its bark, revealing moist, slippery flesh. The blood-filled flesh began to squirm, but only a palm-sized figure emerged. The figure, nearly the same size as the blob of flesh that had dropped from Father Montserrat and been absorbed by the wilderness, had clear eyes and a youthful appearance, resembling Father Montserrat, who had shrunk countless times. Father Montserrat's eyes were glazed, and his expression was rigid, showing no signs of intelligence. The silver-white pride armor rushed over and swung the recondensed light hammer down, flattening the pixie-like Father Montserrat and turning him into a bloody pulp. Dawn lit up, melting the meat paste quickly. The illusory colossal oak tree instantly became more transparent, and the black wilderness with weeds rapidly disintegrated. In the blink of an eye, the abnormal scene vanished. The cargo hold returned to its original state, but many wooden boxes had shattered, and the steel walls and floor bore obvious depressions and deep marks. Elsewhere, Lumien drew the symphony of hatred's black bone flute and observed as Father Montserrat's blood dripped onto the steel deck without soaking in. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Father Montserrat, who had fallen to the ground and entered a dying state, weakly but persistently shout, "To banish the child of God, you must grasp his true name. His true name is." Suddenly, Father Montserrat's voice vanished, but his mouth continued opening and closing. The illusory, hollow cry of a baby echoed in Lumien's ears once more. Unlike before, the cries were distant, as if in another world. Lumien's body didn't stiffen or turn cold, rendering him immobile. Is the invisible child of God still wary of the Blood Emperor's aura? Is this instinctive fear? Lumien quickly surveyed the surroundings and realized that the crimson moonlight on the deck, or rather around him, had vanished. The area became abnormally dark, preventing even the sound of seawater splashing. "Wah, wah, wah!" The baby's cries persisted, growing louder and clearer. Lumien abruptly lowered his head, fixing his gaze on the breathless Father Montserrat and the stomach of the corpse before him. At some indeterminate moment, the stomach bulged, as if something writhed within. Despite the already gaping wounds, a demonic blood-red glow emanated from the belly. Lumien's eyes narrowed slightly as he knelt on one knee. Extending his right hand, which grasped the symphony of hatred, towards Father Montserrat's distended stomach. Slash! A gentle stroke of the black bone flute cleaved open the blood-red stomach, revealing blood-stained intestines and internal organs. There was no sign of the so-called child of God or a moist, filthy baby. Poof! A substantial amount of transparent, pale yellow liquid spewed out from the ruptured, blood-colored stomach, splattering the surrounding deck. Wah! 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 The baby's cries intensified, piercing and shrill, drawing closer to Lumien. He seemed to be gradually overcoming his fear of the Blood Emperor's aura out of anger and hatred. "I need to find a professional to banish this invisible child of God." Lumien, whose current spirituality allowed him 2 uses of spirit world traversal, planned on seeking assistance. Hunters weren't experts in such matters. Yet, after activating the black mark on his right shoulder, Lumien realized he couldn't sense the spirit world or the coordinates he had once held. The abnormal darkness induced by the child of God's cries appeared to seal off this area. This was closer to Paramita. "I can't find help, summon a messenger, or pray to high-level existences." Lumien's eyes narrowed as his heart sank. At that moment, the invisible child of God's cries drew nearer, causing Lumien's body to stiffen and turn cold once again. As panic surged Lumien, a conspirer swiftly devised a new plan. Exorcism spell, one of the 5 ritualistic magics from Ainz monk, capable of dispelling wraiths and evil spirits. The unborn child of God, invisible in the real world, bore a resemblance to wraiths or evil spirits. Lumion, untroubled by the need for a specific target in his exorcism spell, could firstly use his name. Secondly, he could pray to Mr. Fool. The proximity-based response of the seal on his chest, due to the severed connection with the outside world, would provide the necessary level and strength. An ascetic, Lumion could simplify parts of the exorcism spell for a quick completion. The hitch was the requirement for the target's real name and an item frequently carried. Lumion lacked both. His gaze shifted to Father Montserrat's open and deflated stomach, searching for something relevant. If unsuccessful in a minute, he planned to unleash Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor's aura, attempting to scare away the invisible child of God and break through the abnormal darkness for an indirect banishment. After scanning the area a few times, Lumion's gaze fixed on the chaotic, blood-stained intestines. Amidst them lay a short, flesh-colored, blood-stained strip, clearly not fully developed. An incomplete umbilical cord of the child of God. If it's truly an umbilical cord, it's closely tied to the child of God, connected to his flesh and blood. I don't even need to know his true name to succeed in the exorcism spell. Lumion retracted the symphony of hatred and tore off the suspected incomplete umbilical cord. The illusory baby's cries intensified. Lumion shuddered and chuckled. "Thank you for confirming it for me." He held the incomplete umbilical cord and danced a rhythmic, distorted, primitive dance. As Lumion danced, he constantly bent down, using the umbilical cord to draw corresponding symbols on the deck with Father Montserrat's blood. He simplified the patterns he needed to complete, straightened his body, and pressed his left palm, creating a crimson, nearly white flame on the symbol. Then he placed the umbilical cord into the flames. There was a strong symbolic meaning behind this, representing expulsion, incineration, and purification. "Wah!" The baby's cries heightened, sending a shiver down Lumion's spine, causing his body to tremble slightly. Swiftly, he positioned a lit candle atop the flame and umbilical cord. Stepping back, he recited in Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck," as the honorific name of Mr. Fool echoed. A wispy gray fog enveloped the surroundings. The unseen baby's cries diminished, echoing in a haunting hollowness. Feeling a burning sensation in his left chest, Lumion advanced 2 steps with a determined expression. He grasped the smoldering umbilical cord, flicked it thrice, and returned it to its place. He continued, "I beseech your assistance. I implore you to banish the object connected to this umbilical cord." In an instant, the crimson, nearly white, flames tainted the gray fog, burning more intensely. The umbilical cord swiftly charred, revealing Father Montserrat's transparent face marked by explosions and blood. The hollow baby's cries faded into the distance. Father Montserrat's spirit involuntarily retreated, relief evident on his pained face. He was also connected to the umbilical cord, and he was now a ghost. With difficulty, Father Montserrat raised his hands and shouted, "Life's precious embrace, the harvest's grace. Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things." His transparent spirit body rapidly dissipated into the darkness. The invisible child of God emitted a shrill cry filled with hatred and curses. The cry echoed in Lumion's head, making him feel as if he had endured psychic piercings repeatedly. He became extremely weak, his thoughts consumed by the pain in his soul, losing perception of the outside world. Upon recovery, the abnormal darkness on the deck had vanished, and the crimson moonlight returned. The symbols on the ground and the gray, fog-colored flames disappeared, leaving only the quietly burning candle and the charred umbilical cord. After a brief pause, Lumion bent down to extinguish the candle flame. Pressing his hand to his chest, he whispered, "Thank you, Mr. Fool." After stowing away the remnants of the umbilical cord and the ritual candle, Lumion cast a glance at Father Montserrat's still uncharacteristic corpse. He unleashed his compression power. His spirituality restored, weakness eased, Lumion finally felt confident enough to return to the cargo hold. Silently, he packed the pride armor into his traveler's bag. Completing this task, He changed into tattered clothes and tended to his exposed wounds briefly. Enduring the pain, he returned to his suite as if nothing had occurred. Addressing the captain, Pedro, and the others, he declared, "The problem has been resolved. Father Montserrat's corpse is on the deck. His belongings will be handed over to the Church of Earth Mother." Right, a blessed. Lumion harbored no intention of claiming the Church of Earth Mother's items. Captain Pedro and the others departed in bewilderment to verify the deck situation. Lugano approached Lumion and whispered, "Is Father Montserrat really dead?" "You can take a look at his corpse," Lumion replied with a smile, intending to instruct the servant to provide treatment. Lugano frowned and said, "But I vaguely heard his voice earlier." He seemed to be shouting the name of the so-called child of God. Shouting the so-called child of God's name. Back then, Father Montserrat had indeed shouted the child of God's true name, but due to special reasons, it hadn't reached the real world. Only Beyonders nearby, corrupted by the child of God, could hear it. Lumion pondered and said to Lugano, "That was before Father Montserrat's death. What name did he call out?" Lugano heaved a sigh of relief and recalled, I think it was. Finally, he remembered and recited the pronunciation. "Yes, Ombella. Chapter 612, Daybreak, Ombella." Termabarose's resonant voice reverberated in Lumion's ears as he echoed Lugano's words. "You've heard of that." Lumion hadn't anticipated Termabarose, who had maintained silence for a considerable time, mentioning a name that left no impression on him. "No, I've never heard of it before today." Lugano thought it was a question directed at him. Termabarose fell silent, offering no response. "From the looks of it, it seems there is something off about the child of God's true name, and it sounds like a woman's name. Considering the villain pathway's progression to sequence 5 Banshee, where they transition to women, and the inherent female inclination of the Earth pathway's sequence 0, Earth Mother, along with the influence of the Great Mother herself, it's quite plausible that the child of God is a woman. It's a logical deduction." Lumion glanced at Lugano and smiled. "It's fortunate you weren't aware of this earlier. Otherwise, you might have found yourself linked to the so-called child of God." As Lumion spoke, his attention shifted to Ludwig, who had silently moved to the living room's balcony. Lumion approached him at a measured pace, his gaze following Ludwig's toward the deck where Captain Pedro and others were examining Father Montserrat's lifeless form. Lumion asked thoughtfully, "Is it edible?" He meant whether Father Montserrat's corpse was edible. While Lumion had abstained from claiming the Church of Earth Mother's possessions, including Father Montserrat's Beyonder characteristics, he hadn't committed to preserving the corpse intact. In the heat of battle, it was customary for bodies to sustain damage. Ludwig shook his head. "Not yet." "Very well," Lumion sighed, retracting his gaze with a tinge of regret. Thus, the mystery of Father Montserrat's inexplicable connection with the invisible child of God remained unsolved. A peculiar umbilical cord had even taken root in his stomach, leaving Lumion unable to confirm if Principino was a byproduct refined from Father Montserrat's remains. Indeed, Father Montserrat bore signs of severe corruption, though Lumion hadn't anticipated his corruption to rival that of Mad Lady's. Of course, it paled in comparison to the state of the Mad Lady's corpse. Even Ludwig found it too dirty. As for spirit channeling, Lumion understood that a spirit banished by the exorcism spell couldn't be summoned for a specific duration, rendering communication impossible. Once this period lapsed, spirit channeling became futile. Upon returning to the living room, Lumion sank into a recliner, casually unbuttoning his black vest and linen shirt. Turning to Lugano, he remarked, "Come and treat me." Lugano's eyes surveyed the makeshift bandages and the oozing wounds, expressing surprise. "It's that serious?" Lumion, with a hint of amusement, responded. "Do you think dealing with Father Montserrat is a walk in the park? If I hadn't taken risks, I might have been the one lying dead." Lugano instinctively denied the suggestion. "Not what I meant. Why are your clothes and pants unscathed after such serious injuries?" Lumion, enduring the pain, replied casually, "I obviously changed before coming back." His traveler's bag proved invaluable. holding nearly a dozen identical shirts, vests, and pants, albeit varying in vest colors. The only casualty was the golden straw hat, consumed in the explosion, now burnt to ashes. However, this setback hardly fazed the great adventurer, Louis Barry, who had stocked up on identical replacements before leaving Port Farim. This was the benefit of having a traveler's bag. Otherwise, how could he have the space to store so many useless items with just a suitcase? Lugano, choosing not to pry further, focused on tending to his employer's injuries. Originally considering a more intricate procedure like cutting off charred skin, Lugano's plans were halted by Lumion, opting for a simpler approach. Lumion had no intention of enduring the agony of anesthesia-free surgery, knowing that he would revert to his original state at 6 a.m. With the pain and injuries now manageable and showing significant improvement, Lumion made his way back to his room. There, he unfolded a letter and began recounting the events involving Father Montserrat and the true name of the child of God, diligently reporting to Madame Magician. Lumion consistently regarded matters related to evil gods and the so-called child of God with great gravity. He believed such concerns should be left to his superiors, acknowledging the importance of involving higher authorities. Had Mr. K possessed a messenger, Lumion would have promptly dispatched a modified copy to inform the Aurora Order Oracle of the situation. The next course of action wasn't within the purview of an ordinary member like him or minor arcana. It was a concern for others to address. Observing a shared stance between the Tarot Club and the Aurora Order in combating evil gods, especially those breaching the barrier, Lumion recognized his responsibility as both a minor arcana card holder in the Tarot Club and an official member of the Aurora Order. After meticulously recording the details, including Termabarose's reaction, Lumion summoned the doll messenger. Engaged in a recent dispute with Ludwig and being in proximity to the other party, the doll messenger swiftly arrived and departed. It seldom lingered, avoiding casual conversations. In a clean and refreshing bedroom of Lone Kingdom, Backlund, Madame Magician lay peacefully in bed, immersed in a restful slumber. Abruptly, she sat up, a puzzled expression crossing her face. Spirituality warning, is something significant about to unfold? Madame Magician, having just poured a glass of Sonia blood wine and not yet delved into her astromancy, was surprised to see the doll messenger materialize on her desk. It placed a folded letter next to a dark red fountain pen. Lumion's letter. Has he unearthed the issue with the Earth Mother Church's priest? I didn't guide him in vain, Madame Magician mused, letting the glass float in midair. She picked up the letter and unfolded it. As she read, her expression underwent a sudden change, and she softly repeated the name. Ombella? The true name of the invisible child of God is this? Was my spiritual warning connected to it? This is something worth discussing at the Tarot Club's regular gathering. After a moment, Madame Magician used astromancy to indirectly verify the information. She then seated herself and observed as the dark red fountain pen levitated. Removing the cap, she began to inscribe her thoughts on the faux goatskin. Ombella is a name shrouded in the fog of history. It carries a potent symbolic meaning in mysticism. Using Ombella as the child of God's true name. I don't know if it's tied to the mysteries of the second epoch when the ancient gods, predating the ancient sun god, ruled the land, or if the Great Mother is employing intense mystical symbolism to gradually erode Earth Mother's authority and even Earth Mother herself. If we can unravel the secrets of the ancient era, we might find an answer. The one the Aurora Order believes in might know something. As Lumion read the response inked on faux goatskin, he sensed a subtle suggestion from Madame Magician, hinting at him to inquire with the Aurora Order through Mr. K. He continued reading. Simply put, Ombella belongs to the ancient giant race, once known as the goddess of harvest during the era when ancient gods held sway. I can't divulge more at this time, no need to delve into this matter specifically. If you come across the Earth Mother Church's favored, Night Stalkers, or members of the School of God's descent, keep a vigilant eye. We'll handle the follow-up. Of course, when the time comes, we might assign you 1 or 2 minor missions. The goddess of harvest, indeed linked to the earth pathway, Lumion pondered as he burned the letter with crimson flames. Returning to bed, he feigned sleep, attuned to the ship's movements. With the sunrise, his body swiftly healed, and the day unfolded without unexpected incidents. Lumion returned to the living room and addressed Lugano, who had been awake for an hour, showing signs of a restless night. "Still hearing the baby crying?" "No," Lugano replied, a mix of joy and uncertainty evident in his response. Lugano believed he needed more time to observe before drawing a final conclusion. Lumion chuckled. "As expected, seeking Father Montserrat's help is the only way to completely resolve your aftereffects." Lugano nearly choked on his words. "So that's why you wanted me to seek help from Father Montserrat. Killing him is the equivalent of completely resolving the aftereffects I suffered?" Lumion approached the balcony and instructed Lugano. "Find Enio later and use a follow-up consultation as an excuse to confirm his condition." "Right, Enio was saved by Father Montserrat's surgery. Since there's something wrong with Father Montserrat, he, too, might be problematic." Lugano had concerns seeking the patient, fearing potential danger. However, as he observed the sunlight gradually brightening and the horizon turning red, a sense of relief washed over him. At 9 a.m., Lugano returned, informing Lumion that the special patient had recovered exceptionally well. There were no signs of surgery failure or hidden dangers, nor indications of corruption. Around the same time, Captain Pedro approached Lumion, sharing news that the ship would temporarily dock to allow the Church of Earth Mother's personnel to collect Father Montserrat's corpse and relics and remove relevant individuals. Notably, the adventurer and his servant were explicitly excluded from this directive by the Church of Earth Mother. Lumion smiled, offering no response to the captain's words. His demeanor radiated confidence and certainty. Around noon, several combat nuns and a priest in a brown robe boarded the ship, escorting Enio and others away. On the balcony, Lugano observed Enio being invited off the ship, his expression a mix of daze and fear, powerless to resist. Lugano sighed. "If he's fine, why capture him?" Lumion emitted a soft chuckle. "You think it's non-existent just because you say so? Be optimistic. After the Church of Earth Mother confirms there's no issue, he might secure a clerical position within the church, interacting with combat nuns daily." Lugano fell silent, then after a few seconds he remarked, "But that also means losing his freedom." "He's a victim. Freedom?" Lumion scoffed. "The prerequisite for freedom is not endangering others." Despite his stance, as he witnessed the terrified and nervous Enio and recalled the deceased Father Montserrat in his normal persona, Lumion couldn't help but recall a peculiar phrase his sister would occasionally utter. "All living beings suffer. Uo." With a whistle, the ship prepared to set sail once again. Chapter 613. New Commission. A few days later, Lumion lounged on a recliner on the suite's balcony, soaking in the sea breeze, reveling in the sunlight, and sipping an undiluted Manzan. From his traveler's bag, he retrieved the incomplete umbilical cord from Father Montserrat. The cord was completely charred, stripped of its spirituality. After Lumion's repeated confirmations, backed by Franca and Jenna's divination, a conclusion was reached. After the exorcism spell, the umbilical cord lost its vitality. Moreover, lacking Beyonder characteristics, it couldn't function as a mystical item or a main ingredient for charms, agents, weapons, or any other artifacts. All it retained now was its distinct uniqueness. In simpler terms, it mirrored the mark left on Lumion by Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. Devoid of power and incapable of emitting the fearsome aura of the Great Mother's Child of God, Lumion couldn't wield it to intimidate and temporarily intimidate a specific target. Lumion surmised that it could only play a role in 2 scenarios. Firstly, it could act as a casting ingredient, enabling specific spells to wield power beyond ordinary standards, or aiding warlocks in utilizing special spells beyond their usual repertoire. Secondly, It could serve as a supplementary ingredient incorporated during the crafting of mystical items, charms, agents, or Beyonder weapons, imparting unique effects to the final product. Naturally, Lumion also believed that such an umbilical cord fragment could prove valuable in the presence of the Great Mothers bestowed. For instance, even without provocation, he could provoke intense animosity from those individuals. Regrettably, witches share similarities with pyromaniacs. They are restricted to utilizing various black magic bestowed by potions, unable to delve into spell study and master new incantations like warlocks. Among these black magics, only one, the bloodline curse, can be paired with an umbilical cord as a casting ingredient. However, the invisible child of God has yet to manifest in the real world, rendering the curse ineffective against him. Cursing the Great Mother is also off the table, as Franca and Jenna might find themselves with giving birth right there and then. Yes, at the next meeting at the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society or any other mysticism gathering, I could aim to acquire a mystical item tied to a warlock sequence. Then amass potent spells that employ umbilical cords or high-level items as casting ingredients. Isn't this creating several complications? In Auror's terms, it's akin to raising a sheep for a plate of coarse salt, nurturing it only to be eventually slaughtered and roasted. I've not needed to seek out an artisan for crafting mystical items lately, and the absence of primary ingredients complicates matters. Alternatively, should I transform it into a Beyonder weapon with limited use? This isn't ideal. There's a contamination risk if an insufficiently skilled artisan incorporates it as a supplementary ingredient. It's not worthwhile enlisting the help of a high-level artisan for what seems like a practically useless item. What about fashioning charms and agents myself? Lumion scrutinized the charred, short umbilical cord for an extended period, grappling with indecision. Eventually, he returned it to his traveler's bag. Then, Lumion reached into his pocket, where a finger from Mr. K sat. In the past 2 days, he had undertaken a special return to Trier to brief Mr. K about Father Montserrat and the invisible child of God. He received unreserved approval and praise from Mr. K. The enthusiasm and fervor led Lumion to suspect that Mr. K might, in the next moment, sever his own arm and offer it to him. His fingers seemed insufficient to convey the depth of his emotions. Mr. K expressed great satisfaction with his decision to permit Lumion to leave Trier and pursue his adversaries. He perceived it as the Lord's revelation and commended Lumion's peculiar affinity for heretics and incidents involving evil gods, seeing him as a walking calamity for the fallen. How could a Beyonder of such stature confine himself to Trier? It was imperative to explore various locations in the northern and southern continents, regarding the name of the ancient goddess of harvest, Ombella. Mr. K didn't exhibit a notable reaction, nor did he seek an immediate revelation from his lord. Lumion, failing to secure an answer, bid farewell and departed. Instead, he sought out Franca, Jenna, and Anthony to share the details of the surgical removal, human refinement, and Father Montserrat's near conception of the Great Mother's child of God as a man. While Franca and Jenna were already acquainted with the sowers of the villain pathway, the connection with Father Montserrat left them feeling like they were hearing a horror story, traumatized by the bestowed of the Great Mother. Anthony displayed no overt reaction, but he made a rare gesture. Unconsciously, he gently stroked his stomach. After conveying his sentiments, Lumion returned to the ship contentedly, resuming his journey to the southernmost part of the Fainapotter kingdom. Knock, knock, knock. Lumion had just flipped through the Dutanese textbook for a few minutes when a series of knocks echoed on the suite's wooden door. Lugano, ever diligent, played the role of a servant, making his way to the door and peering through the peephole. In the past few days, the absence of baby cries had eased his anxious heart. This incident only heightened his gratitude for choosing to stay with his employer rather than returning to Trier. Lugano believed that if the issue stemmed from the Beyonder ingredients left behind by Tanko, even if he hadn't boarded this ship, he would have encountered a similar situation sooner or later. Moreover, The wait wouldn't be long, perhaps a year or even half a year. Without the aid of a powerful Beyonder like Lumion Lee, his fate would have been quite clear. Spotting Captain Pedro outside, Lugano turned to Lumion, who was on the balcony, and informed him, "Boss, the captain is looking for you." "Why would the captain seek me out?" "Shouldn't we tacitly overlook what happened?" Lumion closed the Dutanese textbook and returned to the living room, bathed in bright sunlight. Pedro, sporting a handsome brown beard, entered the suite and exchanged pleasantries. Clearing his throat, he said, "Mr. Barry, are you interested in taking on a commission? It's a straightforward one and won't consume much of your time." Straightforward. I doubt it would remain so after being entrusted to me. After various experiences, he gained a better understanding of his unique constitution. As a Beyonder of the Hunter pathway, harboring an evil god's angel within him and concealed remnants of the Blood Emperor's aura, he naturally attracted calamities, prematurely unveiling problems that might have remained hidden. Lumion couldn't foresee how a supposedly simple commission would unfold. Seated in an armchair, Lumion smiled and responded, "What commission?" "I'll listen to the specifics before deciding whether to accept it." Pedro sighed, beginning to explain, "The destination of this voyage is Port Kala, my hometown. My wife and children live there. At the start of the year, my beloved eldest daughter, Sala, fell in love with a young man. She was passionate and eager to marry him. As you're aware, in Fainapotter, marriage and family are held in high regard. We must approach marriage cautiously and maintain it responsibly. Blindly rushing into the cathedral isn't our way. Is that lad displeasing to you and your matriarch?" "Are you hiring me to silence him?" Lumion teased. "Honestly, there's no need for such trouble. A captain like you surely has plenty of ways to handle inexperienced young people. For instance, give him an opportunity and entice him into the sea trade, only for him to never return." Pedro chuckled dryly and responded, "I'm a law-abiding citizen. I won't resort to such measures." "A seafaring captain with Beyonder abilities is a law-abiding citizen? Spare me the humor," Lumion criticized, smiling at Pedro, prompting him to continue. "I probed the young man and sensed something amiss. I hired adventurers to investigate him, but the two adventurers never returned," Pedro explained earnestly. "This raised my alarm. I don't want my child involved with such a person. It's too risky." Lumion nodded slightly. "Is that why you've sought me out?" "Yes," Pedro admitted, forcing a smile. "To you, this may seem trivial, but it's of utmost importance to me. I'm willing to pay 20,000 gold risat as compensation. All spoils are yours." 20,000 gold risat. Being a captain seems quite lucrative. Lumion pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you a Beyonder of the planter or apothecary pathway? Are there any Beyonders from these two pathways in your family?" "What kind of question is that?" Pedro was taken aback. "No." "Why haven't you sought help from the church?" Lumion inquired, posing a second question. Pedro's expression darkened. After a brief silence, he sighed and replied, as expected of an experienced adventurer, "I didn't approach the church because something is off with my daughter, Sala. Her infatuation with that young man is too intense, and she rejects reason. It's as if she's possessed by a demon. Seeking the church could resolve the issue, but it might also lead to a negative encounter and outcome for Sala." Lumion nodded thoughtfully. "Do you suspect that Sala has been influenced or even possessed by an unknown entity?" "Yes," Pedro admitted, appearing worried. Lumion asked a few more questions and took a moment to reflect before stating, "All right, I accept this commission." He had to consistently pursue opportunities and work towards digesting the Conspira potion to a level where he could conduct an advancement ritual upon reaching West Balam in the southern continent. Of course, saving up funds for Ludwig's meals was another motivation. A few days later, at 10 p.m. In apartment 702, 9 Rue Orosai, Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative, Trier, Franca and Jenna glanced at Anthony, who had just knocked and entered, puzzled. "Why are you here at this time of day?" Anthony nodded. "I found that woman." "Huh," Jenna was momentarily surprised before questioning. "The woman who appeared in the magic mirror divination. The woman whose presence caused the mirror world fragment on me to tremble slightly. Anthony affirmed with certainty. Yes. Chapter 614. Under the Table Transaction. Delilah Leroy, daughter of a gem merchant, already wed with offspring, a boy and girl, indulges in opera, theater, and literature. Despite the prior incident in Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra, she persists in her activities, easily located by my informant within a week. Not one for bodyguards, she ventures out with only her lady's maid and a valet in tow, seated in a window booth at a street cafe. Jenna mentally reviewed the compiled data, observing the refined lady with makeup befitting her stature disembark from her carriage and enter Trier's esteemed Avenue du Boulevard's Bonnie department store. Jenna redirected her attention, acknowledging Anthony Reed seated diagonally across from her. That's her? Franca, positioned on the same side as Jenna, deliberated before speaking. The issue at hand is she baiting us. If her reaction was merely surprise without understanding, we might glean little of value. Should she persist in her high-profile activities, despite the resonance with the mirror world fragment, it's plausible that she or the person behind her seeks to draw out the mirror world fragment's holder. Having assessed the scenario, Franca concluded, engaging with Delilah recklessly poses significant risks. But our magic mirror divination assures the safety of today's operation, Jenna countered. Franca smiled in response. Place not undue faith in divination. Moreover, the danger may not be immediate. Hastily engaging with Delilah could disrupt our future leads. So we stand by, wait a month or two until tensions ease before acting. Jenna pondered briefly, then sat upright, revealing her plan. I have an idea. What is it? Franca inquired, intrigued. Jenna pursed her lips and smiled. Employ the mystical item, authority holders under the table transaction. It grants us a discreet opportunity to interact with Delilah unnoticed. This way, if the issue stems from the person behind Delilah, our contact remains concealed, preserving the trail of clues. And if Delilah herself is the concern, we can swiftly transition from contact to control. Franca contemplated the proposal with gravity for a brief moment. It's not implausible. I'm actually interested in testing the authority holders under the table transaction myself. No need to contest it. I'm a sequence higher than you, and my self-preservation capabilities surpass yours. Even if evil entities like demons seek a trade, I can invoke Madam Judgment, a formidable arbiter, as my witness. The demoness of pleasure appeared eager to put the mystical item to the test. Jenna remained silent for a few seconds before consenting. All right. Anthony continued. I'll handle the brief encounter. Using a hypnotist ensures no lingering clues or traces for the person behind Delilah to discover. No issue. Franca dispensed with formalities, directing her gaze at Jenna, awaiting the retrieval of the authority holders under the table transaction. Dressed in grayish-white attire with brown leather armor, Jenna, like many female mercenaries, carried a leather-brown backpack. From the backpack, she retrieved a small, dark-painted wooden box adorned with a membrane curtain on each side, placing it on the table in the cafe's private room. Franca weighed the terms of her request against the price of the authority holder's bribe powers. Rolling up the sleeve of her lady's shirt, she reached through the membrane curtain on one side of the wooden box with a small cloth bag containing 100 louis d'or in her right hand. Although the usage instructions didn't explicitly exclude banknotes, Franca, drawing on her extensive mystic experience, opted for gold coins, a more universally accepted form of currency. In the next instant, she felt contact with wrinkled and moist skin, 5 fingers enclosing around the cloth bag containing the gold coins. Suppressing a momentary surge of disgust, Franca articulated her request in Hermes. I desire an uninterrupted, unobserved, and highly discreet face-to-face encounter lasting over 3 minutes between my friend Anthony Reed, seated across from me, and Delilah, a member of the Leroy gem merchant family in the nearby Bonnie department store. Franca had included meticulous qualifiers, ensuring precision in the parties' meeting and the manner of their encounter to avoid any distortion. The object with the wrinkled and wet palm-like texture lifted the cloth bag, containing the gold coins and withdrew. This signified the agreement of the authority holders under the table transaction. Franca withdrew her right hand, using a white handkerchief to meticulously cleanse the touched area while expressing her discomfort with continuous spitting. "Where should we position ourselves while waiting for the opportunity to meet?" Anthony inquired. Franca stowed away her handkerchief, offering a smile. The request specified only 2 individuals, yourself and Delilah Leroy. Consequently, your best chance is to shadow her until the opportunity arises. Fair enough. At this juncture, Franca retrieved the resplendent 7-stone bracelet from her traveler's bag, extending it towards Anthony. In case of any complications, teleport away immediately. Observing the seriousness in the demoness of Pleasure's demeanor, Anthony swallowed his inclination to politely refuse and accepted the 7-stone bracelet. After a moment of contemplation, Franca suggested, "If you place trust in me, I can craft a paper figurine substitute using your blood and hair." Anthony remained silent for a few seconds before agreeing, "Okay." Within the confines of the Bonnie department store, Anthony swiftly pinpointed Delilah Leroy, exercising his keen observation skills as a hypnotist. Delilah stood amidst the first floor, accompanied by her lady's maid and the valet, engrossed in a magician's performance held by the department store to elevate the ambience. In the midst of the spectacle, the magician's assistant wheeled in a substantial wooden box capable of accommodating 3 to 4 individuals. The magician, with a theatrical flourish, removed his top hat and made an announcement. "For my next act, I require the assistance of 2 fortunate members of the audience. Madam, would you do me the honor of joining me on stage?" The magician's invitation was directed at Delilah Leroy. Though hesitant, Delilah couldn't muster a refusal and reluctantly ascended the wooden stage prepared for the magical performance. A weak personality and a difficulty in declining others, perhaps influenced by the authority holders under the table transaction. Anthony vaguely anticipated the nature of the intended meeting as he observed Delilah's demeanor. With a calculated step forward, he drew the attention of the magician. "This gentleman, please join us on stage as well." Feigning reluctance, Anthony awkwardly made his way up onto the stage. The magician gestured toward the wooden box, instructing, "Please take a seat inside." Pursing her lips, Delilah sighed and, urged by the crowd, entered the wooden box. Choosing a seat the furthest from her, Anthony, while there was still illumination, offered a smile and remarked, "Truth be told, I feel a bit embarrassed too." His words were delivered with a calm and genial tone, causing Delilah's tense demeanor to ease. Anthony continued, "Don't believe me? Look me in the eye." He pointed to his eyes, inviting her gaze. Delilah instinctively turned her gaze toward a pair of dark brown eyes reflecting her figure. "My figure." Delilah was caught off guard as her gaze seemed to descend into a spiraling depth. In that moment, the magician closed the wooden box, enveloping it in darkness. Seizing the opportune moment, Anthony posed a question. "Did you experience anything unusual in Quartier de la Maison d'Opera a week ago?" "Yes," Delilah responded truthfully, sensing a trustworthy demeanor. "What was that sensation?" Anthony inquired as the magician recited his rehearsed lines. "My heart started racing and my blood felt like it was boiling," Delilah recounted her experience. "Do you know what that means?" Anthony probed further. In the darkness, Delilah shook her head. "I'm not sure, but my real father instructed me to inform him immediately if I had similar sensations." "Real father?" Anthony had a hunch. Delilah chuckled self-deprecatingly, explaining, "My real father, my mother's lover, and the current government's Minister of Industry, Morin Avigny." Morin Avigny, sensing the magician's maneuvers with the wooden box, Anthony swiftly posed a final question. "What did he say upon learning about your reaction?" "He told me not to worry and to continue living as usual," Delilah admitted, still harboring some concerns. Anthony acknowledged her words succinctly. "Lovely lady, I'm thrilled to share this magic moment with you. Can you provide me with something memorable? Perhaps a few strands of your hair?" His voice, deep and captivating, made Delilah feel that the request was entirely normal. Consequently, she plucked a few strands of hair and handed them to Anthony. Upon touching the hair, Anthony sighed in relief and continued in a resonant voice. "I don't want this to jeopardize your family. Once you step out of this wooden box and hear my snap, you'll forget our interaction here." As his compelling voice echoed, Delilah's thoughts blurred. Smack! The wooden box opened, revealing only Anthony. Delilah, on the other hand, had been gracefully pulled from behind the stage by the magician. The audience erupted in excited applause. Once the ovation died down, the magician, hand pressed to his chest, bowed in gratitude. Without casting a glance at Delilah, Anthony snapped his fingers. Intent on engaging in conversation with the man who had established a connection with her, Delilah was jolted when she heard the snap. Her body shuddered slightly. Her eyes momentarily glazed over before regaining awareness. Turning on her heel, she descended the wooden platform, returning to her place between the lady's maid and valet. Meanwhile, Anthony departed at a measured pace, seamlessly blending into the crowd. In Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative, apartment 702, 9 Rue Orosai, Franca applied the ashes of Delilah's hair onto the surface of the makeup mirror using black flames, reciting the familiar incantation for the magic mirror divination. Amidst the splashing water and the dark luster, Franca posed the question, "Is the owner of this hair a mirror person?" The aged voice responded, "No." Chapter 615, Descendants. Based on Anthony's feedback, Franca had long suspected that Delilah wasn't a mirror person but had some connection to them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted abnormally without knowing anything. She raised the question during magic mirror divination to ensure Delilah hadn't made preparations in advance or been hypnotized. After a moment of contemplation, Franca posed her second question. "Is the owner of this hair a descendant of the Tamara family?" Amidst the splashing water in the dim mirror, an aged voice replied, "No." Not a descendant of the Tamara family, Franca used the elimination method and chose a pre-prepared question. "Is the owner of this hair a descendant of mirror people?" The aged voice replied in a calm and hoarse tone, "Yes." Yes, Franca and Jenna were both shocked and delighted, though they had similar suspicions, confirming it stunned and terrified them. How long had the mirror people infiltrated Trier? Why did they have descendants in their 30s? Moreover, they could marry, have children, and have descendants like ordinary people. Aside from believing in the mirror's primordial demoness, who had a more extreme personality and naturally harbored resentment towards her counterpart outside the mirror. What was the essential difference between them and ordinary people? Franca and the others weren't sure if most mirror people dissipated after death, leaving behind fragments of the mirror world, or if only a few special mirror people like Mirror Gardener were like this. Combined with Delilah's biological father, the current Minister of Industry, Morin Avigny, instructing her to pay attention to abnormal reactions, Franca concluded that the high-ranking official had been replaced by a mirror person many years ago. According to the information gathered, the municipal modifications in underground Trier, particularly the catacombs, were implemented to address the leakage of the Fourth Epoch Trier's seal. Mirror people had already replaced the originals by then, making it reasonable for them to inhabit Trier. Anthony said after some thought, "The problem now is that mirror people can actually have descendants normally." Jenna's eyes flickered as she interjected, "One more thing. Did a descendant of the Tamara family bring the mirror world fragment into the tomb in recent decades? Or was it a special mirror person searching for something and ended up perishing in there? Or could it be that before Fourth Epoch Trier sank underground or was sealed, mirror people were already active on this land?" Franca hissed and said, "Your latter conjecture is a little terrifying. Our original deduction was that the special mirror world stemmed from the War of the Four Emperors, which caused Fourth Epoch Trier to sink. It was closely related to the primordial demoness's divine descent, Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor's counterattack before death, and the demise of the demoness of catastrophe, Crismona. However, If mirror people had appeared in Fourth Epoch Trier before all of that, the root cause of the problem would be even more mysterious and terrifying. Fear of the unknown. Franca couldn't help but gaze at the makeup mirror in her hand and address the dark mirror. Am I a descendant of mirror people? She didn't expect an answer, knowing that magic mirror divination usually allowed only 3 questions at most. She merely voiced her thoughts and was concluding the divination. The mirror fell silent for a few seconds before resuming. Your ancestor had nothing to do with Trier. Oh, does that mean I can't be related to the mirror people? Wait a moment, Franca's surprise reverberated in her voice. Then a sudden realization struck her. So, you're not an emotionless answering machine. You don't have to strictly adhere to the corresponding rules. The darkness on the mirror's surface swiftly dissipated, and the aged voice ceased. Franca was left speechless. Jenna drew closer to Anthony, her words a hushed murmur. Did you catch the helplessness in that answer? Anthony cast a subtle glance at Franca and nodded imperceptibly. Hey, don't whisper in front of me. I can hear you. Franca complained, her assassin's keen senses picking up their conversation. She swiftly shifted the topic. Fortunately, it said no. If it was a yes, it would be terrifying. Your grandfather or great-grandfather shouldn't be Trierians, right? I'm not even a Trierian myself, Anthony replied. Jenna tersely acknowledged. The generation of my father's and mother's grandfathers came to Trier. Franca breathed a sigh of relief, stating, now the direction of the investigation is clear. The current Minister of Industry, Morin Avigny? She pondered whether to conduct a covert investigation to gather crucial information or to promptly inform 007 and let the eternal blazing Sun Church handle it. Opting for the latter meant potential constraints due to confidentiality principles, limiting her access to the specific details she could seek from 007. Uo. Amidst a whistle, a ship steered into Port Kala on the southernmost coastline of the Fainapotter Kingdom. It was already mid-November, and Trier was gripped by a cold winter. Although Port Santa demanded thick clothing due to plummeting temperatures, Port Kala retained a warm climate. Passers-by adorned themselves in fancy short-sleeved shirts and loose pants, exposing their ankles. Unlike Port Santa, Port Kala lacked the tradition of carrying sabers or swords, but Lumion, drawing from her knowledge, knew that the people here were still rambunctious, with large-scale armed conflicts being commonplace. Port Kala differed significantly from Port Santa, which thrived on pastures, plains, and mountain range mines. With limited arable land and scarce pastures, the inhabitants originally depended on the sea for their livelihood. Over generations, the Church of Earth Mother's advancements in land development, seed cultivation, and livestock breeding transformed Port Kala. While the region achieved a level of self-sufficiency in food production, the rambunctious folk customs endured. Nevertheless, Port Kala continued to be a major importer of food, serving as one of the primary trade hubs between the Fainapotter Kingdom and the southern continent. The bustling port hosted numerous foreigners and stood as a key base for the harvest fleet. Captain Pedro, standing beside Lumion, observed the lively port scene. It's the dry season, so the weather isn't as hot, and there's not much rain. It's the most comfortable period in Port Kala. You're welcome to visit. These words, spoken out of courtesy, hung in the air. Lumion, leaning against the shipboard, directed his gaze toward the distant sea, shrouded in what seemed like dark clouds. Is that the Berserk Sea? The Berserk Sea divided the northern and southern continents. Only when Emperor Roselle found a safe sea route could the northern continent's countries cross the sea and reach the southern continent. Pedro nodded, a hint of solemnity in his voice. That's right. Without a captain and sailors familiar with those waters, a ship will undoubtedly be swallowed by the ever-changing and violent weather there. Shipwrecks occur around Port Kala every year, claiming lives. When the majority of the passengers disembarked, Lumion guided Ludwig and Lugano to Captain Pedro's residence. He intended to assess the situation of his eldest daughter, Sala, and her lover, before deciding on his next course of action. Carrying a suitcase and holding Ludwig's hand, Lugano trailed closely behind his employer, It wasn't until they left the dock that he realized something startling. His employer and the captain were conversing in Highlander. Since departing from Port Santa, his employer and most of the ship's occupants had been using Highlander for communication. When did he learn Highlander? How had he become proficient in it? As Lugano observed his employer's retreating figure, he fell into a thoughtful silence, absorbing the relatively fluent Highlander being spoken. Portcala, 7 White Shark Street, Pedro's house. A 5-story building with a green front lawn and a charming garden in the rear. It was home to nearly 30 people under Pedro's mother's care. Passing through the iron gates, Lumian spotted a couple strolling arm in arm on the lawn. They were both very young. The woman, in her early 20s, possessed brown hair, brown eyes, and a naturally fair, now tanned complexion. Although her appearance was remarkable, Lumian, accustomed to interacting with demonesses and having a beautiful sister, deemed her merely decent. The man, in his mid-20s, had ordinary features, single eyelids, and curly brown hair. Clad in a white shirt and dark gray pants, he had very average looks and demeanors that would be lost in a crowd. "Sala, let me introduce you. This is the great adventurer, Louis Barry. His legendary experiences will soon reach Cala." Pedro joyfully introduced Lumian without a trace of gloominess. Sala, sporting a fishnet hat to shield herself from the sun, approached with curiosity. "What kind of legendary experiences?" "Does earning 300,000 gold risat from a commission count?" Pedro replied, representing Lumian with a smile. 300,000 gold risat, Sala exclaimed. This was a huge fortune for most people in Fainapotter. Lumian observed the father-daughter interaction with a smile. In his peripheral vision, he detected a darkening expression on Sala's lover, a clear sign of displeasure, jealousy, vigilance, and worry. If there's truly something amiss with him, he should be more confident, Lumian mused, unfazed. Pedro then introduced Sala's lover. Flores, Sala's fiancé. They met in Fainapotter City. Fainapotter City, nestled in the highlands, stood as the capital of the Fainapotter Kingdom. Sala had encountered Flores there during her university studies, though Flores hailed from an ordinary family with modest educational qualifications. Having completed only elementary grammar school, he later established a grocery store near Highlander University. "Greetings," Lumian nodded slightly, exuding the self-assured air of a great adventurer. Following the welcoming banquet, Flores departed from Pedro's house. He ventured into his favorite romantic bar, settling at the counter with a discontented expression. While casually surveying the surroundings, he couldn't help but notice a woman seated 2 or 3 spots away. Her flaxen-colored hair was elegantly tied up, and her lake-colored eyes held a crystalline glimmer. With a high nose bridge and rosy lips, even her side profile was breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 616. Love. For a moment, Flores found himself captivated by her presence. He couldn't resist leaning in to compliment her straightforwardly, a habit common among male Fainapotterians. "Today is my lucky day to encounter such a beautiful lady. Could I be luckier to buy you a drink?" The woman's eyes flickered, and a smile graced her lips. She gently shook her head, indicating that his offer wasn't accepted. Undeterred, Flores wanted to say more, but he noticed the woman's expression cooling off, prompting him to retreat to his seat. In the following moments, he alternated between stealing glances at the woman's figure, clad in a simple shirt and slender black pants, and observing the rim of her glass, watching it touched by her moist red lips. Flores's body heated up, and his mouth grew dry. The more beer he drank, the harder it became to quench his thirst. Eventually, the woman finished her light gold manzan, placed the tall glass on the bar counter, and gracefully left amid the soothing and elegant music. Flores hurriedly approached, pulling out a soft tissue that had gained popularity in recent years. He wiped the edge of the wine glass, where the woman's lips had just touched. Then he folded the tissue, meticulously scanning the surroundings of the bar stool. He collected a few flaxen-colored long hairs, securing them in the tissue. Completing this task, Flores became aware of the bartender and the nearly 20 male customers around him, all staring with a shared judgmental gaze. Pervert. Flores wasn't the sole victim of the woman's enchantment. It extended to all the men and a few women in the bar. All of them had witnessed his perverted actions. Despite the accusatory stares, Flores kept his composure and left as if nothing had transpired. He vowed never to return to this bar again. Yet he harbored no regret for his actions. On the way back to the apartment, Flores's heart pulsed with anticipation, fueled by the promise of gains. His pace quickened, though practicality dictated a more measured speed. Upon reaching his residence, he drew the curtains and retrieved an old notebook with a yellowed cover from his suitcase compartment. Inside, a mottled note held a complex vocabulary that didn't belong to any language from the northern continent, accompanied by numerous instructions in Highlander. Flores eagerly placed the tissue containing the woman's hair and saliva on the notebook. He then took up the mottled note, reciting the intricate and peculiar words with marked pronunciation. Laboriously. This was the love incantation Flores had chanced upon. With the true name, date of birth, closely related items, or bodily fluids like flesh and blood, he could insert the medium in his notebook and recite the incantation 7 times, compelling the target to fall irrevocably in love. Flores had patiently waited for the opportune moment to orchestrate Pedro's daughter, Sala, to fall and be injured. His timely aid had not only garnered gratitude, but also facilitated the collection of her blood, fulfilling the conditions for the love incantation. Reality had validated the enchanting power of the love incantation. Flores refrained from using it again, uncertain of how to dispel its effects. If pursued by multiple women before his marriage to Sala, provoking a conflict among them could jeopardize his standing within the large family and hinder access to resources and support. However, today was different. She was the most captivating woman he had ever encountered. He was ready to pay any price to make her his own. Uncertainty lingered in Flores's mind about whether the saliva-stained tissue and the naturally fallen hair could truly serve as a medium for the love incantation, but the desire to find out overwhelmed any reservations. Excitement and anticipation surged within him as he envisioned the possibility of witnessing such a beautiful scene, an uncontrollable smile gracing his face. Laboriously. Flores continued reciting the love incantation with abnormal devotion and enthusiasm, his heart pulsating with desire and joy. Laboriously. After repeating it 7 times, Flores watched in amazement as the tissue and hair burst into flames, reflecting a rainbow before swiftly turning to ashes. Success, success. Flores couldn't initially believe it, but immense joy struck his heart. Surprise lingered, but Flores cared little. What mattered was that it worked. That captivating woman is now in love with me. Thoughts of what would unfold next raced through Flores's mind. He hastily closed the notebook, clipped the note, and dashed to the door without bothering to put them away. He yearned to walk the streets, confident that the lovely person must be seeking him. As Flores swung the door open, there she was, the woman from the bar standing outside. Flores's entire being went slack under the lake-colored crystalline gaze, his balance teetering on the edge of surrender. Every fiber of his being yearned to yield. As the woman willingly stepped into Flores's embrace, he eagerly enveloped her in his arms, leaning in for a kiss. Yet, the sensation he encountered was far from the warmth and softness he had imagined. Instead, it was cold and unyielding. Flores's surprise turned to shock as he realized he was embracing a waist-high mirror. The mirror brushed against his chest, swaying back and forth, resisting his attempts to disengage. Flores recoiled in unnatural fear. The lingering sensations from his earlier fantasies refused to dissipate. His heart froze while his body burned. With mounting dread, he struck the mirror with increasing force. Finally, retreating to his suitcase, Flores delivered a decisive blow, shattering the mirror with a resounding crack. It shattered into countless fragments, piercing Flores's clothes, chest, stomach, and arms. Agony surged through Flores's body, searing his senses, snapping the fraying nerve that was already on the brink. In that moment, he tasted a euphoria unlike any other. Collapsing to the ground, Flores lay motionless, caught between fear, longing, anguish, and ecstasy. It can truly assist in digesting the pleasure potion. Franca clicked her tongue, observing the scene unfold in the mirror of the apartment diagonally opposite Flores's room. With her expertise, the spectacle before her could be deemed a novelty. I assured you I wouldn't deceive you. Lumion, sporting a golden straw hat, responded with a grin. Upon accepting the commission and identifying Flores's primary problem of inexplicably garnering the fervent affection of a stunning girl, Lumion's initial instinct was to deploy a demoness to test this individual. Franca's saliva and hair served as part of the investigation. After all, mysticism likely played a role. Naturally, for safety precautions, Franca had treated the saliva and hair beforehand. Thus, she devised a mirror substitution, a dark magic of witches which accurately connected to them. Now the results were in. Splendid. Franca had subjected Flores to pleasure's torment, exposing him to the agony of chasing fleeting satisfaction. Curious, Flores managed to ensnare my mirror's affection with just a single word incantation. No ritual or supplication to any entity. Franca mused with emotion. Even I can't achieve that. Lumion chuckled in response, remarking, You can. No incantation or medium needed, just unleash your charm. Franca was taken aback. You're starting to resemble an Intision, or is this a result of your Phaenopotter education? Pursing her lips, her gaze flickered. Lumion continued, There's another issue. Pedro previously tasked 2 adventurers with probing Flores, but they vanished, and it appears this fellow lacks Beyonder powers. Franca suddenly smiled. This is intriguing. If the mirror substitution failed and I fell under the sway of that incantation, falling in love with Flores, what would you do? Lumion emitted a soft chuckle. Making someone vanish without a trace is simple. I don't even need to lift a finger. Lumion was confident Ludwig could consume the fellow entirely, with counter-divination to top it off. Without awaiting Franca's response, Lumion headed for the door. I'll pay that fellow a visit. Keep vigilant for any developments and beware of mishaps. Understood, Franca replied solemnly. As Flores hadn't managed to close the door in time, Lumion found the entrance accessible without the need to pry it open. Sensing the intrusion, Flores snapped out of his daze, hastily rising to his feet. By this point, Lumion had already picked up the notebook, unfolding it to the 2 pages displaying the mottled note. What are you doing? Flores asked, horror etched across his face. He immediately recognized Lumion. Louis Barry, the great adventurer Louis Barry. Did Pedro hire you to investigate me? Ignoring the inquiry, Lumion walked toward the window, ushering in a gust of fresh air. A love incantation can make a woman fall in love with you. All you need is to obtain her true name. Lumion began reciting the Highlander annotation on the mottled note in front of Flores. The incantation's pronunciation is... He abruptly halted without completing the recitation. Flores's face had already turned a sickly grayish-white, as if he could foresee the impending demise of his reputation and his capture by the church. Where did this come from? Lumion pointed at the mottled note and the old notebook. Cold sweat broke out on Flores's forehead, and his eyes gradually turned fierce. Suddenly he shouted, pronouncing the word in a rugged and awkward tone. Nabordisly? This time, there was no target or corresponding medium. Almost simultaneously, Lumion sensed his surroundings fall silent as an ominous aura rapidly enveloped the room. Chapter 617. Transaction. Flores's demeanor suddenly shifted, his expression turning icy and a malevolent smile curling upon his lips. His aura underwent a dramatic transformation. He raised his gaze, Lumion's dark hair and green eyes reflecting in his now ominous stare. Lumion's suppressed emotions, desires, and the haze surrounding him erupted like a volcano. This was a force even an ascetic's endurance couldn't withstand. Crack. Lumion's body cracked, shrinking into a palm-sized mirror. The mirror shattered completely, fragments scattering across the ground. In the room diagonally opposite, Lumion materialized beside Franca, wearing a solemn expression. Had he not prepared mirror substitution beforehand, he might have endured a double explosion of emotions and desires. It resembled the same outcome when evil God bestowed heard the symphony of hatred's different melodies. Of course, if Franca hadn't been lurking nearby, if he hadn't readied mirror substitution, he wouldn't have used himself as bait to converse with Flores. Lumian seized Franca's shoulder, his voice deep as he uttered, "Let's leave this place first." He promptly activated the black mark on his right shoulder, in an attempt to teleport away. Confronted with an adversary capable of exploiting his weaknesses and latent dangers, Lumian's initial response was to switch to support, utilizing his corresponding abilities from a distance. Franca would assume the role of the main attacker. However, considering Franca, a demoness of pleasure, hadn't indulged herself for a long time, he feared she might not resist the explosion of desire. It seemed prudent to retreat, regroup with others, and return later. At that moment, a voice alternating between masculinity and femininity echoed in Lumian and Franca's ears. "There's no rush to escape. I've changed my mind. I want to make a deal with you." A deal. Something jolted in Lumian's and Franca's minds. After some thought, they chose to stay put. Simultaneously, Lumian sank his consciousness into his right hand, ready to activate the remnant aura of Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. This wasn't meant to intimidate Flores, but if his emotions and desires were triggered again, Lumian could alert the police in time. Being one of the Phaenopotter Kingdom's primary ports for trade with the southern continent, and a key base for the Harvest Fleet, Port Kala undoubtedly housed at least one Grade 1 sealed artifact even without a demigod. Franca gazed at the wall and the air in front of her, questioning, "What deal?" Flores, dressed in a floral shirt, casually pushed open the unlatched door of the apartment and spoke in a deep, cold, and dignified manner. "Let me introduce myself. Nabordisly, a demon. A demon. A genuine demon." The cost of using the authority holders under the table transaction actually materialized here to make a deal with a demon. However, Lumian's acceptance of the captain's mission and our pursuit of Delilah are distinct matters. If we had opted to patiently wait a month or two before engaging with Delilah instead of utilizing the authority holders under the table transaction, what would have transpired today? Could there have been a so-called deal? Franca smiled in surprise, suspicion, and confusion. "How can you reveal yourself as a demon? Shouldn't a true demon conceal their identity to lower our guard?" The demon, identifying himself as Nabordisly, clenched his right fist and pressed it against his lips. He smiled and replied, "A true demon is both demon in body and mind. I'll inform you that you're dealing with a demon, but refusal isn't an option. I won't obscure my identity to achieve my goals like the foolish ones. For instance, this man named Flores is well aware of the consequences of repeatedly reciting my true name through the notebook. Back then, that foolish warlock labeled it the love incantation, but he still couldn't resist the temptation and couldn't control himself. For demons, this gradually decaying soul that slowly descends into the abyss is the most delectable feast. The sensation of resistance and constant decay is as unforgettable as the finest wine. Lumian and Franca didn't disdain or ridicule Nabordisly's unabashed and alluring depravity. Since a demon had spoken, there had to be a deeper motive. Moreover, Lumian couldn't be certain if Nabordisly was a genuine demon or a self-proclaimed one. He couldn't verify if Nabordisly was his actual name or if he had a different origin. Although the activation of desire aligned with the traits of a sequence 5 desire apostle of the demon pathway, it wasn't exclusive to demons. Lumian's symphony of hatred could achieve a similar effect. Franca grinned at the demon's incessant narrative and remarked, "That foolish warlock probably assumed your true name as a love incantation because of your cues. Is that really your true name?" "That's why he's foolish," Nabordisly replied with a faint smile. Lumian wasn't eager to rush into the transaction. Instead, he inquired, "How did you manage to convince Flores that the love incantation actually works?" Nabordisly casually glanced back at Flores's rented apartment and assumed a relaxed posture. He tried some other incantations from the notebook, and some of them worked. "He's just an ordinary person, yet he can cast an incantation like a warlock." Franca expressed disbelief, Nabordously grinned. I've heard a very reasonable saying, all things possess godhood. No matter how ordinary a person is, as long as they're willing to pay the corresponding price, they can create beyonder effects. All things possess godhood. Mr. K often says this when preaching. Lumion observed Nabordously, the self-proclaimed demon. Franca seized the opportunity to ask. What price did Flores pay? Nabordously smiled meaningfully. I already told you. The part where the soul gradually decays and falls into the abyss. Franca nodded thoughtfully. Lumion suddenly grinned. If he hadn't paid the price, how could you communicate with us so easily using his body? Nabordously smiled back but remained silent. Lumion shifted the topic. Did you have a hand in the deaths of those two adventurers who were investigating Flores? Consider it a bit of interest, Nabordously replied, glancing around. He smiled and pulled a chair over, casually remarking, You lack the necessary courtesy. Because we never considered making a deal with you, Franca deliberately stated. I won't make a deal with a demon. Nabordously chuckled and said, Although it's amusing for a demoness to claim she won't trade with a demon, I can assure you that I won't force you into a deal. I won't even hinder you from informing the Church of Earth Mother about Flores later. I differ from my inept peers. I prefer transparent trade, avoiding the convoluted legalese of contracts where terms and conditions are twisted. I'll make you choose to trade with me, even knowing the content and price. I decline, Franca replied with a smile. I refuse to entertain your deal. Nabordously narrowed his eyes dangerously, but maintained his usual amiable demeanor. You can listen first before deciding if you want to accept this deal. I won't boast that I can fulfill any of your wishes, but I can help you fulfill most of them. This is a promise from an ancient demon. Ancient? Lumion looked curious. Have you heard of the ancient sun god? Nabordously's expression darkened subtly. I'm aware. Can you tell me about him? The deity I believe in now seems to be the resurrected him. Lumion's lips curled up, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. This can be used as compensation for the transaction, but it has to be paid first before we fulfill the contract. Don't think of fabricating it. That would be blasphemy to my lord. Nabordously fell silent. After a few seconds, he smiled and said, As I mentioned earlier, I can't accomplish certain things and fulfill certain wishes. This is one of them. When one's humble enough, it's really difficult to win a war of words. Lumion sighed inwardly and turned to Franca, silently inquiring if she wanted to seize this opportunity to the table transaction. Franca hesitated for a moment before addressing Nabordously. Tell me about the deal first before I decide. Nabordously chuckled. A wise decision. I hope you can help me kill another demon's descendant. He resides somewhere in the Berserk Sea. Don't worry, demon descendants are cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty. He definitely meets the death penalty standard in your hearts. Then why don't you do it yourself? Franca clicked her tongue. You seem quite powerful. Is it because you're sealed? Or could it be that he can't leave the abyss and can only project himself onto a human like now? Unable to maintain it for long, Nabordously replied calmly. Any abnormal movements from me will attract the attention of the other demon. The reward for this transaction is that I fulfill one of your wishes. It's a predetermined wish that I can fulfill. Can you help us digest the potion in our bodies? Lumion probed. Nabordously shook his head. I won't lie to you. I can't do it. The digestion of the potion is a personal matter. Of course, I can create conditions and opportunities to indirectly help you digest the potion as soon as possible, but whether you can seize those opportunities depends on yourselves. Quite honest, Franca muttered silently. Suddenly, she revealed a bright smile. This deal tempts me, but I need a reliable and powerful witness. Author's note. The inspiration for the love incantation in the originated from the real world. I believe I've shared it on my public WeChat account before. Aphrodite's hidden name is Neferiary, meaning beautiful eyes. Repeating this incantation can win a woman's love. When I read about this, I found it a little sinister. I mainly changed the pronunciation. Chapter 618, Divination Ritual. Franca's request met with a gentle shake of Nabordously's head. You can request the deity you believe in to bear witness when signing the contract, but I don't want anyone else present. A chuckle escaped Nabordisley's lips. I'm a demon. I need to be careful to avoid becoming prey. We can recite a god's name as a witness when signing the contract. The temptation loomed over them both. For ordinary Beyonders who held faith in the eternal blazing sun or the god of steam and machinery, invoking a deity's name as a witness might offer no more than psychological comfort. True gods rarely intervened in such trivial affairs of ordinary Beyonders without a proper ritual. Yet, as minor arcana card holders of the Tarot Club, Lumion and Franca followed the great existence, Mr. Fool. Simply invoking his name could draw attention, a fact not lost on them. Franca's heart raced with uncertainty. Should she strike a deal with the demon under the watchful gaze of Mr. Fool in exchange for elusive benefits? Nabordisley reiterated his stance. This is a fair transaction. There's no coercion. It's the same for you and me. If you insist that there must be a powerful witness present, I choose to give up. Just as Lumion contemplated the idea, Termabarose's resounding voice echoed within his mind. It's best if you don't agree. Don't even make a false promise. Lumion found himself taken aback as Termabarose, an angel of inevitability, unexpectedly warned him about the unfolding situation. Alarmed, Lumion pushed aside thoughts of Termabarose's possible intentions, choosing instead to focus on scrutinizing Nabordisley's every move and assessing his own mental state. The more Lumion delved into the matter, the more alarmed he became. Initially planning to teleport away immediately and seek help, he and Franca had gradually shifted their stance, considering Nabordisley's propositions and exploring potential exploitations. Their plan had evolved from seeking the presence of a powerful arbiter like Madame Judgment as a witness to contemplating a deal without one. Now, all they hoped was to ensure their safety by invoking a god's name. Compromising one step at a time, changing bit by bit. This is very similar to Nabordisley's description of degenerating bit by bit. Slowly rotting one's soul before ultimately plunging into the abyss. It also said that demons aren't just about the body, but also about the mind. Lumion swiftly snapped out of his reverie, sensing a possible influence from Nabordisley on both himself and Franca. It resembled the signs of a spectator's presence. Similarly, he could glean insights through Anthony's self-examination technique. Even in this state, Franca displayed remarkable control over her emotions. She turned to Lumion, seeking agreement. With thoughts racing, the corners of Lumion's mouth curled up slightly as he addressed Nabordisley. We don't require a witness, but I need to confirm something first. What is it? Nabordisley's demeanor remained cold, yet his attitude was composed. Lumion nodded at Franca, conveying that he would handle the situation. Franca, in turn, silently acknowledged her understanding. Turning back to Nabordisley, Lumion stated, I need to verify that the name you're using now, the name you'll use in the contract later, is indeed your real name. Deliberately avoiding the term Nabordisley, Lumion exercised caution to mitigate potential risks. Nabordisley pondered for a moment before responding, Sure. As a demon, I don't just dislike but also admire your caution. Lumion maintained his smirk. The way to confirm is magic mirror divination, a complete one. We'll set up a ritual and seek answers from a hidden entity. As you know, my friend is a demoness. She's quite skilled at this. Lumion pointed at Franca as he spoke. Indeed, we should confirm if Nabordisley is the demon's real name. Otherwise, the deal would be a joke. Franca suddenly became alert, realizing she had been too eager to conclude the deal and had overlooked many potentially problematic details. Nabordisley pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right, but I have to observe from within the wall of spirituality where the ritual takes place. This is a demon's caution. We're worried that you'll use magic mirror divination to inform certain demons' natural enemies. No problem, Lumion said with a bright smile. To complete magic mirror divination, I want you to write your real name on this note and bring over the ancient notebook from the opposite room. Together, they can act as a medium for divination. Nabordisley, well-versed in the intricacies of complete magic mirror divination, responded with a smile. "No problem." He stood up, taking the note from Lumien's hand. Using Flores's fountain pen, he inscribed a complex word with the pronunciation Nabordisley, its language unknown. The self-proclaimed demon then left for Flores's rented apartment, retrieving the ancient notebook and the note. Lumien had already arranged a simple ritual, placing 3 candles and a mirror on an empty table. Before Nabordisley returned, Franca approached him and whispered, "The usual magic mirror divination target." Lumien shook his head, indicating they weren't. Softly uttering a single word, he said, "Him." A pure male pronoun, Franca's pupils dilated as she tacitly understood whom Lumien was referring to. The implications were self-evident. After Nabordisley handed her the ancient notebook, Franca smiled happily and said, "Demons are likely higher-level godhood creatures. I can't afford to be negligent. I plan to seek answers from a more special entity. Inevitably, my companion will need to assist me during the ritual. I hope you can understand what you'll see next. If you're unwilling, we'll abandon this transaction." She didn't make it sound too firm, making the abandon the transaction option seem more like a negotiating strategy. Nabordisley smiled and replied, "No problem. I've seen too many special rituals." His implication was clear. If there was a problem with your ritual, I would be able to tell immediately. Franca sanctified the ritual's silver dagger and created a wall of spirituality. Lumien placed the ancient notebook and the note with the real name in front of the lit candle and mirror, using a small amount of Gardner Martin's spiritual blood to draw a few complicated and strange symbols. Observing from a distance, Nabordisley muttered, "Seeking guidance from fate, questioning an entity in this domain." Lumien seized the opportunity to turn around and ask, "What can I do to dispel Sala's infatuation with Flores?" Nabordisley smiled meaningfully and said, "Either they both perish or they seek my approval." With the preparations complete, Franca stepped back, gazing at the 3 burning candles and the palm-sized makeup mirror. She recited an honorific name in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Upon hearing this, Nabordisley's expression changed. His face turned icy, and his eyes revealed a chilling cruelty. Just as he was about to project Lumien and Franca's figures in his eyes and ignite their desires and emotions, he realized that a thin gray fog emanated, making the 2 targets indistinct and challenging to lock onto. Lumien gripped Franca's forearm. In mysticism, this signified that the 2 people in the ritual were one. Of course, the prerequisite was that the original ritual host didn't resist. Lumien took over the ritual host's position and recited the last 2 paragraphs. "The mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." The thick gray fog surged even more visibly, and Nabordisley, manipulating Flores's body, grew increasingly malevolent. He tried to break free from the altar, attempting to shatter the wall of spirituality, but the gray fog stood as an impenetrable obstacle. Lumien advanced 2 steps, presenting the note with the real name to the candle symbolizing the ritual's host. He ignited it and flicked it 3 times, dispersing ashes onto the ancient notebook. After these preparations, Lumien spoke in a deep voice. "I beseech your assistance. I implore you to banish the creature named Nabordisley." Nabordisley, in control of Flores's body, opened his mouth, emitting a sharp cry. Simultaneously, filth, depravity, and evil ravings echoed in Lumien and Franca's ears. Each word seemed to assault their minds, causing their bodies to contort and their souls to decay. Yet, under the ritual's shield and the layers of gray fog, the words appeared distant, as if emanating from the horizon. Even if Lumien and Franca strained to listen, the specifics eluded them. Amidst a faint shriek, pitch-black gas emanated from Flores's body, swiftly dissipating. Faces emerged from the pitch-black gas, mouths opening and closing, cursing Lumien and Franca vehemently, only to dissolve into the gray fog. In a matter of seconds, the pitch-black gas completely vanished and Flores's demeanor and aura returned to normal. Exorcism spell. In just a few days, Lumion had employed the exorcism spell once more. From his perspective, Nabordously, hiding his true form somewhere, had stealthily infiltrated Flores's breath for control. He was akin to a wraith evil spirit possessing another. Most surprising was the effectiveness of the name Nabordously. Of course, if this wasn't the true name, if the exorcism spell proved futile, Lumion could resort to Mr. Fool's complete honorific name to intimidate the demon and drive it away with the gray fog and the gaze of a great existence. This time, it wasn't Mr. Fool's seal on his chest that answered, but the great existence himself. Lumion forced a smile and said to Franca, "This fellow is less formidable than the invisible child of God of the Great Mother." Despite Nabordously's frenzied curse affecting his desires and emotions, requiring him to endure with his ascetic powers, it still paled in comparison to the invisible child of God's ability to partially breach the gray fog's protection of the ritual host. Repeatedly creating a psychic piercing effect, Franca remained silent, her gaze fixed on the makeup mirror serving as decoration. In the mirror, a faint fog permeated the air, and a vague figure approached from a distance. Chapter 619, Chronicles. Franca strained her eyes, attempting to discern the figure amidst the dimly lit surroundings. The tall buildings loomed mysteriously, their outlines blending with the fog, reminiscent of stars reflecting on a foggy night. In the distance, lights flickered, accompanied by indistinct honking sounds. W.H. Franca's pupils dilated, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Her heart, previously gripped by the effects of Nabordously's frenzied curse, now surged with shock. Instinctively, she focused all her might on the figure, trying to pierce through the layers of gray fog and unravel its face and clothing. However, the thin fog grew hazier, dissipating along with the fleeting images it carried. In just 3 to 4 seconds, the mirror on the altar reverted to its normal state. "What's wrong?" Lumion turned to Flores, who lingered in the residual gray fog, seeking an update on Franca's condition. Franca, still captivated by the mirror, fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Did you see the scene reflected in the mirror?" "I did." Lumion reflected briefly and suggested, "Perhaps it signifies Mr. Fool's divine kingdom." Their prayers for the exorcism spell had been directed towards Mr. Fool. Therefore, the mirror used to deceive Nabordously, while being ineffective in actuality, was likely related to Mr. Fool. Franca stammered, "But the backdrop resembles the city before your sister and I transmigrated. It's like those foggy times, every building morphing into colossal creatures nestled in the fog, adorned with countless glowing eyes." Lumion, understanding Franca's emotions, showed no surprise at the familiar street scenes. Reminding his companion, he said, "Don't forget about the celestial worthy. He has a close connection to your homeland, and he and Mr. Fool have been engaged in a dream battle. It's quite conceivable that such dreamscapes can manifest in reality through rituals." Franca fell into a momentary silence before releasing a sigh. "You're right." She followed with a self-deprecating laugh. "I got worked up for nothing." Lumion mitigated the negative effects from Nabordously and methodically extinguished the candle flames, concluding the ritual. As Franca dispelled the wall of spirituality and the wind howled, clearing away the lingering gray fog, Flores seemed to snap back to reality, no longer lost in the confusion of searching for an exit. However, upon seeing Lumion and Franca, his face turned an even more pallid shade. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, a sharp pain shot through Flores's body. Instinctively, he lowered his head and observed a black, almost ethereal, filthy liquid oozing from his body. Highly corrosive, it swiftly dissolved his blood, flesh, and bones. "No, save me, save me." Flores unleashed a blood-curdling scream, repeatedly calling for help. Lumion, however, observed with interest, as though studying the toll exacted on those who made a deal with demons. In less than 10 seconds, Flores's body succumbed to corrosion, collapsing with a resounding crash, immersed in the almost illusory black liquid. Flores's head continued to wail, his voice gradually fading. After a while, he breathed his last with wide-open eyes. His relatively intact head swiftly disintegrated into the filthy liquid. The once illusory liquid lost its evil, mystical aura, revealing the remains of the corpse, now filled with a foul, noxious, mud-like substance. Dealing with demons doesn't end well. Franca sighed, reflecting on her earlier temptation. Her laughter echoed hollowly as she continued. Thankfully, we didn't strike a deal with that self-proclaimed ancient demon. Still, I missed an opportunity to eliminate the latent threat of using the authority holders under the table transaction. Lumion chuckled and remarked, "Consider this carefully." I remember Madam Magician's usage instructions, emphasizing the possibility of encountering transactions with evil entities like demons. Recall, it was about encountering a transaction, not completing one. You faced it, you simply chose not to accept it. That fellow didn't force you either. Franca contemplated the situation and admitted, "You make a point. It does seem that way." She clicked her tongue and glanced at Lumion. "If you had chosen the lawyer path, you might be equally promising." In reality, I believe that's the norm. The authority holders under the table transaction is, at most, equivalent to a sequence 5. Every use means one less opportunity. How could the negative effects be a transaction with a demon? From what I know, demon is a high sequence term within the criminal path. What does it signify? It represents a demigod? Yes, it's merely encountering a transaction, not completing it. There's room for negotiation, yet it's also highly dangerous. Demons and other evil entities aren't known for their philanthropy. If we refuse to trade with them, why would they spare us indefinitely? Furthermore, predicting when we'll encounter them is impossible, making it challenging to prepare in advance. Lumion smiled. If you can't predict it, try approaching it differently. After using the authority holders under the table transaction, immediately prepare and take the initiative to create an opportunity to negotiate with demons and other evil creatures. Set the pace and manage the risks. For instance, invite demons to St. Vive Cathedral for a deal. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church's main cathedral in Trier, St. Vive Cathedral, Franca chuckled. Demons aren't brainless zombies. Why would they willingly walk into St. Vive Cathedral to meet their doom? Franca suddenly halted. St. Vive Cathedral might not be suitable, but they did have a few hidden locations with a similar atmosphere. It wasn't entirely impossible. For example, the sacrificial square on the 3rd level of the catacombs, Crismona Night Pillar. That's an interesting idea. Franca commended Lumion. In the past, when facing the negative effects of mystical items, we always endured and waited passively. Taking the initiative is a different approach. Hunters indeed have their own unique styles. Taking the initiative involved making preparations in advance and minimizing potential dangers. Of course, taking the initiative didn't necessarily mean triggering the effects, but it required considering such possibilities. Lumion glanced out the window. Flores's scream has likely attracted the attention of the nearby residents. Someone may have called the police. Let's vacate this place before examining the contents of this notebook. He gathered the ancient notebook, candles, and other items from the dining table as he spoke. Agreed. Franca surveyed the room, and dark flames silently ignited in various spots. As the flames flickered, Lumion teleported Franca away, returning to the guest room of Captain Pedro's 5-story house. Go through the notebook and check if there's a way to dispel the love incantation. I'll verify Sala's condition and inform Pedro about Flores's situation and outcome. He can handle the Church of Earth Mother and liaise with the local police. Lumion handed the ancient notebook to Franca before opening the door and stepping into the corridor. Franca settled into the recliner and opened the notebook. Suddenly, she murmured to herself, "Something feels off." Knowing Lumion's approach, shouldn't he have immediately perused the notebook after the ritual, searching for a solution to dispel the love incantation? Why did he hastily leave the moment the police were mentioned after discussing matters with me extensively? He should be aware of the critical issue. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Franca suddenly came to a moment of realization. Nabordisley's chilling rants and wild curses had a disturbing impact on Lumion, stirring up his desires and emotions. Despite his attempts to endure the onslaught using his ascetic powers, subtle signs of struggle manifested. Franca's eyes darted around, a sly chuckle escaping her lips. Lumion found Pedro in the small living room on the first floor. Before he could delve into Flores's situation, the captain exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Barry, Sala came to me a few minutes ago." She was crying in fear and pain, saying she dreamt of falling in love with Flores and couldn't wake up. However, she suddenly woke up tonight, feeling like it was a nightmare, and she wishes to annul the engagement. "May I know how you did it?" Pedro spoke with a touch of unconscious politeness. "She's back to normal. Could it be because Flores is dead?" No, more likely Nabordesli's expulsion through the exorcism spell has restored those affected by the devil to normal, Lumion guessed, smiling. "Flores is already dead. Did you kill him?" Pedro, showing no aversion to the idea of killing, was even more intrigued by the fact that Flores's death seemed to have awakened his daughter. "A demon killed him." Lumion briefly recounted the events, avoiding mentioning Nabordesli by name. Instead, he handed Pedro the love incantation note tucked into an ancient notebook for a closer look. Finally, he said, "You handle the rest. It's advisable to keep Sala in a cathedral or cloister for the next month or two. I'm uncertain if the demon will revisit the former victim once he recovers." "Understood." Pedro clenched his teeth, his expression somber. After receiving the 20,000 gold risat bounty, Lumion returned to his guest room. Franca, holding the ancient notebook, frowned as she said, "This doesn't seem like the notebook of an evil warlock. It's more like a collection of a novelty hunter's chronicles. It contains various legends of devils and demons from the northern and southern continents, spanning the past 1,000 years. The last record appears to be over 100 years ago. There are peculiar incantations scattered within, as if fabricated. One of them mentions a legend of a demon on Ainz Island in the Berserk Sea." Lumion grasped Franca's concern. Nabordesli had mentioned that the demon descendant he sought to eliminate resided somewhere in the Berserk Sea. Chapter 620. Abnormality in the Abyss. Could it be that some of the demon legends in this notebook are true? Lumion held the yellowed notebook and flipped through a few pages. Franca tersely acknowledged and said, "In a world where superpowers exist, where true devils and demons roam, many related legends must be true or have originated from the true prototype. Do you think Nabo, the demon who claimed to be ancient, might be the protagonist of one of these legends? And the demon on Ainz Island is its archenemy, living in the real world disguised as a human. It lied, claiming the other party is a descendant of a demon and tempted us into taking risks to achieve a certain goal? Perhaps," Lumion smiled. "Let's not speculate about such matters involving high-level creatures. I'll just write to Madame Magician and report it to her." Franca glanced at Lumion and chuckled. "You're really proficient in dealing with management. However, it does make sense. We know very little about real demons. Making wild guesses is a waste of time." She then pointed at the notebook and said, "The handwriting differs from the note that wrote the love incantation. It's not the same author." Lumion had already sat at his desk, unfolded a piece of paper, and wrote to Madame Magician. As he deliberated over his words, he responded to Franca's words. "Does the notebook have the phrase that represents the love incantation?" I scanned through it. "Nothing," Franca replied affirmatively. Lumion contemplated for a moment and said, "There are two possibilities. The first is that the demon used someone under its control to insert the love incantation into this notebook that records devil and demon legends, hoping that it could secretly spread and affect more people. The second possibility is that those who once read this notebook were unknowingly influenced by the demon and obtained a so-called revelation. They wrote this love incantation and provided commentary. Mysticism sure is dangerous," Franca sighed with emotion. Lumion swiftly composed the letter and dispatched the ancient notebook, and the note with the love incantation to Madame Magician. While awaiting a response, Franca and Lumion briefly delved into the demon legend of Ainz Island in the Berserk Sea. 30 years after Emperor Roselle discovered a safe sea route to the southern continent, Numerous mysterious deaths of colonists and natives plagued the newly colonized Ainz Island. Witnesses claimed to have seen a valley ablaze with sulfur flames in the island's forest. At night, pitch-black demons with goat horns were suspected of circling the area. After the authorities intervened, the mysterious deaths ceased. The owner of the notebook that chronicled the legend even attempted to explore the forest, but he failed to locate the alleged valley burning with sulfur flames. As they conversed, time passed. The doll messenger arrived with Madam Magician's reply, the ancient notebook, and the love incantation note. Lumion illuminated the gas wall lamp and began reading. Franca didn't hesitate and leaned in. It's impossible to determine its true name with just the fact that the name Nabordously could expel that fellow. This is because it admitted, in a short period of time, that it was its real name. Even if it's lying, sometimes, under certain circumstances, admitting something makes it the truth. It possesses the corresponding mysticism connection. This is one of Mr. Fool's authorities. Ammon, too, could do it in the past. As you prayed directly to Mr. Fool and used his power to exorcise Nabordously, it doesn't matter if it's its real name. It won't affect the final outcome. Do you understand? Termaboros's warning was correct. You have to be cautious even if it's a false promise. If it's truly a demon and its true name is indeed Nabordously, the problem ends up more complicated. Since the Fifth Epoch, demons active in the human world have either taken the form of sealed artifacts or come from Andariel, Berea, or Noise. Demons without surnames in their true names are often ancient or come from the abyss where devils and demons reside. As for the abyss's current state, Emperor Rosel's diary has mentions of it. Upon reading this, Lumion turned to Franca. In the curly-haired baboons' research society, he often observed others trading Emperor Rosel's diary. When the April Fool's members were still active, they would even recite the relatively comedic parts publicly. However, having joined the Transmigrator organization only recently, he had no interaction with translations from the past. He had no way of knowing what abyss-related matters the Emperor had recorded, Franca said with a solemn expression. Emperor Rosel once found the entrance to the abyss and conducted a thorough exploration. As expected of Emperor Rosel, Lumion praised instinctively and sincerely. There weren't many people he admired, in fact, very few. But Emperor Rosel was one of them. Knowing that this emperor was a transmigrator like his sister made him feel an affinity with him. Franca continued, in the abyss that Emperor Rosel explored, devils and demons had long perished. Not a single one remained. All he saw before him were either corpses or silence. This state made him feel fear. He left in a hurry without completing his exploration. All dead, Lumion frowned slightly. Is the love incantation fellow either not a demon or an ancient demon from the abyss's core? Pausing momentarily, he added, if it's really an ancient demon, it might know why the abyss underwent such an abnormality. Franca nodded solemnly. The duo cast their gazes at the back of Madam Magician's reply. I reckon you've already grasped the gist of the abyss from the Two of Cups, so I won't dive deeper. Simply put, Nabordously could be a potent demon who slipped out of the abyss's anomaly, or it might have roamed the northern continent before the three major devil clans, Noise, Berea, and Andariel, held sway. It didn't pledge allegiance to any ancient gods, whichever way you slice it. But dealing with an ancient devil king who's fled back to the abyss isn't something the two of you are capable of, let alone striking a bargain with it. You can explore the demon legends on Ainz Island if it's on your route, but stay cautious. Remember, the abyss's corruption is potent. It can corrupt people without their awareness. During this time, be vigilant for changes in your thoughts, concepts, emotions, and desires. If you notice anything unusual, consult a psychiatrist for confirmation. If you're genuinely affected by the abyss aura from Nabordously, contact me or judgment. Experts skilled in purifying such influences will assist you. Avoid burdening Mr. Fool unnecessarily. Thinking about the name Nabordously is okay, but refrain from writing or reading it. After reading the letter, Lumion mumbled to himself, Madam Magician seems more inclined to believe it's a demon and not some other hidden entity. That's right, Franca echoed, puzzled. Let's assume that fellow is a demon, yet it doesn't even have danger premonition, allowing us to complete the preparations for the exorcism spell. If we say it isn't, it can create fluctuations and trigger our desires and emotions. I was just guessing that it's a secret entity that possesses a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the demon pathway. Lumion pondered for a few seconds and said, "Perhaps Madam Magician has seen more. That fellow probably doesn't have danger premonition because its true form isn't here. It only descended with a sliver of its aura and power. Or perhaps the danger originated from Mr. Fool, so it couldn't sense it." "That makes sense," Franca agreed before saying with a strange expression, "Ever since we became minor arcana cards, we've increasingly come into contact with the depths of the mystic world. The demoness sect, the mirror world, the war of the 4 emperors, the Great Mother, and a demon of the abyss this time. In the past, when I read Emperor Roselle's diary, I often had the feeling that that's just how the world is. But now, the contents of his diary have truly come to us." Without waiting for Lumion to speak, Franca added in a self-deprecating manner, "For example, a demoness does taste pretty good." Lumion chuckled and remarked, "Think about it carefully. Did you encounter these things after becoming a minor arcana card holder or after getting to know me?" Franca's lips twitched. "You know yourself well." Directly support the authors on web novel. 2 days later, Lumion, Ludwig, and Lugano boarded a long-distance ship set to pass by Ainz Island, en route to the southern continent's West Balam. Lumion aimed to investigate the demon's legend and seize an opportunity to fully digest the Conspirer potion. After outsmarting Nabordisly and banishing it with the exorcism spell, Lumion realized that his potion digestion had made significant progress. With another decent performance, he could advance the digestion further. This would eliminate the need for the final advancement ritual's aid, allowing him to plan the subsequent matters more calmly. Captain Pedro, accompanied by his eldest daughter Sala and a few favored and blessed, expressed sincere gratitude to Lumion. They watched as he ascended the gangway with his godson and servant, boarding the ship named Berries. Once the ship set sail, one of the blessed appeared to sigh in relief and commented, "He's finally left Port Kala." Without waiting for Sala to inquire about the reason for the sigh, the blessed, wearing a brown priest's robe, turned to her and Pedro and advised, "The circumstances at the scene of Flores's death indicate that this matter involved a true, high-ranking demon. Miss Sala, it's best if you stay in the cloister for a year to avoid any possible after-effects." Sala, aware of her awakening thanks to the adventurer Louis Barry's assistance, was horrified. However, lacking personal experience, she inquired, "A year? A real demon? What kind of demon is that?" The blessed, in a brown clergyman's attire, responded solemnly, "It's the demons from the legends you've heard of, or something even more powerful." "WH?" Sala turned to her father with a face filled with fear, confusion, and disbelief. "Did you guys save me from such a demon?" Pedro was equally surprised. He had never imagined that his daughter's situation would involve such a terrifying existence. And Louis Barry had only received 20,000 gold risat. No, he actually succeeded. Pedro, having witnessed the adventurer Louis Barry's strength through the colossal wave he created, could now grasp his power more vividly in this direct comparison. In the first-class cabin suite aboard the Barrys, Lumion handed the ancient notebook and the note with love incantation to Ludwig and asked with a smile, "Is it edible?" Chapter 621, Ainz Island. Ludwig, savoring succulent roasted lamb chops, cast a quick glance at the ancient notebook and the note containing the love incantation. "I can only provide details about the paper's age, the raw materials, and the manufacturing process. The knowledge and concealed content inscribed on it couldn't be extracted." "All right." Lumion withdrew his hand, his disappointment minimal. He had approached Ludwig with the intention that it didn't harm asking. Finding nothing else of interest, he settled into the recliner, immersing himself in the warm sunlight. Flipping through the ancient notebook filled with demon legends, Lumion found it composed entirely in Highlander. Flores, having only attended elementary grammar school, wouldn't have comprehended it otherwise. Reading with enthusiasm, as if engrossed in a gripping novel, Lumion discovered that certain legends surpassed even the thrill of contemporary horror stories, sending shivers down his spine. Occasionally, incantations emerged, some fabricated by the ignorant and subjected to numerous alterations. Others carried a subtle malevolence, bearing a resemblance to Nabordisly. Lumion refrained from uttering them aloud, silently reciting them instead. The first day of the Barry's voyage unfolded in tranquil serenity. Late at night, Lumion dreamt of enchanting scenes, weaving into blush-inducing stories that heightened his emotions. Suddenly, Lumion awoke. Sunlight filtered through the window curtains, casting a faint glow. It was 6 a.m. Lying in bed, Lumion experienced a sense of loss. He lacked the endurance of an ascetic in dreams, causing certain scenes to be unusually poignant. Phew, Lumion exhaled, emitting a self-deprecating laugh. Almost forgot this isn't a boon, it's a curse. Reverting to a physical state when Termaboros was newly sealed at 6 a.m., every morning brought benefits like fearlessness of serious injuries. No heed of energy consumption, and automatic healing. Though thoughts of Cordu's catastrophe and his sister Aurora haunted him with each reset, the initial pain gradually dulled, becoming a bearable numbness after his psychiatric treatment. Occasionally, he felt a dull ache and emptiness. Lumion rose from bed and drew open the curtains, revealing two contrasting scenes of the Azure Sea. To the right, a crimson sun had just surfaced on the horizon. To the left, fog lingered and waves surged, shrouding the situation 100 meters away. Exiting the master bedroom, Lumion noticed that Lugano was already awake, captivated by the seascape. "You're in a good mood," Lumion teased. Lugano grinned sheepishly and replied, "It's my first time in the Berserk Sea. I'm a little excited and woke up early," he added. "Besides, if I want to be your interpreter, I have to master Dutanese as soon as possible." On the coffee table in the room lay numerous Dutanese books recently purchased by Lumion from Port Kala. Being a primary trading port for the southern continent, Port Kala's citizens had a practical need to learn Dutanese, resulting in a trend. Lumion easily acquired 2 sets of teaching materials covering elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels, along with practice materials, thanks to various teaching aids and Dutanese instructors. This was a stark contrast to Port Santa, where obtaining a few barely usable books required considerable effort. Lumion applauded gently. "Not bad." Lugano pointed towards the foggy sea and explained, "Last night, I heard from a sailor on the ship that many vessels attempted to explore the sea in that direction, but they never returned. Occasionally, people would spot one of those ships quietly passing by at night with no lights or anyone on the deck. They say it's the Berserk Sea. Stick to the safe sea route. Attempting unknown routes often leads to unknown and irresistible danger. See, the sun is rising over there, right? The sea seems calm, but venture beyond the safe route, and we might face a sudden hurricane, a lightning storm, or even get melted by the sun and evaporated. These are tales from sailors. I'm not sure if they're true." Lumion nodded and suggested, "Look into more similar rumors." With his employer's approval, Lugano's expression brightened, finding a purpose in his work. The voyage through the Berserk Sea proved relatively uneventful. Lumion, Ludwig, and Lugano managed to avoid causing any disruptions. Occasionally, they witnessed storms capable of city-wide destruction or forest-like lightning. Sometimes, they noticed the absence of fish throughout the entire sea, creating an eerie silence akin to the legendary underworld. Guided by the seasoned captain, first mate, and sailors, the Barrys navigated through these regions along the safe sea route. After a few days, the ocean-venturing steamship reached Ainz Island, the transit port. The crew replenished coal and water, conducted machine maintenance, restocked light beer, and replenished various food supplies over 2 days. "There doesn't seem to be any specialties on this island," Lugano remarked, consulting the travel guide from Port Kala. But due to its strategic geographical location and natural deepwater port, it's one of the main transit ports controlled by the Fainapotter Kingdom. Specialties. Does that include demons? Lumion critiqued silently, producing 2 gold rissots and twirling them in his hand. I'm going to try the local self-brewed wine. He made his way to the port's largest bar and ordered a glass of thick, pomegranate-colored local red wine. Paha. Lumion struck up a conversation with a few patrons near the bar counter, deliberately approaching one with a local accent. I met a nice chick, he said with a sly wink and an ambiguous smile. We're going on a date later on a quiet night. Can you share a few local horror stories? They don't have to be well known, just terrifying enough, preferably with a specific location. For instance, if there's a horrifying tale about an empty house on a certain street, I plan to take her there for our date. The local, his beard dampened with ale, set down his oak beer mug and chuckled. How devious, but I like you. It's a battle of wits between men and women. For victory, anything goes. After a brief pause, the local suggested, you can take her on a date at the edge of the forest outside the city. You know, a forest at night is always chilling. Besides, there might be more than one demon lurking in the woods on Ainz Island. As far back as I can remember, the priests have been warning everyone against venturing deep into the forest or even thinking about cutting wood in the middle of the island. There are many hidden dangers. What kind of dangers, you ask? The priests never specify, but someone always tells me about some random person encountering a demon with goat horns and an unpleasant sulfuric smell in the forest. As for those who claim to have seen the demon with their own eyes, it's said that they all met their demise, for some unknown reason. How about that? No woman isn't afraid of a demon. Well, except my wife. She's even scarier than a demon. Have the demon stories on Ainz Island evolved to such an extent? It resembles the legend of the Montsaurus ghost, but encountering a Montsaurus ghost does result in the death of an entire family. Ainz Island doesn't have such an obvious characteristic. Lumion raised his glass of red wine, toasting the local before saying, though I'm quite charming, I doubt any chick would be willing to follow me to the edge of the forest outside the city on our first date, especially at night. Even if she's not afraid of me doing harm, she might worry that I'm a criminal with a penchant for harming young girls. How about this? Is there a legend of a serial killer? Ideally, one that haunts the city. Drawing from Auror's grimoires and the information gathered in recent months, Lumion discerned that Sequence 9 of the demon pathway was criminal, Sequence 8 was cold-blooded, and Sequence 7 was serial killer. The name of Sequence 7, serial killer, indicated that Beyonders, regardless of their grasp of the acting method, would actively or passively engage in serial killings. Although the demon on Ainz Island had clearly surpassed Sequence 7 and evolved beyond the serial killer stage, Lumion wondered whether, as a high-ranking individual who had progressed through the ranks, it retained certain preferences acquired during its serial killer phase. Intelligent beings, be they human or of a certain creature, tended to maintain certain desires if not deliberately restrained or controlled. Just as humans might occasionally indulge in a drink, demons might occasionally engage in serial killings. Moreover, if Nabordisley's commission wasn't concocted merely for a verbal agreement, the demon of Ainz Island or its descendants should be concealed among humans. The bearded local pondered for a moment before responding. There haven't been any serial killers. In a small place like ours, if serial murders were happening, everyone in the city would know. He paused, then added, but what if someone goes missing in the forest outside the city every year? Would that count? In Trier, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony managed to gather sufficient information about Morin Avigny, the current Minister of Industry. This information included a color photograph. In the picture, Morin Avigny displayed a striking resemblance to an Intijan. Despite his age, he exuded an air of elegance. In his late 60s, his once black hair had transitioned into a distinguished gray. Refined facial features and dark gray eyes added to his overall presence, with the wrinkles on his face highlighting the passage of time. Dark gray eyes are rare in Intis, Franca sighed. Mid-sentence, she abruptly halted. Another individual with dark gray eyes and intis crossed her mind, Demoness of Black Claris. Chapter 622. Smell of death. Under normal circumstances, dark gray eyes wouldn't usually grab one's attention. Such pupils were rare in Intis, but not uncommon in places like the Lone Kingdom. However, Franca sensed that there was crucial information hidden within. Morin Avigny was suspected to be a mirror person. The Demoness of Black Claris pursued the mirror people, and being a demigod of the demoness pathway closely related to the mirror world, they all shared those unusual dark gray eyes. Too much of a coincidence, isn't it? What's wrong? Jenna asked with concern when Franca paused. Franca deliberated for a few seconds before revealing that the Demoness of Black shared the same eye color as Morin Avigny. Finally, she said, none of the mirror people we encountered previously had such characteristics. Only relatively special mirror people have them. Is the Demoness of Black also a mirror person? Jenna guessed, her thoughts wandering. Impossible, Franca subconsciously denied. She even tasked me with investigating the mirror people. Right, it's not impossible. Haven't we read enough stories of burglars calling the police to catch thieves? Anthony thought for a moment and said, could it be a symbol of being corrupted by the mirror's primordial demoness? Could special mirror people at a certain level have such eye color? Could it be the same for a demoness who has become a demigod and has been corrupted? No, Morin Avigny should have had dark gray eyes to begin with. It's impossible for the mirror people who replaced him to change the color of his eyes without attracting suspicion, Franca pondered and deduced. In other words, does the Demoness of Black come from the same family as the original Morin Avigny? I previously thought she belonged to the Sauron family and was Brown's Sauron's elder. Otherwise, she wouldn't have nurtured such a simple-minded demoness. Now it doesn't seem so. Not necessarily. Franca and Jenna said in unison. Everyone had a paternal and maternal side of the family. Just because they were from the Sauron family didn't mean they weren't from a dark gray-eyed family. Franca hesitated for a few seconds before saying, it's been a while since I updated the Demoness of Black on the Mirror People investigation. I plan to visit her this week and discuss more in Avigny. Be careful, Jenna cautioned. A gleaming smile played on Franca's lips as she replied, don't worry. She tasked me with the Mirror People inquiry, so she should anticipate some updates. If she has ties with Morin Avigny, we might see something unfolding for the Minister of Industry shortly. If not, we can seek her assistance. On Ainz Island, Lumion strolled through the dimly lit streets, relishing the cool sea breeze that replaced the earlier heat as he casually headed back to the berries. Hands tucked into his pockets, his mind raced with unusual activity. He sifted through the legends and stories he had recently gathered, attempting to uncover any hints about the elusive demon. Had Madame Magician not issued a cautious warning, and had Nabordously not disclosed the demon descendant's name and identity, Lumion might have considered using himself as bait. In such circumstances, he could have showcased his malice, devised a plan with a chance of success, triggering the demon's danger premonition, luring it out to eliminate the perceived threat. A concealed trap would await it. It's been a century or two. Numerous adventurers have ventured to unravel the demon legend. Despite the Church of Earth Mother's relentless efforts to eradicate lingering issues, there's still no resolution. Relying on conventional methods to track down that elusive demon seems impractical. Looking at it from a different angle, why would the demon choose to remain on Ainz Island? The Church of Earth Mother already purged it once. Why take the risk to stay? If it were me, I would have relocated ages ago. As a demon, where couldn't I survive? If I truly believed I was a highly intelligent criminal, a genuine criminal, why use such a method to taunt the clergy of the Church of Earth Mother? It would become dull after all these years. Could there be a reason for its persistence on Ainz Island? Is it perhaps partially sealed? Or is there something profoundly significant buried on the island that cannot be moved, the valley ablaze with sulphurous flames? Moreover, demons can live for centuries, but ordinary people cannot. If the demon indeed concealed itself in human towns, it would have to change identities every few decades, potentially leaving traces. Ainz Island serves as a transit port for trade routes between the northern and southern continents. With numerous foreign settlers, the demon can effortlessly forge a new identity. However, how can it smoothly exit the stage with its original identity? The residents here all devoutly follow Earth Mother. Upon their demise, they are invariably sent to the cathedral for a wake. Would a demon have the audacity to feign death and undergo Earth Mother's scrutiny and the purifying touch of holy water? Yes, vanishing is the optimal solution. Whether through a sea adventure or disappearing into the forest, it effectively sidesteps corresponding problems. Every year, people vanish in the forest outside the city. Did the demon purposely orchestrate some accidents, concealing its death among them? Lumien's thoughts raced as he gradually formulated deductions and speculations. This was also a tempering of a conspirer's powers and a method to digest the potion. He had a vague understanding of the entire situation. If I want to locate the demon concealed among humans, I must find the mysterious valley ablaze with sulfur flames deep in the forest. To unravel the valley's secret, I must rely on that demon. These two matters are likely intertwined and inseparable. Lumien had a tentative plan for tomorrow's investigation. I'll begin by exploring the forest, utilizing my hunter powers to search for the remains of the missing. If I discover one or two and they still retain some edible structure, I'll bring them back to Ludwig and determine who the deceased last encountered. Throughout this process, without alerting the clergy of the Church of Earth Mother, I'll delve deeper into the island to identify any anomalies. If they exist, what kind of anomalies they are? As he strolled leisurely, Lumien suddenly looked up and observed the stars in the sky veiled by dark clouds. In an instant, torrential rain poured down. Drops of rain misted in front of Lumien. Without an umbrella, he had no choice but to dash under the eaves of a 3-story building on the street and seek refuge outside a cafe with its lights off. He waited for the storm to end impassively. The few pedestrians on the road unfurled their umbrellas. Lumien couldn't help but chuckle as he recalled the common depiction of the Berserk Seas Islands in the travel guide. The weather is highly erratic. Remember to bring an umbrella or a hat when out. Clearly, Lumien didn't take the reminder seriously. He wasn't in a rush. Leaning against the cafe's 2 glass windows, he quietly observed the raindrops streak down, and the people returning home late traverse different streets. The sound of the rain masked all movement, and white mist veiled most of his vision, creating the sensation for Lumien as if he were in another world. Observing this scene, Lumien reminisced about his wandering days. Wanderers often struggled to predict the weather, making it challenging to secure refuge in cathedrals and other places indirectly support the authors on web novel. Advance. Consequently, he would occasionally huddle in a corner of a street, sheltered from the rain. He watched the rain with fear, worry, uneasiness, and gloom, praying that no other vagabond would snatch his temporary shelter. But now his mood was entirely different. The heavy rain in the Berserk Sea ceased as swiftly as it had arrived. In less than half an hour, only stagnant water remained on the street. Lumien chuckled and tucked his hands back into his pockets. He strolled along the wet street toward the harbor and boarded the berries. Just as Lumien pushed open the door and entered, he saw Lugano wiping Ludwig's dripping hair with a dry and fluffy towel. Ludwig looked as if he had taken an unexpected plunge. "You didn't bring an umbrella?" Lumien asked with a smile. Lugano replied awkwardly. "I thought I was a planter and could predict changes in the weather in advance, so I didn't bring an umbrella and led Ludwig to the streets to buy supper. He said he didn't want to eat cakes and biscuits tonight." Sai, who knew that even though I predicted a rainstorm, it only took tens of seconds before it arrived. At that time, I wanted to carry Ludwig and rush back to the ship before the rain started. Seeing that the doctor didn't seek an objective reason and only complained about his lack of ability, Lumien kindly added, "This is the weather in the Berserk Sea. Even planters can't predict it." This was also one of the reasons why the islands in the Berserk Sea clearly under the rule of the Church of Earth Mother, didn't always experience bumper harvests like the Fainapotter kingdom. Yes, yes, yes. Lugano heaved a sigh of relief. Lumion turned to Ludwig, whose hair was now dry, and casually inquired, "Do you smell anything?" "Is there any particularly alluring food hidden nearby?" Ludwig nibbled on a tortilla and responded, "There's the smell of death." "Smell of death," Lumion frowned slightly. "Did someone die near the night market?" Ludwig shook his head. "Directly support the authors on web novel. When it rains, there's the smell of death everywhere." What does this mean?" Lumion probed, voicing his doubts. Ludwig replied candidly, "I don't know, it disappeared later." "It happens when it rains, but not after. Is this an abnormality from the Berserk Sea, or is it the island's abnormality triggered by the Berserk Sea's weather?" Lumion pondered for a moment, but he wasn't in a rush to write to Madam Magician and inquire. This was a digestion opportunity for him. He felt that he should avoid relying on the power of a high-ranking person to digest it better, unless it was crucial. That night, Lumion fell asleep with a heavy heart. In his hazy dream, he saw many familiar and unfamiliar things. The pale white Samaritan women's spring, the mountain-sized blood emperor's afterimage dripping with yellowish magma, and the unknown object protruding from the spring. The scene suddenly changed, revealing Lumion wandering alone in the deep darkness underground. It was as if he had become the Montsaurus ghost. Chapter 623. Grave digging. In the endless darkness, cramped quarters, and jumbled thoughts, Lumion found himself unusually frustrated, even within the confines of his dreams. He longed to rip apart the cage around him and shatter everything in his path. Slowly, the realization dawned upon him that he was dreaming. He struggled to open his eyes and wake up, but his efforts were in vain. Each time he thought he had finally awakened, in the blink of an eye, he plunged into a deeper darkness and a more profound dream. After an unknown stretch of time, Lumion naturally awoke to some light seeping through the curtained window. It was 6 a.m. Lumion raised his right hand and wiped his forehead, sensing a layer of cold sweat. Is this a spiritual warning, or had memories of the Samaritan women's spring and the afterimage of the Blood Emperor haunted me after I contemplated the smell of death on Ainz Island yesterday? Previously, I had drawn connections between the mysterious deaths of those who witnessed the demon and the Montsaurus ghost, possibly leading to a shallow corruption. Lumion couldn't accurately decipher the complete meaning of the dream. All he could do was remind himself to be cautious and stay focused on his original goal for coming to Ainz Island, to investigate the demon legends, not to eliminate the demon. Setting aside whether he possessed the strength to face the demon, or if he needed assistance. The fact that the Church of Earth Mother had operated on the island for over a century without completely eradicating the target suggested even the Tarot Club's major arcana card holders might not resolve this matter entirely. Lumion got out of bed and retrieved the golden pocket watch from Salle de Balbrise. Opening and glancing at it, 6:01 a.m., though early, Lumion felt a sense of urgency. The berries would depart from Ainz Island the morning after tomorrow. He had only 2 days to delve into the demon legends, unravel the truth, and identify potential suspects. If he succeeded, his conspirer potion might very well be digested. Gathering, screening, and utilizing information were crucial aspects of a conspiracy. And if Lumion were a Sequence 7 detective of the Reader Pathway, successfully solving a century-old unsolved case involving high-level powers in just 2 days would be a remarkable leap from initial digestion to complete digestion. At 9 a.m., in the suburbs of Port Ainz, Return Cemetery. Holding a bunch of yellow flowers, Lumion navigated through the tree-lined cemetery. Armed with Ludwig's intel and the insights from the previous night's dream, he adjusted his plan. Instead of hastily venturing into the forest to search for the missing people's remains, he decided to dig up graves here, his objective, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the mysterious death of someone who had glimpsed the demon's figure in the forest depths. He aimed to discover if they would meet the same fate as those killed by the Montsaurus ghost, exhibiting self-mutilation, According to the gathered information, the last person to report the demon's presence to the Church of Earth Mother rested in a quiet corner of Return Cemetery. His name was Antonio Elias. Before long, Lumion, clutching the bouquet of yellow flowers, reached the grave. Apart from the deceased's name, birth, and death dates, a concise epitaph adorned the stone tombstone. This wretched man's life was taken by a demon. Lumion stooped down, placing the bouquet before the tombstone. Then he straightened up, silently studying the stone tomb. Details about Antonio Elias flashed through his mind. A local, not a foreigner, with parents, a wife, and children. 9 months ago, during a hunting trip in the forest, he encountered a wandering demon. Fearing his imminent demise, he sought refuge in the cathedral and cloister of the Church of Earth Mother for a full 5 months. Afterwards, intending to serve as a crew member for 3 years, steering clear of Ainz Island and its hidden dangers, he was discovered dead at the bottom of the cabin on his second voyage. Lumion scanned the surroundings, gathering 10 to 20 withered branches from beneath nearby trees. He planted them around Antonio Elias's tomb, forming a short, makeshift, and somewhat futile barrier. Lastly, he laid a withered branch flat on 2 adjacent branches, constructing a shaky door impassable to anyone. With that completed, Lumion stepped over the wall and entered the grave. He then bent down, extending his right hand to touch the makeshift door constructed of withered branches. Simultaneously, a black mark activated on his body. In the blink of an eye, Lumion's figure vanished. Antonio's tomb remained undisturbed, except for the added circle of withered branches. In reality, Lumion had retrieved an iron pick, shovel, and other items from his just-purchased traveler's bag. He began prying open the stone slabs and digging into the soil. Bottle of fiction. Lumion utilized the wall and door he had fashioned to employ the bottle of fiction contract ability. In less than 2 minutes, relying on his understanding of the cemetery's layout and 2 precise explosions, Lumion cleared the soil from the coffin and pried open the black-painted wooden plank. A pungent odor of decay wafted out, and Lumion casually ignited it. After a brief wait, he squatted down, donned gloves, and examined the white bones, now devoid of flesh and blood. The first item he picked up was Antonio Elias's skull. With a cursory glance, he noted cracks on the inside of the skull, while the exterior remained intact. A brain explosion as the cause of death. Lumion pondered the force required to induce such damage. Regardless of the ability responsible, Antonio's cerebellum, and brain stem should have exploded into mush at the time of his demise. It seemed illogical for the hard inner cranium to crack, while the soft brain remained unharmed. Examining Antonio Elias's other bones yielded no additional injuries. The stains in the coffin offered no further clues. Lumion concluded that Antonio's death resulted from an internal explosion in his head. The explosive force, while not physically strong enough to shatter his skull entirely, was sufficient to destroy his brain. With fire infusion, I can precisely control the quantity and directly support the authors on web novel, Quality of the Flames. I should be able to achieve a similar effect. How did the demon do it? Lumion's comprehension of the demon pathway came from his sister's grimoires, information provided by the Tarot Club, and Franca's account. He had only truly interacted with a demon above sequence 6 once, and that was with Nabordisley. He immediately recollected the sensations when Nabordisley stirred his desires and emotions. The echoes of the ranting transmitted through the gray fog during Nabordisley's expulsion, and the tumult of his own desires replayed in his mind. For ordinary people, inducing an upheaval in their desires before detonating them could lead to their brains exploding, given an increase in potency. It shouldn't be a challenging feat for a demigod creature like a demon. Moreover, the demon can use those ravings to achieve this remotely. As Lumion completed his deduction, he was convinced that a demon was indeed concealed on Ainz Island. A demon of the criminal pathway, a demon surpassing sequences like Devil and Desire Apostle. With this confirmation, Lumion believed it would be relatively straightforward to locate the demon if he put his mind to it. However, the prerequisite was finding it and not resolving the situation, all while risking his life. Removing the glove, he reached into his traveler's bag and touched the flog boxing gloves. Following the incident with the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings and the Great Mother, Lumion had already speculated that the Mother Tree of Desire stood at the peak of the prisoner, criminal, and Scrooge pathways. Therefore, the Rose School of Thought's indulgence faction and some members of the Devil family believed in her and followed her. Directly support the authors on web novel. In that case, the flog boxing gloves made from the branches of the Tree of Shadow, closely related to the Mother Tree of Desire, had a high chance of attracting the demon's attention within a certain range. Just as its negative effects meant being observed by some hidden entities, influenced and attacked by dangerous creatures. There are no useless items, only Beyonders who don't know how to use them. Lumion chuckled self-deprecatingly and withdrew his right hand from the flog boxing gloves. He abandoned the plan to directly lure out the demon. This decision stemmed from the realization that the demon was still active on the island, claiming lives, yet the Church of Earth Mother hadn't eradicated it completely. Having encountered various challenges, Lumion possessed a reasonable understanding of an Orthodox Church's strength. He knew that if the Church of Earth Mother genuinely committed, it could eliminate all residents suspected to be demons and obliterate the island, similar to what the Church of Storms had done to Banzi Harbor. It wasn't that the Church of Earth Mother lacked the will, but there was a reason holding them back. This brought Lumion's thoughts back to the valley burning with sulfurous flames deep in the forest. He believed that the demon couldn't be slain under regular circumstances. It could only be sealed and constrained. As the Church of Earth Mother couldn't achieve this, and Lumion doubted his ability to do so, enticing the demon directly would be futile and perilous. Lumion's current strategy involved leveraging his fake level and directly support the authors on web novel. His allure to evil gods to traverse the forest. During critical moments, he planned to use the flog boxing gloves to see if he could converge on the mysterious valley burning with sulfur flames to investigate the source of the demon legends. In the heart of the forest, surrounded by towering trees, Lumion navigated a path untouched by human presence for years. He moved forward at a measured pace. From time to time, he would extract the flog boxing gloves, relying on intuition to guide his course. After 10 to 20 seconds, he stowed them away. After almost an hour, the dense forest unexpectedly cleared. A menacing brown bear emerged from behind a tree, advancing toward Lumion with ponderous steps. "Stop, foreigner!" The bear's mouth emitted a buzzing human voice. Chapter 624. More than one Lumion remained unfazed as the brown bear uttered words in precise Highlander. Instead of fear, delight filled him, a clear sign that he had stumbled upon the correct location. This was the planter pathway, the main pathway of the Church of Earth Mother, known as a druid at Sequence 5, capable of transforming into a formidable 3-meter-tall bear. Encountering a human-speaking brown bear in the desolate forest of Ainz Island hinted at his proximity to the heavily guarded area. Possibly the mysterious Valley of Sulphur, flames from demon legends. Without the signature golden straw hat, Lumion studied the brown bear's furry visage openly, making no effort to conceal his extraordinary nature. "All right," he sighed with regret, turning on his heels and retracing his steps. 20 to 30 meters away, Lumion vanished from the brown bear's view, concealed by towering trees that had stood for over a century. He halted, leaning against a tree trunk, and casually retrieved an item from his traveler's bag. It was a pair of brown gold-rimmed glasses, the mystery-prying glasses. Lumion had no intention of recklessly breaching the Church of Earth Mother's protective circle and venturing into the sealed-off region. Perhaps it was no safer than confronting the hidden demon on Ainz Island. Without sufficient and effective information, Lumion wasn't inclined to take such risks. What if it resembled Fourth Epoch Trier? Lumion's strategy involved skirting the edges of the problem zone, wielding the mystery-prying glasses to shift his perspective and uncover hidden truths. From Lumien's familiarity with the mystery-prying glasses from previous, the item's lower level hindered his ability to directly perceive various seals. In Trier, he had utilized them multiple times but couldn't catch a direct glimpse of Fourth Epoch Trier. Instead, he witnessed concealed elements beneath the ground, lurking in darkness, or disguised through distorted, overlooking, or prying angles. This inherent flaw safeguarded Lumien from directly encountering the Church of Earth Mother's sealed artifact, thus averting potential catastrophe. Nonetheless, it allowed him to discern abnormal traces, and that was sufficient. More traces equaled more information, bringing Lumien closer to the elusive truth. Ready to teleport at a moment's notice, Lumien positioned the brown, gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. An unsettling dizziness gripped him, akin to being buried underground. Despite looking up at the soil, trees, and sky, he sensed an elevated vantage point, overseeing everything. Withering tree bark, decaying leaves, crawling insects, and animals circling a water source, all these details and buried bones spun in Lumien's vision, inducing nausea from the depths of his soul. Amidst the nausea creeping from the depths of his soul, Lumien's gaze fixated on a startling sight. Silent blue flames devoured the entire landscape. Whether above, below, or around the flames, the trees swiftly transformed into an inkai black, dissolving into sewage. From the decaying remnants, new trees sprouted, rapidly expanding and flourishing. In the midst of the blue inferno, Lumien vaguely discerned a crimson, colossal figure sprawled at the core. Submerged in pitch-black, viscous sewage, it sank gradually, only to be yanked upward by an invisible force. This unseen power emanated from beyond the withering and burgeoning forest from. Abruptly, a pair of eyes materialized within Lumien's line of sight. They were bloodshot, icy blue eyes tinged with pain. Without hesitation, Lumien removed the mystery-prying glasses and activated the black mark representing spirit world traversal. Swiftly fading, he disappeared into the forest and reappeared outside the Church of Earth Mother Cathedral in Port Hanth, behind the familiar stone pillar observed earlier that morning. After stashing the mystery-prying glasses back into his traveler's bag, Lumien departed the secluded spot. Blending in with believers, he entered the cathedral exuding scents of wheat and milk, occupying a pew closest to the sacred emblem of life. With crossed arms, he mimicked the old man in a black formal suit, feigning prayer. Only then did he exhale a sigh of relief, assured that those icy blue eyes wouldn't target or lock onto him. These mystery-prying glasses could pass through countless hands if not in my possession. Its negative effects are indeed unique and beneficial, but they're also very dangerous. Lumien couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then he analyzed the scenes witnessed through the mystery-prying glasses. There's a region engulfed in sulfur flames, but the Church of Earth Mother's trees seal it off, cycling between death and rebirth. It's nearly impossible to spot from the outside. Even with the mystery-prying glasses, I can only vaguely discern its outline. It's akin to lurking outside a cage and surveying the interior through the gaps in the railing. Despite the mystery-prying glasses' capabilities, they shouldn't breach the seal. That colossal, blood-colored figure resembles a small mountain, yet I can't discern any details. Could it be the true form of the demon of Hanth Island? How can others see it when it's sealed inside, causing those who witness it to mysteriously vanish? Could there be more than one demon on Hanth Island? The ice-blue eyes staring at me may belong to another demon. Is it utilizing the invisible connection between itself and the blood-colored demon to prevent its descent into the pitch-black, viscous sewage? If so, the Church of Earth Mother should eliminate the demon active both outside and on the island. By doing so, the blood-colored demon would lose its assistance. Or does the Church of Earth Mother not want the blood-colored demon to completely sink into the pitch-black sewage, letting the ice-blue-eyed demon exist only to restrict its range and frequency? If it's not entirely sealed, would the invisible connection between the two parties disappear? Is it because the ice-blue-eyed demon will also be affected by the pitch-black sewage? Lumion deepened his understanding and speculations regarding the demon legends on Ainz Island. He sensed that his conspirer potion had become active, showing signs of digestion, but it was still one step away. He wasn't in a rush to succeed. Instead, he pondered the mission that Nabordisley hadn't entrusted to him and Franca, killing a demon descendant from an island in the Berserk Sea. That's correct, a descendant. The ice-blue-eyed demon is a descendant of that blood-colored demon. Is that why an invisible connection binds them? Does Nabordisley desire the blood-colored demon to fully submerge into the pitch-black sewage? Is this beneficial or detrimental for the blood-colored demon? If it's beneficial, it makes sense why the Earth Mother Church impedes it. Why does the blood-colored demon's descendant persist in pulling and preventing its descent? Suppose the ice-blue-eyed demon is under the control of the Church of Earth Mother, yet it can kill and cause disappearances. Conversely, why doesn't it flee Ainz Island? This implies that it's not in the ice-blue-eyed demon's favor if the blood-colored demon were to completely sink into the pitch-black sewage. It's even willing to forfeit its freedom to obstruct it. If it's not favorable, perhaps Nabordisley isn't deceiving. It's an adversary of the blood-colored demon, hoping for its complete submersion and assimilation by the pitch-black sewage. This might have a certain impact on Ainz Island, the Berserk Sea, or even the entire world. That's why the Church of Earth Mother seals and monitors it. Can't they just kill it? Without the blood-colored demon, the issue of it sinking completely into the pitch-black sewage would cease. Can't be killed. What Nabordisley feared wasn't that the blood-colored demon might sense danger, but that the Church of Earth Mother might be alerted. Lumion gradually understood the mentality and stance of the Church of Earth Mother, the local demon and Nabordisley, but he lacked sufficient evidence. What he was most certain of now was, the pitch-black, viscous sewage wasn't simple. Perhaps it was something akin to the Samaritan women's spring. Furthermore, it bore a striking resemblance to the pitch-black form of the Montsaurus ghost. Trier's Catacombs is a labyrinth of complexity, filled with corruption and unique monsters that defy easy elimination. It's the aftermath of Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor's significant accomplishment, an act that nearly brought the gods down with him. Ultimately, he perished. What could be the reason for Ainz Island? Could it be a divine battle and the demise of a deity? That's not beyond the realm of possibility. While my knowledge of the Fourth Epoch's history is limited, I do know that the Berserk Sea was not as tumultuous back then. There were still interactions between the northern and southern continents. Could it be that another emperor from the War of the Four Emperors or two emperors met their end here, permanently reshaping the terrain and weather to give rise to the Berserk Sea? Is this the manifestation of a deity's power? The Blood Emperor sank a colossal city underground, forcing over 1 million people to live above it to contain the subsequent effects. And the deity who perished here has been influencing the Berserk Sea for more than 1,000 years. This surpasses the waters near Port Santa. As Lumion sighed, he prepared to stand up and return to the berries to strategize his next move for gathering more information. Sensing the quietude around him, his movements softened, cautious not to disturb the prayers of the Earth Mother believers. Subconsciously scanning his surroundings, Lumion noticed that the believer beside him had also finished praying and retracted his arms. A gray-haired old man in a black formal suit with a bow tie caught Lumion's eye. His face bore well-defined features, and his beard was meticulously shaved. In the next moment, Lumion observed the elder turning his head, revealing bloodshot ice-blue eyes. Chapter 625, Repentance. Ice-blue eyes, that demon. It's lurking right there in the cathedral. Lumion tensed. Without a second thought, he tried to teleport away. This time, he chose Trier the entrance to St. Vi-A-V Cathedral. In that moment, his reflection stared back at him in those chilling ice-blue eyes. His face twisted, expression sinister, eyes cold. Soon, Lumion's manifested, encircling him. There was one Lumion, eyes intoxicated, breathing heavy, face flushed red. Another trembling in fear. Another expressionless and resolute. One lost and sorrowful. Another with no will to live, and one more, eyes filled with anger and hatred, red with intensity. In an instant, Lumion seemed to multiply into countless versions, each appearing tangible. This severely impacted his thoughts and actions, hindering him from activating the contract mark representing spirit world traversal. Instinctively, he focused his remaining will on his right hand, and the mark left by Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. To escape this state and gain the strength to teleport away, he needed to terrify the ice blue-eyed demon. Suddenly, Lumion heard ravings filled with intense madness and depravity. His mind turned to mush, swelling dangerously. The Blood Emperor's aura didn't activate in time. Fragmented, emotional, and painful thoughts burst in Lumion's mind like fireworks before gradually descending. An intense burning sensation in his chest anchored him, preventing complete loss of self. After an unknown span of time, Lumion finally regained command of his thoughts. His first thought was, "I'm still alive." It must have been a considerable duration since the onslaught of ravings and his subsequent awakening. The demon's power could have easily ended him multiple times. As Lumion concentrated on his right hand, he scrutinized the demon with ice-blue eyes. The white-haired demon, adorned in a black formal suit and bow tie, sat upright once more, facing the sacred emblem of life. It inclined slightly, crossing its arms over its chest. Shutting its eyes, it whispered with a pained expression, "O merciful Mother, I implore your mercy for my transgressions. Merciful Mother, I implore your mercy for my transgressions." Lumion's resolve wavered as he abandoned activating the Blood Emperor's aura. He settled beside the demon. Observing the sacred emblem of life on the altar, he waited silently, refraining from disrupting the demon's repentance. Contemplating his encounter, he mused quietly, "The various selves I witnessed must be genuine illusions not existing in the physical world but within my heart and mind. Could this be a sophisticated manifestation of emotional and desire fluctuations, triggering individual emotions and desires to vie for control of the body without reaching the point of dissociation?" The subsequent ravings resembled Nabordisley's frenzied curse upon expulsion. Yet this time there was no shield from Mr. Fool's gray fog. Well, not entirely absent. Otherwise, the mad river of ravings would have capsized my identity. Even if I hadn't lost control, I would have succumbed completely before the demon found its conscience and started repenting. I believed the safest haven on Ainz Island was the cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother. I specifically chose it to evade the demon. Surprisingly, it's praying here. Judging by this, blind trust in the Orthodox Church's cathedrals might not be foolproof in the future. Without adequate information, nothing is absolute. Yet, it was only within the cathedral that I survived. Anywhere else, it would be Termaboros grappling with the ice blue-eyed demon. Then, the angels of the Orthodox churches and the Tarot Club would descend. Lumion had formed some hypotheses and waited with assurance. He condensed his experiences and absorbed his lesson. After a brief span, the white-haired, ice-blue-eyed demon, donned in a black formal suit, concluded its repentance. Its expression regained composure, but the blood vessels in its eyes deepened. Only then did Lumion observe the black leather gloves on both of its hands. Even during confession and prayer, they remained unremoved, a departure from devout believer behavior. In the human world, wearing gloves while praying was deemed disrespectful to a deity, except in emergencies or special circumstances. The same applied to wearing a hat. The demon cast a glance at Lumion and spoke in a deep but composed voice, "You haven't fled yet." "Aren't you afraid of angering me again?" Lumion gazed at the sacred emblem of life and smiled. "I'm not. This is Earth Mother's cathedral. Weren't we in the cathedral just now?" The demon moderated its volume, not disturbing the other supplicants. Occasional accidents are understandable. Lumion replied unhurriedly, "Moreover, I believe you can certainly control yourself in a short period. It'll be more challenging beyond half a year." The demon also directed its gaze at the altar, its ice-blue eyes reflecting the sacred emblem of life. "Why do you think so?" "I'm an experienced adventurer," Lumion said with a smile. I know that Orthodox churches adhere to a common rule. Survivors entangled in a mysticism incident are often drawn into the church if there's any hidden danger. They become civilian staff and receive long-term protection to prevent sudden deaths. However, those who witnessed the demon's figure on Ainz Island didn't undergo this process. They only received a few months of protection before departing. Could it be that the church fears prolonged stays might lead to deaths, even within the cathedral or cloister? In such instances, it would undoubtedly tarnish the church's reputation. One can't keep a constant watch on higher-level powers indefinitely. The white-haired demon fell silent for a few moments before confessing, "I didn't want to kill them, but I—" At this point, its face twisted once more, icy blue eyes filled with pain. Once again, it crossed its arms over its chest, resuming a low-voiced prayer. This time, it swiftly regained its composure. Lumion resumed the conversation with a smile. "Don't tell me you penned all those epitaphs for those people?" "That's correct." The demon in the black suit maintained its slightly forward-leaning posture. "It seems this demon has a rather amicable relationship with the Church of Earth Mother. Not strictly devout, but a believer nonetheless." Lumion understood that the ice-blue-eyed demon wouldn't respond even if he inquired. Such questions might even provoke serious consequences. He had to capitalize on its stable emotions to seek some details. Before Lumion could speak, the demon posed a question. "Foreigner, why did you come to Ainz Island?" Lumion deliberately smiled. "I previously encountered a demon incident." Lumion briefly recounted Sala's encounter with the love incantation in Port Kala. While leading the investigation, the suspect's body had been suddenly commandeered by a demon seeking a deal, which he rejected. Lumion, utilizing undisclosed official powers, had then expelled the other party. Lumion omitted details about the love incantation's content and refrained from mentioning Nabordisley's name, fearing deep-seated animosity that might trigger intense agitation. Concluding, he stated, "I read in the notebook about demon legends on Ainz Island connected to the deal the demon sought. Intrigued, I decided to investigate. My intention wasn't to finish off anyone." "You can't finish off anyone either," the demon with ice-blue eyes remarked candidly. It continued gazing at the sacred emblem of life and added in a calm, deep voice, "Curiosity kills the cat." Lumion chuckled. "It's indeed risky, but finding you within a day and discovering the sealed valley indicates my capabilities. Next time, I'll choose a safer sanctuary." The demon with ice-blue eyes with few wrinkles smiled, an uncommon sight. "Your methods are unconventional, but they align with the mysticism world's underlying laws. But had I not controlled myself and repented for past deeds, you would be dead. Such an investigation would have been futile." Lumion didn't dispute. With the information he gathered, he knew there was no immediate danger in the cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother. The recent episode proved to be a false alarm. He shifted the topic. "Why did that inexplicable demon target you? Moreover, with the strength of me and my companions, it's likely impossible to eradicate a so-called demon descendant like you. Was it deliberately leading us to our demise?" The demon, clad in a black suit, kept its gaze fixed on the sacred emblem of life and responded, "I'm not certain which one you encountered." It refused to disclose more. Lumion didn't dare press further, let alone provoke. His mind raced, searching for an alternate approach. "You seem unrestricted. Why not leave Ainz Island? There appears to be some force influencing you here." The demon's expression twisted as it stated, "This is my duty and my atonement. Since converting to Earth Mother, there are times when I can't resist the urge to kill, accumulating profound sins." Recalling his earlier deduction, Lumion inquired casually, "Then why not fully confine yourself?" "Confinement won't suffice. I can't do it, and it can't be achieved that way." The demon with ice-blue eyes displayed pain once again, indeed closely tied to the blood-colored demon in the valley. Yet, as a cold-blooded, why does the act of killing and the subsequent healing, by the Church of Earth Mother's reverence for life, still cause you pain? Lumion decided to steer the conversation to a less sensitive realm and soothe the other party. In a relaxed tone, he said, "I apologize. I wasn't courteous earlier and failed to inquire about your preferred address." The demon with ice-blue eyes stared blankly for a moment before responding, laboriously. Chapter 626. Blatant Malice. Laboriously? Lumion almost thought the ice-blue-eyed demon was jesting with him. However, he swiftly confirmed a crucial detail. When it came to matters concerning the love incantation, he had never uttered the name laboriously. Not only did he fear that laboriously and the ice-blue-eyed demon were adversaries, but he also adhered to Madam Magician's instructions to abstain from writing or speaking this name. If so, why did the ice-blue-eyed demon identify itself as laboriously? Could it truly be the genuine laboriously? Then, why did the repeated chanting of laboriously summon a different demon and not the ice-blue-eyed one, or were they equals? Was laboriously scheming to manipulate someone else into killing me? Amidst Lumion's astonishment and confusion, a smile crept onto his face. I wouldn't dare utter that name. He was testing the demon with ice-blue eyes. The demon with ice-blue eyes turned towards Lumion. You've heard of laboriously and are aware of the concealed perils of uttering this name? Yes, Lumion replied with a grin. From the demon's reaction, it seems unlikely to be the one propagating the love incantation. That's intriguing, Lumion pondered. Though this might unveil greater horrors and deeper secrets, as a hunter, fear and curiosity didn't contradict each other. It was akin to how everyone in the army feared death, yet it didn't deter them from banding together for combat. The demon with ice-blue eyes nodded slowly and spoke. Here, within Earth Mother's cathedral, you needn't fret about uttering the name laboriously. That's evidently not the name you typically go by. Why don't you disclose your true name instead? Lumion didn't reply. Instead, he posed a query. He had a persistent feeling that the other party intended to harm him. Had he not encountered the love incantation and received guidance from Madam Magician, he might have inadvertently mentioned the concealed demon on Ainz Island, laboriously, after leaving Earth Mother's cathedral today. That could have been troublesome. The demon with ice-blue eyes fell silent for a few moments before stating, "The name I go by in human society holds no significance for you." Moreover, after learning the name laboriously and uttering it at least 3 times outside the cathedral. At this juncture, the white-haired demon's visage twitched and a pained expression surfaced. "I will establish a connection with you. When I can no longer control myself, I may choose to end your life. Ending the life of an uninformed adventurer like you, seeking to uncover the truth of Ainz Island's legend, would bring me greater satisfaction than harming ordinary people. I won't feel as regretful or guilty." The ice-blue-eyed demon gazed at the sacred emblem of life once more, bowed its head, and expressed remorse. "Oh, merciful Mother, I implore your mercy for my transgressions. I should not have harbored malevolent intentions." The corners of Lumion's mouth twitched, and his expression darkened. "Did you genuinely intend to harm me?" He couldn't afford to let his guard down for a moment when dealing with demons. Vigilance was paramount, even if it was a demon professing allegiance to Earth Mother. Moreover, a seemingly innocuous conversation could clandestinely plant a time bomb. Any other adventurer would have fallen victim to it, truly befitting the criminal pathway, known for its high IQ crimes. Cold, calculating, and overtly malicious. After the ice-blue-eyed demon, self-identified as laboriously, concluded its repentance, Lumion feigned a nonchalant smile and remarked, "If you truly cannot control yourself and desire to take a life, target pirates. It aligns with a sense of justice." The ice-blue-eyed demon's expression darkened as it retorted, "This is my prison. I cannot depart until I have atoned. If any pirates enter Port Ainz, I will make them vanish into the forest outside the city." Lumion nodded and redirected the conversation. "The love incantation I mentioned earlier was the name you brought up. The demon who proposed to deal with me also identified itself with that name." The gray-haired, ice-blue-eyed demon remained silent, gazing at the sacred emblem of life for an extended period. Rather than detecting anger and animosity, Lumion sensed surprise and bewilderment. What? It can't pinpoint the demon's true identity either. Is there no direct connection between the two parties? Lumion pondered inwardly. After a while, the ice blue-eyed demon, self-dubbed Nabordisly, spoke. According to you, the love incantation has been clandestinely circulating for many years, yet I've never established a connection with anyone outside Ainz Island. I'm puzzled by that, too. Could it be that someone can intercept the direction of the name? Is it conceivable to assume your identity in the future? Lumion feigned curiosity as an adventurer. He believed that, based on Madame Magician's words, Mr. Fool could accomplish such a feat. Ammon was capable of it once, too. Whether any demon could do it remained unknown for now. The ice blue-eyed demon fell silent once more. After a few seconds, it spoke with a deep voice. Foreigner, you've inquired enough. Let's conclude it here. Otherwise, you may meet your end unknowingly. Clad in a formal black suit, the demon self-dubbed Nabordisly slowly rose. It positioned its feet apart, raised its hands adorned with black leather gloves, and whispered, "Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things." Then it turned around, picked up its cane, and shuffled towards the cathedral's door, bathed in the midday sun. Lumion scrutinized the ice blue-eyed demon, realizing it wasn't tall and appeared rather thin. It emitted a withered and feeble aura, resembling that of an elderly, ordinary human. It hardly resembled a terrifying and mighty demon. Observing closely, Lumion sensed a dark, blatant malice expanding and contracting beneath the thin human skin and aged flesh. The demon struggled to maintain composure, refraining from tearing through its fragile facade. The frightening inner core sharply contrasted with its frail appearance, yet the overall aura seemed feeble and commonplace. This is reminiscent of Ludwig. One is a child concealing an unknown monster beneath the skin, while the other is a pitch-black demon concealed within an old man's body. Lumion exerted great effort to refrain from fixating on scrutinizing the ice blue-eyed demon's luck. The gray-haired elder in black leather gloves, wielding a cane, slowly departed from the cathedral. Lumion wasn't in a rush to return to the berries. He remained seated in the first row, contemplating the local demon legends, which had recently become clearer yet were shrouded in numerous mysteries. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a brown clergyman's uniform. This was the attire of a clergyman from the Church of Earth Mother. Lumion looked up and saw a middle-aged man with well-defined facial features and thick eyebrows. He noticed a pair of bloodshot, ice-blue eyes filled with pain. Ice-blue eyes, damn it! Lumion's hair stood on end as he cursed inwardly. The ice-blue-eyed clergyman sat beside Lumion, where the demon had been. He smiled warmly and said, "Don't provoke Baselli or attempt his suggestions. His self-control diminishes with age." "Baselli, are you referring to the old gentleman with ice-blue eyes?" Lumion feigned ignorance. "Yes." The ice-blue-eyed clergyman nodded slightly. Lumion pondered for a moment and grinned. "What about you? How's your self-control?" "I'm much better than him." "I lose control only once every few years," the ice-blue-eyed clergyman replied candidly. "Is he admitting that he's also a demon?" "I'm not in Earth Mother's cathedral, but a devil family's dining room." Lumion felt a chill and couldn't help but criticize. Maintaining a composed smile, he said, "Are you acquainted with him? Are you from the same family?" The ice-blue-eyed clergyman reflected for a moment and replied, "We're all born in the Port Ainz cloister." Children born in a cloister. The description made Lumion uneasy. In other churches, having a child in a cloister was a grave matter, deviating from the teachings of the deity, a symptom of succumbing to carnal desires and blaspheming faith. Lumion pondered for a moment before reaching a realization. This was the Church of Earth Mother. The more nuns and monks had children in the cloister, the more aligned with the doctrine. He immediately understood why the ice-blue-eyed clergyman and Baselli were born in the cloister. It would conceal their origins and identities well, preventing them from implicating ordinary families. This shattered Lumion's previous deductions about the local demons. Demons didn't need to vanish to conceal their corpses. The Church of Earth Mother would assist in concealing them. For instance, replacing genuine holy water with distilled water during a wake, and later providing new identities and legal origins. My earlier deduction was based on the assumption that the Church of Earth Mother and the local demons weren't allies. No wonder there are so many errors. This is a factor I need to be mindful of when crafting conspiracies in the future. If I'm mistaken, any subsequent clever arrangements will lose their significance. It seems the Church of Earth Mother is directly offering protection to these ice blue-eyed demons, both resisting restrictions and cooperating to shield them. Lumion reflected on his investigations over the past 2 days. This introspection couldn't enable him to digest the potion completely, but he felt it was more beneficial than a complete digestion. Lumion gazed at the clergyman with ice-blue eyes and inquired with a smile. "Could it be that you're also using the name Baselli mentioned just now?" The ice-blue-eyed clergyman responded with a warm smile. "Yes, my name is also Nabordisli." Without waiting for Lumion to probe further, it continued. "I don't know your background, but you can report Ainz Island to the other Orthodox churches. I believe they will advise you against delving into the truth of the demon legends. Just as Baselli mentioned, foreigner, let's conclude this here. Leave Ainz Island." Lumion nodded, stood up, and departed from the cathedral. Under the bright sunlight, he strolled along the street, his mind filled with pairs of icy blue eyes and the name Nabordisli. He felt a little disoriented. Chapter 627, Treatment Plan. Lumion had initially theorized the presence of multiple demons on Ainz Island, specifically the sealed, blood-colored demon and the ice blue-eyed demon. However, to his astonishment, he discovered various ice blue-eyed demons. In the cathedral, how many demons inhabit this island? Are they all part of the same family with ice blue eyes, as expected of the mother of all things? Even a demon can be her child, a whole nest of them. As thoughts swirled in Lumion's mind, accompanied by those piercing ice blue eyes and the name Nabordisli, he felt that his previous investigations and speculations were completely off course. The complexity and mystery surrounding the legend of the demons on Ainz Island surpassed his initial imagination. No, there are still gains and benefits. Speculation involves bold assumptions and careful confirmation. It's normal for initial assumptions to be overturned. The elimination method is a crucial deduction tool. How can there be unsolved cases that are guessed completely correct from the beginning? The crucial aspect lies in consistently refuting the incorrect path through falsification and integrating new information acquired during the investigation to uncover the right one. If I were to take the reader pathway, it should be relatively straightforward for me to act the role of a detective. Discerning a conspiracy stands out as one of the primary duties of a detective, Lumion reassured himself, disentangling from the impact of the 2 ice blue-eyed demons. He regained his clarity and rationality, no longer feeling befuddled and disoriented. Under the blistering sunlight, he swiftly identified an issue. In the scene I witnessed through the mystery-prying glasses, the blood-colored demon was pulled by an invisible force, but there was only one invisible force, and only a pair of ice-blue eyes gazed at me. There's only one ice blue-eyed demon closely linked to the blood-colored demon. And that's the elder Baselli who repented before the sacred emblem of life. The others, including the ice blue-eyed clergyman, are its descendants. Could they be the offspring it left behind with the nuns when it used the Ainz Island's cloister to restore its youth and obtain a new identity? However, when the ice blue-eyed clergyman mentioned Baselli, it didn't sound like it was referring to its father, grandfather, or ancestor. It was as if it was discussing a friend with whom it didn't share an amicable relationship. Moreover, it also identifies itself as Nabordisli. Could this be a family name? A significant family name among the Abyss demons. Puzzled, Lumion boarded the berries and returned to his first-class suite. At that moment, Lugano and Ludwig were relishing a lavish lunch. Upon spotting Lumion, the doctor grinned sheepishly and said, "I thought you'd be indulging in the local delights on the island, so I didn't wait for you." Lumion sat down and grabbed a wheat-flavored bun. As he chewed, he asked thoughtfully, "What do you know about the abilities of the plantar pathway?" Lugano hesitated for a moment before truthfully responding, Sequence 9 planter significantly boosts my strength. I can predict the weather to a certain extent by observing clouds, wind, and other natural phenomena. I'm adept at identifying seeds and nurturing them. Farming tools suit me more than knives and guns. Sequence 8 doctors' primary abilities revolve around healing. They can discern the patient's specific situation through spirit vision. They possess outstanding surgical skills, such as suturing severed limbs and transplanting internal organs. Additionally, we gain Beyonder abilities like evil ailment treatment, trauma treatment, soul suture, and life-giving. As far as I know, the next sequence is called Harvest Priest. It mainly focuses on promoting the reproduction and growth of creatures and bringing about a bumper harvest with Beyonder powers. Upon hearing this, Lumion suddenly interrupted Lugano. Soul suture? How is this implemented? Lugano grinned sheepishly and said, I haven't really used this ability yet. It's used to treat soul injuries. As you know, some superpowers can attack the soul, making it difficult for it to heal on its own. At this moment, as long as the injured let go of their bodies and minds and don't resist, I can carry out a soul-level surgery to stitch up the corresponding wound. Lumion's concern wasn't about stitching up a soul. It was another matter that provided him with a fresh perspective on the demon legends of Ainz Island. He downed the pre-meal bun and took a sip of the golden liqueur. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Since you can suture souls from a different standpoint, can you also sever souls? Lugano fell silent. After 10 to 20 seconds, he responded, Theoretically, yes, but it requires the corresponding person to completely open up their body and mind, leaving their soul unprotected. It would be even more effective if their physical body doesn't exist. The doctor hesitated for a moment before adding, This can serve as an attack on the soul, but it could also be a treatment method. If a patient's soul is corrupted by a curse, they can address it by severing the depravity and allowing their soul to gradually heal. Upon hearing this, Lumion smiled and applauded softly. Well said. Well said. Lugano, being thick-skinned, couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed by the praise. He blurted out, That's just my speculation. I haven't tested it yet. Lumion ignored him and proceeded to emulate what Ludwig had done. He forked a lamb chop onto his plate and began cutting with determination. Simultaneously, the initial sensations when he faced the onslaught of the ice-blue-eyed demon resurfaced in Lumion's mind. He witnessed diverse versions of himself, a version brimming with hatred, another immersed in pain, one engrossed in lust, and another consumed by various desires and emotions. As Lugano detailed the process of suturing and soul-severing, an idea sparked in Lumion's mind. What if the high-sequence abilities of the planter pathway were employed to excise different aspects of the soul corresponding to various desires? Could there truly be just one ice-blue-eyed demon on Ainz Island, but its soul had been partitioned by the saints and even angels of the Church of Earth Mother, each becoming an individual? On a mystical level, they remain a single entity. Hence, is there only one invisible force closely tied to the blood-colored demon? The question now is, why would the Church of Earth Mother undertake such an action, imposing restrictions or offering protection? Perhaps both. Lumion swiftly linked this with the state of the blood-colored demon. It consistently descended into the pitch-black sewage before being hoisted up by an unseen force. Splitting the soul acted as a shield for the ice-blue demon, preventing corruption from the power of the pitch-black sewage. Wait, could the ice-blue-eyed demon be the untainted segment of the blood-colored demon's soul? Is the Church of Earth Mother's approach based on deeming the entire body beyond salvation, but parts are still considered healthy? Is that why a healthy soul needs to be severed into different desires? The forest sealing off the mysterious valley, pitch-black sewage, and the blood-colored demon displayed characteristics of rebirth, growth, depravity, death, and rebirth again. The soul fragments of the blood-colored demon were given new life, enabling them to utilize the cycle of rebirth, growth, aging, death, and rebirth again to resist the corruption spreading from their true bodies. Simultaneously, Relying on the existence of the healthy parts prevented the blood-colored demon from sinking entirely. Aging soul fragments are inherently more vulnerable to corruption from the main body, and newborns are the healthiest. This explains why the old Baselli and the ice-blue-eyed clergyman are in different states. Such a newborn possesses a demon's potent soul, but its human body is exceedingly frail. Yes, it aligns with my observations of Baselli. Its feeble and aged body encases a potent soul teeming with malevolence. This method of sealing and rescuing aligns with the Church of Earth Mother's unique abilities. With these revelations, Lumion felt enlightened. Only then did he realize that he had been continuously cutting the lamb chop's bones, producing a grinding sound. Lugano pretended not to notice or hear anything, focusing on enjoying his meal. Ludwig paid no attention to such trivial matters, wholly absorbed in the delicacies. Lumion withdrew his gaze and happily poured himself a glass of Paher red wine. The confusion, disorder, loss, and disappointment he had previously experienced dissipated significantly. As he drank, he leisurely pondered, this hypothesis aligns most with the current details. Unfortunately, it can't be verified, nor do I dare to. And without verification and results, there's no feedback for the potion's digestion. Forget it. The experience and lessons I gained this time are much more important than the digestion I can still attempt in the future. Why does the Church of Earth Mother want to protect the blood-colored demon? Moreover, since a healthy soul has been separated and given new life, why not completely destroy and purify the corrupted true form to eliminate any hidden dangers? There's a high chance that this involves the world's deep secrets. Is that blood-colored demon the true and largest Nabordisly? Was the one seeking a deal to slay Ainz Island's demon descendant it? Can it, in turn, affect a few soul fragments, allowing me and a mid-sequence Beyonder like Franca to slay a true demon? The more Lumion contemplated, the more curious he became about the truth. However, he eventually restrained himself. For Beyonders at his level, this matter was concluded. After leaving Ainz Island, he would report his gains and speculations to Madame Magician and consult the Tarot Club's major arcana card holders. Lumion, putting aside his investigative thoughts, felt a sense of relief. He spent the rest of his time leisurely strolling through Port Ainz. To his surprise, he realized that the Berserk Sea Island city, far from the Fainapotter kingdom, didn't have a genuine casino. There were no criminal industries like human trafficking. It was as clean as if it had been purified by the eternal blazing sun church. After engaging in fighting evil and other card games throughout the afternoon, Lumion, with wins and losses not exceeding 1 gold risat, finally grasped the reason. Unable to control themselves, the ice-blue-eyed demons prioritized the malevolent wrongdoers, making them vanish into the forest outside the city. As time, a century or two elapsed, Port Ainz could be deemed a city bathed in sunlight. Certainly, there were innocents among them, like Antonio Elias. Late at night, in the first-class cabin suite of the Berries, in his slumber, Lumion vaguely witnessed the land shrouded in sulphurous flames, and the blood-colored demon sprawled within the pitch-black liquid. Chapter 628, Terrifying Dream. Lumion vaguely noticed bubbles emerging from the pitch-black liquid, enveloping most of the blood-colored demon's body. The brownish-green hue of the bubbles resembled tree warts. In an instant, the bubbles burst, reflecting brilliant colors as they merged with the pitch-black liquid. For some reason, Lumion sensed that something was wrong. He wished to shut his eyes and avoid these details, but trapped in a dream, he had no control. In the depths of the pitch-black liquid, a figure lurked. It raised its head slightly, gazing at the blood-colored demon. Moist, brownish-green or light brown tree warts protruded from the figure's body, reminding Lumion of Susanna Matthijs in her fallen tree spirit state. The distinction lay in Susanna Matthijs's tree warts, branches, and flower buds growing from her body, melding with her original form. The figure's tree warts, however, seemed to pierce out flamboyantly from the flesh and internal organs. Tainted with blood in his dream, Lumion instinctively raised his right hand, wiping the corners of his eyes. The back of his hand was stained red. At some point, blood had flowed from his eyes, turning his vision a blurry red. The figure's overall outline appeared in the blur, as if grown on a brownish-green tree, pierced by branches, overrun by tree warts and covered in flower buds, dripping with a viscous liquid. A burning sensation engulfed Lumien's chest, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes in the dream. Yet, he was a step too slow. Bang! Lumien's eyes exploded, flooding his mind with searing pain. He jolted awake, curling up in agony. His hands instinctively reached for his eyes, encountering a flat, sticky, and moist substance. The scent of blood hung heavily in the air. As an ascetic accustomed to severe injuries, Lumien took several minutes to overcome the pain that threatened to render him unconscious. Struggling to sit up, he opened his eyes, only to be met with absolute darkness. No crimson moonlight, no outlines of furniture in the bedroom. He couldn't see a thing. Lumien raised his hand once more, gently touching his eye sockets. Both eyeballs had deflated, shattered beyond repair. Is it because I glimpsed something I shouldn't have? Lumien chuckled in self-deprecation. It was a vision from a dream, something he never wished to witness. Upon reflection, he realized that if Mr. Fool's seal hadn't triggered or Termaboros hadn't activated it, his eyes might not have been the only casualties. Wiping the tip of his nose, Lumien felt moistness and caught the unmistakable scent of rust. In a surprisingly good mood, he quipped, "Luckily, it seems what's flowing down is blood, not brain matter." He rejoiced in surviving the ordeal. Despite the tragic state of his head, Lumien's body remained relatively unharmed, albeit a bit drained. Gripping the edge of the bed, Lumien pulled himself up. In a state of blindness and impaired smell, he relied on the hunter's instinct, navigating through his turf with a mental map. Bypassing furniture, he reached the living room and knocked on the servant's door. "Yes, what's the matter?" Startled, Lugano hastily opened the door, dressed in a cotton shirt and underpants that served as makeshift pajamas, fearing a repeat of the terrifying encounter with Father Montserrat. Under the crimson moonlight, he saw Lumien's blood-streaked face and empty blood-red eyes filled with shattered fragments. What happened?" Lugano stammered, bewildered. Who had beaten his employer to such a state? Who could inflict such harm upon his employer? "Why not teleport away from this perilous situation?" Lumien calmly pointed at his eyes. "Treat them." "All right," Lugano responded subconsciously, then added awkwardly, "With the eyeballs in such a state, there's no way of treatment. We can only find a suitable transplant." Lumien, enduring the pain, calmly stated, "No need. Just stop the bleeding and ease the pain." "All right." Lugano didn't dare argue, following his employer's instructions. He extended his shimmering left palm. Upon contact and a simple use of a scalpel, Lumien felt a refreshing sensation in his eyes. The pain became more bearable, though his vision remained absent. "You can go back to sleep," Lumien waved dismissively, as if his loss of vision was inconsequential. With one hand in his pocket, he strolled past the Dutanese textbook on the carpet, settled into a recliner and rocked it gently. Lugano watched in confusion and anxiety for a while before attempting to return to bed, unable to fall asleep. When the morning sun bathed the sea's edge, the doctor abruptly rose from his bed, deciding to grab a cup of coffee for a pick-me-up. Upon leaving the room, he witnessed his employer in motion. Lumien's green eyes sparkled, showing no signs of injury. "Why, you're all right?" Lugano was bewildered. Lumien responded with a radiant smile. "That's right." Lugano was momentarily speechless. How did my employer regenerate his eyeballs? What kind of monster is this? Is my role as his doctor merely to stop the bleeding and relieve the pain? Lumien paid no heed to the servant's psychological turmoil. He returned to the master bedroom, drew back the curtains, laid out the paper, and picked up a dark black fountain pen. "I'm still not cautious enough," he sighed suddenly. After heeding the ice-blue-eyed demon's warning and preparing to depart Hanth Island with the berries, Lumien refrained from promptly writing to Madame Magician. He intended to observe the aftermath and wait until they were safely away from the port. Unexpectedly, he had experienced such a terrifying and dangerous dream last night. initially suspecting that a demon with ice-blue eyes had lost control and covertly influenced him. Lumion later speculated that he might have been subtly corrupted when he observed the blood-colored demon and the pitch-black liquid through the mystery-prying glasses. The corruption lay dormant until he slept, manifesting fully in his dream. Focusing his thoughts, he detailed everything witnessed and heard on Ainz Island. He replaced the name Nabordisly with the term love incantation. Concluding the letter, Lumion wrote sincerely, "Perhaps I've encountered too many demons recently. I feel like I've accumulated too much corruption and want to undergo treatment." Following that, Lumion conducted a ritual, summoning the doll messenger, and handed over the folded letter. Accepting the letter with its right hand, the doll messenger covered its nose with its left palm and exclaimed, "You stepped on the world's stinkiest thing? It stinks. It stinks. So dirty, so dirty." Swiftly grasping the letter between two fingers, the doll messenger vanished from the room. Lumion waited briefly, but with no immediate response from Madame Magician, he decided to seek treatment elsewhere. His destination was the Cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother in Port Ainz, where he had visited the day before. In the early morning, before the commencement of work, numerous believers gathered to listen to the preaching. The preacher, the ice-blue-eyed clergyman from yesterday, expounded on a specific doctrine from the Holy Scripture. The concept that good and evil emanated from the same source, making them inseparable, was discussed. The sermon emphasized promoting good and suppressing evil. "Isn't it a little ironic to have this coming from a demon like you?" Lumion criticized and sat in the first row, listening casually. He soon sensed the cathedral's vibrant vitality. Vegetation flourished and mushrooms quietly sprouted. The scent of wheat and milk provided a calming atmosphere. Unconsciously, Lumion realized that his life had gained intensity. Each of the Orthodox churches has its own merits. He sighed silently. After 5 to 6 minutes, the ice-blue-eyed clergyman concluded his preaching and approached Lumion with a warm smile. "Young people who are willing to listen to advice always have a bright future. Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things." Lumion observed the ice-blue-eyed clergyman retracting his raised hands. "Is he hinting that it's satisfied that I stopped inquiring, exploring the forest, and searching for someone with ice-blue eyes since noon yesterday?" Lumion considered, then looked at the clergyman before speaking. "However, I had a terrifying dream last night and nearly died from it." "What dream?" the ice-blue-eyed clergyman inquired warmly. "Bishop, how should I address you?" Lumion asked, deferring from providing an immediate answer. "Newman," the ice-blue-eyed clergyman announced its name in human society. Lumion briefly recounted the blood-colored demon in his dream, the pitch-black liquid, the blurry figure, and the branches and tree warts. He didn't delve into the final injuries he had suffered. Bishop Newman listened quietly, gazing at Lumion for a few seconds. "Are you willing to listen to my preaching?" "Sure," Lumion agreed, curious about what the ice-blue-eyed demon had to say. Newman flipped open the Holy Bible in his arms and spoke in a magnetic voice. "There are 2 abysses. One is material, and the entrance is somewhere in the real world. The other is spiritual, and the entrance is deep in everyone's hearts. Sometimes, these 2 abysses are separated, but most of the time they're one. Good intentions and evil intentions come from the same source. It's inevitable for us to harbor evil thoughts like jealousy, hatred, destruction, greed, harm, and arrogance. This is normal, not sinful. However, if we act on jealousy, hatred, greed, and arrogance, killing someone, our souls will gradually sink into the abyss. When the time comes, one can only repent to the Mother, just like this. Merciful Mother, I have fallen into the abyss of evil." Lumion listened quietly, grasping the essence of Bishop Newman's words. He acknowledged his mistake rooted in arrogance. His earlier ventures, marked by a proactive approach and a lack of major problems, had led him to underestimate the concealed perils of high-level matters. Standing up, Lumion raised his hands. "I understand. Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things." Newman nodded in satisfaction. Returning to the berries, Lumion read the reply, neatly folded into a square. The letter contained spirit world coordinates and a concise directive. Put an end to the matter on Ainz Island. Find time to seek treatment here. Chapter 629, Corruption Removal. Madam Magician had not confirmed Lumien's speculation, or delved into the deeper truth of Ainz Island's demon legends. Lumien realized that this likely involved something he shouldn't pry into at the moment, or perhaps it was best not to understand until the accumulated corruption was eliminated. Does find time imply that I can go whenever I want, disregarding the healer's schedule? Has Madam Magician foreseen that there won't be any issues? Lumien clutched the paper with the spirit world's coordinates and activated the black mark on his right shoulder. His figure vanished from the berries, navigating through the swirling chaos of colors. Occasionally, he felt inexplicable gazes and caught glimpses of indescribable forms. After an unknown period, Lumien arrived at the location corresponding to the spirit world's coordinates and stepped out. Before him stood a towering dome, illuminated by bright glass windows with a mural depicting an epic scene. In the midst of the hall, Lumien noticed a ball of sunlight. Realization struck, prompting him to approach. As he walked, the sunlight seemed to spread over, banishing shadows and darkness wherever it touched. Soon, Lumien found himself enveloped in the sunlight. Suddenly, it felt as if pure sunlight pierced through his skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs, exposing his soul. Bits of illusory black gas were expelled from his soul by the sunlight, portraying various of Lumien's expressions: ferocious, pained, pleading, or intimidating. Within seconds, the black gas dissipated under the purifying sunlight. Simultaneously, Lumien felt his heart throb and his left chest burned. The blazing sunlight appeared to expel and purify everything in its path. Amidst the agonizing heartache, Lumien sensed a change in the seal on his left chest, as if it was concealing itself, synchronizing with the sunlight. However, before the attempt could fully succeed, the sunlight took the initiative to stop, receding like a tide into the depths of the hall. Lumien swiftly returned to his usual state. Aside from the lingering discomfort in his heart, he felt significantly more at ease, as if he had suddenly caught the morning breeze and glimpsed the sunrise after an extended period of oppressive darkness. His attention was drawn to a tall man in a simple white robe standing in the depths of the hall. Observing the man, Lumien estimated him to be around 22 or 23 years old, towering at over 2 meters with an imposing aura. Despite his height, he exuded a calm temperament, and his brownish-yellow hair was neatly styled. "The residual corruption on you has been cleared," the tall man spoke in ancient Fasak. Lumien had a suspicion and inquired, "Are you Mr. Sun?" "Yes." The young and tall man responded politely, devoid of arrogance or impatience. "He's actually so young, but one can't judge his age from his appearance." Lumien expressed his gratitude without delving into further questions. Indicating towards the hall's exit, Lumien asked, "Can I go out for a walk?" Though unaware of his location, the murals suggested it was an essential cathedral of the Church of the Fool. Lumien deduced that the major arcana card holder, the Sun, held a prominent position in the church, or perhaps even the top position. "Sure." Major Arcana, the Sun, nodded. Observing the Church of the Fool's etiquette, Lumien pressed his hand to his chest and bowed before turning to exit the hall. Once outside, the world teemed with life. Voices and figures surrounded him. His initial thought, did I accidentally step into a land of giants? The shortest individuals on the street were at least 1.89 meters tall, with occasional figures reaching 3 to 4 meters. Clad in white shirts, black trench coats, and half-top hats, the men carried canes resembling spears, emitting an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Even the ladies matched the towering height, mostly opting for flexibility in long pants rather than skirts. Lumien surveyed the area, his gaze traversing doors exceeding 4 meters in height. For a moment, he fell silent, feeling like a newborn in this peculiar environment. However, this realization only briefly dampened his mood for exploration. Of course, it was only a brief moment. Trier Trocadero at the entrance of a grape manor. Franca clarified to the valet that her purpose was to visit Madame Clarice, and he stepped aside without guiding her. His stance implied that she knew the way and could proceed independently. Undeterred, Franca followed the path ingrained in her memory, arriving at the circular pavilion nestled among the grape trees. Demoness of Black Claris, adorned in a black court dress, was seated there. "Good morning, Your Excellency Claris," Franca greeted warmly, openly admiring her beautiful face and slightly sorrowful demeanor. Demoness of Black Claris nodded slightly and inquired, "Has there been progress in the Mirror People investigation?" Franca, not in a rush to respond, met Claris's dark gray eyes and remarked, "Is Brown's not present? She's not my lady's maid. She attends to her own matters," Demoness of Black Claris replied succinctly. "Not at the Red House Café or the hunting ground beside the forest either." Franca observed the air's fragrance and chose to engage in conversation with the Demoness of Black. "She has other matters to attend to," Claris evaded delving into Brown's affairs. Reluctantly, Franca recounted the details of the Minister of Industry, Morin Avigny's situation, from the initial sensing of the mirror world fragments' tremors after the play, substituting herself as the person involved. Claris remained silent, her eyes lowered in contemplation. Franca didn't rush the Demoness of Black. Her gaze flickered between the deep gray of her eyes, the fairness of her delicate skin, the curves that stirred the soul, and the unnaturally alluring red lips. She knew this wasn't a good idea, but she couldn't rein in her impulses. Her heart gradually heated up, and her thoughts got a bit muddled. Her mouth dried, forcing her to purse her lips intermittently. Damn it! Why am I feeling this way right now? While humans as animals can be susceptible to instincts, I've always maintained composure during serious discussions and encounters with high-ranking figures. At most, I've held admiration. Could it be that the Demoness of Black is intentionally radiating her charm to draw me in? Or is there another explanation? Yes, the lingering corruption from the demon incident must be affecting me. Though it's subtle and doesn't manifest in my daily life, it's making it difficult for me to control my desires in the presence of a high-ranking demoness known for her feminine allure. As a result, I find myself slipping into an aroused state. Franca gritted her teeth, refusing to succumb to the temptations of desire. Claris looked up at her. "Has it been too long since you've experienced pleasure?" "Not since my last lover passed away." Franca replied truthfully, aware that the Demoness of Black referred to a specific kind of pleasure. She explained, "As I mentioned earlier, to get close to Morin Avigny's illegitimate daughter, I used a mystical item. Unfortunately, it had a side effect, leading to encounters with demons and other evil entities for a transaction. I was somewhat affected." Claris's voice turned icy. "Endurance is not a sustainable solution. Indulge yourself. Otherwise, the demon pathway will become your nemesis." The Demoness of Black's aura instantly shifted to a holy and dignified state, becoming inviolable. Franca also sensed that she couldn't entertain lascivious thoughts about such a captivating beauty. Her desires gradually subsided, and her mind cleared, breaking free from her aroused state. Claris redirected the conversation. "You aim to deal with Morin Avigny? He should be a crucial mirror person. If we can capture him or channel his spirit, we should uncover most of the mirror people hidden in Trier." "Madam, I seek your assistance," Franca stated, laying out her thoughts. She avoided mentioning that Morin Avigny shared Claris's dark gray eyes and instead presented a color photo. Claris nodded slightly and said, "You can now strategize your operation. I'll assist during crucial moments, but for most scenarios, you must rely on yourself and the factions under your control." "No problem." Franca didn't conceal her excitement. As she exited the vine-surrounded circular pavilion, Demoness of Black Claris's dark gray eyes turned cold as she rose slowly. In a brightly lit bar, Lumion clinked a beer glass, larger than his head, against the nearly 3-meter-tall giant opposite him and gulped down the golden liquor. Wiping the corners of his mouth, he chuckled. So, this is the new city of silver in the Bible. From the sermons he had heard, Lumion knew that the new city of silver served as the headquarters of the Church of the Fool, situated in the Sanya Sea. It had been established by the surviving humans rescued by Jaemin Sparrow from the cursed continent of the forsaken land of the gods. Unexpectedly, the surviving humans were towering figures, almost like giants. That's right. All the warriors here are ready to defend Mr. Fool's church at all times, the nearly 3-meter-tall giant expressed with satisfaction. You're not bad. You worship the angel of redemption and believe in Mr. Fool. Just these 2 points alone makes us brothers. He extended his right palm and slapped Lumion, nearly toppling him. It felt like a child encountering a brown bear's paw. Lumion forced a smile and inquired, "Can you share more about the angel of redemption's deeds in the forsaken land of the gods?" Chapter 630. Day Tour. The nearly 3-meter-tall giant expressed regret. The 6-member council mandates that we can't discuss matters not mentioned in the Holy Bible. As a believer of Mr. Fool, you must be familiar with the sermons and official statements. I can't share anything beyond that, just as I can't claim to have personally seen the angel of redemption and received his assistance. Attempting to tap Lumion on the shoulder, the giant found Lumion deftly dodging the gesture. "How should I address you?" Lumion, feigning reverence, inquired, not fully convinced. The giant responded, "Liveli?" A toast to the newborn of the city of silver. Lumion raised his massive beer glass, clinking it against the other party's. Then he downed the remaining golden liquid. Rubbing his bulging stomach, he gestured towards the washroom, indicating his need to relieve himself. The beer in the new city of silver wasn't extraordinary, but the cups were simply too large. After 2 glasses, Lumion's physique and alcohol tolerance reached their limit. He wasn't drunk. He was just stuffed. Entering the washroom, Lumion stood before one of the urinals, unbuckling his belt and narrowing his eyes. Amidst the splashing sounds, a giant more than 3 meters tall entered and chose the urinal beside him. Lumion subconsciously turned his head before slowly retracting his gaze. Dazed, he stared at the wall in front of him until the pressure in his abdomen completely subsided. Only then did he leave the washroom, returning to his usual seat at the bar counter. Liveli had already ordered a new glass of beer for Lumion. It was dark black but not murky. Swirling in the mug, it revealed a hint of brown. "Try it. It's a specialty of the new city of silver, black-faced beer." The giant, firmly believing himself to be human, introduced enthusiastically. "Black-faced beer?" Lumion, holding the beer glass larger than his head, asked in puzzlement. Liveli suddenly felt a pang of sadness. The forsaken land of the gods lacked the sun and fertile soil. Only black-faced grass grew. It was our staple, sustaining generations of City of Silver residents. Though always insufficient, it was better than nothing. Back then, brewing alcohol from black-faced grass was impossible. It was too extravagant. Now with food, meat, and milk in abundance, I've grown taller again. I'm 30 centimeters taller than before. Can black-faced grass still be planted in the new city of silver, grown underground? Although Lumion wasn't a planter, having grown up in the countryside, he knew that in extreme environments, those plants might not survive under normal circumstances. Liveli smiled. It can be planted. It can grow in any environment. Of course, we've had someone modify the black-faced grass seeds to make them more suitable for the current conditions. Its texture is actually quite different from before, even more flavorful. Give it a try. You won't find this beer elsewhere. We don't grow much ourselves. It's mainly to remember the past. Lumion raised the beer glass to his lips with interest, taking a large gulp. The first thing he tasted was the normal, faint fragrance of wheat. Then he experienced a refreshing grass-like stimulation in the sweet alcohol. Finally, a subtle milky taste filled his mouth. Not bad. It's a special and wonderful experience. Lumion was generous with his praise. Curious, he inquired, "Do you have any liquor brewed from black-faced grass?" Liveli's expression darkened as he shook his head. "We in the new city of silver consider alcoholism debased, indulgent, and a waste of food. That's why we reject liquor." At this point, he paused. Besides, black-faced grass doesn't seem suitable for brewing. Even if it's made into beer, drinking too much will cause hallucinations. I can only handle 3 glasses at a time. Minor toxicity? In the forsaken land of the gods, people from the new city of silver relied on eating this plant to survive generation after generation. It wasn't easy. Lumion recalled his sister's occasional jokes and smirked. If you drink too much, will you see a group of little people dancing? Liveli pondered for a moment and replied, No, hallucinations are usually different. Some see their wives slapping them, some hear the cries of their deceased relatives, and some find a baby lying by the roadside wailing. Lumion couldn't bear to hear about matters involving babies crying, so he lost interest and focused on the taste of the black-faced beer. After finishing the glass, he made another trip to the washroom before leaving the bar. He planned to take advantage of the afternoon sun to stroll around New Silver City and teleport back to the Berries docked at Port Hanth in the evening. In the sparsely populated yet unusually towering buildings, half-giants roamed. Every now and then, one or two giants, standing over 3 meters tall, could be spotted. Those below 1.8 meters were a rarity, except for those with childlike faces. Lumion's stature barely met the criteria, and his eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. He observed turquoise vines snaking up the outer walls of certain houses. On these vines, numerous soft, large, white, and plump mushrooms thrived. Mushrooms. Since when did vines yield mushrooms? Lumion furrowed his brow, questioning his botanical knowledge. It occurred to him that this might be a unique plant brought from the forsaken land of the gods by the new city of Silver, bringing a sense of relief. He approached a roadside stall and glanced up. You're selling milk. Why don't I see a bucket of milk? The vendor, standing at 2.56 meters with slightly grayish-blue skin, smiled genuinely and replied, The house behind me is mine. Want some milk? I'll take a glass. Lumion, having already inquired, had no qualms about purchasing a glass of milk. Money was not an issue. Though Verl d'Or and gold risot weren't official currency in the new city of Silver, gold held value universally. The vendor cheerfully grabbed a cup, turned around, and headed to his 2-story house. He reached out and plucked a soft, white mushroom. He aimed the mushroom at the cup and squeezed it. Milk-white liquid gushed out, rapidly filling the cup. Lumion's jaw dropped, confusion once again clouding his eyes. This is what you guys call milk? It's ready. The half-giant vendor handed the milk to Lumion. Lumion instinctively took it and asked in bewilderment, Are those mushrooms? Yes, milk mushrooms. The half-giant vendor replied earnestly, You call that mushrooms. Lumion paid in a daze and left the stall with a cup in hand. He couldn't recall how much he paid or even why he started the conversation about buying milk. After walking more than 10 meters, he brought the cup to his lips and took a sip. It tasted like milk. Lumion finished the glass with a frown, finding nothing peculiar. Yet the liquid came from mushrooms. Just consider it a unique plant. Just consider it a unique plant, Lumion muttered, deciding not to try it again. He feared that drinking too much might turn him into a milk producer himself. He continued to wander aimlessly along streets twice as wide as those in Port Hanth. Suddenly, another half-giant with slightly grayish-blue skin approached, holding a thick book and speaking with unusual enthusiasm. My friend, would you be interested in hearing me introduce our beacon and savior? Lumion smiled, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed. Praise the fool. Ah, brother. The half-giant was both disappointed and delighted. The two of them conversed in ancient Fasak, but Lumion had overheard New City of Silver residents occasionally speaking Jotun, a language that could stir supernatural powers. Are there usually foreigners here? Lumion asked casually. The half-giant smiled and replied, We often have foreigners visiting, exploring, and sightseeing. In the early years, some chose to settle here, but most eventually moved away. Living with us proved challenging for them. Heh, we're too tall and not well-versed in the pleasures of life. With that, the half-giant took something from his pocket and handed it to Lumion. I'm pleased to have you as a guest in the new city of Silver. Try our locally made candy. It was a candy wrapped in thin, blue-white paper. Lumion didn't hesitate. He took it, tore off the wrapping, and popped the white candy into his mouth. The rich, milky aroma and smooth sweetness quickly unfolded on his tongue, creating a delightful experience. Milk flavor, Lumion's curiosity sparked as he inquired with a peculiar expression, Is this milk candy? Yes. The proselytizing half-giant replied with a smile. "What kind of milk did you use?" Lumion hadn't anticipated ever asking such a question. The half-giant replied naturally, "Milk from the milk mushrooms." Lumion held the milk candy in his mouth, torn between spitting it out or swallowing it. He sensed the genuine warmth and enthusiasm when the other party shared the milk candy. As time passed, Lumion witnessed mushrooms with a cooked meat fragrance, mushrooms smelling like fish, and various peculiar mushrooms. His gaze turned lost as he observed the half-giants and giants joyfully sharing their food. Unconsciously, he arrived at a corner of the new city of Silver. A towering building stood there. It was split into two sections. On the left, a spire tower; on the right, a domed tower. The outer wall, standing 30 to 40 meters tall, was a grayish-white hue, the Twin Towers. According to Lively, the spire houses the library and other public facilities, while the domed tower serves as the council office for the ruling 6-member council of the new city of Silver. There must be sealed artifacts and formidable individuals in such a place. Lumion stood nearby, examining the imposing structure before him. His eyes moved across the domed tower and noticed black plants resembling hair growing from the cracks near the ground. They hung there, swaying occasionally in the wind. Lumion diverted his attention and headed towards the spire, eager to explore the books passed down in the new city of Silver, a human settlement existing in the forsaken land of the gods for thousands of years. Chapter 631, Divilogy. The steeple's base was paved with black stone bricks, and a colossal pillar rose proudly. Lumion felt like a visitor in a giant's kingdom as he strode through the expansive and dimly lit space. The occasional tall residents who effortlessly towered over him only heightened this impression. Guided by the signs on the wall, he ascended to the 3rd floor, revealing rows of imposing bookshelves. The custodian of the library, an elderly man draped in a linen robe, oversaw the space. Even seated, he matched Lumion's height, and his slightly gray skin bore the marks of age. Engrossed in a goatskin-bound book, the library administrator paid no heed to Lumion's entrance, his gaze firmly fixed on the text. Lumion, not rushing to seek permission for his exploration, entered the library and followed the guidelines posted on each row of bookshelves, leading to the section housing mythical books. He ran his finger over the weathered leather-bound book and another with freshly copied pages, choosing a tome that chronicled creation myths. Before the bookshelf, Lumion casually flipped through its pages, only to stuff the book back. He couldn't comprehend it. The words were in Jotun. This ancient language, associated with the Beyonder race of giants, possessed the ability to manipulate the forces of nature. Ranked alongside Dragonese, Elvish, and ancient Hermes, Jotun held significant importance in mysticism. Although Lumion had mastered ancient Hermes and Hermes, Jotun remained a language he recognized but hadn't fully mastered. He could barely decipher the title of the ancient book, but couldn't comprehend its contents. A sweep of his gaze revealed a corresponding copy of the ancient book, this time written in ancient Faesac, a human language devoid of supernatural influence. Joy surged within Lumion as he retrieved the soft-covered book and settled into the reading area near the window. Throughout the entire process, no one intervened or issued a warning. Nully, this library is entirely open to everyone. Even those not residing in the new city of Silver can peruse its contents, but borrowing seems to be off the table. Or perhaps, the knowledge on this level isn't deemed confidential, Lumion mused, maintaining a steady pace. He strolled past the section dedicated to Beyonder creatures, and his keen eyes snagged a book titled Devilology. Nully Devilology. Recalling recent encounters, Lumion snagged the corresponding copy. In the reading area, he chose a spot shielded from direct sunlight yet bathed in ample illumination. Seated, he delved into the pages of Devilology. As he read, Lumion's eyes widened, and his mouth hung slightly ajar. He murmured to himself, "Nully, is it really acceptable to have this kind of knowledge available to the public? Each piece of information was invaluable." The Devilology. book meticulously outlined the traits and behaviors of creatures from various species after transforming into devils. It also provided detailed analyses of devils with distinct personalities within the same species. For those potentially facing beyonders of the devil pathway in combat, the value of this book rivaled that of a potent Grade 2 sealed artifact or its corresponding mystical item. Nully, moreover, how did the new city of Silver come by such knowledge? It's improbable they could compile creature illustrations without dispatching hundreds of devils. Could it be that the half-giants and giants here are devil hunters? Perhaps, in ancient times when devils were more active, they shared information with other factions. Lumion grew more alarmed as he read on. Midway through, he massaged his throbbing temples, sensing a rapid depletion of his spirituality. Lumion temporarily closed Devilology, intending to explore the creation myths of the new city of Silver and take a well-deserved break. From the very outset, the creation myth read, "The omnipotent and omniscient God created everything before slipping into a profound slumber. Among the mythical races he brought into being, giant King Aumir, dragon of imagination Anquelt, elf King Soniathrim, vampire ancestor Lilith, devil King Farbody, phoenix ancestor Gregrace, mutant King Cavaster, and king of demonic wolves Phlegrea emerged as potent and crazy beings. They partitioned the authority left by the Lord, transforming into ancient deities governing the sky, land, sea, reality, the spirit world, and the astral realm. Abruptly, a dull-skinned, slightly gray finger tapped a specific spot on the page. An aged, raspy voice echoed, "Do not utter this name in any Beyonder language." Lumion looked up, surprised to find the library administrator, previously immersed in his books, standing beside him seemingly out of nowhere. As a hunter, Lumion remained oblivious, partly due to the lingering dizziness from reading Devilology. It showcased the library administrator's proficiency in concealing both breath and movement. Given his towering stature of more than 3 meters, Lumion redirected his attention to the name indicated by the library administrator. Devil Monarch Farbody. Without awaiting Lumion's inquiry, the library administrator, bearing giant-like traits, shifted his finger a few centimeters and remarked, "It's advisable to avoid pronouncing this name in any Beyonder language as well." Lumion followed the motion of the finger, silently noting the corresponding name in his mind. Vampire ancestor Lilith. "Why am I not allowed to read about it?" Lumion expressed his ignorance without reservation. The library administrator spoke in a deep voice. "The Devil Monarch is still alive. This formidable ancient deity remains among the living, and the vampire ancestor is suspected to be alive as well. In recent times, an individual in the city experienced disturbances after uttering the name Lilith in Jotun. Although their life wasn't at risk, they endured prolonged suffering. Nully ancient deities, entities that once governed the world before the ancient sun god's era. Lumion recalled fragments of his limited knowledge and inquired thoughtfully, did the ancient sun god rescue humanity from the dominion of these ancient deities? The library administrator, towering at more than 3 meters, turned to the last page and pointed. Lumion read the description. The omnipotent and omniscient God stirred from slumber, rising from the earth to vanquish the ancient deities and reclaim his authorities. Note, in the present era, the omnipotent and omniscient God is also known as the ancient sun god. Nully indeed. Among the 8 ancient deities, Devil Monarch Farbody is still alive, vampire ancestor Lilith is suspected to be alive, and the rest have perished. Giant King Aumir, why does that name sound familiar? Ah, the provincial capital renowned for its red wine and champagne. What ties does it share with the Giant King? Lumion cautiously inquired. Can these 2 names be pronounced in ordinary human language? The vampire ancestors is acceptable, but it's advisable to refrain from attempting the devil monarchs. You must exercise caution even in writing it, responded the colossal library administrator. We are uncertain if the devil monarch possesses any special abilities. Nully exercise caution even in writing. Are all demons like this? Yes, the deity of the devil pathway remains alive, an ancient being since the second epoch, Lumion murmured. His heart stirred. He retrieved a note with the love incantation from his traveler's bag. Have you encountered this name before? I came across a demon who identified itself as this. Much like the others, it cannot be spoken or written, only thought. The library administrator accepted the note with a hand capable of engulfing Lumion's head. His gaze swept over the name laboriously. He lapsed into deep contemplation. After a minute or two, he silently retrieved a copy from a concealed location within the bookshelf. The book's title read, A Summary of Rumors and Hearsay Before the Cataclysm, 1. Nully, what a simple name, Lumion observed as the library administrator opened the newly acquired book, pointing at a particular line of text. As anticipated, it's right here. Lumion fixed his gaze and read silently. After the devil monarch, Farbody led the devils back to the abyss. Occasional rumors persisted of demons enticing humans. The demons operated under the following names: Beelzebub, Olmos, Samael, Lilatin, and Nabordisly. A high-ranking demon hunter speculated that these names conceal the aliases of Devil Monarch Farbody. Nully the Devil Monarch Farbody's alias. Lumion felt a jolt as a thin layer of sweat coated his back. Nully could Nabordisly be the Devil Monarch. Nully the sealed blood-colored demon was the Devil Monarch. Nully no, it doesn't seem likely. If it were a genuine ancient deity, catching just a glimpse of his form wouldn't have resulted in my eyes exploding in a dream. I would have lost control immediately. Yes, perhaps Farbody's pseudonym is among these names, but it doesn't necessarily mean Nabordisly is him. Lumion wiped his forehead with his right hand, forcing a smile as he addressed the library administrator. As a foreigner, am I truly allowed to read these books? The knowledge they contain is exceedingly precious. The library administrator responded calmly. The chief has already informed us that you are Mr. Fool's blessed. Very well. Lumion found it amusing. Apparently, not every foreigner could access this library. The library administrator offered no further warnings. He took the book chronicling pre-cataclysm rumors and departed from Lumion's vicinity. Lumion continued to alternate between reading devilology and creation tales, taking breaks as needed. As evening approached, he barely concluded both books and departed from the Twin Towers. Releasing his compressed spirituality, Lumion teleported back to the berries in Port Hanth. Surveying the still bright sky, Lumion confirmed that the investigation into Hanth Island's demon legends had reached its conclusion. The matter delved into complexities beyond his reach. He no longer hesitated about his next steps and plans. Since he hadn't fully digested the Conspirer potion, he resolved to head to West Balem and seek out Isoka. There, he would hunt to digest the potion and complete the advancement ritual, Chapter 632, Conspiracy. Late at night in Trier, Ainz Audioverse de Francois sat in front of a small analyzer and a radio transceiver, attentively listening to the clicks and observing as a translated telegram was produced by a mechanical typewriter. The signature above simply read Hidden Blade. Having exchanged a few messages, Ainz Audioverse remained composed. He picked up the telegram and swiftly skimmed through its contents. When you're protecting high-ranking government officials and members of parliament daily, do you tail them even during personal moments like affairs or trips to the washroom? A wry smile formed on Ainz Audioverse's face. He contemplated responding to Hidden Blade with, "What occupies your thoughts all day?" However, in the blink of an eye, his eyes narrowed as he tapped away on the mechanical typewriter. "Tell me, what crime do you intend to commit? Which high-ranking government official or member of parliament is your target for assassination? Damn it." Franca, seated in the master bedroom of her apartment, squirmed uncomfortably. Why did it feel like she was undergoing police interrogation? She dryly chuckled to herself and replied on the mechanical typewriter, "I'm just curious." Following them would be awkward, and not doing so might expose a security vulnerability easily exploitable by others. She refused to acknowledge any plans involving the Minister of Industry in the current government. After a while, 007 sent a new telegram. I rarely undertake such missions. Initially, I dealt with Beyonder incidents and battled cultists. Later, I got promoted and no longer had to participate in daily protection operations. Based on my knowledge and limited experience, we have to follow the protectee wherever they go. If they choose to have an affair, at least one of us will discreetly stand by the coat rack, keeping a watchful eye. If time allows, we'll investigate and confirm the identity and background of the target in advance. If the protectee enters the washroom, one of us waits by their side, guarding against potential threats from sewers, ventilation pipes, and shadows. However, there's an exception. If the protectee strongly requests and writes an exemption, we can respect their privacy. After all, we're not their parents obligated to protect their every move. If they perish, someone else will take their place. It's not easy to find a three-legged toad, but those aspiring to be high-ranking government officials and members of parliament can fill Avenue du Boulevard. Moreover, such officials and MPs don't often possess exceptional foresight and wisdom. What matters is the position they hold, not the individual. Very few high-ranking officials and MPs choose to write exemptions for privacy, but they tend to do so when discussing confidential matters with their team. 007, did you work overtime so much that you harbor resentment? Franca chuckled inwardly. She felt that 007 wasn't as laid back as she would have liked. If it were the two members from Lone, they would likely say, "It's fine if most high-ranking officials who don't deal with real matters or MPs who only give speeches are dead." Even curly-haired baboons in their positions would perform better. At least the baboons wouldn't smack their heads to formulate policies or work for personal gain. They wouldn't boast about their wisdom and desire to show off. They'd simply enjoy bananas and play happily. That's the least harmful thing for the entire country. Franca read 007 telegram again and turned to Jenna, who was sitting by the bed. The protective measures are tight, and there are no loopholes to exploit. Yes, that's the case with the purifiers. The machinery hive mind and Bureau 8 should be similar. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony had been gathering information for a while and had devised several plans, but they still found it unsafe and uncertain. Hence, they consulted 007, seeking clarification on the security situation around Morin-Avigny. Being a cabinet minister of a country, Morin-Avigny was not an easy target for assassination. Moreover, Franca and the others' primary goal wasn't assassination. Even if they considered it, they had to factor in the time required for spirit channeling, making it even more troublesome. Listening to Franca's summary of 007 response, Jenna pondered for a moment and said, if it were any other demoness, they might choose to sacrifice their established legitimate identity by seducing Morin-Avigny and pretending to be shy to make the minister get an exemption from the protectors. However, I don't think that's feasible. Morin-Avigny is likely a mirror person, and mirror people have a close relationship with the demoness pathway. They might be especially wary of a demoness approaching them. Franca had initially hesitated to involve Jenna in the operation against Morin-Avigny because the demoness of Black Claris would secretly monitor and provide assistance at critical moments. It would be risky if she discovered Jenna using the demoness pathway's abilities. However, Jenna insisted on participating. Her reasoning was, after Franca admitted to Claris that she hadn't experienced pleasure for a long time, the demoness of Black would likely suspect her relationship with Franca. After all, Franca had approached Brown Sauron under the guise of attending a female orgy. Therefore, Jenna wanted to showcase a vampire's abilities and combat style in front of the demoness of Black. The mystical item she currently possessed would allow her to disguise herself effectively and maintain sufficient combat strength. The prerequisite was that she had to conceal the arrow of the bloodthirsty well and hide it under her clothes. As for mirror substitution, she could explain it away with Franca since Anthony had one too. Franca had muttered, "Demonesses can also have pure love." But as she finished speaking, she awkwardly changed the topic and tacitly allowed Jenna to participate. Franca, sitting cross-legged, nodded slightly and said, Morin Avigny's strength is unknown. He might be very formidable. If we attempt to seduce him, we risk becoming his prey if he's vigilant, possibly even losing our lives. Sigh, I'd better write to Lumian and see what he thinks. Franca chuckled self-deprecatingly. Ever since he left Trier, my brain seems to have gone on vacation. She was mocking her past laziness, acknowledging that she often delegated the primary responsibility of thinking to Lumian while playing a supporting role. Jenna chuckled and said, "You're really good at self-deprecating. That's what I admire most about you. You're open-minded and cheerful." Franca chuckled. Teasing can liven up the atmosphere and foster closer relationships, but sometimes, if you can't gauge others' acceptance, teasing can easily turn into mockery. It's safer to make a self-deprecating remark. As the two demonesses conversed, a telegram clattered in. It was still from 007. Franca's eyes lit up as she read the telegram. The telegram read, "Hidden Blade, if you disclose your target and provide sufficient reason, I might be able to offer assistance and discreetly cooperate with your actions." Wow, what a bro! Franca praised inwardly as her fingers swiftly moved over the mechanical typewriter. Here's the deal. I currently possess ample evidence to believe that the Minister of Industry, Morin Avigny, is a mirror person who has infiltrated Trier and assumed the original owner's identity for decades. Haha, I didn't reveal this earlier because I needed to acquire crucial information from Morin Avigny. If he's captured by you, I can't guarantee that you'll gain access to pertinent information, so I plan to take action myself. Phew, there's hope. Franca turned around and joyfully raised her right index and middle fingers to Jenna. Before long, 007 responded. Gather the results of your previous investigations and Morin Avigny's information promptly and place it at the designated contact point. I'll verify it first and find an opportune moment. Await my further instructions. Franca's face lit up with joy. She pursed her lips and sent a brief telegram. It's highly likely that a demigod of the demoness sect will be involved in this operation. Exercise caution. Jenner read it quietly and asked thoughtfully, "Are we still seeking Lumian's opinion?" "Yes," Franca replied without hesitation. As the saying goes, 3 smelly cobblers are as good as Roselle. With more people brainstorming, we may uncover better solutions. What kind of proverb is that? Why haven't I heard it before? Jenna suspected that Franca was making it up. The crimson moon remained unseen, with only the stars casting a faint glow. Seated in the Barry's first-class suite, Lumian perused Dutigny's textbooks when his messenger, Penitent Baneful, abruptly materialized before him. Baneful, draped in a black clergyman's robe, resembling a charred corpse, handed over the letter. Lumian caught it, inhaling the lingering fragrance on the paper. Franca's letter. Jenna even held and read it. Lumian made a casual judgment as he observed his messenger curiously. He had a persistent feeling that Penitent Baneful harbored many untold stories, but every attempt to engage in conversation was met with stoic silence. After Baneful traversed into the spirit world, Lumian unfolded the letter, reclined in his chair, and leisurely read. With 007 help, this shouldn't be difficult. Lumian smiled suddenly and whispered to himself, if it doesn't work out, they can force the bait. Focus on the mirror person's wariness of demonesses and the potential strength they possess to lure him. When Morin Avigny believes the target is a bait from the demoness sect, with a demigod hiding behind her, planning to take the poison pill and retreat to deliver a bomb, he'll find himself facing 1 or 2 angels, 3 to 5 demigods, however, this way. Franca's demoness sect mission will be finished. Lumian's thoughts raced as he crafted and discarded one plan after another. Tomorrow, the Barrys would depart from the Berserk Sea, sailing into the southern continent's waters. When the time came, the ship wouldn't need to navigate complex twists and turns to avoid storms, maelstroms, and mystical phenomena. It could head directly for its destination port in West Balam. Suddenly, Lumian sensed something and stood up. Approaching the window, he peered out. In the darkness not far away, an ancient 3-masted sailboat sailed silently. There were no lights on the ship, and no one strolled on the deck. Chapter 633. West Balam. Lumian had heard from Lugano that ships deviating from the safe sea route might mysteriously disappear. In a few years, they would occasionally appear at night with no lights or people. This seemed to be the case now. In the past, Lumian might have teleported over out of curiosity, taking advantage of the three-masted sailboat's re-entry into a safe sea route to assess its internal condition. However, after encountering the demon legends on Ainz Island, he felt that less curiosity was better. As long as the uninhabited ship traveling in the darkness didn't exhibit signs of attack or an imminent danger, he could treat it as a unique spectacle of the Berserk Sea and simply observe. The brown ship gradually distanced itself, leaving only the billowing sails in its wake. Abruptly, Lumian, utilizing his exceptional vision, spotted a face silently staring out of an open hole in the cabin's uppermost window. The face, shriveled and pale white, clung tightly to the bones, devoid of flesh and blood. Flaxen-colored hair cascaded like withered weeds. The eyeballs were absent, leaving only a void of deep darkness. It resembled the head of a desiccated corpse, yet its lips were surprisingly vibrant, as if recently adorned with lipstick. Lumian instinctively sensed the face belonged to a woman. At least, she had been a woman when alive. He refrained from raising his right hand for a warm greeting. Instead, he quietly observed as the ancient three-masted sailboat sailed beyond the safe sea route and into the dark night. The desiccated face, with blood-red lips and pitch-black eyes, blended into the darkness. Only then did Lumian wave his hand and offer a faint smile. "Goodbye. You won't be missed." He then helped Franca and the others to devise a plan to confront Morin Avigny. Ultimately, he opted to await further information from 007 before finalizing their strategy. Conspirer wasn't a visionary, known for conjuring conspiracies out of thin air. They required substantial information as a foundation. When Lumian awoke at dawn, the berries emerged from the dense, death-carrying fog of the Berserk Sea. Before him stretched a clear blue sea, bathed in the intense sunlight of the high sky. The next day, the berries bypassed Baron's Harbor at the northernmost tip of West Balam. Instead, they continued southwest, reaching Port Pylos by 4 p.m. Situated in Matani, the port was under the rule of Admiral Quiraril. Originally a colony of the Ainz Republic, Port Pylos saw Ainz colonists withdraw after the war a few years ago. Subsequently, various factions from the Phaenopotter Kingdom, maintaining a favorable relationship with Admiral Quiraril, took control. Lumian's target, Hisoka, was yet to surface in Port Pylos, but Lumian knew that the two pranks he had engaged in were in Matani. One occurred in Tizimo town, at the outskirts of Port Pylos, closest to the forest, and the other in Devise, the southernmost gold mine city in Matani. As Lumian unbuttoned the second button on his linen shirt, he remarked to Lugano in a self-deprecating tone, "I feel like I'm shunned by winter and have been living in a scorching environment." Having arrived in Port Santa during late autumn, which was relatively hot and sunny, Lumian moved on to Port Kala as Port Santa began to cool. His journey continued through what his sister called the tropics, devoid of winter and maintaining a temperature of at least around 20 degrees Celsius. While Trier was already in midwinter, the southern continent was experiencing the height of summer. This made Lumian's specially prepared black tweed coat and Jayaman-styled trench coat impractical. "Because we've been traveling south all autumn," Lugano declared authoritatively on matters of weather and seasons. Lumian donned a golden straw hat and strolled down the gangway to the port, hand in hand with Ludwig. He boldly embodied the traits of the adventurer Louis Barry. Initially, Lumian had contemplated altering his strategy, adopting a new identity to discreetly investigate the two pranks in Matani and uncover Hisoka without drawing attention. However, after Franca vividly detailed Hisoka's usual characteristics to Anthony Reed, the hypnotist's profiling revealed an exceptionally aggressive trait, ranking among the top. As a result, Lumian reconsidered and returned to his role of casting out bait. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that success was a slim possibility. The sea sacrificial ritual and Loki's survival had likely provided Hisoka with a comprehensive understanding of the factions backing him. April Fool's, with its former display of resources and energy, seemed ill-equipped to challenge the might of the Tarot Club. And Lumion wasn't solely relying on the Tarot Club for support. If he were in Hisoka's shoes, Lumion would opt for patience. He'd wait a month or two, allowing the vengeful enemy to grow restless and make mistakes. When the formidable forces behind him could no longer guarantee protection, he'd launch a surprise attack. For now, let's not devise a plan. I'll consider it when I find clues, Lumion muttered to himself. Leaving the port alongside a throng of passengers, he reached the public carriage stop. Numerous rental carriages and pitch-black or vermilion coffins were parked nearby. Coffins. Despite having read many travelogue books on West Balam's customs, Lumion found it absurd to witness coffins lining the roadside. Before the invasion of the northern continent, before East and West Balam's division, the Balam Empire revered death, the emperor of the underworld from the War of the Four Emperors. Thus, the locals valued and loved coffins, considering them objects that brought peace, tranquility, and the blessing of death. When traveling, they would lie inside, carried by people or pulled by horses and single-horned goats. Of course, this form of transportation was reserved for those of a certain wealth level. Ordinary people couldn't even afford lying in a coffin. After a momentary daze, Lumion addressed Lugano and Ludwig with interest. "Do you want to take the coffin? I plan to give it a try." "I'll pass," Lugano replied, finding the idea of lying in a coffin unsettling. Ludwig shifted his attention to the nearby street vendors. The aroma of corn and potatoes intertwined, enticing every passerby and prompting increased saliva production. "How lame," Lumion teased with a smile. Approaching the four locals with disheveled black hair and dark brown skin, he raised his right hand and pointed at the pitch-black coffin beneath the shade of a tree. "How much?" Lugano inquired in fluent Dutanese before Lumion could. "How much?" Lugano inquired in fluent Dutanese before Lumion could. His linguistic talent was evident. Less than a month had passed since their departure from Port Santa to their arrival at Port Pylos, and he could already communicate with people in Dutanese. Of course, his proficiency was limited to basic words and short sentences. A half-naked local in linen pants replied in Dutanese. Nearby, 40 kopit. Far away, 1 verl door. Recognizing the foreigner's inquiry, he refrained from quoting the price in the local currency, delexi, the Intijan term for copper coins. Quite affordable. This coffin, carried by 4 people, should be considerably cheaper than the one carried by 8, Lumion mused, appreciating the direct use of verl door and kopit. It showcased the recent Intijan influence in the former colony, lost only a few years ago. Lumion's grasp of Dutanese surpassed Lugano's, thanks to the mid-level language comprehension charm he had used on the ship. Learning Dutanese in this manner proved more efficient. Regarding charm consumption, Lumion harbored no concerns. In his view, items served a purpose, and there was no concept of waste as long as they proved useful. He couldn't align with those miserly individuals who hoarded their wealth throughout life, only for it to benefit others after their demise. If he urgently needed language comprehension charms, he could acquire them from the curly-haired baboons research society. If their gathering didn't align with his schedule, teleporting to various cities in Lenberg would allow him to purchase them from the Church of Knowledge. Sure. Lumion nodded at Lugano and said, "Let's go to Hotel Orella." After Lugano paid 1 verl door, the local who had quoted the price lifted the thin coffin lid, revealing the interior covered with thick dark red cloth and a stiff neck pillow. Excitedly, Lumion removed his golden straw hat and lay down, immediately feeling a cooling sensation enveloping his body. In the hot season, the coffin effectively dispelled the humidity. Is it the coffin's wood or the sun-screening black paint, or perhaps the shade of the tree? It feels like stepping into a morgue in the summer, surprisingly comfortable. Lumion observed the thin coffin lid closing, witnessing the shadows rapidly expanding until they dominated his world. Outside, the voices became muffled in his ears. The coffin was lifted, swaying slightly as it moved forward. Within Lumion's view, everything was dark, and his surroundings exuded a sinister, cold ambience. For some reason, it felt like he was walking toward death, touching it. Setting aside the psychological discomfort, it isn't bad. The only downside is the tendency to easily fall asleep. Lumion evaluated the mode of transportation in a good mood. It's unsuitable for mixed-gender rides, which could be more awkward. Heh, I wonder if the romantic Intisions have ever engaged in an affair under such circumstances. Nearly half an hour later, the coffin halted in front of Hotel Orella. Lumion stepped out, finding himself in front of a small, man-made valley. Rows of grayish-black stone rooms encircled the inner wall of the deep valley until reaching the bottom. This was Port Pilos's most renowned Hotel Orella, originally belonging to a Balam royal family descendant, Orella Eggers. It had been constructed with the intent of approaching death. Later, it fell into the hands of Intis colonists. Upon the Phaenopaterians' arrival, they perceived it as a symbol of entering the earth and returning to the land, prompting its transformation into a sizable hotel. Chapter 634, Fresh Off the Boat. In the well-lit lobby of Hotel Orella, above ground, Lugano effortlessly balanced Ludwig, munching on a burrito in one hand and clutched his suitcase in the other. His eyes darted around uneasily. From his adventurous beginnings to trailing Lumion south, he'd never lodged in a place proudly declaring itself a hotel instead of a motel. He'd only encountered Trier's renowned Grand Champs-Élysées in newspapers and magazines, learning that its construction cost a whopping 21 million Vril d'Or. With 800 rooms and 65 functional halls, even the most basic accommodations demanded 12 Vril d'Or per day in the off-season. A stark contrast to Lugano's usual frugal 3.5 Vril d'Or weekly motel stays. The bustling metropolis of Trier had left an indelible mark on Lugano, urging him to rise above and recommend himself to Lumion. Accumulating wealth, obtaining potion ingredients, and advancing to doctor became his priorities. He aspired to join the ranks of high society. Only when he became a doctor did he grasp the vastness of the Bay underworld. He had barely scratched its surface. The male receptionist, sporting curly black hair, dark brown skin, and a keen countenance, addressed Lugano in fluent Intision. "Would you prefer a suite or a standard room? Are you inclined towards a coffin bed or a conventional one?" Lugano glanced at his employer. Lumion toyed with a caramel-colored East Balam cigarette wrapped in roasted tobacco leaves, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. He savored the blend of tobacco leaves, internal spices, and assorted herbs. The aroma was mildly invigorating and redolent, tempting one to inhale deeply. A suite, standard and closer to ground level. Lumion had sampled rental coffins for transportation and had no plans to continue sleeping in them. It wasn't a traumatic experience, but it did alter his perception of his surroundings. In case of an attack, it could impede his initial response. Lugano sighed in relief upon hearing Lumion's decision and conveyed the employer's request to the male receptionist. 8 Vril d'Or a day, 3 days payment in advance, the native male receptionist stated the price. After Lugano completed the payment, the receptionist, with a nod to his colleagues, said obsequiously, "I'll escort you down." 3 mechanical elevators stood at the back of the hall. Lumion and his group entered the middle door, pulling the brass handle to B3. Chains tightened, gears clamped, and various metal parts started to operate with resonating sounds. In the distance, it resembled the roar of a boiler and white steam billowed out. As the mechanical elevator descended, the native receptionist glanced at Ludwig and smiled at Lumion. "Settling down in Port Pylos, are you? If you need info on local grammar schools and rentals in different communities, feel free to approach me." In his view, anyone bringing a 7- or 8-year-old child to the southern continent was likely moving, not merely traveling. After all, the child was too young for perilous long-distance journeys. Moving meant finding a house, renting or buying, and choosing a good school. These were all opportunities to make money at the mention of school. Ludwig, munching on a roasted corn cob, suddenly stopped chewing as if the food had lost its fragrance. Lumian wasn't oblivious to the native receptionist's thoughts but didn't mind. Instead, he admired the man's shrewdness. He grinned and remarked, "I'll take a look first. We haven't confirmed if we would stay in Port Pylos." At that moment, the mechanical elevator halted at B3. Entering the room on the right, with a stone fence on one side and the Cold Valley aisle on the other, Lumian addressed the native receptionist. "Do you know Tizimo Town?" The native receptionist, aiding Lugano with the suitcase, slightly bent and led the way. "I do. Many gentlemen head to Tizimo on weekends for forest hunting. There are secret temples and mausoleums left behind by former nobles in the forest. If you want to have fun, don't venture too deep. The primitive tribes there are barbaric and savage." Lumian nodded, not probing further. Upon reaching Suite 7 and entering the living room, he casually tossed a Vural silver coin to the native receptionist. "What's your name?" The receptionist, pleasantly surprised, responded. "You can call me Ron," Lumian chuckled. "I might have to trouble you often in the future. For example, what's the name of the nearest and better bars? Where is it?" Ron touched the silver coin and smiled. "It's my honor to assist you. Head to the man-eating flower bar. Intision is used for communication there. It's on the street behind our hotel." Lumian instructed Lugano and left the room with Ron, waiting for one of the mechanical elevators. Inside, a man with a deathly pale face and vacant eyes stood. The man's face was deathly pale, and his eyes were vacant. He wore a wrinkled shirt and pants. Lumian glanced at him without a word. Amidst the tightening of the chain and the relatively stable elevation, the mechanical lift returned to the ground. Once the vacant-eyed man exited the lift and distanced himself from them, Ron leaned closer to Lumian and whispered, "I wanted to remind you to pretend not to see that customer." "Who is he?" Lumian asked casually. Ron glanced around and lowered his voice. "He resides in a suite at B18, a servant of Mr. Ivoljsta." "That gentleman's servants don't seem normal." "Of course, it's not normal. They are walking corpses," Lumian criticized. He had already observed the servant and realized his fate was dark and that of a deceased. Lumian wasn't surprised to encounter such a situation in a country that once worshipped death. Having already seen the Blood Emperor's afterimage, encountering a zombie was hardly shocking. In the sweltering evening, Lumian bypassed the artificial deep valley where Hotel Orella stood and entered a street with an unpronounceable name. He spotted a bar adorned with an exaggerated man-eating flower. Donning a golden straw hat, he lit the East Balam cigarette purchased from the hotel lobby and placed it between his lips. Cough, cough, cough. Lumian quickly coughed, emitting white smoke from his nose. His intention was to showcase his experience as an experienced adventurer by smoking East Balam cigarettes, but he hadn't anticipated their potency. As someone who rarely smoked, he found it unbearable. In Cordu, various cheap alcohols abounded, but cigarettes were scarce. Lumian had only witnessed Pons Baynett, Louis Lund, and a few others indulging in smoking. After extinguishing the East Balam cigarette and tossing it into the trash can, Lumian entered the bar and skillfully approached the counter. He pulled up a bar stool and settled in. Sensing the lingering smoke in his mouth, he opted for something milder. He tapped the counter and spoke in Intision, "A glass of Kilju, the regular kind." "10 licks," replied the bartender, a local man in a white shirt and black vest, his Intision tinged with a distinct accent. Lumian settled the bill and awaited the bartender's pour. He discreetly surveyed the area, noticing nobody paying him any heed except for a dozen wanted posters adorning the bar's wall. Thoughtfully accepting the amber-colored Kilju, he adjusted his golden straw hat and addressed the bartender with a smile. "Do you know who I am?" The bartender glanced at him and smiled back. Every now and then, a self-proclaimed renowned adventurer poses that question, but I'm sorry, I don't know you. From the looks of it, the adventurer Louis Barry's exploits in hunting the demon warlock are primarily known in the Fog Sea. My rising fame was tied to activities within the Church of Earth Mother's sphere of influence. Louis Barry's reputation waned upon entering the Berserk Sea, and few in West Balam are familiar with him. If Hisoka isn't stationed at the docks every day, he likely doesn't know about my arrival in Port Pylos. Lumion refrained from erupting in rage at the bartender's words. He sipped his kilju, contemplating the situation. Noticing Lumion's silence, the bartender casually smiled and remarked, "You just arrived in the southern continent, right?" "Yes, I left the Berserk Sea this morning." Lumion seamlessly assumed the role of a regular at All Tavern, recounting his story with a smile. Encountered a ghost ship in the Berserk Sea, danced with dried corpses under the moon, and repelled a demon's attack. Praise the mother of all things. You might never understand how magical and dangerous the Berserk Sea is. The bartender wiped the glass's inner wall and interrupted Lumion. "I know. After all, that's where death disappeared." "Where death disappeared?" Lumion asked in surprise. While he had speculated about the dangers of the Berserk Sea and abnormal weather being linked to a deity's demise, he hadn't expected such an easy answer. The bartender regarded Lumion with an expression that implied, "You're actually a rookie." "Have you never heard of the legend of treasures at sea? At the top is Death's key. It's said that at the end of the fourth epoch, Death, who had lost the Pale White War, stirred violent waves to obstruct the returning enemy to Balam, creating insurmountable obstacles that severed the northern and southern continents. However, he ultimately didn't return to his throne and vanished. Only those with the special key can find him, discover the treasures he left behind, and gain his boon." The bartender's tone was complicated. Lumion fell silent. He had embarked on the sea seeking revenge and held little interest in treasure legends. He hadn't anticipated missing such crucial information. Just then, the heavy wooden door of the bar creaked open. The once noisy bar hushed in an instant. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Lumion turned his body, fixing his gaze upon the door. Chapter 635, Man-Eating Flower. At the entrance of the Man-Eating Flower bar, a figure strode in. A woman, neither towering nor petite, clad in a conservative, deep black dress, caught everyone's attention. Her eyebrows were meticulously drawn, her skin thickly powdered, and her cheeks adorned with noticeable blush. Her lips shone gorgeously, and the area around her eyes sparkled with gem-like hues. Despite the woman's excessive makeup and unconventional style, her captivating brown eyes, high nose bridge, luscious lips, and curvaceous figure emitted a potent charm. Male patrons in the bar shifted their gazes to the door, momentarily silent. Only when the woman acknowledged a few customers with an aloof nod did the atmosphere spring to life. Some attempted conversation, while others raised their voices at their companions, trying to make an impression on her. Without lingering, the woman navigated through the crowd and settled on the opposite side of the bar counter. Unique. If Franca were here, she'd surely strike up a conversation. Lumion felt a twinge of regret for his companion and averted his gaze. He smiled at the bartender and commented, "That lady seems quite popular." The bartender wiped away the expression reserved for new adventurers and replied sternly, "She's my boss." "Boss?" Lumion suddenly recalled the bar's name and asked thoughtfully, "Man-Eating Flower." "It's her." The bartender lowered his voice and approached the beautifully made-up woman of indeterminate age. He poured her a glass of some unknown brand of black rand. After the bartender returned, Lumion asked curiously, "Why does she have the nickname Man-Eating Flower? She seems very popular." The bartender instinctively turned his head, observing his boss as she focused on her drink and surveyed the patrons nearby. Leaning in, he whispered, "In Port Pylos, women of her caliber often relish the pursuit and adulation of men but keep them at arm's length. Our boss, however, is different. If she takes a liking to you, she'll extend an invitation for a memorable night. Sometimes we can hear her passion echoing through the halls upstairs." The bartender paused, a mix of nostalgia and desire evident on his face. "Pleasure?" Lumion subtly frowned and inquired with a smile, "Have you ever been the object of her affections?" The bartender fell silent, For a moment, Lumian wondered if the other would smash his head with the cup in hand. Changing the subject, Lumian asked, "Aren't there brash men who try to force themselves on your boss?" The bartender sighed and replied, "Remember the name of our bar. Man-eating flower, is that what it means?" Lumian grasped the meaning. The bartender elaborated, "Those who tried to force themselves on our boss ended up badly. Some were severely injured or thrown down the stairs. Others simply vanished. Even those who caught her eye would be pale the next day, legs unsteady. They couldn't walk properly. That's why she's called man-eating flower. She embraces it. Eventually, she named the bar after it. This is a departure from the demonesses of pleasure's style, but each demoness has her own unique approach. Franca, a demoness of pleasure, stands out from the rest. Lumian's curiosity sated, he didn't delve further into the bar owner. Instead, he retrieved an ordinary deck of poker cards from his traveler's bag and asked, "Have you come across anyone using poker cards as a weapon recently?" According to Anthony Reed's analysis of Hisoka, a key member of April Fools, Hisoka had a strong inclination towards self-expression. After successfully creating the poker card with the ability to change its face, possessing frost and cut characteristics, it was clear he wouldn't limit its use to mere April Fool's pranks. When engaged in combat or carrying out acts of violence, he wouldn't hesitate to employ the mystical item to end his target's life. This information presented a promising lead for investigation. Regarding the two pranks orchestrated by Hisoka, they revolved around Matani and were linked to relatively confidential or significant local affairs. Individuals who weren't locals or lacked prolonged residence wouldn't spontaneously choose this area unless they also possessed ample information to support their actions. Lumian reasonably suspected that Hisoka's original sphere of activity centered on Matani and its neighboring regions. This rationale prompted his journey to Matani, despite believing that Hisoka had likely heeded Loki's warning and evaded capture, concealing himself. Understanding Hisoka's past was crucial to deciphering his present and ending his future. The native bartender scoffed at Lumian's inquiry. "Do you think I'd have that information? Consult the patrol team. Whether they choose to answer is another matter." Patrol team, Lumian didn't mind and nodded slightly, established by Admiral Quiraril, the ruler of Matani, the among Beyonders. In this state, following the withdrawal of most Intis colonial forces, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, the Church of God of Steam and Machinery, and the new Cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother lacked official authority to enforce the law. While these churches maintained Beyonder teams in their cathedrals across different cities, their jurisdiction was limited to self-defense and safeguarding believers within the cathedral. They couldn't address matters akin to their usual spheres of influence or eliminate potential hidden dangers. Admiral Quiraril entrusted the corresponding authority to the newly formed patrol team. Some of the patrol team's Beyonders were veterans from Admiral Quiraril's army, while others were remnants of the former Balem Empire or former adventurers and bounty hunters. What a simple name, Lumian pondered for a moment as he glanced at the few wanted posters on the wall. Admiral Quiraril doesn't want adventurers turning Matani into a hunting paradise. He doesn't want them brawling on the streets under the guise of pursuing targets on wanted posters. The bartender shot Lumian a surprised look. "You're quite sharp for an adventurer. In Matani, the wanted status is earned through crimes committed here. No one cares about your actions elsewhere." As expected of one of the adventure paradises, Lumian lifted the kilju and finished it. Just as he was about to switch to a glass of West Balam-specific liquor to savor its distinct flavors, he felt a gaze upon him. It was the owner of the man-eating flower bar, the woman in the black dress with exquisite makeup. Lumian nodded calmly and shifted his focus back to the bartender. While this man-eating flower was undoubtedly attractive, she couldn't match a demoness in terms of feminine allure. Additionally, Lumian wasn't fond of heavy makeup. At that moment, the woman rose from her seat and sauntered over to Lumian. She curled her lips and remarked, "I can sense that you're like me, a living volcano, but it hasn't erupted yet. You're still enduring and waiting in pain. Tonight, are you willing to feel my passion? Lumian raised his right hand and stroked his face. "You're taken with me just like that. Come to think of it, I've been a hit with the ladies since my youth. Being a hunter, I've often found myself surrounded by all sorts of beauties. Could this be the subtle influence of the true men pathway? It doesn't add up. According to the Adventurer series and recent sea rumors, Mr. Fool's Oracle Danitz is also from the hunter pathway, yet his romantic endeavors were fruitless, and he doesn't boast any notable female companions." Lumian muttered internally and stood up. He offered a smile and inquired, "How should I address you?" "Belosha." The woman's smile relaxed, making Lumian feel that she might appear even more stunning without her heavy makeup. Lumian took off his golden straw hat, pressed it to his chest, and bowed slightly. "Madam Belosha, I appreciate your invitation, but there's someone else I hold dear." As he spoke, he disregarded Belosha's slightly stiffened expression and made his way past the man-eating flower, heading for the bar's entrance with composed demeanor. Belosha didn't stop him. Like numerous patrons in the bar, she observed as he swung open the sturdy wooden door and stepped out. As the wooden door thudded shut behind him, Lumian sneered and muttered to himself, "I can resist even the charm of a demoness of pleasure. Why take the risk with a woman of unknown origins? Using someone I like as an excuse is already preserving your dignity. If you still seek revenge, I won't hold back." Having left the bar early, Lumian wandered through the nearby streets, exploring secluded alleys in hopes of stumbling upon incidents or criminals to gather information. After turning a few corners, he suddenly heard a clanging sound emanating from a dark and deserted alley. Silently, Lumian approached and delved into the alley. There, he witnessed an intense battle between two men. One, with evident native characteristics, appeared in his 20s. His face was pallid, and he wielded a sharp but hefty dagger in his right hand. His left palm was slightly open, and a dark shadow hovered in it, creating a chilling atmosphere. The other, in his early 30s, had ordinary facial features and an expressionless demeanor. Short, black hair framed his face, and his dark green eyes were encircled by white. Clad in a plain white shirt and black pants, he wielded longer, sharper weapons resembling scalpels in each hand. At this moment, the two engaged in a fierce battle, their weapons clashing rapidly, resonating with metallic clangs. Observing the skirmish, Lumian recognized that these weren't ordinary individuals. They both bore Beyonder characteristics. Halting his advance, Lumian nonchalantly stood with his hands in his pockets, his right foot propped up against the wall. He unabashedly observed the close-quarters combat between these Beyonders. Chapter 636. Catharsis. In just over 10 seconds, the two Beyonders locked in combat sensed an observer and instinctively distanced themselves, fixing their gaze on Lumian. Casually leaning against the alley wall, Lumian chuckled and remarked, "Go on, keep fighting. Don't mind me." With a heavy dagger in hand, the young native, his left palm slightly open, eyed the black-haired, green-eyed, handsome, golden straw hat-donning Lumian with vigilance. "Who is this? What is he up to?" The short-haired man, armed with two odd-shaped scalpels, was equally vigilant. He, too, eyed Lumian and the vigilant young native. Suddenly he crouched, arms hanging loose, and black, sulphurous smoke enveloped him completely. Lumian's smile didn't waver, his right eyebrow arched in mild interest. Unfazed, the young native extended his slightly open left hand, releasing a shadow that expanded into a distorted black cloud. This black cloud merged with the sulphurous smoke, swiftly clearing the alley. The crimson moon once again illuminated the scene. However, the short-haired man, with dark green eyes and an emotionless expression, had vanished, ran off. The young native was shocked, angry, and vexed. As he sought clues, he instinctively turned his head to where Lumian had been. No one stood before the wall. When did he leave? Why didn't I sense it at all? The young native, holding the heavy dagger, pondered in bewilderment, uncertain whether to pursue his target. Relying on his spell-like abilities, Bram skillfully escaped the alley, stowing away the two odd-shaped scalpels. He navigated the dark, unlit paths, frequently changing directions in an attempt to lose his imaginary pursuer. In the process, He pried open a shoemaker's shop on the street, donned a pair of ill-fitting leather shoes, and discreetly handled any signs of his intrusion. After circling 3 times, Bram returned to the alley, entering a simple apartment nearby, constructed from black stones and brown wood. Bram opened his room and entered, closing the wooden door behind him. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he withdrew a transparent glass bottle from the grayish-white cloth bag hanging from his waist. The bottle held a nearly colorless liquid, faintly tinged with red. Suspended within, a blood-colored, well-defined mouth hung open, frozen in intense pain and fear. As if admiring a masterpiece, Bram stared entranced at the glass bottle in his grasp. After a moment, he averted his gaze, moved to the side of the room, and opened a cupboard. Within the cupboard, 7 or 8 similar glass bottles awaited, each containing a unique lip. The hues varied, some slightly upturned, others in a pouting stance. Bram positioned his newly acquired spoils in an empty spot, then used sticky blood-colored paint to draw an ominous symbol. With the task complete, his fingers gently explored different lips through the glass bottles, as if assessing each piece in an art exhibition. How twisted! A mocking sigh suddenly resonated in Bram's ears. Startled, he whirled around, focusing on the source of the voice. A golden straw hat-donning young man with black hair and green eyes sat in an armchair by the table, the top 2 buttons of his white shirt now casually undone. Him? Bram's pupils dilated as he recognized the man who had witnessed his clash with the numinous Episcopate member. The person who had witnessed his battle with the numinous Episcopate member. When did he tail me? How did he pinpoint my location without detection? Lumian smiled and cordially responded to the other's unspoken queries. Hasn't anyone informed you that the preservative in those glass bottles is quite noticeable? Moreover, you reek of blood after killing someone. Bram's heart tightened. Are you a hunter? As he spoke, he moved slowly and quietly. You seem to know a lot, Lumian replied calmly. So why collect those lips, preserve them, and carry them with you? That doesn't sound like the work of a seasoned serial killer. I get it. You have the urge and the necessity to gather trophies. Is it for your own satisfaction or part of a ritual? Heh, desire can be destructive. Even the most cold-blooded are prone to errors, despite their calculated demeanor, often wagering that they won't be caught if they overlook the details. Observing the twisted murderer summon black, sulfurous smoke, Lumian deduced that he was a Sequence 7 serial killer following the criminal pathway. In the Devilology book of the New City of Silver, it was noted that upon reaching Sequence 8 cold-blooded, also known as the unwinged angel, individuals underwent inhuman changes, acquiring 2 or 3 devil spell-like abilities, varying from person to person. Some wielded poisonous flames, while others inflicted damaging curses. The creation of black smoke was one such ability. Combining the target's actions in battle, Lumian concluded he was merely a Sequence 7 serial killer. Bram's brow twitched at Lumian's mockery and sarcasm. Maintaining his cool, he advanced and murmured, "Did you come here just to converse? What is it you seek from me?" As soon as he finished speaking, dense black smoke billowed from the serial killer, carrying a pungent sulfuric aroma. Within the shroud of the dark smoke, Bram's eyes deepened as he unleashed another devil spell. His body morphed, adopting the color of a chameleon, seamlessly blending with the spreading smoke. Swift and silent, he approached the door, opened it with precision, and lunged outside. Bram's vision distorted, and amidst the lingering black smoke, he glimpsed the green-eyed man in the armchair, grinning at him. Suddenly, he found himself back in the room. Contrary to his previous orientation, he now faced away from the door, bottle of fiction. Upon infiltrating the room, Lumian's initial action wasn't a pose, but the creation of a bottle of fiction, one that prevented Beyonders from exiting. Unfazed by the sudden wave of disappointment and frustration, Bram darted to the side within the obscurity of the black smoke obscuring his vision. Rolling to the bedside, he retrieved a 6-barrel machine gun. Raising the machine gun, he aimed it at Lumian and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Amidst the rapid gunfire, Lumian disappeared from the armchair, the furniture torn apart by the storm of metal projectiles. gone. As this realization hit Bram, he instinctively glanced upward and witnessed the man in the golden straw hat descending from the ceiling. Surrounding him were numerous crimson, almost white, flaming ravens. Swoosh, 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 fire ravens assailed Bram before Lumien's arrival. Caught within the encirclement, Bram reluctantly abandoned the six-barrel machine gun. Attempting to evade the impending explosion, he sought refuge under the bed. However, the crimson, nearly white fire ravens dissipated on their own. Lumien landed before him, adorned with a grayish-white lightning brooch. He smiled and said, "Didn't you just ask me what I wanted? What I want is simple. I haven't vented for too long. I'm in dire need of a humanoid sandbag." As he finished speaking, Lumien swung his fist at the retreating Bram. Instinctively, Bram raised his right arm to block. With a resounding bang, a silver-white bolt of lightning surged from Lumien's fist into Bram's arm, coursing through his entire body. Bram shuddered. Despite his inhuman transformation, a momentary paralysis gripped him. Lumien's other fist followed suit, crashing into Bram's side profile. Bang! The serial killer's head tilted, and a spray of teeth accompanied by blood scattered. Once more, silver-white lightning enveloped Bram's head. Bam, bam, bam. Lumien unleashed a barrage of punches, turning the encounter into a tempest, making Bram feel like he was caught in a thunderstorm. The electric shocks made any form of retaliation or defense nearly impossible. Bang, bang, bang. Lumien's expression remained icy as he relentlessly struck Bram's face, chest, arms, and head. The criminal pathway beyonder's chest caved, ribs cracked, face swelled, and skull fractured. Charred marks covered his upper body after the brutal assault. After the relentless beating, Lumien clenched his fists and raised his arm. He crashed into Bram's left shoulder. Bang! Bram's left shoulder crumpled entirely, collapsed on the ground, twisted and gasping. Bram's breath weakened. "That's it. It's fine. I can get my servant to treat you before continuing," Lumien remarked, wearing a devilish smile that Bram recognized all too well. Without awaiting Bram's fearful response, Lumien removed the fury of the sea brooch, stowing it back into his traveler's bag. In a gentle tone, he inquired, "Tell me, which family are you from?" Bram, undergoing the initial stages of dehumanization with a robust physique, realized Lumien had purposely avoided vital points in his attacks, leaving him far from unconsciousness. His mind still functioned, and thoughts raced before settling on Lumien's smile. After a momentary silence, Bram weakly replied, "I'm a member of the Andariel family." Chapter 637, Unexpected Information. Andariel, one of the three devil families. Lumien recognized the last name from Madam Magician and asked with a warm smile, "What brings you to Port Pylos?" If it weren't for the lineage running in devil families for generations, with descendants naturally inclined towards the criminal pathway, and the other option of the prisoner pathway seemingly trouble-free, Bram Andariel couldn't shake the suspicion that the man before him carried the last name Noise or Berea. Why did he exude more of a devil vibe than Bram himself? Struggling, he lifted his right hand, wiping his swollen and cracked face, cleaning up the blood and flinging it to the ground. With the task completed, Bram responded, "Firstly, it's to gather information about Matani for the family. Secondly, it's to find an opportunity to act as a serial killer. Do you know what acting is?" He cooperated with Lumien by speaking in Intijan. Lumien nonchalantly stood before Bram, who was curled up on the ground, and remarked with a smile, "Your acting is subpar. You don't seem to be a criminal with a high IQ. Why would the Andariel family gather information about Matani?" Bram had no intention of concealing the truth for the family. "We're cooperating with the Rose School of Thought. They want information on this place." The Rose School of Thought setting its sights on Matani. That's right. Matani, seemingly detached from any northern continent nation, holds ties to the Phaenopotter kingdom, but their influence is lacking. With Admiral Quiraril's sway, even if the Rose School of Thought and the Andariel family dispatch only a handful of agents, resisting may prove challenging. Lumien perceived the stark contrast between the southern and northern continents. Whether in Trier, the Phaenopotter Kingdom, or the maritime colonies, Lumion encountered criminal acts and mystical disasters driven by the pursuit of strength and faith. Encroachments on factions or cities were rare, but West Balam presented a different scenario on his first day. If maritime disorder resulted from chaos, the southern continent teemed with factional conflicts, overt or covert, causing widespread chaos. Lumion, observing Bram's wound clotting, questioned further, "What intel does the Rose School of Thought seek?" Bram, reflecting, responded, "They want all kinds of information: cathedral locations, military camp details, patrol team compositions, port throughput, daily prices, and the locals' lives." "Are they preparing to rule this place in the future?" Lumion inquired, puzzled. "To whom will you hand over the information you gathered?" "Where? It will be written and placed in the study of an empty house at 17 Alec Street. My uncle, Davajo Andariel, will be responsible for retrieving it. We don't usually contact each other, and I don't know where he lives or under what identity," Bram explained in detail. After becoming a devil, his special ability is to completely skin humans and perform complicated processes to create Beyonder items with usage or time limitations. No matter who it is, as long as he wears the human skin as clothes, he can transform into the other person and complete the corresponding disguise. As Bram spoke, he wiped the blood off his body and flung it to the ground, as if obsessed with cleanliness. This was mentioned in devilology. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Are there any traces of other devils in Matani?" Perhaps Bram and his uncle weren't the only ones sent by the Rose School of Thought to gather information. Bram shook his head. "Not recently. However, during my investigation, I stumbled upon a string of serial murders around Port Pylos about 4 years back. The victims lay dissected, the scene steeped in blood and marked by the aftermath of a fierce battle. Moreover, the 7 casualties were no ordinary individuals. They were Beyonders, ranging from Sequence 7 to Sequence 8. Listening intently, Lumion felt a surge of intrigue. As per Franca's explanation, the name Hisoka stemmed from a literary work hailing from the original world of transmigrators like themselves. One of the characters' defining traits was an insatiable appetite for combat and the thrill of extinguishing formidable adversaries, reveling in the ecstasy and carnage of claiming lives. If the target was sufficiently potent, he'd patiently await their growth, perhaps even offer a nudge. Hisoka, a key member in April Fools, adopted this moniker as his code name, driven by an unmistakable urge for self-expression, mirroring this characteristic. Hisoka is a Beyonder of the Devil pathway. Moreover, his targets are Beyonders while he was at the serial killer stage. Unlike other serial killers, he doesn't prey on the weak or ordinary people. If he had been a serial killer 4 years ago, he would likely be at least a Sequence 6 by now. There's a strong chance he's a Sequence 5. Yes, he's concealed his identity very effectively. No one in the curly-haired baboons research society knows his true pathway. Lumion listened attentively to Bram's account without interruption. He eagerly pondered the possibility that Hisoka was a devil or even a desire apostle in his mind. The curled-up Bram glanced up at him, propping his bloody palm on the ground and straightening his body slightly. This seems like the work of a serial killer. Moreover, he's exceedingly confident in his strength and intellect, daring to target Beyonders. However, I noticed some discrepancies. What discrepancies? Lumion concealed his joy behind a gentle smile. Bram shifted his palm to support himself. Serial killers' victims often exhibit degraded behaviors. For instance, those I've selected typically share a common trait. They enjoy inflicting verbal harm and curses upon others for extended periods. Thus, I'd remove their lips and preserve them. However, the 7 slain Beyonders had varying identities, backgrounds, and behaviors, lacking the typical degeneracy. Perhaps he's merely a Beyonder with a fascination for serial killing, not necessarily acting out the devil pathway, Lumion mused, masking his interest with a teasing tone. He added playfully, "Were you subjected to constant verbal violence as a child?" and the cold-blooded and serial killer potions amplified corresponding resentments and psychological traumas. Bram fell silent, his body gradually stretching out, no longer curled up. Only then did Lumion steer the conversation back to the serial murder case from 4 years ago. You have detailed information about the 7 Beyonders who were killed. Did you identify any suspects during the initial investigation? Bram shook his head slowly. I only had read the summary provided by the patrol team, not the full investigation files. Most of the patrol team members were seasoned Beyonders who had encountered mutants and devils before. Their judgment should be reliable. Patrol team? Lumion grinned at Bram and remarked, "Is there any other information you deem crucial to share with me? If not, let's proceed." "Yes, of course." Bram straightened his back abruptly. In the next moment, he spat out foul words in a language Lumion had never heard before, devil language. As the devil words reverberated, the bloodstains, and bloody handprints that Bram had left on the ground were enveloped in a faint light. A mystical connection seemed to form between them, linking them based on their location, creating sinister symbols and patterns. In the room's far cupboard, glass bottles filled with lips and colorless liquid trembled suddenly, as if rocked by an earthquake. This marked the initiation of a ritual to summon the projection of an abyssal devil. Serial killers executed serial murders not solely for the thrill, but also to appease the abyssal devils. Once the killing spree concluded, serial killers could proceed to the final step of the ritual, summoning the projection of the corresponding abyssal devil. This granted them the assistance needed to fulfill their desires. Though Bram's string of murders wasn't entirely finished and fell short by a few targets, he had met the minimum threshold. It satisfied the basic quantitative requirements, allowing him to expedite the ritual. Understandably, this shortcut wouldn't yield the same effectiveness as the standard procedure. Yet, in the face of urgency and danger, Bram paid little heed. He cooperated willingly, divulging information to divert the enemy's focus from his subtle actions. For instance, allowing blood to drip onto the ground in a specific pattern and pressing his blood-stained palm in a particular location. These marks replaced conspicuous evil and degenerate symbols with subtler, blood-stained alternatives. With the preparations complete, Bram could utilize the devil language's activate to trigger the ritual, pleasing a high-level devil and summoning its projection to confront the enemy. Lumion silently observed Bram Andariel's handiwork. Feeling the room steeped in malevolence and tainted by corruption, he raised his right hand, snapping his fingers. Bram, coldly observing him while anticipating the ritual's protection, suddenly heard a rumbling emanate from within his body. In confusion, he lowered his head and scrutinized his form. Crimson flames erupted from within, inflicting the agony of violent waves tearing through his internal organs, bones, and flesh. Darkness gripped Bram's consciousness, accompanied by searing pain. The last sight before losing consciousness. A black-haired young man with green eyes, sporting a golden straw hat, curved his lips, maintaining a warm smile. It was as though he watched a clown diligently tumble into a trap. Rumble, the ritual concluded prematurely. An explosion originating from Bram's body tore him into multiple fragments. Fire infusion and delayed explosion. As Lumion adorned the fury of the sea brooch and ruthlessly assailed Bram, he not only released pent-up emotions, but also covertly infused flames into Bram's body, triggering a delayed explosion. This precaution aimed to avert any mishaps. Moreover, there was no intention of granting forgiveness or negotiating a deal to spare Bram. Thus, there existed no psychological barrier to implanting a controlled time bomb within his body, ready to be activated. Rumble, corpse fragments scattered across the room, some plastering the walls. Yet, this tumultuous event remained contained within the confines of the bottle of fiction. Chapter 638, Possible Enemy. My father bore the last name Andariel, cut down by a curse unleashed by a devil's projection during a ritual gone awry. Inheriting his mantle, I became a Beyonder. My mother remains a mystery, perhaps just another name etched into my father's ledger of victims. Upon the murky surface of a dark mirror, Bram Andariel's blood-drained visage recounted his origins with an impassive mask. Franca, invited by Lumion, faced a full-body mirror, employing her unique magic mirror spirit channeling technique to delve into the Andariel family and the Rose School of Thought. Regrettably, Bram lingered on the fringes of the secret organization and his devilish family. His insights were scant. Moreover, to divert Lumion's scrutiny and covertly finalize the ritual preparations, he divulged truths without deceit. With spirit channeling reaching its threshold, Franca posed a final query. Who leads the Andariel family now? Bram's increasingly translucent and sinister countenance contorted abruptly. He's dead. He became a sacrifice, such theatricality. Before Franca could delve deeper, Bram's figure waned swiftly, dissipating into nothingness. As the demoness of pleasure concluded the ritual, she clicked her tongue and addressed Lumion. The Andariel family's state is dire. Even the patriarch can be offered as a sacrifice. Are they fully controlled by the Rose School of Thought? In light of the Temperance faction's alignment with the Church of the Fool within the Rose School of Thought, Franca glossed over distinctions between factions. After all, the Rose School likely teamed with adherents of indulgence. Lumion responded contemplatively. The situation in the Abyss isn't quite right either. Whether Nabordisley was the pseudonym of Devil Monarch Farbody or not, the plight of the blood-colored demon deep within Ainz Island mirrored the Abyss's troubles to some extent. With a scoff, Lumion remarked, "We're accustomed to damning others to hell and the Abyss. We believed it to be the worst place. Who knew the Abyss itself could decay? It's falling into its own abyss." A hellish jest indeed. Franca glanced at the pristine night sky, less tainted by industrial pollution. The crimson moon of the southern continent appeared clearer and brighter. She steered the conversation back on track. If Hisoka truly is from the devil pathway, his actions make sense. The research society was lax, minimal filters or restrictions on its members. Franca and Lumion were aware that the curly-haired baboon's research society operated in a way that there were no devil pathway beyonders, but nobody knew the truth. Membership didn't entail self-declaration of pathways or proof. Sequences were discerned through interactions at gatherings. Hisoka remained an enigma, his pathways and sequence elusive even to key April Fool's members. Hisoka has always been a loner. He rarely participates in other April Fool's pranks. Is he afraid of being discovered as a devil? Lumion contemplated, adding. He was most inclined to collaborate with Mad Lady, an unabashed lunatic who couldn't care less. She might even relish the prospect of testing if a devil's blood runs cold. I sense a subtle mockery, insinuating my penchant for experimentation. Yet, despite being a cold-blooded, the remnant blood of the serial killer Bram retained a hint of warmth. Does cold-blooded mainly denote emotional detachment rather than literal coldness? Or could it be the southern continent's summer, heating up the blood of cold-blooded creatures? Franca's musings drifted. Franca then cautioned Lumion. If Hisoka is truly a devil, he'll sense your malice the moment you uncover a key clue. He can decide whether to strike or flee, shifting to another country to hide. Damn it, pursuing a devil is a real hassle. When we can't beat him, he strikes first. When we can, he's nowhere to be found. We could use a demon hunter in times like these, Lumion half-jokingly remarked. From devilology, Lumion knew that Sequence 4 of the warrior pathway was the demon hunter, an expert in hunting devils. They were natural adversaries to devils, desire apostles, and even demons. One of the demon hunter's crucial skills was concealing their actions and intentions, making it impossible for targets capable of sensing danger to detect them. Franca concurred succinctly. Now I see why Madam Magician sent you the spirit world's coordinates, instructing you to visit the new city of Silver and find Mr. Sun to eliminate the remaining corruption. It's dominated by the warrior pathway and boasts many demon hunters. Though enlisting a demon hunter throughout the entire process might strain our resources. That was a genuine demigod. While dealing with Hisoka was Lumion's personal grudge, Major Arcana card holders would also take notice, given Hisoka's potential alignment with that celestial worthy. Lumion chuckled. No need for a demon hunter to intervene directly. I wonder if they can craft charms, potions, or items concealing malice. If so, we can spend a hefty sum through the Tarot Club's connections to acquire them or engage in item exchange. Start inquiring soon, Franca advised. If Hisoka is a desire apostle, be cautious. You carry too many random items, and some mystical items have adverse effects on emotions and desires. He could detonate them, injuring you instantly. As she spoke, Franca's lips trembled before she sealed them shut. Lumion nodded solemnly, refraining from boasting about his ascetic abilities. Having recently endured an explosion of emotions and desires, he understood it was beyond the endurance of an ascetic, causing physical damage to the brain. Franca then said, "The one chasing the serial killer was from the numinous episcopate, not a regular patrol member. The currents in Matani run deep." The numinous episcopate, a clandestine organization in the southern continent, was rumored to trace its origins to the former royal descendants of the Balam Empire and Beyonders unwilling to forsake death as their faith. Their ultimate aim was to restore death to his throne, ruling East and West Balam once more. Lumion strolled to the window, gazing at the street. He grinned and commented, "This is the chaotic southern continent." Actually, what piques my interest is why the Rose School of Thought is collecting information about the daily lives of Port Pylo's residents. It seems like they want to govern this place. That's not their usual style. Lumion had limited knowledge of the Rose School of Thought's past. All he knew was their recent spree of sacrifices, leaving bloodshed wherever they occupied. Running a city or port for extended periods didn't align with their usual behavior. Nothing is certain. Franca's mind was working overtime recently. After a moment's reflection, she added, "Regardless of the Rose School of Thought's motives, considering the sacrifices they've conducted in recent years, they should have gained substantial boons from the Mother Tree of Desire. Now, with Devil family members in the mix, encountering a significant Rose School of Thought member may mean dealing with a dual bearer of potions and boons. Perhaps a zombie recipient, wraith tree spirit, or sex addict apostle? Similar to a hunter monk like you." Franca, always more adept at nicknames and unconventional thoughts than Lumion, playfully referred to Beyonders who were both zombies and recipients as zombie recipients. Her primary intention was to caution Lumion that certain Rose School of Thought members might exploit abilities like those of the sex addict to provoke his desires. Later, in their desire apostle form, they could detonate those desires, providing end-to-end service. It would be a formidable challenge. In Lumion's condition, facing such Beyonders posed considerable danger. Lumion chuckled, somewhat self-deprecatingly. "Why do I feel like a powder keg ready to explode with the slightest touch?" Nevertheless, I don't intend to meddle in the Rose School of Thought's affairs. I'll write to Madam Magician and report the traces of the Rose School of Thought in Port Pylos. Someone will investigate and handle it. Aren't Mr. Star and Mr. Moon among the major Arcana card holders overseeing the Rose School of Thought? My sole focus is Hisoka. At least, we can be sure that even if he's of the Devil pathway, he likely has no connection to the Andariel family. Otherwise, the Rose School of Thought wouldn't have dispatched Bram and company for reconnaissance. Bram wouldn't have been oblivious if a family member had been active here. Franca hesitated for a moment before adding, "Just be careful." Having escorted Franca back to Trier, Lumion stowed away Bram's serial killer Beyonder characteristic. It took the form of a sharp-edged, prismatic ice cube, enveloping faint wisps of thin black gas. Upon reaching Hotel Orella, Lumion approached the trio of mechanical elevators, pulled the handle and stood patiently. With a creak, the double doors opened simultaneously. Lumion's silhouette, elongated by the crystal chandelier behind him, was mirrored in the mechanical lift. Beside him stood a slender human shadow. Chapter 639, Bribe. Lumion stood before the open mechanical elevator door, casting a glance at the slender shadow beside him. With raised eyebrows, he calmly turned his head, noting the sudden presence diagonally behind him. The figure appeared as a tall, thin man draped in a complex, layered black robe. His face bore a pale white complexion, as though untouched by sunlight for an extended period. Atop his black hair sat a fluffy black hat, its edge adorned with a gently swaying white feather. Lumion retracted his gaze and entered the mechanical elevator. The tall, thin man with dark brown eyes following suit in silence. Gripping the brass handle within with his right hand, Lumion selected the desired floor, pressing it down to B3, a definitive click echoing in response. After Lumion selected his intended floor, the lanky man mimicked his action, opting for B18. As they awaited descent, the distant sound of steam hissing reached their ears. Gears whirred to life, chains tightened, and the luxurious mechanical elevator began its gradual descent. Throughout the journey, both remained eerily silent, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Upon arrival at B3, Lumion departed without a backward glance, heading towards Suite 7 with purpose. As the metal chains continued their retreat behind him, Lumion muttered thoughtfully to himself. Monsieur Ivolgsta, residing in B18, harbored lifeless servants. The peculiar appearance of Ivolgsta and the condition of his servants led Lumion to suspect his association with a wraith, a Sequence 5 wraith of the Prisoner Pathway. The Prisoner Pathway, controlled by the Rose School of Thought, held sway over temperance and indulgence factions, both intertwined with the secret organization. It seemed unlikely for a wraith not to be affiliated with the Rose School of Thought. Could it be a rare rogue wraith, or perhaps the vanguard of the Rose School of Thought targeting Port Pylos? Lumion couldn't discount the possibility of a temperance faction member. Yet, in the past few minutes, he discerned no evidence of Ivolgsta's protracted indulgence. Lumion resolved to detail his observations in Madame Magician's letter. Whether something was good or bad would be determined by professionals. Returning to Suite 7, Lumion noticed Ludwig seated at the dining table, indulging in a feast from a ceramic soup pot with a silver spoon. Atop the dish, a layer of cheese infused with egg juice charred in spots. Through the substantial hole Ludwig had carved, Lumion glimpsed a medley of pork, beef, fish, shrimp, shells, potatoes, and tomatoes stewed together. The rich aroma of spices mingled with the meat's essence permeated the living and dining rooms, casting a spell that stirred his appetite. Ludwig continued to eat in silence as Lugano stood up and asked, "Would you like some? This is the local SEO. Different chefs choose different ingredients and the taste will vary." Ludwig, without uttering a word, simply turned his head at Lugano before resuming his meal, quickening his pace. Taking a seat beside Ludwig, Lumion smiled at the cheese-filled boy and said, "I was going to bring you a better supper, but I thought better of it." Confused, Lugano inquired, "What supper?" "You don't want to know," Lumion responded with a devil-like smile. The supper he alluded to was serial killer Bram's corpse, originally intending to bring a few pieces back for Ludwig to sample and discern any nutrients and information. Lumion reconsidered, aware of Bram's limited knowledge about the Andariel family's peculiarities. Thus, he abandoned the idea of feeding Ludwig out of prudence. From Lumion's observations, Ludwig could derive some strength from eating, releasing the seal. However, consuming a Sequence 7 Beyonder corpse might trigger a significant change. Lumion feared his own strength might not suffice to manage potential complications. Ludwig could potentially turn the tables and consume him as a delicacy. Ludwig's silver spoon paused briefly before he remarked, "If you didn't bring it, why did you mention it?" "Oh, having a little tantrum." Lumion chuckled inwardly and said, "It's to inform you that we've reached an adventurer's paradise, a land of chaos. You'll have ample opportunities for fine dining in the future." The implication was clear. Do well, and I'll remember to reward you with delicacies. Ludwig, spooning a soft potato stew into his mouth, responded vaguely, "I'm not going to school." Does this mean that as long as he doesn't go to school, everything else is negotiable? Of course, the prerequisite is that I have to pay with enough delicacies. Satisfied, Lumion rose and made his way to the washroom adjoining the master bedroom, where he washed up. The brass faucet delivered warm water at a comfortable temperature. Lumion soaked a towel, relishing the refreshing steam that enveloped his face, invigorating him. Hotel Aurella's utilization of a steam engine to power its mechanical elevators and machinery ensured continuous hot water, a notable feature of its service. The following morning, Lumion, sporting a golden straw hat, appeared on Cania Street beside Port Pilos's Resurrection Square. Once the ruling center for Ainz colonists in Matani, the area bore remnants of its history with road signs and shop names in the Ainzian language. Lumion effortlessly traced the path beneath the Ainz parasol trees, arriving at a 4-story beige house showcasing Ainz's opulent architectural style. Signs adorned in Dutanese, Ainzian, Highlander, Lone, and Fasak languages marked the building. Port Pilos Patrol Team. Below the sign, 5 lines had the same meaning. Only deals with paranormal events, fully taking into account the needs of adventurers from different countries to report a case, Lumion playfully remarked as he entered the beige establishment. Within the hall, devoid of occupants, Lumion found a receptionist casually perusing the day's local tabloid from a lounging position. The native, in his 30s with dark brown skin and black hair, possessed a slender face and dark brown eyes. Approaching, Lumion addressed him in Ainzian. "I want to report a case." The native glanced up, rising unsteadily. He opened a partition behind him, uttering a few incomprehensible words in Dutanese. Lumion could barely understand him speaking in Dutanese. Someone who understands Ainzian or Highlander. This won't do. Since you don't understand foreign languages, don't waste time reading the newspaper. Study diligently. Maintaining a genial smile, he patiently awaited other patrol team members to appear. Within a mere minute or two, a young man with fluffy brown hair, appearing as if he had fallen asleep without washing his hair the night before, swung open the door from the depths of the hall. Dressed in a white shirt and an unbuttoned yellow vest, he strolled towards Lumion, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. In fluent Ainzian, he inquired, "What case are you filing?" Lumion assessed the young man, unmistakably hailing from the northern continent, cigarette in hand and brownish-yellow eyes. With a reserved smile, Lumion responded, "I found a killer." Amused, the well-defined young man gestured towards the door. "For killers, go to the police on the opposite street." Opposite the patrol team stood Port Pilos's police headquarters. Maintaining his composure, Lumion reiterated, "He's a serial killer." "Serial killer," the young man with the cigarette muttered to himself, a shift in his demeanor indicating a sudden seriousness. "How do you know?" "I found many severed lips in his house. Human lips," Lumion disclosed with a reserved smile. "Cut-off lips." The young man, yet to fasten his yellow vest, pressed with urgency. "Where's his home?" After a brief pause, Lumion replied, "I can't spell the street name, but I can take you to the scene. It's on a street near the man-eating flower bar." Forcing himself to calm down, the young man took a drag on his cigarette, asking, "What about the killer? Did you see his face?" "He's dead," Lumion truthfully responded. Taken aback for a moment, the brown-haired young man queried, "How did he die?" Lumion's reserved smile transformed into a more open one. "I killed him." The young man's expression froze in disbelief. He scrutinized Lumion for a few seconds before inquiring, "Are you an adventurer here to collect the bounty?" Bram's serial murders had prompted a local wanted poster issued by Admiral Quiraril. However, the poster lacked a corresponding name or appearance, featuring only a case description due to the suspect's unidentified status. Smiling, Lumion replied, "Sort of, but you can also claim it." The young man furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "The bounty can be yours," Lumion stated, making his intention to bribe clear. The young man cast a glance at Lumion. "What would you like in exchange?" "I want the dossier on a serial murder case from 4 years ago and the relevant items you gathered," Lumion disclosed openly. There might be something among them that Ludwig could consume. The young man fell into contemplative silence, assessing the pros and cons. Eventually, he scratched his brown hair and said, "I can show you the case dossier and related items, but you can't take them away. You can only copy them. Also, I need to confirm if it's a serial killer at the scene." "All right," Lumian agreed, extending his right hand with a smile. "Happy working with you." The young man shook Lumian's hand. "Nice working with you. You can call me Camus. What about you?" Lumian smiled once more. "Louis Barry." As Camus entered the door deep in the hall, preparing to gather two teammates, he pondered. Louis Barry. Why does this name sound familiar? Chapter 640, Commonality. On the street adorned with the words Chillicasco. In Dutanese, Lumian led Camus and the rest of the patrol team into the apartment crafted from dark black stones and brown wood. The moment he swung open the door to Bram's room, a blend of charred scent and the tang of blood wafted through the air. Corpse fragments lay strewn across the floor, the walls tainted with a mixture of blood and flesh. Handprints, crimson, and searing marks adorned every surface. Camus's eyes widened, as if thrust back into the midst of a serial killing. Yet, this was a level of devastation beyond even that. Turning to Lumian, Camus, despite already anticipating the grim answer, habitually inquired, "Where's that person's body?" Lumian gestured towards the scattered remains and minced meat, responding with a grim smile, "All of these." Camus fell into a momentary silence before signaling his two stunned teammates to examine the scene. He had promised to share a portion of the bounty with them, making them witnesses to his merits. Camus hadn't ventured alone, wary that this might be a trap set by Louis Barry, an assassination attempt by the Rose School of Thought, or other secret organizations targeting the patrol team. In the southern continent, vigilance was a necessity. Approaching a cupboard, Camus fixated his gaze on lips soaked in preservatives, the tragic fate of the victims replaying in his mind. After a moment of silence, Louis Barry spoke calmly. "Bram is a member of the Devil family, Andariel. He was instructed by the Rose School of Thought to gather information in Port Pylos and carry out the serial murders. His uncle, Davajo, was supposed to be his contact, but they never actually met. Instead, he left the information he collected in the study of an empty house at 17 Alleg Street. W.H. Camus and the others were initially startled, then deeply puzzled. How does Louis Barry possess such detailed knowledge? Camus couldn't help but glance at the scattered corpse pieces, the blood-soaked walls, the handprints on the ground, and the various charred marks. Eventually, his gaze settled on Lumian's face. Lumian responded with a warm smile curling his lips. Camus and his two companions exchanged glances, refraining from questioning whether Louis Barry obtained the information through spirit channeling, torture, or if he had discerned Bram's motives from the start. Louis's pursuit of the serial murderer wasn't solely due to a criminal act. "This intel is crucial," Camus nodded, gesturing towards the severely damaged 6-barrel machine gun in the room. "We need to secure Bram's weapon." "No problem," Lumian replied casually. Being a pyromaniac, firearms held little appeal for him. Fireballs proved far more potent than the rapid fire of a 6-barrel machine gun, just not as swift. Beside Resurrection Square on Cania Street, on the second floor of the patrol team's 4-story building. Camus placed the dossier and related items on the table in front of Lumian, emphasizing, "You can only read and record. Taking it away or damaging it is not an option." Lumian nodded subtly, taking one of the envelopes, unwinding the thread a few times and carefully opening it. Rather than hastily perusing the contents, he first extracted the dossier, giving it a thorough read. The dense dossier meticulously outlined the identities, origins, possible pathways, sequences, locations of death, the scene's conditions, and the varied speculations and investigations conducted by the patrol team. It was clear the patrol team had been diligent in their investigations, especially when new victims kept emerging. Daily operations varied until the serial murders appeared to cease, leading to a slackening of efforts. They gradually reduced the frequency of case studies and large-scale visit trips. After 6 months, investigations reached a standstill, concluding the dossier. In the final report, the vice captain overseeing the matter concluded, "This is a classic serial murder case committed by the devil pathway. Though serial killers seldom target only 7 individuals, as more victims enhance the ritual's efficacy, this time, all victims are Beyonders, including mid-sequence Beyonders. Even with just 7 deaths, they are more favored by devils, pleasing them more than 14 or even 20 ordinary people. The main question in this mystic case is that, aside from being Beyonders, there's no common thread among the 7 victims. This sets it apart from previous serial murders. We hypothesize that the 7 victims were active Beyonders in West Balem, likely having committed some form of killing in the past. It can be seen as a manifestation of depravity. Lumian read it meticulously, concurring with the theory that 7 Beyonders surpassed 14 ordinary individuals in devil-pleasing rituals. This wasn't new information to him. After all, ordinary people were only the 3rd best sacrifice, while creatures with Beyonder characteristics ranked 2nd. Similar situations arose in specific acts, particularly those requiring feedback. It was akin to deciphering an angel's conspiracy, allowing Lumian to assimilate a potion more effectively than an ordinary person's intrigue. Having grasped a general understanding of the entire serial murder case, Lumian delved into gathering information about the 7 Beyonders. Synthesizing Anthony's psychological profile of Hisoka, Franca's archetype summary and her speculations about the actor, he scoured for potential commonalities. Among the Beyonders were both men and women, one under Admiral Quiraril, while another was a death believer residing in Port Pylos. Foreign adventurers, an Intis Republic spy stationed in Matani, a peripheral member of the Rose School of Thought, and a local clergyman of the God of Steam and Machinery Church were also among the list. Judging by their identities and backgrounds, they seemingly had nothing in common. Yet for Lumian, who read with subjective conjectures, subtle details held significance. All 7 victims were young, with the oldest in his early 30s, widely praised for combat talent and outstanding intelligence. Lumian mused to himself, are the targets Beyonders who are young, filled with potential, and have already reached a certain level of maturity? Even the 2 who weren't particularly young bore the label of being famous, powerful, with limitless potential. Lumian gained a rough understanding of Hisoka's selection criteria. If Franca were present, she might have noted that it matched the characteristics of the original archetype. However, Lumian believed Hisoka would adhere to the archetype when it suited him, not letting it dictate his true motives. Mad Lady's evaluation of Hisoka as not being pure enough further supported Lumian's perspective. Considering the selection criteria, Lumian thought, Louis Barry fits Hisoka's homicidal fetish. He clicked his tongue and retrieved items related to the case from the official envelopes. Most were the victim's belongings, but there were also 7 thin aluminum foils stained with blackish-brown substances that didn't belong to this group. Described in the case file, they were wrappings for the local chocolate, left at each crime scene. It was suspected that the murderer would peel off the thin foil after success, indulging in a piece of chocolate before dissecting the corpse. As the murderer used a gloved hand to extract and consume the chocolate, no corresponding traces were left on the thin foil. Such chocolates were common in Matani, making tracking difficult. Lumian studied the thin aluminum foil before smiling at Camus, who supervised him. "Can I take 2 or 3? Camus, with his brown hair, furrowed his brow. "If you want to use divination or other Beyonder methods, you can do it here." "Just 2. It won't hinder your future investigations," Lumian said enticingly. "If you agree to help, I'll give you an additional reward. For example, a very useful summoning incantation for a spirit world creature." Camus fell silent briefly before agreeing, deal. More than 15 minutes later, Camus, having brought Lumian out to purchase chocolate-like items, observed with a bewildered expression as a rabbit-shaped spirit world creature adeptly copied the dossiers with a fountain pen. After nearly a minute, Camus shifted his gaze to Lumian, leisurely sitting on the side, peeling off the thin aluminum foil and savoring a piece of dark brown chocolate. He inquired in a deep voice, "Is this the very useful spirit world creature you mentioned?" Lumion, chewing on the fragrant chocolate, responded with a smile, "Yes, it's one of the rabbits of knowledge. It can help you evade the labor of copying." "What do I need such a copying tool for?" Camus bellowed inwardly, but he restrained himself as he recalled the bounty for the serial murders and the grisly scene of Bram's demise. Lumion added with a smile, "When you prefer to keep the origin of your words hidden, summon the rabbit of knowledge for assistance." Moreover, this is a growth-oriented spirit world creature. It evolves based on the knowledge it receives. Of course, it's ideal if you can secure a contract with the spirit world creature. Otherwise, each summoned rabbit of knowledge might differ, making nurturing impossible. Growth-oriented. Camus echoed the term, his expression gradually softening. Back at Hotel Orella, Lumion retrieved the 2 old aluminum foils from his pocket and handed one to Ludwig. "Try eating these," he suggested with a smile. Chapter 641. Information from Eating. Lugano, who had been observing from the sidelines, was taken aback when Lumion handed the thin aluminum foil to Ludwig and inquired if he wanted to eat it. Despite Ludwig's previous display of abnormal eating habits, including drinking a tube of human blood in front of Lugano, revealing all the corresponding information, Lugano still harbored reservations about feeding Ludwig just anything, especially something as unconventional as aluminum foil. After all, Ludwig was still a child in the blink of an eye. Lugano witnessed Ludwig silently accepting the old, thin aluminum foil, stuffing it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. Lugano found himself in a daze. Once Ludwig finished consuming the aluminum foil, he calmly turned to Lumion and inquired, "Which details do you need information on the cocoa beans used, the precise quantity, additional ingredients, the origin of the aluminum foil ingredients, the production factories, or the individuals most in contact with it?" Lumion shook his head slowly. "No need. This information wouldn't help track down Hisoka." Hisoka had touched the thin aluminum foil while wearing gloves, leaving behind no corresponding personal details. The patrol team had already confirmed that the chocolate packaging was common in Port Pylos, and there was nothing distinctive about the taste. As Lumion responded, a mix of amusement and surprise washed over him. He can even extract such information from eating. As expected of a monster capable of recovering just by eating and gradually breaking free from the seal's constraints, Ludwig seemed to relish the delicacy. After a few moments, he remarked, "The residual chocolate has a hint of depravity." Depravity. Could it be that Hisoka had carried it for an extended period, corrupting it? That doesn't make sense. Unless one was a demigod, Beyonder auras couldn't reach such a level. The only possibility was that they were on the brink of losing control, deep in a state of depravity. However, such a Beyonder's body would undoubtedly display various abnormal details. They wouldn't be able to leave the house. Stepping out would lead to discovery and pursuit by law enforcers. Could he rely on the human skin Bram mentioned for disguise? Lumion was initially puzzled, but then he asked with anticipation, "A decadent aura from the devil pathway?" Ludwig licked his lips, savoring the taste of the chocolate residue. "Yes, at least a demon's." "Demons?" Lumion was taken aback and couldn't help but frown. Having extensively studied devilology, he knew that sequence 4 of the devil pathway was known as demon, representing a demigod. If the chocolate slightly tainted with a decadent aura came from a demon, it clearly didn't belong to Hisoka. Lumion wasn't arrogantly dismissing Hisoka's potential to have advanced to sequence 4. Instead, the aluminum foil and chocolate marks represented the state 4 years ago. Hisoka couldn't have been a demon back then, unless he had become a desire apostle upon transmigration. If that were the case, his targets for the serial murders should have been sequence 6 or 5 Beyonders. Although Beyonders at this level were rare in Matani, devilology didn't specify that serial murders could only occur in one location. "Are you certain?" Lumion looked at Ludwig for confirmation. Ludwig replied earnestly, "A demon's decadent aura has a completely different texture from low to mid-sequence devils." Upon hearing his godson's response, An image suddenly surfaced in Lumien's mind. Hisoka standing within the wall of spirituality, engaged in a special ritual to establish a connection with a demon. Throughout this process, a few pieces of chocolate wrapped in thin aluminum foil remained in his pocket. They were slightly tainted by the decadent aura permeating the altar, subtly and silently transforming. Yes, when I perform a ritual, I don't remove all my belongings in advance and leave them outside the altar unless there's a specific mention in the ritual requirements that I should avoid. As a conspirer, Lumien quickly made a guess and asked Ludwig, "Can you tell which demon's decadent aura it belongs to?" Lumien's current idea was that if Hisoka couldn't be found in the future, he would exhaust his resources and seek the help of the new city of Silver's demon hunter experts. He would set up a ritual and summon the demon who had established a connection with Hisoka. He would have it beaten up before interrogating it for information about Hisoka. Ludwig shook his head. "I can't absorb such subtle information yet. All I know is that the decadent aura belongs to a family called Noise. Noise, one of the 3 devil families. The demon responding to Hisoka's special ritual is from the Noise family. That's peculiar. How can a demon respond to a ritual remotely? It has to be at sequence 3, or even at the angel level. According to devilology, serial killers can summon projections of abyss demons because those devils can use the special properties of the abyss to respond, not because they have reached the corresponding level. However, the Noise family is a devil family active in the real world and hasn't entered the abyss. Lumien made many connections from the Noise last name. He concluded by listing 3 possibilities. Firstly, the demon responding to the Hisoka ritual was none other than the Noise family's angel. Secondly, it had reached sequence 3 and was located in Port Pylos, near Hisoka. Thirdly, the Noise family had a close connection to the abyss. They could borrow the abyss's properties to some extent. Even a demon could respond to prayers from afar. Lumien pondered for a moment and asked Ludwig, "Any other information?" "No," Ludwig replied, disappointing Lumien. Lumien handed over the remaining piece of aluminum foil. "Try this one too." Ludwig didn't hesitate. Like many children drawn to the sweetness lingering on wrappers, he popped the thin foil stained with chocolate into his mouth and chewed. After a moment, while Lugano snapped back to reality, Ludwig looked at Lumien and remarked, "There's more to this one." "What kind of information?" Lumien knew that Ludwig's special mention had to be of some value. Ludwig responded with the air of a connoisseur. This thin aluminum foil rested on a table marked by old blood and a splash of coffee. The blood belonged to a deceased male. The spirituality was initially potent, and the coffee was Fermo blend, unsweetened, distinctly bitter yet fragrant. Upon hearing Ludwig's account, Lumien's mind painted another vivid scene. A few pieces of chocolate wrapped in thin aluminum foil lay nonchalantly on a table, soaked in old blood and spilled coffee. They seemed to share an intimate connection for an extended period. Then, a hand reached out, snatched them up, and swiftly pocketed them before making a hasty exit. Connecting the dots, Lumien strongly suspected that the table had served Hisoka in a dwelling he once occupied. "You have detailed information on the male deceased?" Lumien probed Ludwig for more insights. Ludwig shook his head once more. "No, unless I consume the blood directly." 1453, the bloodstains likely belonged to one of the victims, Lumien surmised. He pondered whether this information was documented in the case file or elsewhere. Was Hisoka using "no, unless I consume the blood directly"? The bloodstains likely belonged to one of the victims, Lumien the table as an autopsy platform or perhaps an altar. Lumien mused inwardly, a tinge of disappointment clouding his thoughts. Nevertheless, he refocused his attention on the Fermo coffee. He mumbled to himself, "Does this mean that Hisoka has a penchant for coffee, specifically the Fermo blend from the Paz Valley?" The Paz Valley, nestled in the southern continent, boasted the renowned Fermo coffee, comparable to Fainapotter's Highlander coffee and the southern continent's own version. It was a luxury enjoyed mainly by the middle class for extended periods. In Matani, where both East and West Balam produced high-quality coffee beans. Such occurrences were rare. The locals had access to a plethora of excellent coffee beans. Those unfit for export were sold at affordable prices, favored by both colonists and natives. Lugano, now fully attentive, cautiously added, "I've heard that those who frequent Fermo coffee appreciate its bitterness and fragrance. However, those who prefer it without sugar are a rare breed." In essence, Hisoka's unique taste in coffee is uncommon here. Lumian smiled at Ludwig and remarked, "Well done. If I apprehend the target in the future, I'll give him to you." When the time came, Lumian would likely be a sequence 5. Moreover, he wouldn't give Ludwig the Beyonder characteristic. Lumian could ease his grip on the boy. Give. The notion sent a chill down Lugano's spine, a hint that his imagination might have run too wild. To others, gifting a Beyonder of the Devil's Pathway might relegate the recipient to a life of servitude or worse, becoming an ingredient. However, with Ludwig, Lugano involuntarily shuddered. He didn't dare to think about it. Ludwig nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lumian turned to Lugano and said, "Don't you have a good grasp of Dutanese? Check Port Pylos this afternoon and find out which shops sell Fermo coffee. It's preferable if it's one that has been operating for 4 to 5 years or longer." "All right." Lugano suddenly felt a surge of usefulness. In the evening, he returned to Suite 7 at B3 and reported to Lumian, "There are only 3 shops selling Fermo coffee. One is on Cania Street in Resurrection Square." "You mentioned Cania Street in Resurrection Square?" Lumian interjected. "Yes, Unit 21 on that street. It's called Matani Import and Export Shop," Lugano confirmed. Lumian fell silent. "Isn't it close to Port Pylos' patrol team?" "In Port Pylos, on the 3rd floor of the building housing the patrol team." Camus received the bounty and gave a 5th to his 2 companions. He then entered the telegraph room and inquired of the telegrapher, "Do you have a telegram for me?" He had previously sent a telegram to inquire with certain friends if they had any information on Louis Berry, the adventurer. Since they were in collaboration, he needed to ascertain the other party's situation first. The female telegrapher, wearing a sweet smile, straightened up and responded, "Yes, from Farum. Chapter 642. Visit." Camus extended his thanks to the telegrapher, retrieved his telegram, and swiftly scanned its contents. Louis Berry in Tijan, hailed as the most renowned adventurer in the Fog Sea over the past 6 months. Sporting a distinctive golden straw hat, he successfully hunted down the demon warlock Berman, earning a hefty bounty of 600,000 Verl d'Or. Furthermore, he collaborated with the Earth Mother Church in Port Santa to address the crisis surrounding the sea prayer ritual. However, the precise details remain elusive. Upon perusing the telegram, Camus released a silent sigh and remarked to himself, "He's truly a great adventurer." It's no surprise he managed to handle that serial killer. Camus couldn't gauge the demon warlock's true strength, but the substantial bounty spoke volumes. The sum of 600,000 Verl d'Or was a testament to the demon warlock's threat level. Even if Louis Berry's fame stemmed solely from his encounter with such a formidable adversary, he undeniably stood among the great adventurers. It wasn't lost on Camus that Bram, the perpetrator of numerous murders that had kept the patrol team occupied for nearly 2 weeks, only carried a bounty of 50,000 Verl d'Or. Such figures tempted Camus to consider collaboration with Louis Berry. Reflecting on the substantial 600,000 bounty and comprehending Louis Berry's generosity, Camus tucked away the telegram and graciously commended the female telegrapher with an exaggerated flying kiss. Running his fingers through his tousled brown hair, Camus descended to the hall below. The evening had descended, and it wasn't his night for duty. He could head home and take a break. Out of the blue, Camus's gaze focused as he spotted the handsome Louis Berry, sporting black hair, green eyes, and a laid-back demeanor, seated on the sofa, casually playing with a golden straw hat. Approaching cautiously, Camus inquired, "Is there anything else?" Lumian ceased twirling the straw hat, sat up straight, and grinned. "I've got something else to talk to you about." Realizing that one of the 3 shops that could buy Fermo coffee was on Cania Street, Not far from the patrol team, Lumien's immediate thought was, could Hisoka be hiding within the patrol team, perhaps as one of its members? Is the most dangerous place the safest? After careful consideration, Lumien considered it a possibility, though not particularly likely. On the one hand, among the 7 Beyonders who were killed, including the death believer in Port Pylos, the Rose School of Thought's peripheral member, and the spy left behind in Matani by the Ainz Republic, were secretive individuals, blending in with ordinary people. Without substantial information sources, it would be challenging for Hisoka to identify them as Beyonders and target them. This suggested that either Hisoka had a unique ability to discern Beyonders from ordinary people, or possessed a mystical item granting him such insight, or he had control over an extensive information network. The patrol team, being intimately familiar with Matani and Port Pylos, might have already detected something amiss with the death believer, the Rose School of Thought's member, and the Ainz spy, and been conducting surveillance. Hisoka's membership in the patrol team would explain his ability to uncover a Beyonder's hidden identity and carry out the murders. On the other hand, if Hisoka, a Devil Pathway Beyonder, had joined the patrol team, suspicions would undoubtedly arise once the serial murders occurred, unless he concealed his true pathway from the start. However, the patrol team differed from the curly-haired baboons research society. Hisoka would need to use his abilities frequently during daily missions, making it difficult to conceal them for months or years. There was no room for mishaps. It wasn't feasible for him to meticulously prepare before each mission, adorning the corresponding mystical item solely to reveal his abilities in that specific situation. Right? Even as a devil, he couldn't pull it off. Given that many missions had no specific target, devils couldn't foresee imminent danger. Driven by suspicion and uncertainty, Lumien took a special trip to the patrol team, visiting Camus to unearth new clues or gain inspiration to either confirm or eliminate the corresponding possibilities. "What do you want to discuss?" Camus furrowed his brow. "Is this guy scheming to use the morning's bribe as leverage to threaten me? The dossier isn't particularly important. Even if I lose it, it's just a minor punishment." Wearing his golden straw hat, Lumien rose with a smile. Pointing at the door, he suggested, "How about a cup of coffee?" After a brief contemplation, Camus responded in a deep voice, "Fine." Exiting the patrol team's entrance, Lumien made his way toward the Matani import and export shop. In the fading dusk, he immediately spotted Port Pylos' police headquarters diagonally opposite the patrol team. Numerous individuals clad in dark blue police uniforms moved in and out, some holding cups of coffee. Lumien's heart stirred. Could Hisoka not be a member of the patrol team but a high-ranking police officer at the police headquarters? At a certain rank, the police collaborated with official Beyonders to access a wealth of information. Many official Beyonders' investigations were conducted through the police due to limited manpower. If Hisoka held a significant position at Port Pylos' police headquarters, it was plausible for him to identify the 3 concealed Beyonders. Additionally, there would be no risk of exposing his pathway during routine missions, and acquiring his favored Fermo coffee beans would be a breeze. On the other hand, it was precisely because the Matani import and export shop offered a variety of coffee beans that Hisoka fell in love with the pure, bitter, and fragrant Fermo coffee without sugar. However, this was just one possibility among Lumien's speculations. For instance, Hisoka, being a bold and self-assured individual, might have visited Kania Street specifically to buy Fermo coffee, relishing the incompetence and frustration of the patrol team. Alternatively, Hisoka might not be a Beyonder of the Devil Pathway, but simply possessed the corresponding sealed artifact and had mastered a unique ritual to appease devils. There was also the chance that Lumien was mistaken. Hisoka might not be linked to the serial murders 4 years ago. With these thoughts in mind, Lumien contained his excitement and entered the Matani import and export shop alongside Camus. They reached the section where various coffee beans were on display and secured a seat in the attached coffee shop. Highlander coffee with milk and 2 cubes of sugar. Camus ordered from the waiter with a sense of familiarity. Lumion, on the other hand, opted for a cup of fragrant Intis coffee. While waiting, Lumion casually observed the coffee choices of other customers. Turning to Camus, he inquired, "Judging by the name, are you a Phainopatirian?" Camus hesitated briefly before truthfully responding. "My full name is Don Givray Camus Castia." He was willing to share his full name as the telegram mentioned Louis Barry having a good working relationship with the Church of Earth Mother. Lumion chuckled. "So, you're a noble lord." The name Castia belonged to the royal family of the Phainopater kingdom, and Don at the beginning of Camus's name signified honorable, representing his noble status. Camus smiled wryly and remarked, "If I were truly a nobleman, why would I join a local patrol team in the southern continent? Our branch has long dwindled, but I can't deny that this last name and the Don prefix have provided me with advantages beyond those of ordinary people. I received a potion upon reaching adulthood, achieving sequence 9 Beyonder status. However, my subsequent advancements were the result of my own efforts. Accepting my 50,000 Verl d'Or bribe is part of your efforts." Lumion teased inwardly. He glanced at the 2 cups of coffee brought by the waiter, feigning casualness as he asked, "Don't you want to try some other coffees?" "Is Highlander coffee your only choice?" Camus raised his cup and took a sip. "I'm accustomed to its taste." Lumion removed his golden straw hat and took a sip, smiling as he replied, "Fair enough, just like how I can never acclimate to Fermo coffee. It's too bitter with regular sugar and too cloying with too much. Some people appreciate the bitterness and fragrance of Fermo coffee, opting for just a hint of sugar." Lumion anticipated Camus to respond with, "Yes, some even drink Fermo coffee without sugar." However, Camus's reply didn't align with his expectations. "That's how it goes. What's on your mind?" Internally exhaling, Lumion spoke openly. "As you can tell, I'm deeply intrigued by the serial murder case from 4 years ago. It's my sole purpose in Port Pylos, a highly valuable assignment." "Highly valuable? It's just a serial killer." Camus let out a sigh of relief upon realizing Louis Barry was interested in discussing this matter. Even if he were blind, he could tell Louis Barry's genuine concern about the serial murders 4 years prior. Lumion vaguely explained with a smile, "This case holds secrets beyond your wildest imagination. For example, transmigrators or that celestial worthy." Camus took another sip of his Highlander coffee and reflected. "I arrived in Matani over 5 years ago. At that time, the Intisians had just departed, and the kingdom and the church's forces had completed their initial infiltration. I sensed numerous opportunities, thinking I could leverage my last name to secure a prominent position. Hence, I took a ship across the Fog Sea. The outcome differed from my expectations, but it was still acceptable." Camus, in his mid-20s, sighed as he recounted the past. He continued, "When the case unfolded, I was merely a Sequence 8. Alongside a few teammates, I followed Vice Captain Riza to investigate." He paused, offering Lumion a smile that seemed to convey, "If you want more information, show more sincerity." In that moment, Lumion was contemplating another question. If Hisoka truly belongs to the Devil Pathway and has joined the patrol team, is there a way for him to conceal his identity? Putting himself in those shoes, Lumion realized that concealing the abilities of the Hunter Pathway wouldn't pose a problem. Most situations could be handled with the Ascetic Pathway's abilities and a couple of items. Of course, the usage of an Ascetic's abilities was suspicious. Could it be that Hisoka is indeed a bestowed individual who typically exhibits powers from the Boon Pathway? Lumion raised his cup and took a sip of coffee, avoiding delving into the details of the serial murders. He gazed at Camus thoughtfully and inquired, "Do you have members in the patrol team skilled in divination or decryption?" Chapter 643, Target Suspect. Camus couldn't comprehend why Louis Barry had abruptly changed the topic and neglected to charge for the pertinent information. Recollecting, he mentioned, "Yes, there's a magician. He was initially an officer of the Admiral Guard, but later got transferred to the patrol team." Later, Lumion frowned slightly. When did he transfer to the patrol team? Why do you ask? Last year, replied Camus. He had no clue about Louis Barry's inquiry, making it unclear what information was vital. Last year. It doesn't seem to be Hisoka, judging by appearances, although possibilities can't be completely ruled out. Serving as an officer in Admiral Quiraril's guard provides opportunities for gathering intel. Perhaps he didn't purchase Fermo coffee from this import-export shop. It could be one of the other 2 cafes. Even so, there's a logical reason for buying it here. Yes, to relish watching the incompetence and frustration of the patrol team. Lumion temporarily placed the magician on his suspect list. He didn't dismiss the possibility that the other party was Hisoka just because they were a Sequence 7. This was because the level of a boon might not be the same as the level brought about by potions. Furthermore, Lumion had vaguely perceived changes beneath Matani's surface from the magician's departure from Admiral Quiraril's guard to joining the patrol team. Beyonders of the seer pathway either originated from the Church of the Fool or were associated with Intiz's Bureau 8 or secret organizations supporting Bureau 8, like the Secret Order. While there were wild Beyonders, very few evolved into magicians. Coupled with Matani's history as an Intis colony, Lumion reasonably deduced that the magician had close ties to the Intis Republic, a fact well known to Admiral Quiraril. He retained the magician in the guards to maintain a specific connection with Intis and handle the new Phaenopotter kingdom. By achieving a balance of power, he could better sustain his rule. The magician's departure from the Admiral Guard last year might indicate that Admiral Quiraril had truly gauged the Phaenopotter kingdom's stance after years of collaboration and had sided with them. Lumion's speculation didn't eliminate the suspicion that the magician might be Hisoka. Loki, from Intis and a Secret Order member, held a mid-management position in Bureau 8. It was entirely possible for him to use the proper channels to involve Hisoka in Bureau 8 Overseas section and recruit him into the Secret Order. After contemplating for a moment, Lumion inquired, "Does that magician have a fondness for Fermo coffee?" He didn't directly ask about the other party's name and characteristics. Camus shook his head. He doesn't appreciate coffee. His preference leans towards sweet drinks like Guadar. Guadar, a well-loved local beverage in West Balem, was crafted from locally grown berries and contained a certain amount of caffeine. It had the same impact as coffee in enhancing mental strength and combating fatigue. However, its hue was orange-yellow, with a hint of sweetness amidst the sourness. It served both to alleviate the sweltering heat and quench thirst. Prefers sweetness. Lumion felt a sense of disappointment. 4 years ago, Hisoka had no inkling that he would confront a monster like Ludwig in the future. It was unlikely for him to deliberately splash some unsweetened Fermo coffee on the table with the chocolate. Lumion cautiously believed now that Hisoka truly enjoyed bitter coffee. In that case, the magician, with a sweet tooth, probably wasn't Hisoka. Unless Hisoka meticulously maintained the traits of each identity, consistently playing the role of a magician who relished drinking Guadar on a daily basis. He wasn't an actor who needed to meticulously perform every aspect of his daily life. Moreover, he had no reason to digest Faceless. As he contemplated, Lumion's heart skipped a beat. Actor. If Hisoka is genuinely a Beyonder of the Devil pathway, apart from his belief in the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings due to transmigration, he might also be influenced by the Mother Tree of Desire in his daily life. Could it be that the boon of the Hisoka pathway doesn't come from one of the celestial worthy's seer, apprentice, or marauder, but rather from the Mother Tree of Desire? The current celestial worthy desires the invasion of evil gods into the world within the barrier. It's not implausible for him to collaborate with the Mother Tree of Desire and tacitly permit Hisoka to exploit the Mother Tree of Desire. With a fresh train of thought, Lumion observed the now-silent Camus and took a sip of Intis coffee, offering a smile as he changed the subject. Any Beyonders from the prisoner pathway in the patrol team? He had long suspected that the Mother Tree of Desire was an evil deity at the pinnacle of the criminal, prisoner, and Scrooge pathways. The corresponding boons likely originated from one of them or were intertwined. Lumion refrained from asking about the existence of the Scrooge pathway because it was even more suspicious than the criminal pathway, also known as the devil pathway. It didn't belong to the 22 paths of the divine. It was akin to a thief being apprehended by the police and asking in confusion, "I clearly disguised myself and left no traces. How did you quickly lock onto me?" Only to receive the answer, "This isn't Trier." No ordinary person would disguise themselves as a turkey and hide in a secluded alley. "Do you think there's a spy from the Rose School of Thought in the patrol team?" Camus believed Louis Barry was casually raising the issue of the Rose School of Thought's interest in Port Pylos. "No, definitely not. He adheres to temperance and doesn't indulge at all." Lumion smiled. "In other words, there really is a beyonder from the prisoner pathway." "Yes, a Sequence 6 zombie," Camus confirmed. Lumion interjected suddenly. "Don't disclose who he is, what he looks like, or his characteristics. Answer a few questions first." "What questions?" Camus, feeling a bit disoriented from the rapidly changing topics, planned to decide when to ask for benefits later. Lumion held a porcelain cup filled with Intis coffee and casually said, "When did he join the patrol team?" "Half a year after me," Camus recalled. "You arrived in Matani over 5 years ago and joined the patrol team shortly after." Half a year later means that the prisoner was already on the patrol team when the serial murder case occurred 4 years ago. Lumion's spirits lifted as he pondered for a moment. Did he face a catastrophe in the past and nearly died? "No," Camus shook his head. "At least I don't know." Lumion maintained his smile, showing no signs of disappointment, and said, "Does he have a liking for Fermo coffee?" "Yes, he adores Fermo coffee and is the type who doesn't add sugar," replied Camus without much thought. Then he remembered Louis Barry's inquiry about the magician's preference for Fermo coffee in the patrol team. He quickly formed a guess. "Is there an issue with the ones enjoying Fermo coffee? Does the culprit of the serial murders 4 years ago have a taste for Fermo coffee? There are very few places in Port Pylos where you can get Fermo coffee. This is one of them. Even cafes selling Fermo coffee procure the beans from here. Are you suspecting that the murderer from 4 years ago is part of the patrol team?" Impressive. You reacted swiftly and identified the core issue. Lumion inwardly praised Camus. Simultaneously, a surge of joy filled his heart. In Matani, Fermo coffee was a rare commodity, and those who preferred it without sugar were even rarer. Moreover, this individual was on the patrol team and seemingly from the prisoner pathway. With so many conditions aligning, Lumion felt like he had caught Hisoka by the tail. To avoid triggering any sense of malice and danger, Lumion refrained from asking about the patrol team member's name, appearance, identity, or characteristics. Feigning ignorance about the enemy, Lumion casually asked, "Is he from around here?" Observing Camus's silence, Lumion added with a smile, "I won't claim the official bounty." Camus's expression eased. "He's a local of Port Pylos, born in Tizimo town, which is part of Port Pylos." Though the patrol team wasn't as stringent in member recruitment as the various churches and governments, they still gathered basic information and conducted verifications. Otherwise, Admiral Quiraril might have to worry about being assassinated by a patrol team member investigating a Beyonder case one day. Tizimo town, the location of one of Hisoka's pranks. It fits. Lumion controlled his excitement, preventing the corners of his mouth from curling up. Regrettably, he told Camus, "Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the target." This was to prevent Camus from investigating the target. This could potentially alert the other party to the corresponding malice. "All right." Camus shrugged. Curious, he inquired, "How did you find out that the murderer from the serial killings 4 years ago liked Fermo coffee?" "I was already aware of such a person before starting the investigation," Lumion replied with a meaningful tone. He chose not to disclose that the information came from the thin aluminum foil wrapping of the chocolate. Revealing this might prompt Camus to believe he could uncover more clues and reignite the investigation, potentially drawing Hisoka's attention. With this realization, Lumion understood something. I should now be a target for Hisoka, but fishing has its benefits. Louis Barry, adorned with a golden straw hat, had bribed members of the patrol team to examine the files of the serial murder case from 4 years ago. Other team members paid little attention, but if the prisoner was indeed Hisoka, he would have detected Lumion, his adversary's investigation into the 4-year-old serial murder case. Hisoka refrained from taking action likely because Lumion openly presented himself as Louis Barry, making no effort to hide his identity. This led to the suspicion that Lumion was fishing, making Hisoka cautious of stepping into a potential trap. There was no sense of malice or danger perceived, as Lumion didn't possess details about the suspect's identity. Lumion was merely preparing for a potential surprise attack from a devil or desire apostle. Before, I fished to catch fish, but now my fishing is a bluff. Lumion's thoughts clarified as he looked at Camus and said, "Keep an eye out for anyone at the police headquarters who enjoys Fermo coffee." "All right." Camus agreed, thinking that Louis Barry had identified the suspect as a member of the patrol team and the police through details he wasn't aware of. For now, the possibility of the patrol team members was tentatively ruled out. After finishing the remaining Ainz coffee and settling the bill with the corresponding Verl d'Or, Lumion donned the golden straw hat and maintained his smile. He left the Matani import and export shop in Kania Street, step by step. Passing by Port Pilos's police headquarters, he deliberately cast a few glances. Chapter 644, Patrol Team. Camus stood at the entrance of the Matani import and export shop, casually smoking a cigarette as he observed the passing customers. Despite his watchful eyes, he didn't spot anyone purchasing Fermo coffee. As the gas street lamps gradually illuminated the surroundings, casting a dark blue hue across the sky, Camus extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into a nearby trash can. He then made his way back to the beige 4-story building that housed the patrol team, originally planning to indulge in an Ainz feast in a neighborhood frequented by foreigners to celebrate his unexpected windfall of 40,000 Verl d'Or. His plans were disrupted by Louis Barry. By the time he returned, it was already late, and he couldn't be bothered to wait for a top chef to prepare something special. Instead, he decided to return to the patrol team, pool money with his close teammates, and order takeout from a nearby restaurant. After satisfying his hunger, he intended to relax at a bar or dance hall. While crossing the hall, Camus spotted a teammate with dark brown skin, thick lips, and a height exceeding 1.8 meters. Curious, he inquired, "Why did the guy in the straw hat come looking for you again?" "Heh, I heard you and the others caught a serial killer and got a bounty of 50,000 Verl d'Or." In Matani, the currency was commonly denoted in Verl d'Or and Delexi copper coins, a system ingrained during Ainz colonization. Despite Admiral Quiraril's control, there were no significant changes in this aspect. The only difference was a partnership with the Fainapotter Kingdom's Bank that facilitated the free exchange of Verl d'Or and gold risat. If he were one of the two teammates, either the magician or the zombie whom Louis Barry had asked about, Camus would undoubtedly be on high alert. However, the person standing in front of him was So, a Sequence 8 pugilist of the warrior pathway. So had joined the patrol team as an adventurer just last year and was known for having a pleasant personality. Besides a bit of laziness and a love for enjoyment, there were no significant issues. Camus laughed and said, "That's my informant. Without him, I wouldn't have received that much bounty." So, with his single eyelids, had a realization. Did he come to you just now to get his share? Camus thought for a moment and replied, "That's one reason. The other reason is that he's still investigating the serial murders from 4 years ago and wanted to ask me for some details." He had kept the case dossier hidden from the captain and vice-captains of the patrol team, but he couldn't keep it from his teammates. Therefore, he had no intention of concealing Louis Barry's investigation into the serial murders from 4 years ago. Moreover, he planned to monitor the police headquarters to identify anyone who enjoyed Fermo coffee and seemed suspicious. He would need his teammates' assistance to some extent. Any progress? Any chance of claiming the bounty? So, dressed in a pleated shirt and carrying a broadsword, displayed visible interest. Camus wasn't ready to provide detailed information at the moment. He vaguely responded. He suspects that the murderer might be hiding at the police headquarters from 4 years ago. I plan to investigate discreetly. Why do you think the murderer is a police officer? So looked puzzled. Camus hadn't discussed this with Lumion earlier, so he pondered for a moment and explained. Consider this. In the case 4 years ago, only Beyonders were targeted. Several of them usually concealed their identities. How could the murderer accurately locate them and know that they were Beyonders? Only us or those from the police headquarters at a certain rank can access that kind of information. It's easier to verify if there are Beyonders of the Devil pathway on the patrol team. 4 years ago, during their investigation, Vice Captain Riza had proposed this idea. However, he only suspected that the serial killer was hiding within the patrol team and hadn't considered the police headquarters or the Admiral Guard. Subsequently, the patrol team conducted an investigation and found no suspicious individuals, leading them to shift their focus. I see a glimmer of hope and smell the fragrance of Verl d'Or, So said with anticipation. If you need help, feel free to look for me. I heard that Kolobo and the others just followed you to the scene and each got 5,000 Verl d'Or. No problem, Camus readily agreed. Then he walked past So and along the corridor toward his office. At the door of his office, Kolobo poked his head out, observing the conversation between Camus and So. Kolobo, about the same age as Camus in his mid-20s, had dark hair, azure eyes, and a slender figure. He held a pair of black sunglasses in his hand. He lowered his voice and said to Camus, "Stay away from So for the time being." "Why?" Camus asked, surprised. Observing So vanish through the door leading to the hall, Kolobo averted his gaze and explained. "I have a feeling that something bad will happen if one interacts with him during this period." "Then why didn't you warn him?" Camus frowned in confusion. As a Sequence 8 robot of the monster pathway, Kolobo possessed formidable spiritual perception and could vaguely sense certain things. "I warned him. He thinks everything's fine. I even reported it to the captain." Kolobo shrugged. As he spoke, the thin Beyonder recalled something. "That adventurer, Louis Barry, is also dangerous. When I arrived at the scene this morning, I didn't dare to look directly at him. Occasionally, I would glance at him and see large amounts of blood, flames, and death. I didn't want to tell you at first. I felt that if I said it, fate would suffocate me. It actually seems okay to say it now. It seems I'm too sensitive. That dangerous. As expected of a great adventurer who received a bounty of 600,000 Verl d'Or at once. While Camus, who knew about Louis Barry's deeds, wasn't overly shocked, this was the first time he had heard a monster like Kolobo describe someone in such a way. Camus patted Kolobo's shoulder. "Thank you. I'll be careful." With that settled, he asked curiously, "Was Louis Barry the first person to give you such a feeling?" "No, there's another one." Kolobo shook his head. "Who is it?" Camus was surprised. Kolobo's expression suddenly turned serious. "I can't say. I'll die if I say it. I'll die." With that, the thin Beyonder swiftly left Camus's office. Upon returning to Hotel Orella, Lumion headed straight for the master bedroom. In the subterranean suite, even during the scorching season, a refreshing coolness lingered in the air. On the desk in the master bedroom, a neatly folded letter awaited Lumion. Madam Magician's response. Lumion picked up the letter and began reading. "Excellent. You have a good understanding of yourself. The Rose School of Thought and the Numinous Episcopate will be managed by dedicated personnel. No need for you to take unnecessary risks. Concentrate on dealing with Hisoka. If they request your help, you may cooperate." The Beyonder characteristics left behind by members of the Rose School of Thought, especially those of the Devil and Prisoner pathways, come with a certain level of troublesome corruption. It's advisable not to sell them or randomly seek out an artisan to craft items. If you need to, you can sell them to me or let me find an artisan. Keeping them in the traveler's bag is also fine. Compared to the Shadow Branch boxing gloves, Mr. Fool's seal, and the attention and influence of other items on you, they're as weak as an ordinary newborn baby. Relieved by this response, Lumion took a breath and activated the black mark on his right shoulder, vanishing from the room. After a while, he materialized atop a bell tower on Avenue du Boulevard in Trier. Gazing at the luxurious Champs-Élysées in the distance and the already lit lamps, Lumion couldn't hold back any longer. He needed to carefully consider the information he had just obtained from Camus. With the Berserk Sea, the Phaenopotter Kingdom, and half of the Intis Republic between them, Lumion could devise a plan to hunt Hisoka without worrying about the enemy sensing malice and danger. Perhaps only an angel could sense over such a distance. Though Lumion lacked specific information about his target or Hisoka's identity, and had no concrete plan, caution was paramount when he had the ability to be cautious. Relying on his ascetic trait, he endured, putting aside thoughts of the corresponding matters. Only when far from Port Pylos and the southern continent did he carefully consider details, allowing his thoughts to run free. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lumion vanished from the bell tower. Clang, clang, clang. The pendulum clock struck 7 p.m. the next morning. Upon entering the hall, Camus spotted Louis Barry, adorned in a golden straw hat, seated on a sofa in the reception area. Why is he here again? Recalling Kolobo's warning, Camus frowned and approached with concern. "What can I do for you this time?" he asked calmly, keeping his emotions in check. Lumion chuckled. "I need some information, but it won't be from you. Find a reliable teammate who isn't privy to our discussion yesterday evening. Meet me at the Matani Import and Export shop. I can offer 5,000 Vril d'Or for this. A peculiar request, 5,000 Vril d'Or. How generous. Is he trying to avoid a devil's danger premonition?" Camus, an experienced official Beyonder, quickly made the connection. He refrained from overthinking and pondered for a moment before responding. Agreed. Heading into the office area, Lumion rose and departed, making his way to the Matani Import and Export shop nearby. Soon, a man sat opposite Lumion, who was savoring his coffee. The man, with dark hair and a relatively thin build, was a member of the patrol team who had accompanied them to the scene yesterday. Today, he wore dark black sunglasses, giving him the appearance of a blind individual. "I'm Kolobo. Camus mentioned a chance to earn 5,000 Vril d'Or." The patrol team member introduced himself in fluent Intijan. Amused, Lumion observed Kolobo's demeanor. Taking out a pen and paper, he counted out 5,000 Vril d'Or notes and slid them over. Write down the prisoner Pathway Beyonder's name and details from the patrol team. Ensure I don't catch sight of it. Fold it into a square after writing. Kolobo, almost as if blind, fumbled for the banknotes. He bent down and counted, nearly burying his head under the table. "Why aren't you looking at me?" Lumion asked with curiosity. Trembling, Kolobo replied, "I fear I might truly go blind." "Are you able to see something you shouldn't?" "From the monster pathway." Lumion pondered but refrained from probing further. Kolobo turned around and swiftly wrote down the corresponding information on the table behind him, folding the paper and passing it to Lumion. Without a second glance, Lumion promptly received the information and stowed it in his traveler's bag. After settling the bill for his coffee, he headed to the washroom. His figure vanished once more. Chapter 645. Gifts. After Louis Barry left the coffee area, Kolobo breathed a sigh of relief. He removed his sunglasses, retrieved the 5,000 Vril d'Or, and counted it again. His gut told him this deal would work out. That's the only reason he dared to risk coming to the Matani Import and Export shop. Still, his whole body had been trembling with fear. He couldn't even keep his eyes open most of the time, and his hands were shaking so badly that he was surprised it was legible. Trouble always waits until it's ready to explode, he thought, clutching his sunglasses. He stood up and headed for the door. Something was wrong. He could feel it. His body tensed with some kind of danger sense he couldn't explain. His heart raced as he scanned the place professionally, trying to pinpoint the danger. Kolobo's footsteps changed, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. He'd zip off in one direction only to stop short a few paces later. Kolobo took in the morning sun, the quiet shop that had just opened its doors, and the handful of customers scattered about. Not a single pair of eyes seemed fixed on him, and there was no one lurking in the shadows. observing his every move. Yet, following his instincts, his feet carried him back to the coffee shop area. That's where he finally stopped, in front of the bathroom sign. 2 years as a Beyonder taught Kolobo the most important lesson: trust your gut. Without thinking, he yanked open the heavy wooden door and walked inside. The Matani import and export shop wasn't some back alley dive. This restroom was big. 3 urinals, 3 stalls, and gas lamps flickered on the clean tile. Kolobo headed to the sink to splash cold water on his face. Maybe that would shake this weird danger feeling that was creeping all over him. As he looked up, a face stared back at him in the mirror. But it wasn't his. The face was freakishly white. The guy looked late 20s with light brown skin and eyes that flashed a dark, sickly green. He stared at Kolobo with dead, cold eyes. Kolobo's brain short-circuited as recognition hit. Twanaku Tupie Tilde N, the only prisoner pathway Beyonder on their patrol team. The guy had become a Sequence 6 zombie last year. He was also the first guy to ever make Kolobo's skin crawl. If he told anyone else, he gut told him he'd end up dead. When Lumion asked Kolobo to spill the beans about the prisoner pathway Beyonder on his team, something about it felt wrong. He'd almost bailed on the whole deal. He'd counted that huge 50,000 sum not out of distrust, but because he needed time to think, to weigh the risk. He decided to trust his gut, but he hadn't told Lumion about this feeling, this fear of Tupie Tilde N. And now, here Twanaku Tupie Tilde N was, reflected in the mirror. This is a Sequence 5 Wraith power. When did he advance? Kolobo could barely think over the growing horror. Suddenly, his body felt like it had been dropped into an icy lake. Twanaku's face in the mirror vanished. Kolobo could barely move. An icy coldness gripped him, the kind that chilled you to the bone. It wasn't his own hands that were moving, they lifted without him wanting them to. A voice drifted through his ears, flat and emotionless. Looks like my cover is blown. You were actually asked to provide my information. I'll get out of Port Pylos, but I'm going to leave 2 gifts for Lumion Lee. What did that even mean? What kind of gift? And who the heck was Lumion Lee? Kolobo's thoughts were a jumbled mess. His own hands were tightening around his neck. Then, with a sickening jolt, he realized what gift the voice was talking about. Twanaku Tupie Tilde N was going to kill him and leave a gift his dead body, but he said 2 gifts. What was the other one? In the 4-story beige building of the patrol team, Camus sipped his Highlander coffee and read the West Balam Telegraph, contemplating the deal between Kolobo and Louis Berry. If successful, as an intermediary, he would receive 20% of the amount. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rap echoed on Camus's office door. Please come in. Though not particularly young, Camus had ample experience, leading one of the patrol team's operations teams. If there were a vacancy for the vice-captain position, his only competition would be Twanaku Tupie Tilde N of the prisoner pathway. The southern continent was a chaotic place, especially in an area torn between multiple factions. Whether dealing with the bloodthirsty Rose school of thought, the ominous numinous episcopate, ambitious adventurers, spies from various countries, or missionaries, danger lurked at every corner. Some would take the initiative to assassinate patrol team members, while others would rebel and escape. Meticulous planning was not uncommon, and even the patrol team members found themselves as targets. Consequently, the patrol team faced casualties every year, leading to a constant need for new recruits. Encountering more attacks had its advantages. Victorious confrontations often yielded valuable items and Beyonder-related ingredients. Many of the patrol team's advancement formulas and potions were acquired in such situations, creating a noteworthy trend. Compared to cities of similar size in the northern continent, Port Pylos had an even greater number of official Beyonders, especially mid-sequence Beyonders. However, they lacked higher levels of power or corresponding sealed artifacts. Camus found himself in a tight spot financially due to his rapid advancement outpacing his cousins. Arriving in Matani State and Port Pylos as a Sequence 9 Arbiter, he had swiftly climbed to a Sequence 7 Justiciar in just 5 years. His goal was to advance to Sequence 6 and become a judge, and he had recently been gathering the funds to purchase the necessary materials. If the opportunity to become a vice captain arose, the patrol team would certainly contribute resources to aid his advancement. Spoils of war weren't always suitable for him. Sometimes, he needed to trade with teammates or sell them to the patrol team for money. He patiently waited for the potion formulas and Beyonder ingredients corresponding to his pathway to appear. The patrol team, being relatively new, hadn't accumulated substantial reserves. Camus needed to find a way to purchase practical mystical items, regularly replenish charms, potions, and other essentials to stay prepared against assassinations and conflicts. In such a situation, money was naturally scarce. Chaos was a path to hell, but also a ladder to the top. Pugilist So entered, with his brown braids gently swaying. So, clad in a sky-blue shirt and beige pants, approached Camus with one hand in his pocket, smiling as he asked, "Have you seen Kolobo? I need to discuss something with him." Camus had already prepared a reason. He went to the import and export shop to buy coffee beans. So tersely acknowledged, "Then I'll wait for him to return." "What's up?" Camus asked casually. So took 2 steps forward and smiled. "There's an investigation we would like to involve him in. Maybe he can uncover clues that others can't." "You bastards! Aren't you concerned about Kolobo getting hurt?" Camus replied with amusement, lifting his coffee and taking a sip. At that moment, So withdrew his right hand from his trouser pocket, holding a poker card flickering with a metallic gleam between his thumb and index finger. The card portrayed a grayish-white clown. With a swift motion, So hurled the poker card at Camus's head. In the men's washroom of the Matani import and export shop, Kolobo finally caught his reflection in the mirror. His skin had turned a sickly green, and his hands were locked around his own neck, the pressure making his bones crack. Twenaku Tupian stared back at him from his bright blue eyes. Kolobo tried to scream, but nothing came out. He wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't move. It was like his body wasn't his anymore. It was killing him. Ugh! A choked sound finally escaped Kolobo's throat, too quiet for anyone to hear. Fear and despair tightened around his heart. Then Kolobo's fingers slipped. A figure emerged from the shadows by the bathroom vents. Lumion, black hair, green eyes, all dressed in black and white with a golden straw hat. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, then understanding. He held a black bone flute to his lips. A hum resounded, accompanied by a melancholic tune echoing from the dark red holes. Symphony of Hatred. Why did I only sense malice and danger now? Just as this thought crossed Twenaku's mind, Twenaku's murderous intent exploded, fueled by the haunting melody. Silently, a figure peeled away from Kolobo's body. It was Twenaku Tupian, his light brown skin gone deathly pale. Blood vessels bulged in his yellow eyes, threatening to burst. The symphony of hatred tore into Kolobo, already weak with fear. His heart almost stopped. He crumpled to the floor, barely alive. Lumion stopped the melody. Holding the black bone flute, he slid back into the shadows and under the vent. A moment later, he reappeared behind Twenaku Tupian, who was practically vibrating with murderous intent. Lumion lifted the flute, its blood-colored holes gleaming ominously, and took a breath. "Finally, you're here, Chapter 646, Indoor Fight." Twenaku Tupian's ears rang, his eyes stinging with blood. His mind burned, his thoughts scattering like sparks. For an agonizing moment, he couldn't process his situation, couldn't even think about the enemy closing in. Blood, smelling strangely metallic, trickled from his eyes and nose. His pale skin darkened ominously. Ha! Lumion spat a blast of pale yellow light, hitting the suspected Hisoka from barely 2 meters away. Twenaku's eyes slammed shut and he collapsed. Before he hit the ground, Lumion's symphony of hatred, a black bone flute, jabbed towards his neck. Instantly, the tiled bathroom floor dissolved into a vast, muddy expanse of darkness. Arms burst upward, some were stripped of skin, all raw muscle and glistening tendon. Others twisted and ghostly, pale and transparent. Some bore bulging eyes that spun madly, others sprouted thick green growths. The grotesque limbs tore at Lumion and Twenaku, clawing and dragging. This was Twanaku's spell, a death-type enchantment once called Vengeful Wraith's Entanglement, meant to summon an undead horde to paralyze his targets. But as a mid-sequence Beyonder of the Devil pathway, his power twisted the spell into something new, the Fallen Abyss. He could alter a space in advance, allowing undead or fallen creatures to lurk beneath the surface. Anyone unfortunate enough to step inside would be grabbed by unseen arms and dragged into the muddy, pitch-black depths. The abyss would slow and weaken its victims, the icy touch of the undead stealing their strength with agonizing speed. If they were pulled all the way under, they'd be corrupted and lost. Twanaku had cast this spell in the bathroom before attacking Kolobo. He hadn't wanted any nosy employees or customers to stumble on the scene, but it turned out to be a lucky break. That's why he'd appeared in the mirror instead of right inside Kolobo's eyes. Lumien's attack with the symphony of hatred came to an abrupt halt. Countless arms wrapped around his ankles, calves, hips, and torso. A wave of icy stiffness washed over him, his movements turning sluggish. It was the same for Twanaku. With the Wraith and Desire Apostle unconscious, the Fallen Abyss slipped from his control, leaving him vulnerable. His limp body was seized by the strange arms and dragged to the ground. Nearby, Kolobo, badly injured and out for the count, was pulled into the muddy, pitch-black depths of the illusory abyss. A burst of crimson flames exploded from Lumien's body, surrounding him like a blazing cloak. The flames roared, scorching most of the arms into retreat. Still, some remained unaffected, their grip relentless. A creeping coldness numbed Lumien's body, but he regained a sliver of his former agility. Before, he could have simply lunged forward, thrusting the black bone flute towards his enemy's neck. But now the target, the one he believed was Hisoka, was about to vanish into the ground. Thud, Twanaku slammed into the ground, the impact jarring him awake. The spell of Harumph's grip faded, and he finally regained his senses. His toughest moment, that relentless surge of desire, was behind him. Lumien lowered his head, a single scornful sound escaping him. HMP. Twin beams of white light shot out while Lumien retracted his hands, fingers slipping back into his traveler's bag. The beams missed their mark, but horrifying, bloody arms sprouted from the ground, a gruesome forest that blocked Twanaku from their path. With a flash of awareness, Twanaku seized control of the Fallen Abyss spell, shielding himself and attacking his enemy. The arms hit by the spell of Harumph softened, sinking back into the pitch-black mud as if drained. Twanaku took his chance. His body twisted, morphing into a dark, oozing malevolence, a shape born from the darkest shadows of his heart. Silently, Twanaku transformed into an illusory, viscous, and foul black liquid, merging with the muddy abyss and vanishing. The evil arms, unfazed by the flames, clung to Lumien, limiting his movement. His hands flew to his traveler's bag, pulling out a suit of gleaming silver armor. He set the armor beside him, sinking it firmly into the pitch-black mud. Pride armor, evil, writhing arms erupted from the illusory abyss and the corresponding spirit world. Guided by the spell, they lunged for the Pride armor, seizing its ankles, legs, torso, and back. The Pride armor struck back, a broadsword of pure light flashing in its hand. Blinding, holy light flooded the washroom. The shadowy arms recoiled with hisses of black smoke, retreating into the depths. The pitch-black mud dissolved, revealing the bathroom's stone tiles. Kolobo, who'd been on the brink of sinking into the abyss, lay unconscious on the floor. Just meters away, near the washroom door, a figure of viscous black liquid prepared to flee. Now free, Twanaku came to a swift decision. He wouldn't waste time trying to possess Lumien Li. Instead, he'd abandon the Matani import and export shop and port Pylos. It was a trap. He had to escape before it closed around him. Staying to fight back was foolish. He couldn't risk lingering just to satisfy his rage and murderous desire. That would be far too dangerous. Twanaku was glad he'd chosen to give Lumien Li those two gifts. He'd even divided his favorite mystical items to do it. The patrol team should be in chaos by now, focused on a false target. The distraction would give him his chance to escape. Before, Twanaku hadn't been focused on killing Camus. His priority was taking out Kolobo and escaping. If everything went smoothly, there shouldn't be problems for either side. Any chaos caused by Camus's death would be a bonus, distracting the enemy by having the other passing off as the real deal. He'd sent that extra gift. As a precaution, not some bloodthirsty urge, in Camus's office, nestled inside the patrol team's beige 4-story building, a poker card shimmered with metallic light as it hurtled towards him. Coffee was the last thing on his mind. He dove behind his desk with a surge of adrenaline, planning to send the table flying back at So before blasting him with psychic piercing. The Joker-faced card soared over Camus's head, missing its target. But then, as if it had a mind of its own, the card swerved and plunged down, aiming for Camus's back. It seemed to melt right into him, vanishing in a flash. So's grin stretched wider. He strode to the desk, yanking the broadsword from his back. Inside the men's bathroom of the Matani import and export shop, a figure made of thick, black liquid slipped through the crack under the door, then strangely reformed in its original spot. Bottle of fiction. The moment Lumion harbored malice and took out the symphony of hatred from the traveler's bag, Lumion had used this bathroom vent as a base, using the bottle of fiction to set one condition. Only females could enter or exit. That way, innocent customers wouldn't stumble into the dangerous bay under battle. And Hisoka couldn't escape without destroying the bottle of fiction first. The black, liquid figure spread toward the vent, dodging the 2 white beams from Lumion. Twanaku was done with dodging. His body swelled and warped, transforming into a monstrous giant almost 3 meters tall. The monster's skin turned a dull, dark shade, and a pair of curved goat horns marked with strange patterns sprouted from his head. Colossal bat wings wreathed in blue and crimson flames lashed out, releasing a stinging, sulfurous stench. Devil transformation? This was the signature power of a Sequence 6 devil from the prisoner pathway. A boost to strength, speed, defense. Everything. Lumion knew his target, the one he thought was Hisoka, was on high alert, braced to dodge his spell of Harumph. He stopped using it. He decided against the symphony of hatred too. The situation was different. Before, his enemy had been fueled by bloodlust in his murder attempt on Kolobo, a perfect trigger. Now there was only a cold, emotionless focus, with no guarantee that the symphony of hatred would work, or that it wouldn't backfire. Lumion wasn't taking that chance. Instead, a crimson spear sparked into existence. From a few meters away, he hurled it at the suspected Hisoka. The second the spear left his hand, Lumion vanished. He couldn't stay put. Possession by the Wraith, a mind-shattering psychic blast from a desire apostle, some twisted desire spell. Any of those were a risk. Chapter 647. Inexplicable action. In the face of the flaming spear, Twanaku's eyes, now crimson from the devil transformation, reflected dancing and burning crimson flames. He remained unfazed. Instead, he conjured an aberration, a broadsword made of crimson magma and pale blue flames. Swiftly turning, Twanaku exposed his back to the flaming spear. With the magma broadsword in hand, he slashed at the foe who had seemingly teleported behind him, launching an attack. The broadsword, adorned with crimson magma and pale blue flames, sliced through the air but missed Lumion. It left only an exaggerated mark on the wall behind, a testament to its destructive force. Had it not been for the bottle of fiction's protection, the bathroom wall would have been split in half. Even so, the bottle visibly trembled, bearing some damage. The nearly white flaming spear also struck Twanaku's back, piercing a little before being halted by the elastic dark skin and sturdy flesh. It failed to penetrate the devil's body, leaving only blackened traces from the resulting inferno. Devils, armored in thick and tough natural protection, were resistant to flames, poison, and curses to a certain extent. Twanaku, in his zombie state, possessed a steel-like body that could withstand bullets and cannonballs. Lumion's flaming spear and fireball attacks, as well as the Fire Raven's onslaught, posed little threat. Standing still, Twainaku could endure repeated attacks without suffering severe injuries. Additionally, his ability to transform into a wraith allowed him to evade explosions effortlessly. Hisoka, Twainaku believed that, without the support of the Tarot Club, the curly-haired baboons' research society, and powerful demigods, he could have tortured Lumion to death. Even with teleportation, spells rendering him temporarily unconscious, and mystical items, most of Lumion's attacks were ineffective against wraiths and Desire Apostle Beyonders. The psychic shock and Desire detonation further restrained him, leaving him vulnerable to the assaults of wraiths and undead creatures. Having missed his strike, Twainaku noticed Lumion's figure reappear in midair. As anticipated, Lumion had chosen to teleport behind and launch an attack. However, there was a notable change compared to previous encounters. Hovering near the ceiling and the vent, Lumion opened his mouth and emitted a harumph. The moment a pale yellow light shot out, Hisoka Twainaku's figure faded and vanished. In Lumion's pupils, a devilish figure materialized, dark skin, long goat horns, bat wings on its back, and no longer wielding the sword of lava. Swiftly, Twainaku transformed into a wraith, leaping into Lumion's eyes, deftly dodging the spell of Harumph's attack. Devil transformation didn't impede his wraith abilities. Lumion's face paled, a dark green hue tinting his features. His hands involuntarily rose, reaching for his neck, and his body plummeted to the ground. Prepared for such a situation, Lumion didn't resist. While he could still struggle, he didn't halt his hands or resist the wraith's control. Instead, he sank his consciousness into his right hand. The frenzied, bloody aura of superiority dissipated slightly, causing Twainaku to instinctively tremble. He subconsciously detached from Lumion's body and leaped onto the sink. Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder, vanishing before crashing to the ground. This time, he appeared behind the motionless silver-white full-body armor. Behind. The Pride armor spun around abruptly, raising the broadsword of light and slashing at Lumion in the not-too-small bathroom. Lumion employed Spirit World Traversal once more, vanishing from the silver armor's path. Within the mirror, Hisoka Twainaku was somewhat bewildered. Why did Lumion Lee provoke his sealed artifact and engage in combat with it? Am I not his enemy target? The negative effects of a sealed artifact. Though he didn't understand what was going on, Twainaku sensed danger instinctively. His danger premonition, along with a possible insight from Emperor Roselle, if something shows signs of abnormality, there must be an abnormal factor hidden. Such factors often signify danger. Without hesitation, Twainaku left the sink and leaped to the bathroom door in his colossal devil form. Conjuring a dozen or so light blue sulfur fireballs, he directed them at the wooden door in unison. Twainaku, who had shaken the bottle of fiction with his sword, knew that the current seal could be broken by brute force. There was no need to find the true exit or kill the enemy who had constructed the seal. For this reason, he chose to forego teaming up with the full-body armor to assail Lumion. He reckoned that any further delay, even if Lumion Lee were to fall on the spot, would lead to him being surrounded, facing a lethal blow with no chance of escaping alive. In such a scenario, killing Lumion Lee would render the effort meaningless. Certainly, Twainaku wasn't about to let Lumion off easily. Following the sulfur fireball assault, he clenched his fists and spoke a word in devil language filled with depravity and filth. Slow. This was a manifestation of the language of foulness, capable of stiffening and even halting the movements of targets within a 7 to 8 meter radius for approximately 2 seconds. Considering the bathroom's size, this radius covered the entire area. Lumion's form reappeared. Once more, he teleported behind the Pride armor, conjuring a crimson fireball almost white in his hand. Influenced by the language of foulness, both Lumion and the Pride armor moved sluggishly. One slowly launched a fireball, while the other struggled to turn around, as if its joints had rusted. Rumble, the sulfur fireballs erupted against the bathroom door. A translucent, illusory membrane materialized on the bathroom's side. Like glass, it shattered inch by inch, leaving crisscrossing marks that teetered on the brink of collapse. The wooden door appeared charred and pieced together, reminiscent of a child's broken toy hastily glued back together. Observing this, Hisoka Twenaku grasped that another strike could completely shatter the seal. This time, he gathered 7 to 8 light blue sulfur fireballs. On the opposite end, Lumien's fireball finally collided with the Pride armor's back, assisted by the explosive waves. Amidst the rumbling and clanging, the silver armor stiffened. Lumien activated the black mark on his right shoulder once more and teleported away from his current location. Almost simultaneously, the Pride armor overcame the effects of slow with abnormal swiftness, swiftly turning around. However, it still couldn't lock onto its target. Twenaku felt a surge of amusement bubbling within him but maintained an unusual vigilance. His only wish was that the relentless bombardment would shatter the seal completely, granting him an avenue for escape. In the next moment, the sulfur fireballs collided with the wooden door at the bathroom entrance. Twenaku witnessed the silver-white full-body armor squat down, driving the broadsword of light into the ground. Twenaku's pupils dilated as he instinctively readied himself to transform into a wraith. Yet he held back, exercising restraint. Aware of the potential consequences within the warrior pathway, he understood the risk of subjecting himself to even greater harm. Rumble. Simultaneously with the explosion of the sulfur fireballs, the Sword of Dawn, embedded in the crevice in the stone tiles by the Pride armor, disintegrated into fragments of light. Densely packed, they formed a flickering, violent, and sharp hurricane that swept in all directions, filled with the intent to annihilate everything. Hurricane of light. Since it couldn't lock onto the backstabber, it opted for a wide-ranging assault. The sharp and terrifying storm of light enveloped Twenaku and Kolobo on the ground. Lumien materialized in front of the latter, crouched down, shielding vital points. He faced the formidable hurricane head-on. The washroom bore the brunt of the assault. The urinal was wrecked, and the cubicles silently collapsed, shedding a layer of bricks. As a depraved creature, Twenaku had nowhere to hide. All he could do was endure the damage, his eyes flickering with a sharp light. In the radiant blade storm, Lumien's figure cracked inch by inch, shattering into numerous mirror fragments. Mirror substitution. With his obstruction, Kolobo avoided fatal injuries but couldn't escape multiple bleeding wounds. In Camus's office, within the beige 4-story building housing the patrol team, crouched behind a table, Camus's face turned pale, tinged with a dark green hue. It was as if a grayish-white clown laughed exaggeratedly in his eyes. Camus strained to ignite bolts of lightning in his eyes, piercing So's mind. His betraying teammate grimaced in pain, causing his broadsword to lose strength and direction, crashing into the desk and failing to hit Camus. In that critical moment, Camus drew a silver revolver from his right hand, aiming it not at So but at himself. Across the street, in a room facing Camus's office, Jenna, holding a telescope, huddled by the curtain, closely monitored Camus's condition. Seeing the other party under attack and struggling, she swiftly grabbed the loudspeaker she had prepared and brought it to her mouth. Camus has been attacked. Camus has been attacked by the Rose School of Thought. Camus is being attacked in his office. The loudspeaker sound reverberated through every room of the patrol team. Chapter 648. Teamwork. On the top floor of the beige building belonging to the patrol team, a middle-aged man in a thin black suit heard Jenna's voice. Without bothering to trace the source of the shout, he stood up abruptly and retrieved a white human skull, seemingly carved from crystal, from his hidden pocket. The man, a mix of Intis and West Balam lineage, held the crystal skull and recited a mysterious language with a strong sense of death. In the next moment, a decaying palm extended from the void in front of him. Its joints were thick, and its skin was bleeding, revealing signs of decay. The palm belonged to a corpse that looked vaguely human, but upon closer inspection, resembled a monster over one. 8 meters tall, its face concealed by a rusty bronze mask, and its torso composed of corpses from various species. including lions, tigers, black wolves, baboons, giant serpents, vultures, and humans themselves, all in a severe state of rot. The corpse's bronze mask flickered with dark red lights in its eyes as it took a step forward, arriving in Camus's office. Faced with Camus, who had a revolver in his right hand, staggering toward his forehead, the monstrous corpse removed its bronze mask. Underneath the mask, there was no nose, flesh, or bones. Only two dark red balls of light and a mouth that occupied 4/5 of the head. The mouth opened wide, revealing a pitch-black interior. A terrifying suction force emanated from the mouth, affecting Camus's spirit, but having no effect on the documents, newspapers, and other items on the desk. It only caused Camus's spirit to surface, as if pulled by an invisible force, about to be plunged into hell. As Camus's spirit body materialized, the grayish-white clown seeped out of his flesh, revealing its complete form, a magnified, illusory poker card. The poker card had no body of its own and was swiftly drawn out by the pitch-black mouth beneath the bronze mask. Camus's spirit body struggled. Smack. The poker card materialized and fell to the ground, emitting the sound of a heavy object colliding with solid bricks, but there was no metallic sound. In the Matani import and export shop, the male bathroom lay in ruins. The door and the wall facing the corridor crumbled into fragments, scattering for several meters, as if a storm had passed through. The bottle of fiction had lost its effect. Amidst the residual fragments of light and the lingering sulfur smell, Twenaku rolled out in his devil form. His pitch-black skin bore hideous wounds, and his flesh seemed to evaporate. Half of the two curved goat horns on his head were gone, and viscous black liquid flowed from the cracks. The bat-like wings on his back were tattered and drooping. With Twenaku's formidable physical strength, the hurricane of light from the Pride armor shouldn't have caused such tragic and severe damage, but he was a devil. The hurricane of light possessed the unique ability to destroy evil creatures and undead beings. It was like Twenaku undergoing purification while being sliced by a fragmentary blade. What made it more potent was their collaboration. Purification weakened defense and inflicted harm on the evil creature's spirit and flesh, while the fragmentary blade utilized purification to weaken defense and cut through flesh. The more wounds and the deeper they were, the better the purification effect. Had Twenaku not resisted in his devil form and instead transformed into a wraith, he might have faced severe injury, teetering on the brink of death, or even elimination. The hurricane of light could vanquish wraiths and injure evil spirits. Despite being severely injured, Twenaku, still capable of combat, calmly suppressed his tyrannical and bloodthirsty emotions. Realizing he had escaped the seal, he prepared to transform into a wraith and escape through the surrounding mirrors. Just as he made this decision, a sudden sense of danger premonition struck him. The malice came from behind, and in the shadows outside the bathroom, Franca, dressed in an assassin suit, emerged, raising her left hand. On her left thumb, she wore an iron-colored ring with a thick band and a surface covered in small spikes ring of punishment. Franca's lake blue eyes flickered with lightning, moving many times faster than the fastest bullets, shooting out silently with psychic piercing. Hidden blade. Why do I only sense her malice now? The severely injured Twenaku couldn't dodge in time and suddenly heard an illusory shattering sound. The shattering sound echoed from Twenaku's spirit body, and intense pain flooded his mind, compelling him to raise his hands to cover his head. Seizing the opportunity, Franca swiftly took out a mirror and reflected Twenaku in his devil form. Black flames ignited in her left palm as she smeared it across the mirror's surface, Demoness's curse. Black flames erupted from Twenaku's body, but nearly 2/3 were suppressed by his flesh and blood, leaving only a portion of the colossal devil's spirit body to be incinerated. Being a devil, immune to curses to a certain extent, helped Twenaku endure the Demoness's curse better, given his already ravaged state from the hurricane of light. Finally free from the influence of psychic piercing, Twenaku, with his spirit body engulfed in black flames, transformed into a pitch-black, viscous liquid. These liquids seemed to originate from the darkest corners of the human heart, representing the most sinister and shadowy desires and emotions. Twennaku abandoned wraith form, choosing Desire Apostle's Desire Incarnation, because Demoness's black flames targeted the spirit body more. Before the pitch-black viscous liquid could fully elongate into a human figure, he fled into the nearby darkness, sensing a strong danger premonition in his heart. At the corridor's entrance, Anthony Reid, donned in military green attire, appeared in a blind spot. His eyes took on a faint golden hue, transforming into vertical pupils. Psychological invisibility? Frenzy Twennaku's mind buzzed, instantly breaking free from his Desire Incarnation state. Bloodshot eyes and liver morties appeared on his body, emitting sulphurous blood. He entered a frenzied state. Already grievously injured and subjected to psychic piercing and the Demoness's curse, he was on the verge of losing control. Rumble. Light blue sulfur fireballs pelted the surroundings, propelled by Twennaku's wild instincts. Franca's form quickly shattered into mirror fragments, while Anthony's body sprouted grayish-white dragon scales. He leaped toward the wall for cover. Rumble. Using up Franca's mirror substitution, Lumion teleported behind the frenzied Twennaku. Having already unleashed the accumulated spirituality and strength within him, Lumion's spirituality surged, no longer drained. And during the scorching sulfur flames and the blast's impact, Lumion focused on the oblivious, frenzied Twennaku. He harumphed. Two beams of white light shot from his nose, hitting what appeared to be Hisoka. Twennaku collapsed, and the signs of madness began to fade. Lumion didn't allow him to reach the ground. Extending his right hand, he grabbed Twennaku by the shoulder and teleported him into the spirit world. In seconds, Lumion materialized at the edge of the primitive forest near Port Pylos. Even during this process, he let out a harumph. The pale yellow light emitted from his mouth knocked Twennaku out again, preventing him from regaining consciousness. At that moment, a woman stood at the edge of the primitive forest. It was Hela, dressed like a black widow but not as distant as before. Observing Twennaku, no longer in his colossal devil state but emitting a sulfuric scent with dark patterns on his skin, Hela nodded at Lumion and said, "It should be Hisoka." Every time Hisoka participated in the curly-haired baboon's research society, he only disguised himself superficially. If Hisoka's true identity was targeted, Hela, who was responsible for providing the gathering venue and entrance method, could still recognize him. Ha! Lumion chuckled and added a new spell of harumph to Hisoka. Hela seized his arm and chanted an incantation. The two of them, along with Hisoka, vanished like pencil drawings erased by an eraser in the ancient and dilapidated palace of the nation of the Evernight. As Lumion emerged from his concealed state, he harumphed. Two beams of white light descended, and Hisoka remained unconscious. Hela's tone chilled as she remarked, "I'll let you enter the same dream." "Thank you." Lumion released Hisoka, reclining against a broken stone pillar. Moments later, his thoughts blurred until he heard Hela's voice. "It's done." Lumion snapped back, gazing into the interrogation room where Hisoka sat opposite. This member of the curly-haired baboon's research society, Twennaku Tupion, bore light brown skin, a blend of northern and southern continent descent. His eyes gleamed flaxen, his hair dark. While not unattractive, his demeanor exuded indifference to life. At the sight, Lumion's lips curved into a smile. He had sought Hela's assistance primarily to craft an environment where he could safely unveil his plans after capturing Hisoka alive. Otherwise, restraining Hisoka's resistance would have posed a significant challenge. Communicating with him would have been impossible if he remained unconscious until his demise. Destroying Hisoka's frontal lobe would strip away frustration, pain, and resentment, making it difficult to fulfill the requirements of the Reaper ritual. Upon spotting Lumion, Hisoka suddenly struggled, but an invisible force held him back, preventing his transformation into a wraith. This was a dream controlled by Hela. Hisoka calmed down and gazed at Lumion, posing the greatest question on his mind. "How did you manage to evade my danger premonition?" Lumien's smile deepened. He looked down at Hisoka and said casually, "No need for a demon hunter's assistance. A sufficient distance and a hypnotist would do the trick." Chapter 649, Conspiracy Showcase, Sufficient Distance and a Hypnotist. Hisoka repeated Lumien's words as if he had realized something. Lumien stood in front of him, looking down, and questioned, "Do you think that, apart from demon hunters and higher-level beyonders of the corresponding pathway, devils mainly get killed based on chance encounters in battles?" Hisoka regarded Lumien with indifference and remained silent. Lumien pulled up a chair and sat down, crossing his right foot over his left knee. Casually, he said, "I've read a mysticism book about devils. It's filled with numerous cases of hunting devils. It's clear that beyonders of most pathways rely on chance encounters to kill specific devils. That's what I believed back then. However, when I revisited the detailed description of devil abilities, I found a contradiction. This is how the mysticism book describes your danger premonition. Danger premonition, also known as malicious perception, if an enemy can soon cause lethal harm to a devil and takes clear action to do so. A devil can sense the danger in advance and grasp the source. They can target it, kill it, take revenge or escape, but it's impossible to know the exact details of the plan. Different devils have different intuition ranges from a few minutes to a day, from a few kilometers to as wide as a city. What's the contradiction between this and a battle encounter?" Hisoka asked, sitting upright, cold and curious. "According to this description, devils can indeed sense a battle encounter," Lumien said with a smile. "For example, even though I only intended to have a cup of coffee today and suddenly encountered a devil and had no choice but to kill him. For that devil, it's literal. He should have sensed that my coffee drinking at the cafe would pose a fatal danger to him in advance and that it would happen, but that's not the case in reality." Observing Hisoka's thoughtful expression, Lumien clasped his hands together. "This means that a devil's danger premonition doesn't stem from fate. If it were a powerful beyonder of the monster pathway, there's a high chance they would suddenly feel that coffee isn't suitable today and avoid danger. But you can't. Since a devil's danger premonition doesn't stem from precognition of fate, where does it stem from? Once, a high-ranking demon enlightened me about the concept of the abyss. According to its perspective, the abyss holds two dimensions. The first is physical, with an entrance hidden somewhere in the real world. The second is in the mind, with an entrance nestled deep within everyone's hearts. Considering this insight, I believe we need to tweak the foundation of a devil's danger premonition. It kicks in only when an adversary has a well-defined plan capable of inflicting fatal harm on a devil soon. That's when the devil can sense it beforehand. Got it. A more distinct thought process or intent. Lumien adopted the cadence of Madam Magician to taunt Hisoka, weaving the narrative of his conspiracy. In the beginning, I probed bit by bit and investigated step by step. When I stumbled upon crucial information, I purposely skirted around it, leaving me in the dark about who I was dealing with and without a rough plan to handle the target. In simpler terms, I didn't have clear thoughts or intentions, and there was no effective plan to cause lethal harm to you anytime soon. Everything was vague, chaotic, and uncommitted, filled with variation and accidents, ensuring you couldn't naturally sense danger. However, your position alerted you when I delved into the serial murder from 4 years ago. Since then, you've been using a Wraith's ability and the patrol team members under your control to keep a vigilant eye on this matter, right? Hisoka listened coldly, showing no intention of responding. Lumien smiled and continued. After figuring out that you were hiding in the patrol team as a zombie sequence beyonder, I resisted my urges and tried my best not to dwell on such matters. When I returned to the hotel, I immediately teleported to Trier. At this distance, you won't be able to sense that I'm formulating a plan and putting it into practice. After coming up with a preliminary plan, I went to Hidden Blade and my 2 other companions to discuss a detailed plan. It was just past 7 p.m., Trier time. The next move involved assigning tasks. Each of us had a role to play. We underwent a hypnotist's hypnotism, erasing our true purpose from memory. Only when a devil like you emerged would we recall the specific details. My mission was to use teleportation, making it seem like I left, only to return stealthily using shadow concealment. I trailed the patrol team member I interacted with, believing that I was checking if there was anything problematic with him. Hidden Blade's mission was to tail me, providing necessary vigilance and support. If I activated the bottle of fiction ability, she'd preemptively don the ring of punishment and lie in wait outside. The reason for her ambush eluded her until she laid eyes on you. With her combat prowess and intelligence, she instinctively knew what steps to take. No need for me to give detailed instructions. The hypnotist's mission involved using psychological invisibility to wander the vicinity, just aimlessly wandering. As for the other demoness, her duty was to monitor the patrol team and promptly report any issues to the authorities. Before your arrival, she too was unaware of the real reason behind her actions. She simply thought we had plans involving the patrol team. Before the hypnotism wore off, none of us had intentions of confronting you. Our individual actions couldn't pose lethal harm to you, ensuring you couldn't foresee it. This was a premeditated encounter, a clash pitting you against multiple adversaries. With that final sentence, Lumion suddenly heard an illusory shattering sound. He sensed that his conspirer potion had been fully digested. He also felt Hisoka's seemingly cold expression, vexation and regret growing, gnawing at his heart. Lumion's smile widened. He stood up, leaned forward and inched his head in front of Hisoka. He looked into Hisoka's bloodshot, flaxen-colored eyes and said, "Your biggest mistake was not leaving Port Pylos ahead of time and sticking with the patrol team. Why are you so certain I won't track you down? How do you know I enjoy Fermo coffee without sugar?" Hisoka inquired instead of answering. Sensing his intense anger and killing intent, Lumion straightened up and replied with a smile. "My sister always says that wherever you go, you leave a trace, and I have an expert at finding traces with me." Heh, Emperor Roselle must have said something similar. You must know what it means. Hisoka's hands tightened on the chair's armrests as he asked again, "Why were you so sure I'll kill Kolobo?" Lumion replied with a sense of satisfaction. "I wasn't certain. Didn't I mention I had a demoness companion monitoring the patrol team? Hidden Blade, and I believed that if you ultimately choose to escape, you will definitely do something to vent your murderous desires. Otherwise, something might happen to you, considering your devil and prisoner pathways. And since you want to kill someone, it's either the patrol team member who traded with me or Camus who gave me the information. It's either at the Matani shop or in the patrol team." At this juncture, Lumion guessed with a smile. "You took the gamble of staying in Port Pylos and the patrol team because you wanted to seize an opportunity to kill me." Under the watchful eyes of the Tarot Club and Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, finding a chance to eliminate a promising young man like me and escape unscathed can satisfy your twisted mind to the fullest extent? Hisoka subconsciously licked his lips. "I initially planned to bide my time, waiting for your patience to wear thin and an opportune moment to present itself. But it seems you didn't seek the assistance of the demigods. You only reached out to Hela. I should have struck last night." Hisoka didn't conceal his frustration. Lumion didn't immediately address the topic. After a few moments of contemplation, he said, "Waiting for an opportunity, you're quite confident in concealing your identity, unafraid of normal investigations. Is it because the higher-ups of the patrol team allowed a Sequence 6 of the prisoner pathway to join?" Hisoka sealed his lips, responding with silence. "Seems there's a significant secret lurking here." Lumion suddenly sensed a conspiracy. "Is the opportunity you're waiting for connected to this secret?" Hisoka maintained silence, his eyes transformed, now bloodthirsty and filled with a desire to kill. "Not willing to share?" Lumion chuckled. "No problem, let's discuss something else first." He bent down again, looking at Hisoka. "In this operation, I sought only Hela. Firstly, to guard against the Noise family demons who had made contact with you. Secondly, to create an environment for a quiet conversation with you." At the mention of the Noise family's demons, Hisoka's gaze subtly shifted. "How do you know?" Lumion didn't reply, The corners of his mouth curled up even more. I chose Hela because I wanted to capture you alive, relying on my own strength and that of my companions. Each of us is weaker than you, and each of us is someone you think you can easily kill. However, as a team, through teamwork, we've put you in a tight spot. You'll descend into hell. Hisoka shattered the chair's armrest, but he couldn't attack Lumion. Observing his bloodshot eyes, Lumion retrieved a golden straw hat from his traveler's bag, pressed it to his chest, and bowed. "I'll excuse myself for a moment," he said with a smile. In the next moment, Lumion left the dream. Swiftly shifting his sitting position, he leaned against a broken stone pillar. From his traveler's bag, he retrieved Gardner Martin's Beyonder characteristic: teeth, blood, colorful bearded horned lizard's venom, hornbeam essential oil, and other items. He had genuinely sensed Hisoka's fear, anger, and frustration. Although it occurred in a dream, it was reflected in Hisoka's brain and body, real and intense. He was about to concoct the Reaper potion. Chapter 650, Reaper. In the ancient, crumbling palace of the nation of the Evernight, Lumion carefully poured Gardner Martin's blood into a measuring cylinder and added the unusually sharp, small white bone blade that emitted a cold light. During this process, he moved swiftly, paying no attention to the bone blade-shaped Beyonder characteristic slicing his fingers and causing blood to flow. Instead, he ignited crimson flames, helping the wounds contract and preventing the white bone blade from entering the potion with his blood. The physical pain heightened Lumion's clarity and excitement. He added Gardner Martin's 2 teeth, the colorful bearded horned lizard's venom, and the hornbeam essential oil into the bright red blood. Bloop, bloop, bubbles bubbled in the blood, and the items mysteriously dissolved. Soon, black iron dregs emerged from the bright red blood, as if an iron weapon had shattered inside. Lumion glanced at the still slumbering Hisoka Twenaku, picked up the measuring cylinder, and poured the liquid into his mouth. The pungent smell of blood, the unfamiliar taste of rust, and the burning sensation instantly filled Lumion's mouth and pierced his brain. It felt like being caught in a chaotic war, constantly facing blades, firearms, and relentless enemy assaults. Wounds appeared all over his body, throbbing with pain. Son of a so, am I being attacked by a potion? Lumion muttered, bewildered, as he found himself locked in combat with a swarm of oncoming adversaries. Fireballs, fire ravens, and blazing white spears shattered, tore through, or impaled the enemies, turning them into torches that illuminated the battlefield. After an unknown span of time, Lumion felt his strength waning, his spiritual energy on the brink of exhaustion. The accumulated spirituality of an ascetic had long been unleashed. In that moment, a colossal figure materialized before him, radiating a formidable and intimidating aura. Despite Lumion's weakening state, he sensed the colossal figure's fear, hatred, and frustration. "He's afraid of me," Lumion realized suddenly. Summoning the last shreds of his courage, he condensed a blazing white flaming spear and hurled it at the colossal figure. A blinding white flame erupted, piercing through the colossal figure's head. Rumble. The giant figure exploded from within, shattering into countless fragments. Rumble. The entire battlefield crumbled. Lumion shook off the daze and found himself in front of a crumbling ancient palace, its stone bricks weathered by time. Hisoka Twenaku still slumbered, and Hela stood silently by his side. Sweat dripped from Lumion's body, bursting into crimson sparks. Eventually, the sweat returned to normal. Phew! Lumion let out a relieved breath. His spirituality was rapidly recovering. He had advanced to become a Reaper. Having completed the ritual of capturing a higher sequence enemy alive and revealing his conspiracy, Lumion had consumed the potion and advanced to Sequence 5. A Reaper of the Hunter pathway. Compared to his previous sequences, Reaper bestowed 3 additional abilities. The first, Weakness Investigation, allowed Lumion to discern the target's vulnerabilities and weak points in their defenses from a mystic perspective. The second, Cull, could be infused into any attack to harvest the target's life. Any part struck by Cull was akin to an assault on vital points and weaknesses, dealing significant damage. If Kull hit a genuine weakness or vital point, it could deliver a fatal blow, making it challenging for the target to withstand 3 consecutive attacks. It could even inflict real damage on demigod-level creatures, provided they didn't block or successfully evade, and refrained from using mystic defenses. The third, precision, enabled Lumion to precisely target a predetermined location and manipulate fireballs, fire ravens, and other spells that had left his body. He could split a colossal fireball into hundreds, striking different targets with precision, achieving effective area of effect damage. It was a far cry from a blanket explosion, being more efficient and effective. Both Kull and precision demanded a substantial amount of spirituality, rivaling Lumion's current usage of teleportation. The exception was the combination of precision and Fire Raven, as Fire Raven could allocate a bit of spirituality and was easily manipulated. Even with precision, its consumption of spirituality wasn't significant. Lumion also felt a significant enhancement in his spirituality. His mind cleared, and his life force intensified. He could compress flames to a blazing white state in an incredibly short time, merging with flaming spears and swiftly covering dozens to hundreds of meters. Ignoring the spirituality consumption, he could travel using this method. While Lumion's strength, speed, and physique had improved, he was still not resilient enough to withstand a bullet with his body. At the entrance of the mostly collapsed male bathroom in the Matani import and export shop, the silver-white full-body armor burst out, wielding a light-condensed hammer in both hands. It searched left and right, but couldn't locate its target. Gradually, it seemed to calm down. From a nearby shadow, Franca emerged, her eyes assessing Colombo within the half-collapsed bathroom. His life wasn't at risk, but his injuries were significant, and he appeared weakened. He'll be Pride Armor's next target? Franca thought quickly. Seizing the moment while Pride Armor was still on the lookout for the backstabber and hadn't chosen a new target, she swiftly approached. Franca grabbed the motionless silver full-body armor and deftly stowed it into her traveler's bag. Meet up with Jenna. Franca called out to Anthony, positioned outside the corridor. In an instant, she melted into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Surveying his newfound abilities, Lumion felt a surge of delight. Is this Reaper? If I were to confront Hisoka now, breaking through his defenses wouldn't be a concern. My craving for combat and slaughter has intensified. Having adapted to the changes in his body, Lumion turned to Hela and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Hela, not seeing any cause for gratitude, sighed and commented, Your team's teamwork is impressive. Madam Hela, the ritual has succeeded, but I wish to enter Hisoka's dream again and inquire about something else, Lumion requested. Hela nodded in agreement. The ritual requires him to remain lucid. He might lie, but the questioning doesn't need him to be lucid. As she finished speaking, Lumion suddenly closed his eyes, slumping to the ground against a dilapidated stone pillar. The corners of his mouth remained curled up, and his expression gradually turned calm. In the dream's interrogation room, Lumion took a seat across from Hisoka and addressed the captive, whose malice and desire to kill were no longer concealed. Thank you for your help. I've become a Reaper. Hisoka, leaning forward, seemed to forget that he could attack. So what if you're a Reaper? In a duel, I'd still kill you easily. If you hadn't joined forces with Hidden Blade and relied on numbers, you would have been dead. No longer lucid, he's finally revealing his true thoughts in the dream. Lumion chuckled and responded, If I can create an opportunity to fight with numbers, why should I face you one-on-one? My companions are also a part of my strength. Hisoka spoke with malice. Do you truly trust that hypnotist? It's very dangerous to open up your body and mind to a hypnotist. Aren't you afraid that he'll take the opportunity to leave some hidden cues that will unknowingly bring you under his control? Lumion gazed at Hisoka for a moment before breaking into a smile. Perhaps that's why I defeated you. No wonder Mad Lady said you weren't pure enough. Firstly, I do trust him. We've been through life and death together. Secondly, I'm willing to take such a risk to kill all of you. Straightening up, Lumion locked eyes with Hisoka, enunciating each word. Even if I plunge into the abyss, even if I descend into hell, I shall witness your tragic demise. Hisoka fell silent. Lumion eased back into his seat, composed himself, and casually inquired. I learned from devilology that a devil requires a ritual to advance to desire apostle. It's best if it's a special serial killing ritual. However, other than the one 4 years ago, there's only been one in Port Pylos recently. Furthermore, I've already killed the murderer. How did you advance? With a boon. You couldn't have become a desire apostle 4 years ago, could you? Hisoka responded with a smile. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it didn't happen. Lumion's heart stirred. Was one of those 2 pranks to cover up your advancement ritual? Lumion ventured, drawing from the scattered information he had gleaned from the peripheral members of April Fools. They were like scattered pieces of a puzzle, each offering a fragment of the truth but lacking the full picture. The tales spoke of chaos unleashed, a disappearance of gold in the depths of Devise, and a clash between townsfolk and a primitive tribe in Tizimo town, resulting in tragedy. Lumion suspected that Hisoka's advancement ritual had been shrouded within the chaos of Tizimo's prank. Hisoka's eyes sparkled with approval, his tone paternal. You're quite perceptive. Lumion seized the moment to shift the conversation. What's up with the Noise family's demon? He treaded cautiously, sidestepping the celestial worthy and the mother tree of desire for now. Hisoka's expression turned cold. I aimed to utilize him to acquire something and carry out a ritual to appease him repeatedly, but he only formed a connection with me. He only granted me an opportunity 2 years ago. 2 years ago, the pranks in the gold mine city and the town of Tizimo took place after this. One happened at the close of the preceding year, while the other unfolded at the close of last year. Lumion started suspecting that these 2 pranks might have motives beyond concealing the advancement ritual. Before he could delve deeper, Hisoka asked vehemently and frenziedly, "Why didn't you seek the Tarot Club's assistance this time?" Lumion arched his eyebrows and inquired with confusion, "Why does it matter to you? Even without the Tarot Club's aid, I could have successfully dealt with you."